Chapter 1. The Prelude, the lofty presence from the Pantheon. A solitary figure stood quietly amidst the swirling mists, gazing into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. A voice resonated from the towering edifice nearby, prompting him to ascend upon a cloud and fly towards the building. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld a majestic deity seated upon the throne. He was none other than the lord of the Pantheon. Gaoyuan, are you certain you wish to seal your divine consciousness for the next ascent? The lord's authoritative voice echoed from the throne. Gaoyuan offered a slight bow and replied, Indeed, I have long been immersed in the arts of slaughter, and perhaps this opportunity will allow me to cleanse myself of the aura of death. Very well. Consider your choice carefully, the lord said, waving his hand to signal Gaoyuan to depart. The Pantheon served as the supreme hall governing myriad divine realms, each of which oversaw countless smaller worlds. The task bestowed upon Gaoyuan was to journey to one of the lower realms, the Douluo Continent, to assist the destined child of fate in achieving divinity, while simultaneously meting out punishment to the enforcers of the Douluo divine realm who obstructed the child's path. Gaoyuan perused the life story of the fated child of the Douluo Continent, realizing that although he would seal his divine consciousness upon entering that world, he could still retain his memories. His thoughts and methods of addressing matters would merely resemble those of an infant. Alas, what a pity for this child of fate. He could have attained godhood on his own, perhaps even transcending the limitations of the Douluo divine realm to ascend to the Pantheon. How did he end up inadvertently inheriting a divine position as the god of emotions? Gaoyuan lamented the child's plight, for he himself had once been a child of fate, navigating his path with remarkable ease, truly embodying the term child of destiny. Ultimately, he successfully ascended from the lower realm to the divine realm, and later comprehended the principles of the world, elevating himself to the Pantheon, surpassing the very concept of God. Since it is thus, allow me to lend you my support, Gaoyuan remarked softly, closing the book. However, I must prepare. The Douluo Continent is indeed quite peculiar. What martial soul should I choose? Through the Pantheon, Gaoyuan cast his gaze upon the Douluo Continent and the Douluo divine realm, inadvertently detecting a sealed aura that sparked a glimmer of interest in his eyes. That will suffice. However, as a being transcending divinity, a dual martial soul should not be too much to ask for. I shall search further, he declared, shifting his focus from the Douluo world to the myriad realms beyond. Chapter 2. Gaoyuan. Xiaoyuan, come to eat. Coming. A 3-year-old child scampered towards the dining hall, the very Gaoyuan who had descended from the Pantheon. His lineage was that of the illegitimate child of a trusted confidant of the Duke of the White Tiger. His father had bravely followed the Duke into battle, ultimately sacrificing himself in a skirmish to protect the Duke. His mother, upon receiving the news of her husband's demise, succumbed to grief, and after giving birth to Gaoyuan, she tragically passed away. Upon learning that the loyal confidant who had sacrificed himself for his sake had left behind a bloodline, the Duke took Gaoyuan into his household, raising him with great care and bestowing upon him a high status. Thus, having lost both parents at a tender age, Gaoyuan resided in the Duke's manor, gradually becoming a prominent figure there. Just yesterday, he had awakened to his memories from the Pantheon, recalling the tragic experiences of Huo Yuhao and reflecting on his own mission. Gaoyuan felt fortunate to have arrived at the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. Since he was here, he would surely protect Huo Yuhao. After a hasty lunch, Gaoyuan wandered around the Duke's manor, which was quite expansive, divided into various sections. He found himself in the rear courtyard, the residence of the children and their mothers. Suddenly, he heard the sound of crying mingled with the laughter of several children approaching from distance. Adhering to the principle that no spectacle is too grand, Gaoyuan hurried over to witness the commotion. To his dismay, he found a group of 5 or 6-year-olds bullying a small girl of about 3. The little girl huddled in a corner, trembling and clutching her head, while the group of children hurled vicious insults at her, calling her names such as bastard daughter of servant. The small girl merely quivered and protested, I am not a bastard. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire of indignation within Gaoyuan. How dare they bully a little girl? With a swift kick, he sent the leading boy tumbling to the ground. Despite being merely a 3-year-old, Gaoyuan possessed the combat memories retained from the divine realm, making it effortless for him to handle a group of unruly children. Damn it, who dares to ambush me? The boy shouted, scrambling to his feet. Let's settle this, then. The Duke's manor's bully fears no one, Gaoyuan declared, undeterred by the odds. After easily toppling several children, he seized the little girl and made a hasty retreat, for he understood that facing many foes alone was unwise. He had been a god, not a fool. Ah, we are safe now, Gaoyuan panted, collapsing onto the grass as they finally returned to his yard. Thank you, the small girl stammered shyly, appearing somewhat frightened. Gaoyuan waved his hand grandly. No need for thanks from now on. I will look out for you. If anyone bullies you, just tell them I name Gaoyuan. With that, Gaoyuan stood and poured himself a cup of water, feeling quite exhausted from the exertion. Thank you, brother Gaoyuan. What is your name? I don't believe I've seen you before, Gaoyuan inquired as he drank. I am Huo Yuhao. Ah, Gaoyuan spluttered, water spraying from his mouth. What did you say? Your name is Huo Yuhao? The little girl nodded, bewildered. Could she be Huo Yuhao's sister, or perhaps his sibling? It was a possibility. Is your mother named Huo Yuna? Gaoyuan asked. How do you know my mother's name? Huo Yuhao gazed at Gaoyuan with wide eyes. Rather than answering her question, Gaoyuan retrieved a piece of pastry for her. Huo Yuhao stared at the treat in her hands. It was something she had never tasted before. Just as her dirty little hands reached for the pastry, Gaoyuan halted, saying, First wash your hands. Dirty hands can upset your stomach. Oh, Huo Yuhao obediently complied, washing her hands and face meticulously, revealing a delicate visage that made her appear like a charming little girl. It was undeniable that she was either Huo Yuhao's sister or sibling. Being a family member of the Child of Fate, it was only right that he treated Huo Yuhao's family with kindness as he assisted the destined child on his path to divinity. Watching Huo Yuhao devour the pastry voraciously, Gaoyuan felt a pang of sympathy and gently said, Don't rush, take your time. There's more, and you can take some back for your mother and brother. Unintentionally, his words caused Huo Yuhao to bury her face in Gaoyuan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Gaoyuan, taken aback and unsure of how to respond, could only gently comfort Huo Yuhao. While he was experienced in guiding one to attain divinity, he had little experience in soothing a small girl. Thus, he softly stroked Huo Yuhao's back, and gradually, she stopped crying, merely sniffing intermittently. Gaoyuan produced a handkerchief to wipe away the crumbs from the pastries that had fallen during her earlier sobbing. Realizing that she had stained his clothes, Huo Yuhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I'm so sorry I got too emotional just now. No one has ever treated me so kindly before. I am sorry for dirtying your clothes. I can wash them for you. It's quite all right, Gaoyuan reassured her. However, I don't have a brother, Huo Yuhao said, her tear-filled eyes looking up at Gaoyuan. Ah, then you must mean your brother, the one named Huo Yuhao, Gaoyuan replied while taking a sip of water. Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's mind reeled. When did she gain an older brother? She was completely unaware. Noticing the confusion on Huo Yuhao's face, Gaoyuan began to speculate. Could it be that Huo Yuhao, upon giving birth to a son, hoped for his safe and healthy growth, thus hiding him away even from Huo Yuhao? If so, it was entirely possible that Huo Yuhao remained oblivious to having a sister or sibling, which would explain why Huo Yuhao's autobiography did not mention Huo Yuhao. Gaoyuan silently commended his deduction. Never mind, take a moment to rest. He'll go fetch some pastries for your mother, he said, heading off to gather some treats. Since he intended to bring pastries for Huo Yuhao, she would surely share some with Huo Yuhao. With this in mind, Gaoyuan gathered an assortment of pastries sent to him by the steward a few days prior. Brother Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao spoke softly. Yes? Can I come to find you often? Huo Yuhao asked. I don't have any friends out of course. You can come to my place anytime you wish. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply inform me. My fists are not to be trifled with, Gaoyuan declared, brandishing his fist with a flourish. Huo Yuhao responded, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Yet, this charming expression evoked a twinge of sorrow in Gaoyuan, as she was the sister or perhaps the elder sister of the fated child, yet she led such a pitiable existence. All right, let us depart. I shall escort you home, Gaoyuan said, lifting the neatly packed pastries as a cue for Huo Yuhao to lead the way. Huo Yuhao eagerly took Gaoyuan's hand, guiding him to find her mother. Chapter 3. Huo Yuhao. Mother, I have returned, Huo Yuhao exclaimed, pulling Gaoyuan into the most remote and dilapidated courtyard of the Duke's residence. Huo Yuhao, once the Duke's personal maid, had acquired this modest abode after conceiving the Duke's child. Although it was quite secluded and in disrepair, Huo Yuhao felt a sense of contentment within her humble dwelling. Due to her striking beauty, which endeared her to the Duke, Huo Yuhao inevitably became the target of the Duchess' jealousy. While the Duchess' animosity was not overt during the Duke's presence, it intensified after he was dispatched to the border last year and has yet to return, leaving Huo Yuhao subject to the Duchess' relentless persecution. In light of Huo Yuhao's status, the maids assigned to care for her were dismissed under various pretexts, forcing the mother and daughter to live frugally, barely making ends meet. Additionally, the children of the estate were allowed to insult and humiliate Huo Yuhao without restraint. Yuhao, you've returned. A gentle voice emerged from the kitchen as a woman appeared, holding a bowl of rice porridge. Why are you so late today? Have you been bullied again? Upon noticing Gaoyuan accompanying Huo Yuhan, a flicker of curiosity crossed Huo Yun'er's face, prompting her to inquire, "And whom might this be?" "Mother, this is Brother Gaoyuan. He scared away the bad people who were bothering me today and even brought me lots of pastries." Huo Yuhan hurriedly introduced Gaoyuan to her mother. "Hello, Auntie." Gaoyuan promptly greeted Huo Yuner. From her tone, he discerned that she was indeed a kind-hearted individual, and her beauty exuded warmth and approachability. "Greetings, greetings. Please, have a seat. I shall prepare something for you. I had no idea you would visit today and have nothing to offer," Huo Yuner urged, ushering Gaoyuan to sit. "There's no need to trouble yourself, Auntie. I brought some pastries, a little will suffice," Gaoyuan quickly replied, fearing that Huo Yuner might insist on providing more, considering their already modest means. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Gaoyuan bid farewell to Huo Yuhan and Huo Yuner before departing. "Brother Gaoyuan, I will come to play with you tomorrow," Huo Yuhan called out as she waved to him. He refrained from inquiring about Huo Yuhao, aware that his acquaintance with Huo Yuhan and Huo Yuner was still in its infancy, rendering such questions somewhat inappropriate. "Yuhan, come, tell your mother how you met Brother Gaoyuan today," Huo Yuner encouraged, handing the porridge to Huo Yuhan and settling beside her. "Mother, you eat. I had plenty of pastries at Brother Gaoyuan's place, so I'm not hungry," Huo Yuhan said, lifting the bowl to her mother's lips. "When a group of people was bullying me, Brother Gaoyuan kicked one and knocked down 5 or 6 others before pulling me away. He took my hand and ran all the way to his courtyard, and that's how we became acquainted," Huo Yuhan explained. "But it seems Brother Gaoyuan knows you?" "Mother, do I have another brother?" "A brother?" "No, my dear, you are my only little treasure," Huo Yuner replied, embracing Huo Yuhan and gently stroking her long hair. "Oh, today Brother Gaoyuan asked me if I was the sister of someone named Huo Yuhao," Huo Yuhan remarked, puzzled. "Mother, do I truly have no brothers or sisters?" Huo Yuner was taken aback, wondering when she had acquired another son, as she was completely unaware. Shaking her head softly, Huo Yuner reassured, "Mother has only you, perhaps Brother Gaoyuan simply misremembered. Since Brother Gaoyuan has helped you, it is important that you show gratitude. Do you understand?" Huo Yuner advised. Huo Yuhan nodded. Though guilt crept in as she recalled soiling Brother Gaoyuan's clothes that day, she resolved to wash them for him tomorrow. Back in his own courtyard, Gaoyuan sat on his bed, pondering how to assist Huo Yuhao. First and foremost, he had to ensure that Huo Yuhao successfully acquired the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the illusory god, as these were the foundations for his ascension to divinity. Subsequently, he would attempt to interact with Tang San, striving to prevent Huo Yuhao from developing feelings for Wang Dong, as this might hinder Tang San's influence over him. Yet, meddling in others' romantic lives seemed improper. Perhaps it would be best to let things unfold naturally, focusing instead on preventing Tang San from implanting his consciousness into the golden divine beast body and ensuring that Huo Yuhao did not inherit the divine position. His qualifications were sufficient for him to achieve divinity independently. Inheriting a divine position would only be a burden. Alas, the road ahead was long and arduous. Protecting Huo Yuhao's family was paramount since he had arrived. He could not allow them to continue living in poverty. With this thought, Gaoyuan glanced at his modest treasury. Fortunately, his father had left behind a considerable fortune upon his passing, most of which resided in storage soul devices. However, without soul power, he could not access these resources. Nonetheless, the annual compensation for his father's sacrifice consistently arrived in full before his father's demise. He served as the deputy commander of the Legion, which entitled Gaoyuan to a yearly stipend of 1,000 gold soul coins. Additionally, the Duke would send him a sum each year. Moreover, his father had owned some real estate before his passing, but he was too young to sell those properties, relying instead on the Duke's assistance for management, which yielded over 2,000 gold soul coins annually. Despite his tendency to spend liberally, he still managed to save 2,000 to 3,000 gold soul coins each year, bringing his total assets to approximately 3,000 to 5,000 gold soul coins. It was only since last year that he had begun to manage his finances independently, though he would still need to inform the Duke of any significant expenditures in advance. Gaoyuan lay on his bed, contemplating quietly to himself. Little did he expect that his father was a high-ranking military officer. He felt he was indeed benefiting from the legacy of his ancestors. Early the next morning, a tender voice echoed from the courtyard. "Brother Gaoyuan, I've come to find you." Gaoyuan, still drowsy, rose from his slumber. "You're here so early?" He greeted the lively Huo Yuhan, who stood there with a bright demeanor. "Brother, please take a seat. I will tidy up your room," Huo Yuhan remarked, glancing at Gaoyuan's somewhat disheveled quarters. Gaoyuan felt somewhat awkward, as he was not particularly fond of tidying his room, resulting in a naturally disordered space. However, with the presence of a free little helper. He was more than happy to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. The Girl with Spiritual Eyes. Before long, Gaoyuan's room was tidied up to a pristine condition, leaving him feeling a bit embarrassed. He couldn't help but wonder how Huo Yuhao would react if he discovered that he had enlisted his sister to clean his room, though it could very well be his elder sister. Nonetheless, Gaoyuan paid little heed to such details. Donning a jacket, he called out to Huo Yuhao, who was still doing laundry. "Xiaohan, let us go out for a stroll." Okay, just let me finish this load," Huo Yuhao replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Watching a 3-year-old child do his laundry filled Gaoyuan with a sense of guilt, yet this feeling did not linger for long, as he too was merely a 3-year-old little rascal. The two meandered through the streets, but Gaoyuan noticed that Huo Yuhan's enthusiasm seemed rather subdued. Whenever he attempted to buy her something, she deftly concocted various excuses to decline. Perhaps she did not wish to owe him too much. As they wandered aimlessly, they eventually arrived at the edge of a small stream. Suddenly, Gaoyuan's spirits lifted as he suggested, "How about we catch some fish to eat?" "Great idea." Huo Yuhan's enthusiasm visibly surged, for in her eyes, fishing required no expenditure and promised a delightful meal. The stream was approximately 3 meters wide, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbles below. On this sweltering summer day, the refreshing coolness of the stream provided a delightful reprieve for the two of them. Gaoyuan swiftly removed his outer garment and plunged into the crystal-clear stream, his keen eyes scanning for traces of small fish. Before long, 2 sizable green carps weighing several pounds each, along with an assortment of shrimp and crabs, lay upon the bank. "Wow, Brother Gaoyuan, you're amazing," Huo Yuhao cheered enthusiastically from the shore, clapping her hands in admiration. Upon emerging from the water, Gaoyuan realized with mild dismay that he had no dry clothes to change into. Though he had shed his outer robe, he had retained his undergarments out of deference to Huo Yuhan's presence. However, in his current state, unable to access his storage soul tool, he had neglected to bring spare attire. Consequently, his underclothes were thoroughly drenched. Fortunately, the summer heat mitigated the discomfort. Hastily, Gaoyuan kindled a fire, positioning himself beside the flames in hopes of drying his sodden garments. Given his youthful physique, falling ill would prove troublesome. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao set about preparing the fish with practiced ease, having assisted her mother in household chores since childhood. Scaling and gutting the fish were trivial tasks for her. In no time, 2 meticulously cleaned carps lay before Gaoyuan, lacking seasonings such as salt. The pair resolved to return home once Gaoyuan's clothes had dried sufficiently before cooking their catch. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted from Huo Yuner's courtyard. Indeed, Huo Yuhao's grilling skills were inherited from his mother, mused Gaoyuan as he savored the succulent fish, marveling at how such exquisite flavor could be achieved with nothing more than simple salt. "This is delicious," Gaoyuan praised warmly. "Auntie, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Mother's cooking is the best in the world," Huo Yuhao chimed in eagerly. "As long as you enjoy it," Huo Yuner replied, her gaze tender as she regarded the two. "Mother, I want to learn how to grill fish, just like you," Huo Yuhao declared with determination. "Of course, my little glutton," Huo Yuner teased affectionately, her heart swelling with warmth at her daughter's enthusiasm. "Though I wonder if it's the skill or the fish itself that tempts you more." In that moment, she thought how blissful a simple life like this could be. 3 years slipped by unnoticed. Since their first meeting, Gaoyuan had frequently treated Huo Yuhao to small indulgences, angling in the streams or hunting rabbits in the hills. No longer the malnourished child she once was, Huo Yuhao now bore a hint of youthful plumpness in her cheeks, her delicate features promising future beauty. Understanding the correlation between innate soul power and physical constitution in this world, Gaoyuan had insisted on daily exercises for Huo Yuhao, running, long jumps, and the like. Under his persistent guidance, her physique had surpassed that of her peers. Yet, despite his efforts over the years, Gaoyuan had uncovered no trace of Huo Yuhao, whether through direct inquiry or subtle probing. Thanks to Gaoyuan's assistance, Huo Yuhan's family no longer endured the hardships of before. At the very least, they now enjoyed wheat buns with every meal and the occasional meat dish. Though Gaoyuan wished to provide more, Huo Yuner steadfastly declined further aid. Tomorrow marked the day of their spirit awakening. Gaoyuan fervently hoped Huo Yuhao would awaken a suitable spirit and possess high innate soul power. Reflecting on the memories of these past years, Gaoyuan gradually drifted into slumber. At dawn the next day, Gaoyuan arrived early at the spirit awakening site, where Huo Yuhao awaited him eagerly. Spotting his approach, she waved enthusiastically. Huo Yuhao acknowledged him with a gentle nod. After exchanging greetings, the two joined the queue, anticipation humming in the air as they awaited their turn for the spirit awakening ceremony. Gaoyuan was fully aware of the nature of his martial soul. The children gathered around as a somewhat familiar elderly man gradually elucidated the fundamental concepts of martial soul awakening. This information was already well known to Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao. For every year, Gaoyuan invested a considerable sum in acquiring books related to martial soul cultivation and soul beasts. He also harbored a desire to procure texts concerning soul guides. However, regrettably, he found them to be elusive. Knowledge about soul guides was predominantly retained by various academies, sects, and royal families in the original Douluo Continent. Thus, there was a scarcity of literature pertaining to soul guides available in the market. You are Huo Yuhao, correct? The martial soul awakening proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Huo Yuhao's turn. Gaoyuan surveyed his surroundings and realized that only he and Yuhao had yet to awaken their martial spirits, while the others had already completed their awakenings and departed. A faint radiance infused the awakening stone beneath them, emanating golden beams of light that formed a golden shield encasing Huo Yuhao. One by one, the golden sparks enveloped her figure. Relax and attune your body to your martial spirit, instructed the elderly man overseeing the awakening. Instinctively, Huo Yuhao complied with the elder's guidance, yet nothing transpired. In the following moment, the golden light converged in her eyes, and suddenly, they burst forth with a brilliant azure glow, releasing a subtle wave of spiritual energy. The elder, taken aback, remarked, "Your martial spirit is rather unique. It is a primary martial spirit, your very own eyes. As long as it is not the white tiger martial spirit, a middle-aged woman, hidden in the shadows." Observed the awakening with disdain. How could a mere mongrel possibly inherit the white tiger's martial spirit? Dual eyes. The martial spirit is the spirit eye. Gaoyuan was taken aback by the elder's words, realizing that Huo Yuhao's martial soul derived from the mutated evil eye white tiger, which was itself an anomaly. The likelihood of his sister manifesting a similar martial soul was almost negligible. Suddenly, a foreboding thought crept into Gaoyuan's mind. Could it be that Huo Yuhao had transformed into Huo Yuhao, primary martial soul? Huo Yuhao inquired. Indeed, a primary martial soul is a rather unique type, as it constitutes an intrinsic part of one's being. Here, test your soul power, the elder said, handing her a soul power testing stone. Instantly, it erupted with a brilliant radiance, which gradually stabilized yet remained dazzlingly bright. Level 10. The elder exclaimed, his excitement palpable. You possess innate, full soul power. Huo Yuhao was equally astonished to discover that she, too, had innate full soul power. This revelation meant that she only needed to acquire a single soul ring to successfully become a soul master. Upon witnessing that Huo Yuhao possessed innate full soul power, Gaoyuan felt a surge of joy, as he was now fairly certain that she was indeed not Huo Yuhao. After all, Huo Yuhao had only attained the first level of innate soul power. Even with the nourishment he had received during this time, it was inconceivable for him to possess innate full soul power. However, what he remained oblivious to was the fact that Huo Yuhao's low innate soul power was primarily due to childhood bullying, which had stunted his physical development. Had he developed normally, he would have likely possessed innate full soul power. Brother Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao exclaimed as she dashed towards him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. I have innate full soul power. Indeed, I believe that you, little Han, are destined to become a remarkable soul master, Gaoyuan said, joyfully ruffling her hair. Quickly share this wonderful news with your mother. Huo Yuhao, her face alight with excitement, raced out of the room to find her mother. How infuriating! Not only does she lack the white tiger martial spirit, but she has also given birth to a child with innate full soul power. How could that wretched woman possibly have produced such a gifted offspring? She must be eliminated. The middle-aged woman, concealed within a secret chamber, spoke through gritted teeth, her fists clenched tightly, as if resolutely deciding her course of action. Chapter 5. The Golden Tree. Body martial spirit? Eyes. Huo Yuhao covered her mouth, her heart racing with anxiety. What should I do? Without the white tiger martial spirit, according to the Dai family's customs, if a child fails to inherit the white tiger martial spirit, they are likely to be left to their own devices. Moreover, Yuhao is burdened with a mother of no influence or power. How will she manage in the future? Although Huo Yuhao felt a tumult of emotions within, she refrained from displaying her inner turmoil outwardly. Instead, she gently stroked Huo Yuhan's small head and asked, "So, has little Yuhan awakened her soul power?" "Of course. I possess innate full soul power," Huo Yuhan excitedly shared with her mother. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao felt a slight relief wash over her. After all, innate full soul power is exceedingly rare. Perhaps, given this exceptional quality, the Dai family might consider nurturing this unfortunate little girl. She could only hope that Yuhan would find happiness in the future. Meanwhile, Gaoyuan was also undergoing the awakening of his martial spirit. "Oh, your martial spirit is quite intriguing. It is a plant-type martial spirit," the elder, who was awakening the children's martial spirits, remarked in admiration. "I can even feel a hint of excitement. The quality of your martial spirit is surely remarkable." Gaoyuan was well aware of what his martial spirit was, the golden tree. During his selection of a second martial spirit in the divine realm, he inadvertently discovered a colossal golden tree in a place known as the Boundary Land, which he chose as his second martial spirit. "Can I measure my innate soul power now?" Gaoyuan inquired innocently, for as a principal deity of the Pantheon, he would undoubtedly possess innate full soul power upon arriving in this world, though an awakening was still necessary. "Place your hand here," the elder instructed, producing a soul power testing device once more. Astonishingly, it revealed yet another instance of innate full soul power. The elder was once again taken aback. When did innate full soul power become so commonplace? "I have managed to awaken 2 children with innate full soul power consecutively." "Ah, like the young girl from earlier. You too possess innate full soul power." The elder's voice carried a tinge of bitterness. His own innate soul power was merely at level 4, having undergone countless trials before finally achieving the rank of Soul Emperor. The potential of these 2 children with innate full soul power was, indeed, limitless. "Thank you." Gaoyuan expressed his gratitude before seeking out Huo Yuhan. Upon exiting the room, he spotted Huo Yuhan and Huo Yuhao waiting for him. "Brother Gaoyuan, what is your martial spirit?" Huo Yuhan inquired with curiosity. My martial spirit is a tree," Gaoyuan replied, summoning his martial spirit. Huo Yuhan gazed at the sapling in Gaoyuan's right hand with intrigue, sensing the immense vitality it contained, which brought her unparalleled comfort. "Wow, Brother Gaoyuan is amazing," Huo Yuhan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars. "What level is your innate soul power?" I also possess innate full soul power," Gaoyuan said proudly, looking at the adorable girl before him. "Let us go obtain soul rings together in a few days. Then we can become soul masters," Huo Yuhan declared excitedly, sharing in Gaoyuan's joy at his innate full soul power. Deep within the Stardow Forest, at the bottom of a lake, an enormous eye slowly opened. "Have you escaped?" A cold and desolate voice seemed to muse to itself. "Master, you have awakened? Are you healed?" A deep male voice responded. "It concerns you not. Focus on your cultivation," the cold voice returned. "Yes, master." Upon returning to his courtyard, Gaoyuan surveyed his surroundings. "What are you looking at, Brother Gaoyuan?" Huo Yuhan asked curiously, following him closely like a little shadow. "Shoo, I have something to tell you," Gaoyuan whispered. "In fact, I possess another martial spirit." "Dual martial spirits?" Huo Yuhan gasped in astonishment. "Shoo." Gaoyuan hurriedly covered Huo Yuhan's mouth. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her lips, Huo Yuhan's face flushed slightly. Gaoyuan merely considered that he had obstructed Huo Yuhan's breath and hastily released his grasp. "Brother Gaoyuan, what is your second martial soul?" Huo Yuhan inquired, her large eyes fixed upon him. "I shall reveal it to you in a few days when we venture to hunt for soul rings. But you must promise to keep it a secret," Gaoyuan urged. "Of course, I won't tell anyone," Huo Yuhan quickly assured him. Gaoyuan reclined languidly in the grand armchair he had crafted, squinting his eyes as he pondered the soul rings of Huo Yuhan. Gaoyuan sensed that, given Huo Yuhan's current capacity, she could likely endure a soul ring lasting 400 to 500 years. However, spirit-type soul rings are notoriously elusive. Thus, he decided to venture into the Soul Beast Forest adjacent to Luo City, hoping that fortune might favor him with a suitable find. If luck did not smile upon him, he would have no choice but to journey to the Stardow Forest. Yet, he pondered his own path. Should he cultivate the golden tree first, or the golden dragon? It was a vexing dilemma. According to the prevailing notions in this world, it seemed that his golden tree was destined to align with a support-type soul master. Conversely, if he chose to cultivate the golden dragon, He could pursue a more aggressive combat-oriented route. Nonetheless, the golden tree was inherently not of this world, while the golden dragon represented an avatar of a supreme deity, currently in a state of confinement. Should he utilize the golden dragon, it could attract the attention of the divine realm, complicating his efforts to assist Huo Yuhao on her path to divinity. With these thoughts settled, Gaoyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, especially as a pair of delicate hands gently massaged his shoulders. My apologies, Huo Yuhao, but your sister's ministrations are truly delightful. It must be said, under Gaoyuan's guidance, Huo Yuhao had increasingly taken on the demeanor of a devoted maid, mastering the arts of cleaning, laundry, cooking, and even serving tea with remarkable proficiency. He could assure, with a clear conscience, that his intentions had never been to impose such responsibilities upon her. Please help me with my back, he requested, reclining the armchair back and positioning himself upon it. Huo Yuhao, accustomed to the routine, lightly pounded her fists against Gaoyuan's back. Gaoyuan squinted his eyes, relishing the meticulous service provided by Huo Yuhao, a comfort surpassing that found in the Pantheon. Let us embark on a hunt for soul rings in 3 days, Gaoyuan inquired. Certainly, I shall inform my mother and prepare some supplies. Huo Yuhao nodded, eager to swiftly become a soul master, for in this world, soul masters commanded genuine respect. Chapter 6, The White Tiger Dagger. 3 days later. You both must exercise caution on your journey. Safety is paramount, understood? Huo Yuhao admonished Huo Yuhao and Gaoyuan, who were about to embark on their quest for soul rings. Given their talents, the Duke's residence would undoubtedly assign a skilled protector for them. Yet the Duchess harbored a deep jealousy towards Huo Yuhao and would never allow such protection for Huo Yuhao. Although Gaoyuan was not of the Duke's household, his connection to the White Tiger Duke and his father warranted an escort. Regrettably, since Gaoyuan was accompanying Huo Yuhao, the Duchess deemed it unnecessary to assign a protector, leaving him to fend for himself. Rest assured, I will safeguard Yuhao, Gaoyuan vowed to Huo Yuhao. Yes, I will also protect brother Gaoyuan. Huo Yuhao exclaimed with childlike enthusiasm, her excitement overshadowing any fear of the soul beasts, as this was her first venture away from home. Very well, Gaoyuan. You are far more mature than Yuhao. I entrust her to your care, Huo Yuhao said with a gentle smile. As for soul rings, I confess my ignorance. Do your utmost, but prioritize your safety. The two readily agreed and set forth on their journey to procure soul rings. From a distance, a middle-aged woman observed their parting with a cold smirk. As the saying goes, one's experiences are more enlightening than mere reading. The two encountered numerous wonders along their path. Freed from the oppressive atmosphere of the Duke's residence, Huo Yuhao's spirits soared, and the sights and sounds around her sparked her curiosity. Being young, their bodies recovered swiftly, and fatigue eluded them. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Having traveled for 2 days, we must be nearing the Soul Beast Forest, Huo Yuhao exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the map in her hand that marked their destination. Gaoyuan gazed at the map in Huo Yuhao's hands, and after surveying the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Indeed, we are on the verge of entering the Soul Beast Forest, Gaoyuan remarked. By the way, you have yet to enlighten me about the effects of your martial soul. You also haven't revealed the nature of your second martial soul. Huo Yuhao pouted slightly. After all, when Gaoyuan had previously disclosed that he possessed a second martial soul, he had not shared what that second martial soul was either. Gaoyuan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Indeed, he had forgotten to inform Xiaohan. My second martial soul is a beast martial soul, a golden dragon. As he spoke, Gaoyuan summoned his second martial soul. Upon witnessing Gaoyuan's form swell dramatically, covered in lustrous golden scales, Huo Yuhao was taken aback, her mouth agape. How impressive! Just the manifestation of a martial soul brings forth such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Gaoyuan retracted his martial soul manifestation, yet regrettably, his clothing remained torn. Huo Yuhao's cheeks flushed as she quickly turned away, exclaiming, Rogue brother, why are you not wearing any clothes? Gaoyuan hurriedly retrieved a set of clothing from the storage soul guide left to him by his father. Humph, weren't you the one eager to see my martial soul? And now you dare to call me a rogue? Gaoyuan remarked, curling his lips in disdain. But enough of that. What about the effects of your martial soul? He inquired hastily, as Huo Yuhao's martial soul was also the spirit eye, possibly yielding similar effects to that of Huo Yuhao. I feel that since awakening my martial soul, my senses have heightened significantly, particularly my vision. I can now clearly perceive everything within a 10-meter radius, Huo Yuhao replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Oh, you can even see behind you? Gaoyuan expressed his curiosity about this remarkable ability. Huo Yuhao nodded affirmatively. Ah, did you not close your eyes when you turned your back just now? Gaoyuan suddenly realized that if she hadn't shut her eyes, turning around would be no different from facing forward. You, rogue brother, how could you pose such a lewd question? Huo Yuhan's face flushed crimson, for she indeed had not closed her eyes and had even taken a moment to admire Gaoyuan's abs. Gaoyuan wore a perplexed expression, yet he did not dwell on the matter. We should find a place to set up camp and rest. Tomorrow we shall officially enter the Soul Beast Forest. And we need to conserve our strength, he remarked. Indeed, I can hear a small stream up ahead. We can camp there, Huo Yuhao exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the front. After all, the presence of a stream indicated the possibility of fish, and where there are fish, there is the prospect of roasted delicacies. Huo Yuhan's grilling skills had now reached a level that rivaled her mother's. The duo hurried forward, and sure enough, within 300 meters, they encountered a small stream. Huo Yuhao cheered and tugged Gaoyuan towards the water's edge. Brother, hurry, catch some fish. Step aside, and remember to close your eyes this time, Gaoyuan instructed, pushing Huo Yuhao aside before he began to undress and wade into the water in pursuit of fish. Utilizing his exceptional fishing skills, he soon managed to catch 4 2-foot-long catfish. Having completed his fishing task, Gaoyuan took advantage of the stream to wash himself. As the journey of the past couple of days had left him drenched in sweat, a refreshing bath was indeed a delightful prospect. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao stood with her back turned, her face flushed. Why is my brother bathing already? Wasn't he supposed to be catching fish? After Gaoyuan comfortably donned his attire, he called out to Huo Yuhao, do you wish to wash up? I assure you, I will not peek. Upon hearing Gaoyuan's words, Huo Yuhao's face flushed even deeper. Why you turn around? No peeking, Huo Yuhao exclaimed, her embarrassment palpable. Being a young lady, she naturally cherished cleanliness, and after several days of travel, she longed for a refreshing bath to wash away the sweat. Oh, rest assured, Gaoyuan replied, settling cross-legged as he resumed his cultivation of soul power. Long before the awakening of his martial soul, he had procured numerous methods for cultivating soul power in this world, and since his awakening, he often invited Huo Yuhao to practice alongside him. As Huo Yuhao approached the stream, she glanced back 3 times to ensure that Gaoyuan had no intention of spying on her. Then, she shed her garments, revealing her fair form, and slowly waded into the water, meticulously cleansing herself. Indeed, bathing took a considerable amount of time. After approximately half an hour, Huo Yuhao emerged, dressed anew, and returned to Gaoyuan's side. Gaoyuan awoke from his meditation, noticing that the rain-soaked Yuhan's hair was still somewhat damp. He remarked, please attend to those fish first. I shall gather some wood to build a fire. Your hair needs to be dried promptly, lest you catch a chill. Oh, Yuhan replied, feeling a warm glow in her heart at Gaoyuan's concern. After all, apart from her mother, it was he who had shown her such care throughout her life. Yuhan then retrieved the dagger her mother had entrusted to her before departing and began to prepare the fish. Gaoyuan caught sight of the dagger in Huo Yuhan's hand, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. He hastily inquired, is this dagger a gift from your mother? Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, this dagger was bestowed upon me by my mother. She referred to it as the White Tiger Dagger, a type of soul-guiding device. As she spoke, she extended the dagger towards Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan took it and examined it carefully before handing it back to Yuhan. Impossible. Could Huo Yuhao really have transformed into Huo Yuhao? Where has my beloved Huo Yuhao gone? Gaoyuan felt a surge of confusion as he gathered firewood, his mind wandering aimlessly. It dawned on him that Huo Yuner must have given the dagger to Huo Yuhao out of concern for her impending journey, which could pose a danger. Surely, Huo Yuhao was being discreetly hidden away by Huo Yuner as well. Yet, given Gaoyuan's previous observations and tests regarding Huo Yuhao and Huo Yuner, he found even his own deductions hard to believe. Chapter 7. Soul Hunter Huo Yuhao gazed at Gaoyuan, who had suddenly grown despondent, unsure of the cause. Could it be that her possession of the dagger gifted by her mother reminded him of the mother he had never met? Huo Yuhao silently commended her own cleverness, then gently embraced Gaoyuan, mirroring her mother's tenderness as she softly caressed his hair. Gaoyuan was taken aback by the unexpected head pat. He had always been the one to initiate such gestures, never the recipient. Yet, there was an inexplicable comfort in it. Considering that you are the favored child of fortune, I shall forgive you, Don't be afraid, Gaoyuan Gij, for you still have me, softly reassured Huo Yuhao. Although Gaoyuan was somewhat unclear about the events that had transpired, he nodded in agreement. The two of them lightly roasted the cleaned fish and washed their dirty clothes in the nearby stream, then found a few branches to hang them up to dry. Afterward, they erected a tent to rest and rejuvenate their spirits for their venture into the Soul Beast Forest the following day. Initially, they had planned to set up 2 tents, but Huo Yuhao, feeling apprehensive about sleeping alone, insisted on staying with Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan understood her fear. After all, a 6-year-old girl might easily be frightened in the wilderness, and given their tender ages, it was quite reasonable. However, being in the wild necessitated someone to keep watch at night. Gaoyuan did not relent to Huo Yuhao in this regard, as she was the child of destiny and needed to bear her share of responsibility. Thus, they divided the watch. Gaoyuan would guard during the first half of the night, while Huo Yuhao would take over for the latter half. After a peaceful night, they packed their belongings and stepped into the Soul Beast Forest. Upon entering, Gaoyuan immediately sensed a chilling aura. Yet, in the summer heat, this coolness offered them a modicum of comfort. The Soul Beast Forest loomed like a vast maw, capable of engulfing any who dared to hunt its soul beasts. It was their first foray into this daunting forest, and both were particularly anxious, meticulously observing their surroundings. Xiaohan, our purpose in coming to the Soul Beast Forest is not merely to hunt for our soul rings, but also to hone our combat abilities. Gaoyuan remarked as he surveyed the area. I have taught you to wield a blade. Take this knife as your weapon. He then handed her a long knife, specially crafted for Huo Yuhao. Teaching her to use the knife was a straightforward task. As long as she could swing it, she would know how to use it. There were no complex sword techniques, merely the insights gleaned from countless encounters between life and death. Thus, Gaoyuan felt it was essential to train Huo Yuhao. He could not allow her, as a soul master, to have never slain a soul beast before. She needed to be prepared for the challenge. Huo Yuhao took the knife and swung it a few times, finding it comfortable in her grip, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Shoo! There's a group of wind baboons ahead, led by a centennial wind baboon king, who appears to be over 100 years old, she suddenly exclaimed, noticing 4 wind baboons approximately 100 meters away. Ah, the wind, nearly god-slaying baboons, Gaoyuan observed, finding the 4 baboons to be perfectly suited for Huo Yuhao to practice against. Gaoyuan whispered, although we do not require the soul rings from these spirit beasts, you may consider them as practice targets. However, do your utmost to avoid killing them. Why? Huo Yuhao asked, perplexed. Are you foolish? If you kill these spirit beasts when you have no need for their soul rings, eventually, after decades, centuries, or even millennia, there will be none left to hunt. We must pursue sustainable development. We should only hunt spirit beasts when necessary, and refrain from needless slaughter when it is not required. Gaoyuan explained to Huo Yuhao, acknowledging that while she would eventually grasp this concept, it would be better for her to understand it sooner. The wind baboons possess formidable aggressiveness and will attack on their own accord. Next, you must draw their aggression and then drive them away. Before Huo Yuhao could react, Gaoyuan gave her a gentle push towards the group of wind baboons. How could you do this to your sister? Huo Yuhao exclaimed in anger, feeling betrayed. The wind baboons immediately noticed her movements and began to approach cautiously. With the long knife that Gaoyuan had given her clutched tightly, Huo Yuhao carefully advanced towards the group of wind baboons. The lead baboon let out a piercing howl, evidently having spotted Huo Yuhao, prompting the other 3 to rush towards her. In that instant, Huo Yuhao activated her martial spirit, causing the movements of the wind baboons to become vividly clear to her. Each action was rendered distinct, their motions appearing considerably slower in her perception. As one wind baboon lunged at her, she fell to the ground and swiftly rolled to the right, narrowly evading the attack. However, before she could retaliate, a second baboon charged at her. Huo Yuhao scrambled to avoid the onslaught of the wind baboons, while Gaoyuan, observing her predicament, casually pulled out a piece of roasted fish and began to eat, seemingly having overestimated her abilities. Indeed, facing 4 spirit beasts simultaneously proved to be quite a challenge. After evading another attack with a roll, Huo Yuhao retaliated, striking one of the wind baboons with her blade. The creature let out a pained roar, rearing back and pounding its chest with its fists, then opening its mouth wide to unleash a beam of white light towards her. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the beam, Huo Yuhao instinctively sidestepped to the right. Simultaneously, a pack of wind baboons, fangs bared and claws ready, followed the white light's trajectory. Huo Yuhao recalled a piece of advice Gaoyuan had given her during a previous encounter when she was bullied by a group. When surrounded, focus on one and strike fiercely. They will fear you. Surely, this wisdom would apply to spirit beasts as well. Without a moment to ponder further, she pushed off the ground, dodging the perilous white light, and leaped forward, executing a swift downward strike towards the injured wind baboon. Blood gushed forth from the creature, spraying wildly. Oh no, have I struck the artery? Gaoyuan mused, observing the blood-soaked scene before him. However, Huo Yuhao, drenched in the baboon's blood, felt queasy. As this was her first kill of a spirit beast, a feat that, under the circumstances, was commendable. Yet, at that very moment, the wind baboon king seized the opportunity and unleashed another beam of white light towards Huo Yuhao. Should this strike connect, the consequences would be dire. And due to her nausea, Huo Yuhao failed to evade in time. Meanwhile, the wind baboon king sensed a sudden pressure from its bloodline. Gaoyuan had activated his martial spirit. With a mere flick of his claw, he dispelled the white light effortlessly. The wind baboons, having never encountered such a display of power, were left in shock, realizing that their innate skill had been so easily thwarted. In that instant, a singular thought permeated their minds: flee. And thus, the baboons scattered in a frenzy. Chapter 8. The first soul ring after witnessing the retreat of the wind baboons. Huo Yuhao could no longer contain herself and leaned against a nearby tree to vomit. Gaoyuan hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting Huo Yuhan's back, hoping to alleviate her distress. However, Huo Yuhao retaliated with a punch to Gaoyuan's body, her tear-filled eyes brimming with sorrow as she exclaimed, "You wretched Gaoyuan! How could you push me out there all alone? Do you have any idea how terrified I was in that moment?" Listening to her lament, Gaoyuan embraced Huo Yuhao tenderly, responding, "True strength is forged through the trials of life and death. If you aspire to become strong, such experiences are inevitable. But why must I become strong?" Huo Yuhao questioned, her eyes glistening with tears and confusion. "Isn't it sufficient for me to be an ordinary soul master?" After all, her young mind had yet to grasp the complexities of strength. She merely understood that absorbing a soul ring could elevate her to the status of a soul master, a position of great esteem. "Foolish girl," Gaoyuan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Being strong is primarily to protect those you cherish. If one day someone threatens Aunt Hua, wouldn't you stand up to defend her? And if someone dares to bully your brother, wouldn't you protect him as well? Just as your brother once vanquished all challengers at the Duke's residence, those who bullied you would think twice before acting arrogantly. I will definitely protect both Mama and brother," Huo Yuhao declared, recalling the time she had been bullied in her childhood, her small fists clenched with determination. To protect those we love, that is the essence of becoming strong. Gaoyuan retrieved a handkerchief, gently wiping the corners of Huo Yuhan's mouth, then offered her a cup of water. "Sip it slowly. You've just been sick." In the following days, Huo Yuhao frequently trained against 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Whispers circulated in the soul beast forest about two reckless individuals who attacked every beast they encountered, not seeking to kill, but merely to injure. It was advised to flee upon encountering them, lest one suffer an unwarranted beating. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao tugged at Gaoyuan, bending down and whispering, "There's a 500-year-old water star butterfly ahead, approximately 100 meters away." A water star butterfly? Gaoyuan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. This soul beast possessed both mental and water attributes, making it particularly suitable for Huo Yuhao. After wandering the soul beast forest for several days without finding a suitable match, they were prepared to venture into the Stardow forest. Yet here lay an ideal soul beast, its age just right. Though 1,000 years ago, a master named Yu Shaojiang had published a soul beast age chart. The evolution of the past millennia revealed that individuals with superior physical qualities could absorb soul beasts of greater ages, negating any so-called limitations on soul ring ages. Under Gaoyuan's rigorous training, Huo Yuhan's physical prowess had significantly improved, allowing her to safely absorb a soul ring from a 500- or 600-year-old beast. "A 500-year-old water star butterfly is perfectly suited for your soul ring," Gaoyuan remarked softly. "Be cautious and don't wander off. Watch me." Given that Huo Yuhan's martial spirit was her eyes, she lacked substantial combat enhancement, especially against a mental attribute soul beast, which posed a greater challenge for her. Thus, Gaoyuan resolved to weaken the creature himself, allowing Huo Yuhao to deliver the finishing blow. Huo Yuhao understood this plan and nodded in agreement. During their time together, she had come to recognize Gaoyuan's strength, 100-year level water star butterfly would undoubtedly pose no threat to him. Gaoyuan hunched his body and gradually approached the mercury butterfly. After covering approximately 50 meters, he gathered his energy and leaped forward like a shooting star towards the enchanting creature. In midair, he seamlessly activated his martial soul. Instantly, the mercury butterfly sensed an unparalleled pressure, prompting it to flee, an instinctual response dictated by its bloodline. However, its speed was not particularly swift, even among soul beasts. It was considered rather slow. Gaoyuan, with a physique as ethereal as a shooting star, effortlessly descended upon the mercury butterfly. One of his clawed appendages seized its wing, leaving a profound gash upon its surface, nearly severing the wing entirely. Gaoyuan suddenly felt his senses dulling, a consequence of the mercury butterfly's innate ability, sensory deprivation. However, this had little effect on Gaoyuan, who was already in close proximity. In no time, the mercury butterfly was marred with numerous wounds, struggling for survival beneath him. "Xiaohan," Gaoyuan called out, "give it a stab." Huo Yuhao, wielding a dagger, swiftly plunged it into the body of the mercury butterfly. At that moment, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from the creature's form. "Xiaohan, focus on absorbing it. I shall guard you," Gaoyuan said as he settled beside the carcass, beginning to replenish his soul power. Although the recent expenditure was minimal, this was indeed a century-old soul ring, and the absorption process could yield unforeseen challenges. Thus, it was essential to maintain an optimal state. Huo Yuhao wasted no time, positioning herself cross-legged and gently guiding the soul ring toward herself. Once Huo Yuhao entered a meditative state, Gaoyuan, having regained his strength and noticing no immediate threats, set about creating a fire to prepare porridge. Surely, the absorption would be exhausting, and a warm bowl of porridge would be quite comforting. As the moments passed, Huo Yuhao slowly opened her eyes, spotting Gaoyuan busy at work. "I did it," she exclaimed. Huo Yuhan's previously petite frame seemed to have grown slightly due to the absorption of the soul ring, her clothing appearing a bit snug. Her body felt stronger, and her skin had become more supple and fair. She leaped into Gaoyuan's embrace, nuzzling her small head against his chest. "Aren't I impressive?" Huo Yuhao said, a hint of pride in her voice as she lifted her chin. "I am now a soul master." Gaoyuan cast a gaze filled with complex emotions towards Huo Yuhao, seemingly lost in thought. Gently stroking her head, he remarked, "Indeed, our Yuhao is the most formidable. What does your soul skill entail?" Instinctively, Yuhao summoned her martial spirit, and a vibrant, golden-orange soul ring materialized behind her. "My soul skill is the innate ability of the mercury butterfly, called sensory cloak. It can affect both individuals and groups. When applied to an individual, it can completely close off all senses. However, if the opponent's soul power exceeds my own, the effect diminishes significantly, and it consumes a greater amount of soul energy. When applied to a group, it reduces sensory acuity," Huo Yuhao explained with excitement. This soul skill, being an innate ability of the mercury beast, was undoubtedly powerful. One would expect joy in such a revelation, however. At that moment, as Huo Yuhao absorbed the soul ring, Gaoyuan suddenly realized that, since she was most likely the original Huo Yuhao, her first soul ring should have been a 100,000-year one. With his assistance, it had been reduced to merely 100 years. Cursing inwardly, Gaoyuan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. The only option left was to accompany Huo Yuhao to the Stardow Forest in hopes of better fortune for her second soul ring. Gaoyuan gazed at the excited little girl before him, and a surge of guilt washed over him. Nevertheless, he managed to force a smile and remarked, "Indeed, Xiaohan, your soul skill is quite remarkable." Chapter 9. "You still have me, brother Gaoyuan. Why do you keep frowning? Is something bothering you?" As they sat in the carriage on their way back, Gaoyuan's brow remained furrowed, prompting Huo Yuhao to voice her concern. "Oh, it's nothing, just lost in thought," Gaoyuan replied, gently ruffling Huo Yuhao's adorable little head. Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao had a rather smooth journey. After assisting Huo Yuhao in acquiring her first spirit ring, she reached the 12th level of spirit power. Fortuitously, he encountered a golden hawksbill turtle over 600 years old, and upon successfully absorbing its essence, his spirit power also attained the 12th level. However, it seemed that the golden tree would modify the spirit ring in some way, rendering the acquired spirit abilities unrelated to the capabilities of the golden hawksbill turtle. Fortunately, this lack of connection was not a concern for Gaoyuan, as his primary interest in absorbing the hawksbill turtle's spirit ring lay in its sacred and life attributes, which resonated perfectly with the golden tree. He had no desire for a defensive spirit ability. The ability he obtained was known as the transformation of 3 rings, allowing him to release 3 rings of light in front of him, which would return to his side after reaching a certain distance. This ability proved to be quite damaging, and Gaoyuan was quite pleased with it. Nonetheless, his greatest worry remained Huo Yuhan's opportunity. Her most significant chance was undoubtedly the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. But now that she had acquired her first spirit ring, he wondered whether she could still integrate with the heavenly dream. Gaoyuan was uncertain if there was a prerequisite of having the first spirit ring for the fusion with Huo Yuhao. This concern somewhat dulled his joy over acquiring the spirit ring. "What are you thinking about, brother Gaoyuan?" Huo Yuhan gazed at him with her sparkling eyes. "Of course. I am pondering how adorable you are, little Yuhan." Gaoyuan chuckled, yet his brow remained furrowed. He could only take things one step at a time. Huo Yuhan's face instantly flushed crimson. "You naughty brother, stop being so unserious." The two returned to the Duke's mansion in a carriage, entering the backyard through the rear entrance. "Brother Gaoyuan, how do you think Mother would react if she knew I had obtained a 100-year spirit ring?" Huo Yuhan sweetly inquired, eager to share her joy of becoming a spirit master with her mother. Lady Huo would undoubtedly be thrilled. After all, our little Huo Yuhan is a prodigious talent, Gaoyuan remarked, observing Huo Yuhan bouncing ahead. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of hope that her life would change for the better after becoming a spirit master. "Humph, you're only a few months older than me. Why do you always call me little friend?" Huo Yuhan pouted, but her excitement was evident in her eyes, which sparkled like crescent moons. Young Master Gao, a maid approached, assigned by the Duke to attend to Gaoyuan's daily needs. However, since Huo Yuhan had come into his life, the maid's workload had significantly decreased. Yet, there appeared to be tears in the maid's eyes. "What's wrong?" Gaoyuan inquired. Noticing her troubled expression, "Young Master Gao, you should quickly check on Lady Huo," the maid replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. She had developed a good rapport with the young girl and was also acquainted with Huo Yuner. Before Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhan set out to acquire their spirit rings, he had entrusted her with the care of Huo Yuner. "What happened to Mother?" Huo Yuhan exclaimed, rushing toward Huo Yuner's small courtyard, with Gaoyuan hastily following behind her. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Huo Yuhan found it somewhat desolate, with no sign of her mother. Prompting her to dash into Huo Yuner's bedroom, Gaoyuan hastily followed suit, only to find Huo Yuner lying on the bed, her face pale and frail, seemingly clinging to life solely through sheer will, awaiting the return of Huo Yuhan. "Mother," Huo Yuhan cried as she rushed to her mother's bedside. "Yuhan has returned?" Huo Yuner weakly inquired, punctuated by a cough. "Mother, please do not speak. Rest well, you will surely recover," Huo Yuhan sobbed. "Gaoyuan is here too," Huo Yuner remarked with a faint smile upon seeing Gaoyuan standing beside Huo Yuhan. "Yuhan, my time is short," she coughed. "Has your journey been smooth?" Exhaustion marked her features, as her greatest concern was for Huo Yuhan. "Mother, my journey has been quite successful. I have successfully obtained a spirit ring and become a spirit master," Huo Yuhan replied, grasping her mother's hand, though her voice trembled with tears. Good. That brings me peace," Huo Yuner coughed again. "Yuhan, I am well aware of my own condition. I fear my time is limited. My utmost worry is you. You are of paramount importance to me," Huo Yuner said, tears glistening in her eyes. She longed to see Huo Yuhan grow up healthy, establish a family, marry well, and bear a plump, rosy-cheeked child, yet she feared she would never witness it. "Mother, please do not say such things," Huo Yuhan cried, her face stained with tears. "Gaoyuan," Huo Yuner called, making a feeble gesture for him to come closer. Gaoyuan hurried to the bedside of Huo Yuner. "Gaoyuan, you are a kind-hearted child." She coughed softly. "And he knows that Rainhan has suffered greatly. She has never felt a father's love since childhood. I, as her unworthy mother, have only burdened her with my misfortunes. Mother, please do not say such things. I do not suffer. Being with you brings me immense happiness," Huo Yuhan replied, tears like pearls rolling down her cheeks. Gaoyuan, standing by Huo Yuner's bedside, sensed her frailty. The question of whether she could endure through the night loomed large. Thus, he refrained from interrupting her, aware that these might be Huo Yuner's final words. "Gaoyuan, I entrust Yuhan to you. Andy has witnessed your maturity since childhood. You must take good care of her." Huo Yuner gazed at Gaoyuan with a hint of pleading in her eyes, for she was the only one who occupied her thoughts. Gaoyuan nodded earnestly and reassured, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Yuhan." "Ahem. That's good to hear. I can finally relax," Huo Yuner said, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to place Huo Yuhan's hand into Gaoyuan's. Having accomplished this, Huo Yuner peacefully closed her eyes, her hand gradually slipping away. "Mom," Huo Yuhan cried, grasping Huo Yuner's hand as it began to fall, "please don't leave me. You are my only family." Huo Yuhan buried her face in Huo Yuner's hand, yearning for that gentle touch. wishing for one more moment of her mother's affectionate caress on her cheek. Gaoyuan silently embraced the sobbing Huo Yuhan, gently pulling her closer into his arms. "Brother Gaoyuan," Huo Yuhan murmured as she buried her head against his chest, her body trembling as she fought to suppress her tears. "Fool, if you wish to cry, then cry," Gaoyuan softly replied, caressing Huo Yuhan's long hair. As he gazed upon the pitiful girl before him, he felt helpless, unsure of how to alleviate her sorrow. "Whoa, I no longer have a mother." Huo Yuhan could no longer contain her grief, collapsing against Gaoyuan's chest and weeping inconsolably. "You still have me," Gaoyuan said tenderly, holding the weeping Huo Yuhan tightly. Chapter 10. Let us go. Exhausted from crying, Huo Yuhan eventually succumbed to sleep in Gaoyuan's embrace. He carefully carried her to the guest room next door. Gaoyuan gently placed Huo Yuhan on the adjacent bed, tenderly draping a small blanket over her. Gazing at the adorable young girl before him, he had already confirmed that in this lifetime, Huo Yuhan was the original child of destiny, the very same Huo Yuhao. Gaoyuan slowly emerged from the guest room and beckoned to the maid beside him, his expression somewhat stern as he inquired, "Please recount to me, in detail, the events of the past few days." "Yes, young master," the maid replied, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, yet she bravely began to relate the tale. "Before your departure, you instructed me to take good care of Lady Huo. Consequently, I have been visiting her frequently these past few days. From the very first day you and Miss Huo left, Lady Huo has been subjected to bullying by certain servants of the Duke's household. Although her status is not high, she is still a lady, yet these servants have resorted to physical violence, leaving her battered and bruised all over. Subsequently, the matron began sending medicine daily, claiming it would cure her, insisting that Lady Huo take it without fail. However, after just 2 days of consumption, Lady Huo exhibited signs of fatigue and persistent coughing, among other symptoms. Thus, I secretly summoned a physician from outside the Duke's estate to attend to her, yet even he could not ascertain the cause of her ailments. He merely stated that the pace of her life was accelerating, suggesting that she might be expending the equivalent of 10 years, or even more, of her lifespan with each passing day. This led us to suspect potential poisoning or some form of sorcery. From that point onward, I ceased allowing Lady Huo to ingest the medicine sent by the matron. In retaliation, the matron had me captured and confined, forcefully administering the medication to Lady Huo. It was only today that I managed to escape from her clutches and arrived here, only to find that Lady Huo's condition has deteriorated to the brink of death. As the maid recounted her harrowing tale, tears streamed down her cheeks. Gaoyuan trembled all over. Could he still not escape fate? Huo Yuner, a gentle and virtuous mother, devoted all her abilities to safeguard Huo Yuhan, striving to provide her with a joyful childhood. Yet, despite her efforts, she still departed. A sharp pang pierced through Gaoyuan's heart. He had initially believed that his arrival could provide significant assistance to Huo Yuhan and Huo Yuner, at the very least allowing that gentle woman to survive and witness her daughter grow into a healthy adult. However, to his dismay, his presence seemed to hasten Huo Yuner's departure. He recalled that Huo Yuner was destined to pass away when Huo Yuhao was around 11 or 12 years old, after which Huo Yuhao would venture into the Star Dough forest and encounter the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Yet, it appeared that due to his arrival, Huo Yuhan's innate soul power had transformed from level 1 to a complete innate soul power, posing an even greater threat to the lady of the house. Consequently, she felt compelled to resort to such despicable means to eliminate Huo Yuner prematurely. Gaoyuan first questioned his arrival, pondering whether his presence was a boon or a bane for Huo Yuhan. Gaoyuan returned to the guest room where Huo Yuhan was, his spirit in disarray. He gazed at the unfallen teardrops at the corner of her eyes and the slight furrow in her brow as she slumbered. Gaoyuan sat despondently at the edge of Huo Yuhan's bed, cradling his head, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. "Brother Gaoyuan, you are all I have left. Please don't go." Huo Yuhan suddenly cried out in her sleep, abruptly sitting up, gasping as she seemed to recall the nightmare she had just endured. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze fell upon Gaoyuan, who had fallen asleep at her bedside. The tension in her furrowed brow eased slightly as she gently embraced him. Gaoyuan felt a warm embrace enveloping him. Rubbing his still sleepy eyes, he gently remarked, "You are awake. Gaoyuan Gij, promise me you will never leave me." Huo Yuhan clung to him, reluctant to let go, as if fearing that the dream she had just experienced would materialize. Gaoyuan tenderly ruffled Huo Yuhan's hair and solemnly nodded. "Let us go. We must attend to your aunt's affairs." Gaoyuan adjusted his somewhat disheveled clothing and composed himself. The arrangements for Huo Yuner's final rites were straightforward. A modest earthen mound had been erected in a small patch of desolate land beside the Duke's mansion, a simple resting place for her. Gaoyuan Gij. My mother was in good health before we departed. How could this happen? Huo Yuhan stood before her mother's grave, questioning the cruel fate. Though not particularly astute, she understood that her mother must have met an untimely end. Xiaohan, I believe you can surmise the truth without my elaboration. Gaoyuan gently addressed her, standing beside Huo Yuhan. Was it the First Lady? Indeed. Gaoyuan observed Huo Yuhan's facade of composure and continued. I am aware of the resentment that resides in your heart, yet I implore you to recognize that you lack the strength to seek vengeance at this moment. But does that mean we shall not avenge her? Huo Yuhan inquired, her tone tinged with frost. Not now. Have you forgotten what your aunt was said before her departure? You were her greatest concern. If you do not learn to endure, it will only disturb her peace in the afterlife. Gaoyuan spoke with gravity, recalling the words he had once imparted to her. To protect yourself and those you cherish, you must become stronger. Huo Yuhan's voice quivered as she absorbed his counsel. Gaoyuan gently embraced Huo Yuhan, encouraging her to weep freely. Huo Yuhan's soft sobs escalated into heart-wrenching cries, her tears soaking the fabric of Gaoyuan's shirt. Are you certain you wish to depart from the Duke's residence? Inquired a middle-aged woman seated at the head of the table. Indeed, she was the esteemed matron of the Duke's household, the legitimate wife of the White Tiger Duke. Gaoyuan shielded the resentful Huo Yuhan behind him, gazing intently at the formidable lady. Indeed, he asserted, I did not expect you to be so ungrateful. Since the demise of your parents, what have you eaten and where have you resided but within the provisions of the Duke's estate? What has changed? Have you grown wings? In a surprising turn, the lady, embodying the role of the villain, began to reproach Gaoyuan. You lack conscience. If you wish to depart from the Duke's estate, I shall not impede you. However, this wretched girl is of the Duke's bloodline, and that cannot be overlooked. What would it take for us to be freed? Having spent years at the Duke's estate, Gaoyuan was acutely aware of the lady's deep-seated animosity towards Huo Yuner and her son, Huo Yuhan. With Huo Yuner now deceased, and Huo Yuhan being a mere girl without the White Tiger martial spirit, she posed no threat to her son. Thus, it was likely that the lady yearned for Huo Yuhan's departure from the Duke's estate, ideally as far away as possible. A smirk of triumph graced the lady's lips as she declared, If you wish to redeem this wretched girl, then let us settle the matter with the immovable properties left in your household. Gaoyuan had long anticipated that this noblewoman was likely coveting the wealth of his family. However, the anguish of selling one's ancestral land did not deter him. He willingly relinquished it. Eager to depart this place, he urged her to take it. The noblewoman instructed her accompanying maid, who then presented Gaoyuan with several transfer agreements. Brother Gaoyuan, no, please don't. Those are the belongings left to you by your parents. Huo Yuhan exclaimed, witnessing Gaoyuan's immediate acquiescence. Ah, the talents bestowed upon me shall surely find their purpose. Wealth may disperse, yet it shall return. Your presence alone suffices, Gaoyuan murmured, gently caressing Huo Yuhan's delicate face before unhesitatingly signing the transfer agreements. Well, who would have thought you harbored such deep feelings for this little wench? The noblewoman chuckled with delight as she regarded the transfer agreements in her hand. For these properties were indeed worth several 100,000 gold soul coins. Let us depart, Gaoyuan declared, taking Huo Yuhan by the hand as they exited the Duke's residence. Chapter 11. The Objective, the Starry Forest. After Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhan departed from the Duke's residence, they proceeded to Shrek City. Gaoyuan understood that it was imperative for Huo Yuhan to settle in Shrek City, so it seemed more prudent to establish their residence there directly. Although his most significant asset, the real estate bequeathed to him by his father, had been seized by the Duchess, he still possessed a considerable sum of money that he had accumulated over the years. Additionally, the war compensation for his father's demise had continued until he reached the age of 12. Overall, he remained quite affluent. Gaoyuan expended nearly 10,000 gold soul coins to acquire a modest courtyard in a secluded corner of Shrek City. While not expansive, it suffices to accommodate 2 children. In the blink of an eye, for years have elapsed. The passing of her mother dealt a significant blow to Huo Yuhan, leaving her devoid of smiles for over half a year. She devoted herself tirelessly to her cultivation, driven by the singular desire to avenge her mother one day. Gaoyuan observed with keen insight and felt a profound ache in his heart. However, he understood that this emotional knot must ultimately be unraveled by oneself. Presently, Huo Yuhan had already ascended to the status of a great soul master a year prior, albeit a provisional one. Gaoyuan harbored no intentions of guiding her in the pursuit of soul rings, as his aspirations remained firmly fixed upon the sky dream ice silkworm. In contrast, Gaoyuan was unburdened by such concerns. He had ventured into the Douluo forest early on to hunt a luminous soul beast, thereby acquiring his second soul ring. He discovered that his golden tree martial spirit possessed the remarkable ability to actively modify soul rings, suggesting that he need not confine himself solely to hunting luminous soul beasts. His second soul skill, named Sacred Tree's Blessing, was a restorative ability. Regardless of the severity of the injury, healing was possible. However, the efficacy of the healing was contingent upon his soul power consumption. In essence, as long as his soul power was ample and he drew breath, he could revive another. Nonetheless, this soul skill bore limitations. Once initiated, it could not be voluntarily halted. Healing could only cease when the injury was fully mended or when his soul power was entirely expended, and furthermore, it could not be employed on the same individual within a short time frame. Gaoyuan felt quite satisfied with this soul skill, for it could undoubtedly be regarded as a divine technique. Perhaps with his current soul power, he could only manage some minor cuts. But once he attained the rank of Soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, it could be said that with him around, survival would be virtually assured. Brother Gaoyuan, when will you take me to hunt for soul rings? Huo Yuhao asked, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she gently shook his arm. After all, she had been cultivating diligently for an entire year. Gaoyuan had ventured to obtain soul rings soon after reaching level 20, yet whenever she reached that milestone, he would always concoct various excuses to prevent her from joining him, which left her quite exasperated. Gaoyuan contemplated for a moment and then remarked, "Let us embark on this endeavor in the coming days. We shall prepare to hunt for Xiao Han's second soul ring." He was acutely aware that he could no longer postpone their quest, having already delayed for a full year. He hoped that the heavenly dream ice silkworm had successfully escaped by now. Gaoyuan was aware that Tianming had crafted her wisdom soul ring when Huo Yuhao was around 11 or 12 years old. However, this did not imply that she had only escaped that year, for she had already attempted to bond with many others before uniting with Huo Yuhao. Regardless, once they arrived at the Douluo forest, he could easily concoct some excuses to linger there for an extended period, even a year or so, as it was imperative that Tianming be acquired. "Oh yes," Huo Yuhao exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. She had long aspired to become a great soul master, especially since her elder brother Gaoyuan had already reached the 25th level, while she remained at the 20th. She had promised to protect him, thus. It was unacceptable for her to be so far behind in levels. She was determined to prevent the misfortunes that had befallen their mother from recurring in Gaoyuan's life. Observing Huo Yuhan's exuberance, a faint smile graced Gaoyuan's lips. Since departing from the Duke's residence, it had been quite some time since he had seen Yuhan so joyful. Their sole source of income now came from their father's meager support, and Shrek City was notorious for its high cost of living, barely allowing them to break even each year. Gaoyuan was also aware of Huo Yuhan's innate talent for soul engineering and had thus sought out books on soul tool crafting and some rather basic metals. Nevertheless, this endeavor nearly exhausted his entire fortune. However, investing in a child's future seemed a worthy cause. Now, Huo Yuhan had become a self-taught first-level soul engineer and could occasionally craft simple soul tools to contribute to their household expenses. Moreover, she had early on designed a set of soul engineering battle armor for both herself and Gaoyuan, and this time, she would finally don her own crafted armor in actual combat. To save money, the duo opted to walk to the Douluo forest, as every bit saved mattered in their constrained financial situation, particularly since Shrek City was adjacent to the forest. "Gao Gu, what kind of soul skill do you think I will acquire this time?" Huo Yuhan inquired, her anticipation and excitement palpable as she contemplated her impending second soul skill. Perhaps something related to sharing," Gaoyuan mused, tilting his head in thought. After all, Tianming would grant her 4 soul skills, and he wondered if there would be any alterations by the time she reached her second soul ring. "Oh, one that allows us to share vision, like brother?" Huo Yuhan asked curiously, for records of the main body martial souls were exceedingly scarce, and even fewer pertained to spiritual eye types, leaving them to speculate wildly. Indeed, since you aim to pursue a control-type path, having such a soul skill would enable you to share vision with your teammates, thereby better managing the battlefield dynamics. Gaoyuan explained, convinced of the remarkable nature of vision-sharing abilities. As they continued their journey, engaged in conversation, they finally reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest. "Brother, look, there's a little stream," Huo Yuhan exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. Her perceptive abilities had grown significantly, allowing her to see clearly even hundreds of meters away. The sight of the stream thrilled her most, for it implied the possibility of catching fish. Ever since their arrival in Shrek, it had been a long time since she and Gaoyuan had gone rabbit hunting or fishing together, and she longed for the days that, though somewhat arduous, had been filled with joy. Gaoyuan also nodded excitedly, for he too was enticed by Huo Yuhan's skill in grilling fish. However, he remarked, in the future, when you address me as brother, simply call me that. Do not repeat it in succession, as it resembles the clucking of a hen. How annoying. Huo Yuhan turned her head with a haughty expression, choosing to ignore the individual who compared her to a hen. Gaoyuan said little, directly leading Huo Yuhan to the brook. Following their usual practice, they first bathed and playfully caught a few fish before settling down to roast them cheerfully. Chapter 12. The Dream Ice Silkworm Brother Gaoyuan. Why are we still at the outskirts of the Douluo Forest? The soul beasts we encounter are merely 10 years old or just reaching a century. We cannot find a suitable soul ring. Huo Yuhan pouted as she spoke. They had been at the Douluo Forest for over half a year, yet Gaoyuan continued to wander at its periphery with Huo Yuhan, showing no inclination to venture deeper. The Douluo Forest is quite perilous, you know. The last time I sought my second soul ring, I was relentlessly pursued by numerous soul beasts, Gaoyuan replied dismissively. He was aware that the appearance of the dream ice silkworm coincided with a nearly god-slaying 10-year-old wind howler, which surely resided in the forest's depths. Moreover, their current expedition was not aimed at acquiring a soul ring, but rather to seek out the dream ice silkworm. Huo Yuhan nodded helplessly. She had heard Gaoyuan reiterate these sentiments countless times, yet they remained meandering at the forest's fringes. In an effort to deceive Huo Yuhan, Gaoyuan concocted numerous perilous tales of his past encounters in the starry forest, intending to frighten her. Initially, his strategy proved remarkably effective. However, it now seemed that Huo Yuhan had developed an immunity to his stories. Sighing, he remarked, I am quite famished. Shall we indulge in some food? With that, Gaoyuan deftly shifted the conversation. Very well, Huo Yuhan replied reluctantly, retrieving a skewer of roasted meat from her storage soul guide and began to grill it for herself. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Ah, Huo Yuhan, your culinary skills are truly improving. Gaoyuan praised her while savoring the skewers. Huo Yuhan beamed with joy. Regardless of the time, receiving compliments from her elder brother Gaoyuan always brought her immense happiness. However, just as they were enjoying their meal, Huo Yuhan suddenly gestured for Gaoyuan to look behind him. 3 wolves were slowly approaching from 50 meters away, Stormwind magic wolves. Gaoyuan discovered that it was the Gale Demon Wolf, a pack-oriented soul beast, with the leader being approximately 700 years old. These wolves posed little threat to Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhan. Gaoyuan gestured for Huo Yuhan to prepare for battle. Huo Yuhan retrieved her self-crafted primary soul-guided blade from her soul guide device, instantly activating her martial spirit. With a powerful leap, she charged forward. Before long, the leading wolf among the 3 had been slain by Huo Yuhan, causing the remaining 2 to scatter in fear. Huo Yuhan, however, made no attempt to pursue them. Instead, she skinned the fallen wolf king and returned to Gaoyuan's side. Well done. Gaoyuan praised Huo Yuhan, though she was now splattered with the fresh blood of the wolf king, resembling a bloodthirsty young girl. Huo Yuhan nodded slightly, taking out some water to cleanse the bloodstains. Appearing much improved. Haha, at last, I have encountered a talented little one. What a pity that I do not shed tears. Otherwise, I would be weeping profusely. Alas, she is not a human of the spiritual attribute. The little girl beside seems to be, but she does not appear as formidable as this young man. Young man, I am coming. Brace yourself for my strength. A voice echoed in Gaoyuan's ear, a rather feminine tone, lacking in melodiousness, tinged with a somewhat hoarse quality. Gaoyuan inquired, Xiaohan, do you hear any sound? Huo Yuhan, with a perplexed expression, shook her head and replied, No, I haven't. I'm not speaking to you. We are currently engaging in a mental exchange. You must be astonished, for you are about to receive an unprecedented million-year wisdom soul ring. Are you the heavenly dream ice silkworm? Gaoyuan communicated with that enigmatic voice through his mental prowess. To his surprise, the little one had indeed heard of her illustrious title. It appeared that she was quite renowned among humans, much to her delight, as she chuckled heartily. Gaoyuan was rendered speechless by this. Without further ado, little one, let us commence. Hold on. I command you to become the wisdom spirit ring of that young girl beside me. Gaoyuan's voice reverberated within Tiandream's mind. What? A million-year spirit ring? To obtain such a spirit ring is a privilege. You have been chosen by the sister. How can you simply change your mind? Tiandream's voice took on a tone of indignation, a tremendous force of mental energy surging towards Gaoyuan's mind. However, in an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Gaoyuan, manifesting his martial spirit, the Golden Dragon King. After the fall of the Dragon God, the spirit beast's body was split into two. One part transformed into the Golden Dragon King, while the other became the Silver Dragon King. Gaoyuan's martial spirit was derived from the Golden Dragon King of this world. An overwhelming pressure immediately descended upon Tiandream. You are not human. Tiandream's trembling voice reached him. I am now instructing you to become that young girl's spirit ring. Is that acceptable? Gaoyuan's tone was somewhat frigid. All right. Please retract the pressure. I cannot endure it any longer. Tiandream's pleading voice came through. You must surely know who I am by now. Should you dare to play any tricks, you comprehend the consequences. Yes, please, I beseech you to relieve this pressure. Tiandream continued to plead, initially perceiving Gaoyuan's martial spirit as an extraordinary tree, only to discover it was something far more formidable. Humph! Gaoyuan let out a cold snort, significantly diminishing the pressure he had exerted. Do not be disheartened. Allow me to inform you that the young girl is destined for divinity. As her wisdom spirit ring, you shall attain eternal life. I hope you seize this opportunity. Yes. Tiandream replied hastily, revealing herself. A chilling aura emanated from the fissures in the ground, the surrounding temperature noticeably dropping as the cracks gradually widened. In a moment, a round, plump head appeared before Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's body trembled, and Gaoyuan quickly supported her, softly saying, Do not be afraid, I am here. A colossal ice silkworm exceeding 7 meters in length manifested before them, its frigid presence causing Huo Yuhao to shiver uncontrollably. What is it? Huo Yuhao inquired curiously of Gaoyuan, sensing no malice from the immense creature. I am called Tiandream. You may refer to me as Sister Tiandream, the unparalleled. Tiandream, the ice silkworm, initially intended to declare herself as an unmatched powerhouse, but upon noticing Gaoyuan behind her, she hastily altered her statement, the unparalleled beauty. I have cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for the longest lifespan on Douluo Continent. Huo Yuhan's expression turned somewhat dazed. 100? 1,000,000-year spirit beast? Do not be astonished, little one. I am here to become your spirit ring, an unprecedented wisdom spirit ring. Tiandream, the ice silkworm, said with a cheerful demeanor. Accustomed to being oppressed, at least Gaoyuan had not been excessively harsh, merely applying some pressure. Gaoyuan also dispelled the spirit possession and inquired of Tianming. Why do you possess a female form? Tianming Bingcan, taken aback, wore an expression of bafflement. Such a question seemed rather inappropriate. All right, it's nothing. Gaoyuan gestured for the two. No, one being and one silkworm, to proceed. Fortunately, Gaoyuan had the foresight to anticipate that if he were to accompany Huo Yuhao, Tianming might choose him instead. It was serendipitous that he discovered his Golden Dragon King seemed to be an integral part of the Soul Beast Sovereign. The pressure he exerted proved remarkably effective on soul beasts. However, the impact of this pressure varied significantly across different years and species of soul beasts. Even if he maximized the intensity of his pressure, its effect on an entity like Emperor Tian would be virtually negligible. In contrast, Tianming Bingcan, being the most rudimentary of soul beasts within the food chain, was far more susceptible to Gaoyuan's pressure, resulting in a considerably more pronounced effect. In preparation for this moment, Gaoyuan diligently studied how to enhance his pressure release after acquiring the second spirit ring. Fortunately, during this time, he succeeded in impressing Tianming, although he was perplexed by her transformation into a female form. The Heavenly Tao Father, author, remarked, Do you not find it peculiar that a male spirit resides within your wife's mind? Chapter 13 Nav. Huo Yuhao stood there in a daze, pondering the implications of 1,000,000-year spirit ring. Was it possible to create a spirit ring of such magnitude? Wasn't the highest tier a 10,000-year spirit ring? The suddenness of it all left her bewildered. Though she longed for a higher tier spirit ring, a mere 1,000-year spirit ring, like her brother Gaoyuan's, would suffice. She had never even dared to dream of a 1,000,000-year spirit ring, let alone a 10,000-year one. This left Huo Yuhao utterly confused. However, it seemed that Gaoyuan was not anxious, which might not be a bad sign for her. Yet, regardless of the truth, this immense silkworm was beyond her capacity to contend with. I am about to begin. I shall not cause you excessive pain. Tianming suddenly noticed Gaoyuan's cold visage, sensing a chill more frigid than the depths of ice permeating her being. She hurriedly reassured, "It will not hurt at all, rest assured." Gaoyuan. Huo Yuhao turned to him, only to see him nod. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of extreme cold enveloped her, rendering her unconscious. The 10 golden rings upon Tian Meng's ice silkworm seemed to come alive, pulsating with energy. The rings swiftly encircled Huo Yuhan's petite form, while the ice silkworm transformed into a luminous white aura that continuously surged into her body. Deep within the Douluo forest, a young girl of 11 or 12 gazed in a certain direction, whispering, "Have you come? Are you here to find me?" She sensed a familiar presence flicker past her. This marked the 784th time she had felt this essence, yet he had not sought her out. "Never mind, I shall go find him," she declared. And with that, her figure vanished in an instant. A colossal head emerged from the lake of life, emitting a voice, "My lord? Oh, this little one seems to be stronger than I anticipated." Perhaps, as that individual suggested, she could attain immortality. However, it appears additional seals are still necessary. An intangible wave of spiritual energy radiated from Huo Yuhao. The young girl, en route to this direction, seemed to sense this faint spiritual resonance. Just then, the once clear skies darkened abruptly, and a thunderous roar resonated from above. In that instant, the sun's radiance was entirely obscured by darkness, and an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, rendering it difficult to breathe. Gaoyuan observed the scene before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was accomplished. Indeed, Electrolux had arrived, albeit belatedly. As Tian Meng endeavored to merge with Huo Yuhao, a tremendous sound reverberated, causing his body to tremble violently. Yet, at this moment, Gaoyuan's voice echoed, "Do not concern yourself with it. Simply continue." Heeding this, Tian Meng refrained from further distraction and persisted in his task. A rather indistinct figure emerged from behind Huo Yuhao. An ancient voice resonating with an indescribable authority proclaimed, "With the sun and moon in hand, and the stars within my grasp, there exists no one like me in this world. Who would have thought that an old man like me could retain even a sliver of a lingering soul? Surely, an old gentleman poses no significant threat." Ha ha ha. In an instant, the hazy figure swiftly penetrated Huo Yuhan's occiput, vanishing from sight. "What a formidable presence," murmured the young girl, hastening towards Gaoyuan, her pace quickening with concern. "You won't encounter any trouble, will you?" Upon uttering these words, her speed increased significantly. The gray mist, upon entering Huo Yuhan's mind, transformed into a gray orb the size of a mung bean, subsequently settling into silence. Tian Meng attempted to establish a connection with the gray orb using his mental energy, discovering that it neither clashed with his own powers nor was it influenced by him. Recalling Gaoyuan's advice to disregard it, Tian Meng chose to cease his engagement with the orb. Huo Yuhan's body had now taken on the luster of white jade, reminiscent of Tian Meng's earlier transformation into an ice silkworm, gradually undergoing changes. She appeared taller, and her physique hinted at further development. Ha ha ha. Regardless of how things unfold, sister has finally escaped those wretched fiends. Those scoundrels who regarded her as mere sustenance shall find no opportunity now. Tian Meng laughed with exuberance. Gaoyuan observed that Tian Meng was gradually merging into Huo Yuhao's body and breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed the fusion had succeeded. However, Huo Yuhao remained in a deep slumber, evidently drained from the strenuous integration process. Gaoyuan resolutely took on the role of a guardian nearby. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he sensed the approach of another presence, accompanied by a familiar essence emanating from their martial soul. "Halt!" Gaoyuan exclaimed loudly. "I have a companion who is currently absorbing a soul ring. I kindly ask that you take an alternate route." Gaoyuan called out in a particular direction. Before him appeared a girl of exquisite beauty, with a tall and slender figure, exuding an ethereal grace and an air of cool detachment. In the depths of Gaoyuan's being, the Golden Dragon King's spirit surged with fervor, as if on the verge of breaking free. Yet, he managed to suppress this sensation and, with a cautious hand, reached for his storage soul guide, inquiring with a hint of wariness, "Who might you be?" In the Douluo forest, the true peril often does not stem from the soul beasts, but from humanity itself. Thus, despite the inexplicable kinship he felt towards the girl before him, born from his martial spirit, vigilance was imperative. "Who might you be?" the girl asked, somewhat bewildered. "How should I know who you are?" "What?" Gaoyuan responded, perplexed. Was this girl not quite right in the head? "Nevertheless," he continued, "and what is your purpose here?" "Oh, I'm Naur. I came to find you," she replied with a sweet tone. "Naur, Gaoyuan mused, struggling to recall anyone named Na-er in Huo Yuhao's life, though he did remember someone named Nana, a soul master from the Sun-Moon Empire. I have not wronged you. Why seek me? Is it for vengeance, or? His caution heightened, for he could not discern her strength. In the Douluo realm, soul power often conceals true age, and this girl, appearing around 11 or 12, could very well be an ancient entity in disguise. I don't know. It's your fault for not coming to find me, so I came to seek you, she exclaimed, exuding a sense of urgency. What? I didn't go looking for you. So you sought me out? Gaoyuan found himself at a loss for a retort. Her reasoning seemed perfectly sound. The girl nodded and gazed at him. What do you want with me? As he observed her, his wariness began to dissipate, realizing she might simply be naive, perhaps even a little unhinged for her age. I don't know. I just felt the need to find you because you smell nice, the girl confessed, her eyes revealing a flicker of confusion. She herself could not understand why she sought him, yet here she was. Gaoyuan decided to abandon further discourse with this peculiar girl. Then shall I call you Na-er? He surmised she might be a lost child, alone in the treacherous Douluo forest. Perhaps he could escort her out safely. Yes. She nodded in agreement. Do you have family? Why are you here alone in the Douluo forest? Are you seeking a soul ring? Gaoyuan bombarded her with questions. But upon seeing her bewildered expression, he realized he would not glean the answers he sought. Do you not remember any of what I just asked? Gaoyuan sat upon a stone, rubbing his forehead in perplexity. Na-er nodded, equally at a loss. With only the singular thought in her mind, to find the man before her, drawn inexplicably by his pleasant scent. This girl, Na-er, seemed to possess no knowledge beyond her name. She was entirely ignorant of why she had appeared in the Douluo forest, or the purpose behind her search for him. It was as if she were a blank slate. Are you a soul master? Gaoyuan inquired, a headache forming from the confusion. Na-er nodded once more. May I see your martial spirit? Gaoyuan cautiously suggested, knowing it might be impolite to inquire so soon after meeting. Without a word, an immense force erupted from within her, and a blinding silver light radiated from her being. Gaoyuan gazed in astonishment at Na-er, a familiar sensation washing over him, causing his own martial spirit to stir restlessly. A dragon-type martial spirit. Silver in hue? You. Gaoyuan's mouth fell agape as he swallowed hard. Your martial spirit? My martial spirit. Na-er regarded herself with a hint of confusion as two purple soul rings materialized around her. Does your martial spirit have a name? Gaoyuan asked, astonished to discover a spirit so strikingly similar to his own, realizing that his martial spirit was considered to be of divine caliber. Na-er returned to her original state. Fortunately, her attire showed no signs of the destructive force that had accompanied Gaoyuan's initial martial spirit manifestation. Gaoyuan couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity, about to ask Na-er where she bought her clothes, but then it occurred to him that she probably remembered nothing. So it would be futile to inquire. My martial soul. Na tilted her head, seemingly lost in thought. I don't know what it's called. Why don't you name it for me? Me? Gaoyuan was taken aback, but after a moment's consideration, he thought of his own martial soul, the golden dragon. Hers seemed similar, resonating with his in some inexplicable way. How about silver dragon? Na frowned slightly. Lewd dragon? I'm not lewd. What? Gaoyuan was baffled. He had merely suggested a name, nothing indecent. I refuse to be called lewd dragon. Let's go with rainbow dragon instead, Na declared, decisively naming her martial soul. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, within Huo Yuhao's mind, Tianming was trembling uncontrollably. Why has she followed me here? Is she after me? Tianming had been trapped in the core region of the Douluo forest, gnawed upon by savage beasts, as if she were medicinal herbs. Among them, the Silver Dragon King had been the most voracious, and as the sovereign of all spirit beasts, being devoured by her was considered an honor. 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Silver Dragon King had sealed her memories and taken human form. Seizing that opportunity, Tianming had barely escaped the core region, only to be discovered by one of the savage beasts, a creature called Xiangjun. It had hidden her away, nibbling on her from time to time, careful not to consume too much lest its rapid cultivation draw unwanted attention. Finally, Tianming had managed to flee Xiangjun's grasp, only to encounter Gaoyuan and his companions. Yet, to her dismay, Gaoyuan had rejected her, forcing her upon Huo Yuhao instead. Why must my fate be so bitter? Huo Yuhao observed the trembling giant worm before her with curiosity. What's wrong? There's a woman outside, talking to your beloved Gaoyuan, Tianming replied. And she's no ordinary woman. The two had already exchanged basic information, so Tianming was well aware of Huo Yuhao's attachment to Gaoyuan. A woman? What woman? Huo Yuhao panicked. She knew all too well that Gaoyuan was defenseless against feminine wiles. What if he was being deceived? The more beautiful the woman, the greater the danger. Without another word to Tianming, Huo Yuhao jolted awake. Gaoyuan, brother, she called out weakly. Oh, you're awake, Yuhao? Gaoyuan had just settled on a name for Nara's martial soul when Huo Yuhao stirred. How are you feeling? 1,000-year soul ring must have been quite a strain. Gaoyuan asked, giving her a meaningful glance. Huo Yuhao immediately nestled into his embrace, murmuring, I'm so tired. It's all right. I'm here. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Gaoyuan couldn't resist running his fingers through her silky hair, as if he could never get enough of its softness. No, I just want to rest in your arms, Huo Yuhao pouted. 1,000-year soul ring was a bit too much for me. It drained me. She was well aware that a 1,000,000-year soul ring wasn't something to be casually mentioned. All right, I'll hold you like this. Gaoyuan adjusted his position to cradle her more comfortably. Nearby, Nana watched as Huo Yuhao nestled in Gaoyuan's embrace, an indescribable feeling stirring within her. Something sour, something bitter. Gaoyuan brother, who is this? Huo Yuhao whispered. Ah, this is Nar. She got lost in the Stardow forest and happened to run into us, Gaoyuan explained. It wasn't by chance. I came looking for you, Nar corrected earnestly. Huo Yuhao studied the girl before her. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, Nar possessed a delicate, graceful charm, undeniably attractive. And the more attractive the woman, the more dangerous she is. Why were you looking for Gaoyuan, brother? Huo Yuhao demanded. I don't know. I just found his scent. Comforting, Nar answered, her eyes clouded with confusion. Gaoyuan whispered softly into Huo Yuhan's ear. This girl seems to have some mental affliction. She appears unable to recall previous events. Huo Yuhan remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Nar, and cautiously remarked, Are you drawn to my brother Gaoyuan's charm? What nonsense are you spouting? Nar retorted before she could respond. Gaoyuan playfully flicked Huo Yuhan's forehead, exclaiming, How can one describe a man with beauty? Men should be characterized as suave and dashing, like a jade tree standing tall. Do you understand? Ah, I see now. Huo Yuhan said, pityingly rubbing her head as she gazed at Gaoyuan. I am indeed captivated by his charm. Unexpectedly, Nar interjected, See, this woman harbors ulterior motives. Brother Gaoyuan, you must be cautious. Who knows when she might deceive you and take your kidney? Huo Yuhan clutched Gaoyuan tightly, pointing accusingly at Nar. Gaoyuan rubbed his head, feeling a slight headache. He regretted sharing stories about kidnappers with her. Initially, he was concerned that Huo Yuhan might be abducted. So he recounted numerous tales of human traffickers, substituting certain adult themes with euphemisms. Boys must protect themselves when venturing out into the world. Huo Yuhan earnestly reminded him as she nestled against Gaoyuan. Watching Huo Yuhan comfortably embraced in Gaoyuan's arms, Nar found herself pondering what it felt like to be held. Chapter 15. Tanya and Bei Bei after a day of travel, Gaoyuan cautiously suggested. Shall we take a rest? Huo Yuhan pouted and reluctantly nodded. Upon absorbing the 1,000,000-year soul ring, she noticed a young girl had unexpectedly appeared beside her brother Gaoyuan, who, despite his kindness, chose to bring Nar along on their journey. This development displeased little Yuhan, as her brother had always warned her to be wary of kidnappers. Yet here he was, distracted by a pretty girl. Shall I fetch some meat? Are we having barbecue? Gaoyuan inquired, casting a glance at Huo Yuhan. Uncertain of the source of her displeasure, it seemed trivial to him to assist a lost girl. Fine, Huo Yuhan replied with a resigned nod, beginning to gather the necessary camping supplies. Meanwhile, Nar quietly followed behind Gaoyuan. Before long, Gaoyuan returned, carrying a deer on his shoulders. Wow, that's impressive. Huo Yuhan instinctively began to praise him, but upon noticing Nar trailing behind, she swallowed her words. After all, it was Gaoyuan's decision to bring this young girl along. Despite Sister Tianming's repeated warnings about the dangers posed by women, Gaoyuan busied himself with the game he had just returned, and before long, several skewers of perfectly grilled meat appeared in his hands. Trouble for you, Yuhan, he said, handing the skewers to Huo Yuhan, who was tending to the fire. Humph, why don't you roast them yourself? Huo Yuhan retorted with a hint of annoyance as she accepted the skewers. Who could resist the unparalleled culinary skills of my sister Yuhan? Gaoyuan quipped, showering her with playful praise. Huo Yuhan, quite fond of such flattery, began to grill the meat with a cheerful demeanor. Soon, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. How delightful! Nair exclaimed. gazing at Huo Yuhao with admiration. You are truly amazing. Hee, it's nothing special, Huo Yuhao replied, feeling a bit shy under Na-Er's compliments. Especially since she had just referred to herself as the villain in Gaoyuan's story. Come on, let's eat. If you keep praising her, she'll be over the moon, Gaoyuan said, chewing on a skewer of meat. Humph, if it's not delicious, you won't get to eat it, Huo Yuhao declared, rising to snatch the skewer from Gaoyuan's hand. Gaoyuan swiftly turned to protect the skewers of meat, exclaiming, delicious, absolutely delicious. I have always asserted that Xiao Yuhan's culinary skills are unparalleled in the world. Just as the group was indulging in their feast, a melodious and captivating voice chimed in. What a delightful aroma. Gaoyuan turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld two figures emerging from the thicket. Leading the way was a young girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Her long ponytail cascaded down her back, and she was clad in a light blue athletic outfit that accentuated her budding physique. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vivacity, complemented by a delicate nose and strikingly beautiful features that framed her nearly flawless oval face, which bore an expression of mild surprise. Oh no! Has my brother taken a liking to this girl? Will he bring her along as well? Huo Yuhao thought, feeling a surge of exasperation. It was clear that her brother already had someone special, so why was he still attracting attention? However, her concerns were swiftly allayed as she noticed a young man following closely behind the girl. He was indeed handsome, yet he paled in comparison to her brother's charm. The girl, bounding with exuberance, quickly approached Huo Yuhao and Gaoyuan, her outfit seemingly dripping with anticipation. Hello, little ones. Are you selling this grilled meat? It smells absolutely divine. Gaoyuan suddenly realized that the young woman before him must be Tanya, the leader of the Tang sect. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her, while Huo Yuhao cast a rather icy stare at Gaoyuan, clearly displeased with his lingering gaze upon the young lady. Not for sale, Huo Yuhao remarked with a hint of irritation. Gaoyuan was momentarily taken aback. Should it not have been a straightforward delivery? Could there be some unforeseen variables at play? It seemed improbable. Over the past few years, he had instilled in Huo Yuhao the spirit of mutual assistance when venturing outside. The rejection was rather resolute. Ever since the passing of Huo Yuner, Gaoyuan had strived to maintain their original trajectory, particularly with the ambition of entering Shrek Academy and Tang sect, as the purple extreme demon eye appeared exceptionally suited for Huo Yuhan's cultivation. Yet, concerning Tang San, he had vanished from the Douluo Continent for a millennium. Even the most illustrious history would fade with the passage of time. Thus, joining Tang sect had little to do with Tang San. Children speak without restraint. If you desire to eat, take it freely. When one is away from home, friends are essential. The more friends one has, the more avenues open, Gaoyuan remarked, handing some skewers to Tanya and Bei. Then I shall graciously accept, Tanya replied joyfully, unceremoniously settling down to eat. Bei, however, revealed a hint of shyness as he said, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. I shall abstain. Come now, there is no need for such politeness. Eat, eat. We are all quite full, aren't we? Gaoyuan turned to Nar and Huo Yuhao. Sigh, brother is just so eager to help. What will happen if he gets deceived in the future? At this age, he still causes others concern, Huo Yuhao thought, nodding slightly at Gaoyuan. Conversely, Nar displayed a rather bashful expression, softly stating, I am still not full. Gaoyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly divided some of the skewers he held, offering them to Nar while stuffing the remainder into Bei's hands. No worries, if this is insufficient, I can grill more. I just procured some fresh venison. It is particularly fragrant. Regardless of Bei's refusal, Gaoyuan insisted on pulling him down to sit. Bei smiled gently and introduced himself. I am Bei, and this is Tanya. May I ask who you are? Gaoyuan replied, I am Gaoyuan, and the young lady grilling is my sister, Huo Yuhao. This is a lost girl we encountered on our journey, named Nar. Poor Huo Yuhao had initially prepared to pack up, but with the arrival of two more guests, she had no choice but to continue her role as a professional barbecue chef. Under Gaoyuan's guidance, her culinary skills had reached an impressive level, making her adept at grilling meat. Moreover, Gaoyuan's philosophy was to never let the stomach go empty, so their storage soul guide was filled with an abundance of spices. The fresh ingredients, enhanced by the rich seasonings, emitted an alluring aroma. This is exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious barbecue before. Huo Yuhao, how about I hire you as my chef? Tanya said, wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth with a satisfied expression. Indeed, this woman is suspicious. She seeks to lure me away, perhaps even to take my kidney. Huo Yuhao timidly hid behind Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan, noticing the apprehension in Huo Yuhao's demeanor, couldn't help but smile gently as he patted her little head, saying, "My sister is naturally quite shy and tends to be timid around strangers. I hope you can understand." "Brother Gaoyuan, should we head home now?" Huo Yuhao inquired, grasping his hand. "What's the rush? Nera's family hasn't been found yet. Let us explore the outskirts of the Douluo forest for a few more days. We might just encounter Nera's family," Gaoyuan replied. After all, he was also waiting for Tanya to invite Huo Yuhao into the Tang sect, which would facilitate her entry into Shrek Academy. Having resided in Shrek City for quite some time, they were naturally familiar with Shrek Academy. Gaining admission to the academy required not only passing assessments, but also obtaining a recommendation from at least one city lord of a major city. Given their circumstances, it was highly improbable for them to gain entry into Shrek Academy. Initially, Gaoyuan had anticipated that if Huo Yuhao could not join the Tang sect for various reasons, he had a final card to play. He possessed a soul guide device bequeathed by his father, which contained a soul bone approximately 10,000 years old, a torso bone. Among soul bones, the torso variant typically commands a higher price, and this particular bone could be worth several million gold soul coins. As their current strength was insufficient, Gaoyuan did not intend to absorb it. His plan was to auction off the soul bone if necessary, and use the proceeds to purchase 2 recommendation letters from city lords. At present, such letters were estimated to sell for over 200,000 gold soul coins. Of course, if they could manage to obtain the recommendations another way, it would save them at least 200,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 16. Tang Secto? You emerged from the Douluo forest? Bei Bei inquired. Indeed. We ventured there to acquire our second soul ring. Gaoyuan intentionally revealed a hint of Huo Yuhao's talent. Bei Bei and Tangyo exchanged glances, both registering their surprise. Unable to contain her curiosity, Tanya asked, "How old are you two to have already obtained 2 rings?" "My sister is only 11 years old. She is a prodigious talent, my pride," Gaoyuan proclaimed with evident pride, silently wishing for them to quickly invite her into the Tang sect. Though Huo Yuhao felt elated by Gaoyuan's words, she was still somewhat anxious. "Silly brother, why do you divulge everything? Do you even know who they are? What if they harbor ill intentions upon learning our soul power level?" "Wow, an 11-year-old soul master, what remarkable talent!" Bei Bei exclaimed in admiration. Tanya, with a quick shift of her gaze, promptly asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing these words, Gaoyuan naturally understood that she was referring to the background of the hall. He replied, "My sister and I rely on each other for support. Our future remains uncertain. Perhaps we might try our luck at Shrek Academy, although we have yet to acquire a letter of recommendation." "Ah, what about your family?" Bei Bei inquired, somewhat puzzled. In Gaoyuan's expression, a hint of sorrow emerged as he said, "We share no blood ties. I was taken in by the Yuhao family since childhood. However, Yuhan's parents departed from this world 5 years ago, leaving us to rely on each other." Although Huo Yuhao was reminded of her own mother and felt a twinge of melancholy, she playfully pinched the soft flesh at Gaoyuan's waist, causing him to gasp sharply. This elder brother of hers constantly admonished her to be cautious while out in the world. Yet he himself lacked the discernment to guard his own secrets. He divulged everything to others with just a few words. How could she possibly trust such a brother to navigate the complexities of the martial world? Who knew when he might be deceived? Perhaps even counting gold spirit coins for someone else? It was evident that she needed to remain by his side. "Apologies, I shouldn't have brought up your sorrowful past," Bei Bei said with some regret. "Not at all. It has long since passed," Gaoyuan replied, discreetly pressing down the hand that had been pinching his waist. "Since you have no plans for the future, would you consider joining our sect?" Tanya inquired, her excitement palpable. "A sect?" Huo Yuhao recalled hearing about various sects on the main roads. Technically, the White Tiger House could be considered one as well. Indeed, our sect was once the #1 in the world. Joining us will certainly not be a disadvantage, and we can watch over one another in the future, Tangyo asserted. "What is your sect called?" Huo Yuhao asked. "Tang sect, the once illustrious #1 sect in the world," Tangyo declared earnestly. Upon hearing the name Tang sect, Huo Yuhao's body trembled slightly. Although the Tang sect had waned in power, its legacy in the annals of Douluo Continent's history was undeniably significant. "Huo sister, have you heard of the Tang sect?" Bei Bei inquired. Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, "I have heard some tales about it." Gaoyuan observed as Huo Yuhao engaged in conversation with Tanya and the others, choosing to listen quietly. Tang Ye's eyes appeared slightly red as she spoke. The Tang clan no longer possesses a residence. Our foundation has been seized. Currently, only Bei Bei and I remain. I am the present leader of the Tang clan, and Bei Bei is my esteemed disciple. Huo Yuhao expressed her surprise, having initially thought the two were a couple, only to discover they were mentor and disciple. This revelation made her even more apprehensive about Gaoyuan joining the Tang clan. What if he were deceived? Especially with such a charming leader? Bei Bei cleared her throat and said, "As you can see, Huo Mei, the Tang clan consists solely of Xiaoya and me at this moment. However, we are determined to restore the clan's former glory. If you are willing, we would be delighted to have you join us." Before Huo Yuhao could respond, Gaoyuan interjected, "Yes. My sister and I have grown up hearing tales of the Tang clan. We are eager to join." "No," Huo Yuhao retorted, "you cannot join the Tang clan." Bei Bei, Xiaoya, and Gaoyuan exchanged astonished glances, perplexed by her reaction. "Yuhan, although the Tang clan may have diminished, its heritage remains. With our combined efforts, we can surely revitalize it," Gaoyuan gently encouraged. "Is there a specific reason you are reluctant to join?" He added, "Moreover, the Tang clan secures an annual spot for direct admission into Shrek Academy. Both Bei Bei and I have already secured our places, and this year, one slot remains available. If you join us, that opportunity would naturally belong to both of you." Xiaoya chimed in, as she genuinely admired Yuhan's skills, especially her delectable roasted dishes. "I don't care, my brother simply cannot join the Tang clan," Huo Yuhao stubbornly declared. However, Gaoyuan discerned a glimmer of insight. Her refusal for him to join might imply that she could indeed join herself. Gaoyuan tentatively inquired, "What if your brother chooses not to join? Would you consider joining on your own?" "Huh. If my brother refrains from joining the Tang sect, it matters not to me. However, what does joining the sect entail?" "I have no desire to part from my brother," Huo Yuhao replied, enveloping herself in Gaoyuan's embrace. "He is my only family, and I wish to accompany him for a lifetime." "Oh, foolish girl, a lifetime is quite long. Perhaps one day you may grow weary of your brother." Gaoyuan chuckled gently. Tang Ye remarked, "Our Tang sect does not impose stringent restrictions on its members. One merely needs to lend assistance to the sect when required." "I see. Brother, would you allow me to join?" Huo Yuhao gazed up at Gaoyuan, hastily adding, "But you must not join." "Very well, if that is the case. Then Huo Yuhao shall join the Tang sect. I have no objections. What do you both think?" Gaoyuan was indifferent, even somewhat reluctant to join the Tang sect, fearing that if he refrained, Huo Yuhao might also hesitate. Yet, the tables had turned, leaving Gaoyuan somewhat perplexed. Tang Ye noticed that both of them exhibited fluctuations in soul power, with Gaoyuan's prowess being no less than Huo Yuhao's. Both were prodigies. Given their relationship, if one joined the Tang sect, it essentially meant both were part of it. Although she was uncertain why Huo Yuhao was reluctant for her brother to join, it was merely a matter of title. "Excellent. We warmly welcome you to our Tang sect," Tang Ye exclaimed joyfully, not anticipating that in the pursuit of a soul ring, she would encounter two young prodigies. However, it seemed that everyone overlooked Nar, save for Bei Bei, who was the only one to notice her. "What of Nar?" Bei Bei inquired, addressing Nar, who stood nearby, still gnawing on roasted meat. "Huh, I didn't expect you to notice me." "I am with Brother Gaoyuan," Nar replied. "What do you mean, Brother Gaoyuan? You are not his sister. He is mine," Huo Yuhao retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Nar's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she appeared on the verge of crying. Gaoyuan hastily remarked, "It is merely a title. Do not dwell on it so much. If Nar wishes to call me brother, then let it be." As he spoke, Gaoyuan offered a smile to Nar. She, in turn, beamed with joy, having long desired to address Gaoyuan as brother, just like Huo Yuhao did. Huo Yuhao sighed in frustration. Acutely aware that she was the one and only, Gaoyuan noticed that Yuhao was upset and hurriedly sought to appease this little darling. Alas, he had come to assist the destined child, yet found himself in the role of a caretaker. In Chapter 17, The Appointment at Shrek, through Gaoyuan's relentless efforts, he finally managed to soothe Huo Yuhao. "I apologize for the disturbance," Gaoyuan said with a hint of embarrassment to Tang Ye and Bei Bei. "Yuhao is still young and doesn't he quite understand?" "Haha, it's quite all right. That's what makes her charming," Tang Ye remarked, harboring a fondness for the delightful little girl. After saying this, she retrieved a tome from her storage soul guide and handed it to Huo Yuhao. "Little Yuhao, this is a manuscript of our Tang sect Xiantian Baolu, which contains the secrets of our sect. Among them, the Xiantian Gong is fundamental. and through meditation, it will undoubtedly enhance your cultivation speed. Additionally, it encompasses the 5 supreme arts of our Tang sect, Shen Yu Hand, Zgmo Tong. Controlling crane and capturing dragon, mysterious shadow and elusive footsteps, as well as the art of hidden weapons. By the way, little Yuhuan, what is your martial soul? Bei Bei inquired with genuine interest, as they had been discussing for some time, without learning about Huo Yuhuan's martial soul. My martial soul is the spirit eye, which is my eyes, Huo Yuhuan replied, and with that, she activated her martial soul. A flash of golden light gleamed in her eyes, and 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared around her. An innate martial soul. Both Tangya and Bei Bei exclaimed in surprise. In that case, our Tang sect's supreme art, Zgmo Tong, is perfectly suited for your cultivation. You must endeavor to practice diligently. Receiving the Xian Tian Baolu from Xiaoya, Huo Yuhuan carefully tucked it away into her storage soul guide and said, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoya. I will certainly strive to cultivate." Gaoyuan observed with great delight that Huo Yuhan had successfully joined the Tang sect. However, a thought crossed his mind. It seemed that in the coming days, Xiaoya and Bei Bei would likely provide guidance to Huo Yuhan on cultivating the Xiantian treasure record. As someone who was not a member of the Tang sect, he felt it might be inappropriate for him to linger nearby. By the way, Huo Yuhan, what are your soul abilities? Xiaoya inquired with curiosity, as the soul abilities of one's primary martial soul are often quite extraordinary. Huo Yuhan glanced at Gaoyuan and noticed his subtle nod of encouragement before responding. My first soul ability is perception closure, which can diminish the target's sensory capabilities. My second soul ability is vision sharing, allowing me to share my mental detection with my teammates. It is worth mentioning that originally, the Dream of Heaven had bestowed upon her 4 soul abilities, but she had skillfully amalgamated their effects into a singular ability. Gaoyuan was also learning for the first time about Huo Yuhan's soul abilities. After awakening, Huo Yuhan had been quite displeased with Gaoyuan for allowing Nar to accompany him, which made her reluctant to share details about her soul skills. "Wow, that's remarkable," exclaimed Xiaoya, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. As a control or support type soul master, this soul skill was nothing short of extraordinary. It truly felt like a treasure had been discovered. Huo Yuhan scratched her head, acknowledging that combining her 4 skills would indeed create a formidable power. All right. Xiao Yuhan, come here for a moment, Gaoyuan called, waving at her. He then turned to Bei Bei and Xiaoya, saying, Xiao Yuhan will enter Shrek Academy with the exemption qualification from Tang sect. Since both of you are students there, why not let her accompany you? I want to stay with my brother. Huo Yuhan protested, genuinely worried that her brother might be deceived and suffer harm. Tangya and Bei Bei exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with helplessness as they regarded Xiao Yuhan, as if to say, look how attached she is to you. She certainly won't agree. Let me speak with her for a moment, and then I'll entrust Xiao Yuhan to you, Huo Yuhan said, as Gaoyuan pulled her aside. I don't want to leave you. What if someone tricks you, and you get hurt? Huo Yuhan exclaimed, dropping a bombshell with her words. Gaoyuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he could have fallen victim to such a deceit and lost his kidney. A flicker of irritation crossed his mind as he raised his hand and playfully tapped his forehead. What on earth occupies your thoughts daily? I have important matters to attend to. Do you wish to remain with me for the long haul? He inquired. Huo Yuhan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, you see. You have already acquired the qualifications for Shrek Academy, but I have yet to do so. Therefore, I must endeavor to secure my own admission to Shrek Academy. You should head there first, and once I obtain my qualifications, I shall come to find you. Is that agreeable? Gaoyuan earnestly expressed to Huo Yuhan. Can I accompany you in securing the qualifications? I'm concerned about you being on your own, Huo Yuhan replied, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Concerned about me? I'm the one who worries about you. Gaoyuan chuckled, amused by the irony of always being the one to protect her. You're being foolish. Just look at you. You become utterly distracted upon encountering a beautiful girl. What if a charming but deceitful individual lures you away and takes your kidney? I cannot help but worry about you, Huo Yuhan asserted with a tone of conviction. That is not true. I don't just lose my composure over beautiful women. Gaoyuan retorted, genuinely curious as to how he had left such an impression on her, considering his commendable conduct. Just think about it. First, there was Nar, whom you allowed to accompany you simply because she was lovely. And then there is Xiaoya. You surely offered her roasted meat because of her appearance. Huo Yuhan's enchanting eyes sparkled with perceptiveness. No, that was merely my eagerness to assist. My intentions toward Nar were genuinely altruistic, but with Xiaoya, it was indeed a straightforward gesture to help you enter Tamin, he defended. I don't care. I can't trust you. Who knows? You might arrive at Shrek with a dozen girls in tow. Absolutely unacceptable. Huo Yuhao gazed at him with skepticism. Ah, come now, I promise you during this time. I shall not entertain anyone unfamiliar. Is that satisfactory? Gaoyuan assured her, placing his hand over his heart. Really? Huo Yuhan's eyes still reflected a hint of doubt. Absolutely, I give you my word, Gaoyuan declared earnestly. Very well, you must hurry to Shrek and seek me out. Huo Yuhan's gaze conveyed a sense of longing as she stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked Gaoyuan on the cheek, saying, from now on, you are mine. And you are not permitted to flirt with other women. Wait, have I just been kissed against my will? Before Gaoyuan could fully process the moment, Huo Yuhao continued. My mother entrusted me to you. In the future, I will be your wife and bear you many, many children. Where did you learn all this? Gaoyuan asked, touching the spot on his cheek that had just been kissed. It's all written in the illustrated books. Huo Yuhao replied defiantly. I don't care. You are mine now. Has this crossed the line into a distortion of familial affection? It seems he should not have allowed Huo Yuhao to peruse those illustrated books, which were filled with such nonsensical tales. This world is in dire need of a review mechanism. All right, enough of that. Let me tell you something. That million-year soul ring actually bestowed upon me 4 soul skills: mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact. You should grasp their effects from their names. Huo Yuhao whispered to Gaoyuan, eager to reveal all her secrets to her beloved brother. Gaoyuan nodded, as this was something he could surmise. Furthermore, that soul ring had transformed into what is referred to as an intelligent soul ring, and now Sister Tianming is slumbering within the depths of my consciousness. Huo Yuhao continued. Moreover, she has granted me an empty martial soul slot, seemingly allowing for the addition of a new martial soul, which is of the ice attribute. However, the specifics of how to proceed remain unclear to me. Huo Yuhao finished her explanation in one breath, feeling somewhat fatigued, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She then remarked, having divulged all my secrets to you, it is imperative that you promise to marry me in the future. Chapter 18, City of Waves Nar. Have you not recalled anything yet? Gaoyuan inquired with a hint of exasperation. No, I have not, Nar replied, shaking her head. Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao had been apart for 3 days. Huo Yuhao accompanied Xiaoya and Bei to assist Xiaoya in acquiring her soul ring, while Gaoyuan wandered through the town outside the Douluo forest with Nar, hoping to encounter someone who might know her. After several days of exploration, he found himself empty-handed. What should I do? Gaoyuan lamented, somewhat exasperated. This young lady had become attached to him, following him wherever he went. I don't know. Nar tilted her head and gazed at Gaoyuan, her beautiful eyes conveying a simple message. I will follow you. Very well, we shall wait another day. If we still haven't found your family by then, we will set off for Douluo City, Gaoyuan decided. As he had been gathering information and discovered that there would be an auction for the city lord's recommendation letters in Douluo City, he intended to acquire a couple of them. Douluo City, located in the southwestern part of the Douluo forest, was the closest major city to Shrek City, boasting a population of nearly 1 million. Meanwhile, within the Douluo forest, Bei spoke to a somewhat distracted Huo Yuhao as they walked. Junior sister. Our Tangsek's Xiantian skill is one of the finest cultivation techniques in the continent. With diligent practice, you will surely reap rewards. Let me explain the operating principles of the Xiantian skill. You must remember them. Huh. Huo Yuhao snapped back to attention, responding, all right. Bei, with his gentle and meticulous nature, patiently elucidated the various aspects of the Tangsek's techniques, offering clear explanations whenever Huo Yuhao seemed confused. Tangya could not help but stick out her tongue. She was certain that even as the sect leader, she could not match Bei's clarity and thoroughness. Let us go to Douluo City, Gaoyuan said, having waited yet another day without success. Sure. Nar replied with unexpected excitement, eager to explore the grand human city. After spending several days in a quaint little town, she found it quite delightful, especially with the presence of sweet candies. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had a particular fondness for sweets. Gaoyuan decided to buy a large supply of candies to store in his soul-guiding device, finding joy in occasionally sharing a few with her. Gaoyuan and Nar boarded a rickety carriage, embarking on a journey to the grand city of Douluo. Nar, what is your surname? Do you still remember? Gaoyuan inquired, glancing at the young girl savoring her lollipop. Huh? Me? My surname is Gu, Nar replied, adding, compared to Gu Na, I prefer you to call me Nar. Ah, I see. Very well, Nar. Gaoyuan noted the uncommon surname, Gu, in his mind. Big brother Gaoyuan, Nar cheerfully nodded. After merely 2 days of travel, they arrived at Douluo City. Gazing at the towering city walls that seemed to pierce the sky and the soul-guided devices soaring above, even Gaoyuan couldn't help but marvel at the magnificence of this colossal metropolis. Douluo City was established on a vast plain, sprawling over a considerable area. Ranking among the top 10 cities on the continent, the pair smoothly entered the city, which, located near the Stardow Forest, undoubtedly thrived as a commercial hub. A multitude of soul beast products circulated here, and the service industry, including hotels, was exceptionally developed. Among its many attractions, the Douluo marketplace stood out as a vast emporium where countless goods were exchanged. This included the renowned Douluo auction house, which was the destination of their journey. They intended to exchange a soul bone for gold soul coins and subsequently purchase 2 recommendation letters for Shrek Academy. The reason for 2 letters was, of course, Naer. Gaoyuan discovered that the young girl had become quite attached to him, seemingly indifferent to her quest for family, as she incessantly lingered by his side, pleading for sweets. "Are you certain you wish to attend Shrek Academy?" Gaoyuan inquired once more, considering that if they could locate her family, it might save him a considerable sum of 200,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, given that her first 2 soul rings were a millennium old, it was reasonable to presume her family's circumstances were quite affluent. Surely, they would not be lacking in such a trivial amount. "Wherever you go, brother Gaoyuan, I shall follow," Guna replied as she always did, looking up at him with a pitiful gaze. Brother Gaoyuan wouldn't want to abandon me, would he? Gaoyuan had contemplated placing the young girl in a shelter, considering she was, after all, a spirit master, and thus not in imminent danger. However, each time he broached this subject, Guna would adopt a pitiable expression, gazing at him with eyes full of sorrow, uttering the words, "Brother Gaoyuan, you wouldn't truly want to abandon me, would you?" Who could withstand such a plea? Certainly, Gaoyuan found himself unable to resist. "Very well. Let us first find a place to stay," he conceded, and together with Guna, they began their search for a hotel. Fortunately, being in the bustling metropolis of Douluo City, despite it being their first visit, they effortlessly discovered a rather splendid establishment. It goes without saying that they opted for 2 separate rooms. Gaoyuan lay in bed, gazing helplessly at the ceiling, pondering. After all, Guna possessed 2,000-year soul rings, and her extraordinary divine-level martial soul bore a striking resemblance to his own. It seemed improbable that there were no legends of her on the continent. Despite managing the fated child, Huo Yuhao, he had never encountered any connection between him and Guna. Could it be that his arrival had altered the course of events? Yet, he had not sought her out. She had come to him of her own accord, insisting she was searching for him despite his amnesia and disorientation. Perhaps she was merely lost, separated from her family, but drawn to him due to the familiar aura of their martial souls. She might belong to a hidden aristocratic family, which could explain why she had no entanglements with Huo Yuhao later on. Having reasoned through these thoughts, Gaoyuan felt considerably more at ease. After all, a prestigious hidden family would undoubtedly possess wealth. He decided to remember this when assisting her with the recommendation letter, as 200,000 gold soul coins was still significant for him at this stage. Perhaps once Huo Yuhao became an official advanced soul master, that some would seem trivial. He wondered how that young lady was faring and if she thought of him. "At last, I have absorbed the 1,000-year mandala snake soul ring. Truly, it lives up to its reputation. I can feel my martial soul has grown considerably stronger," exclaimed Tang Yeshu, who had just completed her soul ring absorption. "Congratulations, Sister Xiaya." Huo Yuhao chimed in, no longer as wary of Xiaya and Bei as she had been at first. She had realized they were genuinely kind, teaching her cultivation and caring for her, though nothing compared to her brother Gaoyuan. She pondered how he was doing and if he thought of her. The memory of their parting words still made her cheeks flush. Additionally, she noticed that although Tangya and Bei were ostensibly master and apprentice, they seemed to share a romantic bond. If only she had known, she wouldn't have declined Gao Yuan's request to join the Tang sect. Wait, didn't Gao Yuan mention someone named Chao Zai? She still needed to express her gratitude to Xiao Yuhan for her soul skill, which was undoubtedly remarkable as a 1,000-year mental-type martial soul technique. Without Xiao Yuhan's mental detection sharing, they would not have so easily subdued the 1,000-year mandala snake. Chapter 19. The turbulent auction house. Gao Yuan, lost in thought while gazing at the ceiling, pondered whether that little girl, Huo Yuhan, ever thought of him. Suddenly, he felt a faint tremor at the door lock, but he dismissed it as perhaps someone had mistakenly approached the wrong room. After all, the Douluo Continent was generally far safer than other realms. It was unlikely that one would simply vanish while sleeping in a hotel. However, to his astonishment, the door swung open, and he quickly rose to adopt a defensive stance, wondering if he had offended someone. Moments later, a delicate young girl clad in pajamas stumbled in, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Brother Gaoyuan, I can't fall asleep," she murmured. Gaoyuan blinked in surprise at the sight of Guna in her nightwear. "What do you need me for if you can't sleep? Aren't you grown up enough for me to soothe you? I want to cuddle with you, brother," she replied. And without hesitation, she leaped onto Gaoyuan's bed and wrapped her arms around him. Gaoyuan instinctively inhaled the scent of himself, but found none. He had been frequently teased by Na about his fragrance, which made him hesitant to use soap while bathing these past few days, fearing the lingering scent it might leave. He could assure himself that there was absolutely no odor emanating from him at this moment. Na, however, was a different matter. Gaoyuan gently eased Guna from his embrace, resting his hand on her shoulder. "Xiao Yuhan and I are destined to become husband and wife. What difference does it make? I could also become your wife in the future," Guna unabashedly declared as she clung to Gaoyuan once more. Alas, is it not a peculiar fate to emerge from one circle only to acquire another little wife? Gaoyuan hurriedly dismissed the peculiar year from his mind and said, "Nar, one cannot conduct oneself in such a manner. How can a respectable person have so many wives?" "I don't care," Guna pouted playfully, turning her head in Gaoyuan's embrace. Gaoyuan was suddenly beset by a headache. Why was it that everyone seemed so adept at playing the coquette? Each time he chastised Huo Yuhao, her playful antics rendered him speechless, leaving him unable to utter a single harsh word. Now, Guna had also taken to this artifice. This simply would not do. The sanctity of marriage demands the consent of one's parents and the intermediary of a matchmaker. Huo Yuhan's parents had entrusted her to him, thus granting her the right to be his wife. As for Guna, she had yet to find her family. Such matters could not be taken lightly. Gaoyuan hurriedly asserted that if this girl were to cling to him here, he would be deprived of sleep that night. "Is that so?" Na tilted her head in contemplation, then declared, "Well then, I shall sleep in the same room as my brother. Would that suffice?" Very well, Gaoyuan conceded. Feeling somewhat fatigued today, he had no choice but to agree, thankful that the hotel bed was sufficiently spacious. Gaoyuan placed the quilt between them and said, "You mustn't cross over here." Na cheerfully lay down on her side of the bed and replied, "Good night." "Good night." Upon awakening, he found himself adorned with a clinging little girl. Indeed, a woman's words could scarcely be trusted for half a syllable. Gazing at Guna, who was draped over him, Gaoyuan could only shake his head in resignation. Gently pushing her aside, he headed to the washroom to change. How could such an adorable child drool so much in her sleep? Fortunately, Gaoyuan had brought ample spare clothing. Yet Guna, despite hailing from a prominent family, carried neither a storage-type soul guide nor any token to verify her identity, much to his vexation. During their visit to Bolin City, he resolved to purchase a storage soul guide for the lass. Such a device would undoubtedly prove convenient. After Gaoyuan finished washing up, he noticed the drowsy Guna sitting on the bed, seemingly lost in thought. "Don't dawdle. Hurry and change your clothes so we can head out," he urged, retrieving a set of clothes he had purchased for her during their travels from his storage soul guide. Indeed, the absence of such a device was quite inconvenient. "Gaoyuan, I thought you had abandoned me," Guna said, feeling a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that he was not beside her when she awoke. Nevertheless, she began to change her attire. Hey, give me a heads up before you change," Gaoyuan exclaimed, hastily exiting the room. He couldn't help but wonder how Guna was raised, as she had unashamedly changed in front of a man. Little did he know, Guna had previously been without clothing, using her soul power to conjure an outfit in accordance with human customs. Thus, when her martial spirit manifested, there were no remnants of clothing, as it was merely an illusion conjured by her soul energy. After Guna finished dressing, she stepped out to join Gaoyuan on their way to the auction house. Before Gaoyuan's arrival, he took the opportunity to alter his appearance, understanding that navigating the world could be fraught with peril, necessitating the acquisition of certain essential skills in disguise. Since relocating to Shrek City, he had diligently pursued the mastery of various techniques. Although his skills in disguise were not yet exceptionally refined, they sufficed for the average person. "Do not cause any disturbances during this outing. Simply follow closely behind me," Gaoyuan advised, as he wished to avoid any complications that Guna might inadvertently create, for he was eager to reach Shrek Academy and find Xiao Yuhan. Guna obediently nodded, and Gaoyuan, in a gesture of understanding, placed a piece of candy into her mouth. Indeed, The sweets bestowed by her elder brother Gaoyuan were far sweeter than those she purchased for herself. Naturally, he would provide her with an allowance, though most of it was spent on candy. An opulent circular edifice was adorned with intricate patterns, emanating an air of mystery from its exterior. While the inscription upon the grand entrance clearly indicated its purpose, the wave auction house had arrived. Gaoyuan grasped Guna's small hand and stepped into the auction hall. At that moment, he was disguised as a venerable old man nearing his 70s, while Guna appeared as an elderly lady. He repeatedly cautioned her to remain silent, fearing that her voice and appearance might arouse suspicion. The doorman, as usual, halted their advance, requesting identification. "Young man, this is my first visit," Gaoyuan declared, tossing a crimson card. His voice, aged and raspy, echoed through the entrance. Upon receiving the card, the doorman's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming markedly more respectful. "Lord Soul Saint, please hold on a moment. I shall notify the supervisor at once," he replied hastily, bowing deeply as he returned the crimson card to Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan nodded in satisfaction. The red card he handed over was, in fact, a savings card left by his father. Although it contained little money, its significance was profound. To obtain such a red card, the holder must first attain the rank of Soul Saint, and secondly, they must have maintained a deposit of at least 1 million gold soul coins for over a year to be eligible for the red card. Gaoyuan's father, after all, serves as a trusted confidant to the White Tiger Duke and holds the esteemed position of deputy commander within the White Tiger Legion. It is essential to recognize that the entire Star Luo Empire comprises merely 4 prominent legions: the Royal Guard directly under the royal family, the Star Luo National Army, the White Tiger Legion affiliated with the White Tiger Duke, and the Knight's Glory Legion representing the Noble Alliance. As the deputy commander of one of these 4 legions, Gaoyuan's father wields considerable influence within the military. Chapter 20. The transaction. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully as he said, "I did not anticipate the esteemed presence of the Soul Saint. How may I assist you?" The man promptly signaled to the nearby guards and escorted Gaoyuan and his companion into the auction house. "I wish to sell some items," Gaoyuan replied coolly. "May I inquire about the value of the items you wish to sell?" The middle-aged man asked eagerly. 1 million gold soul coins. "Right this way, please." The man quickly led them into a private chamber, stating, "Might I request that you allow me to appraise your auction items?" "Oh, my apologies for my excitement. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xian Hai, the supervisor of this Bolan auction house. You may call me Little Xian." Noticing Gaoyuan's silence, Supervisor Xian hurriedly continued. He then gestured for Gaoyuan to take a seat on the elaborately crafted golden sofa within the chamber. This exquisite piece of furniture was adorned with an array of jewels, epitomizing opulence. It was evident that this private chamber served as a venue for the auction house to negotiate with esteemed clients. "Supervisor Xian, this is the item I wish to auction," Gaoyuan declared, revealing a soul bone emanating a chilling aura before him. "You intend to sell a soul bone?" Supervisor Xian was taken aback, for the rarity of soul bones is widely acknowledged. Moreover, the item in question was not just any soul bone, but the most precious of all, the torso bone. It is universally recognized that each soul master can equip a maximum of 6 soul bones, which include those for the limbs, torso, and head, not accounting for the even rarer external soul bones. Gaoyuan slightly nodded, lifting the cup of tea that Supervisor Xian had just handed him. He took a delicate sip, immediately engulfed by the fragrant aroma, which prompted him to quietly marvel at the tea's exquisite quality. Supervisor Xian then picked up the torso bone and began to examine it. Observing this, Gaoyuan did not intervene, savoring the tea in his hands, while Guna sat beside him, lost in her thoughts. "How is it?" Gaoyuan inquired after a brief pause of 15 minutes. "Your soul bone dates back approximately 17,000 years, originating from a storm wolf king. It is indeed a rather fine specimen," Supervisor Xian remarked, thoughtfully caressing the soul bone in his hands. "However, could you enlighten me about its provenance?" he asked, aware that a soul bone with an unclear background could pose potential complications for the auction house. "It was acquired 10 years ago from the Stardow Forest," Gaoyuan replied. Supervisor Xian nodded, recognizing that the individual before him had previously presented a red savings card, which he understood the significance of. With the strength of a soul sage, hunting a soul beast of over 17,000 years posed no challenge. In recent years, the average market price for soul bones of similar age has hovered around 1,700,000 gold soul coins. Given that your specimen is a torso bone, its value would be slightly elevated. Our auction house estimates it could fetch approximately 2 million gold soul coins. Xianhai promptly provided his appraisal, continuing, if you wish to consign it at our auction house, the process would require about 2 weeks, with a handling fee of 3%. Of course, should you prefer to sell it directly to us, I can authoritatively offer you a price of 1,800,000 gold soul coins. What do you think? Upon hearing the two proposals put forth by Supervisor Xian, Gaoyuan nodded slightly in agreement. After all, he had begun to investigate the value of this soul bone long before contemplating its sale, estimating it to be worth approximately 2 million gold soul coins. Thus, he decided to sell it to your auction house, requesting 2 letters of recommendation from the city lord, along with a storage soul guide device. With the payment to be deducted from it, Gaoyuan spoke calmly, wishing to avoid wasting time in this matter. However, Supervisor Xian revealed a hint of an awkward smile and responded, esteemed guest. While we do have a few letters of recommendation from the city lord available for sale at our auction house, I can only provide you with one, as only one is directly sold to us. The others are on consignment, and you would need to attend the auction to purchase them yourself. Upon hearing these words, Gaoyuan silently sighed, realizing that several more days would be wasted. When will there be an auction for recommendation letters? Gaoyuan inquired. In 3 days. It will be held in just 3 days, Director Xian hastily replied. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the agreement for you. With that, Director Xian inclined his head slightly in a respectful bow before hurriedly departing. It was evident that Director Xian would not find it difficult to procure even 2 recommendation letters. His insistence on having Gaoyuan remain for the auction was driven by his own considerations. A person capable of casually auctioning a soul bone must certainly come from affluent circumstances, and it was possible that he might take an interest in something. Moreover, since the soul bone being sold could not definitively indicate whether it was acquired through nefarious means, it was only prudent for him to remain until the soul bone was auctioned off. Thus, he devised a plan to subtly manipulate the auction order, arranging for this particular soul bone to be auctioned off the following day. Once it was sold, it would no longer be their concern. Before long, Director Xian returned, carrying a stack of documents and a bracelet. Esteemed sir, here is our sales agreement for your perusal, he said, placing the agreement before Gaoyuan for him to examine. Gaoyuan cast a cursory glance, noted that there were no issues, and promptly affixed his signature. This is the document you requested, the Lord's letter of recommendation. We have received it for 15 gold soul coins at our auction house, so I shall calculate it at the original price for you. As for this storage soul guide, consider it a personal gift from me. It holds little value. With that, Manager Xian handed a letter and a bracelet to Gaoyuan. The selling price for this soul bone is 1,800,000, and the recommendation letter is valued at 150,000, leaving 1,650,000 on this card. After speaking, Manager Xian presented a black debit card to Gaoyuan. With a subtle infusion of soul power, he was able to perceive the balance within, precisely 1,650,000. Furthermore, here you go, please take this. It is our auction house's membership certificate. With this certificate, you may directly enter the auction house next time. Supervisor Xian handed over a crimson plaque. Gaoyuan, upon receiving it, casually toyed with it for a moment before putting it away. Gaoyuan no longer lingered, offering a brief greeting before departing. Once they exited the auction house, the two slipped into a shadowy corner. After ensuring their surroundings were clear, they shed their disguises, reverting to their true selves. Brother Gaoyuan, why is it necessary to purchase a recommendation letter to attend that Shrek? One could buy a whole room full of candy with the cost of just 1 letter. Guna inquired, her large, glistening eyes wide with curiosity. She had come to appreciate the value of money, at least in terms of acquiring sweets. Who knows? Gaoyuan replied, taking Guna's hand and adorning her wrist with the bracelet he had just acquired. Is this a gift for me? Guna asked, her gaze intently examining the bracelet on her wrist. This is a storage soul guide. Now you can keep your belongings safe, Gaoyuan explained. Retrieving Guna's clothes and other items from his storage soul guide and placing them into her hands, Gaoyuan pondered over Guna's inquiry. Indeed, why is a letter of recommendation from the city's lord required to join Shrek Academy? It seems there must be some form of mutual benefit involved. Chapter 21. The auction. During the wait for the auction that required a recommendation letter, Gaoyuan spent 2 delightful days exploring the bustling city of Boplan with Guna. Observing the young ladies' ensemble, he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Gaoyuan had to admit that Guna's figure was truly remarkable, and she exuded a unique beauty in every outfit she donned. It became evident that girls have an innate love for shopping, and Guna was no exception. Over the course of their days in Baplan, she nearly dragged Gaoyuan through every shop, big and small. However, the peculiarity of this little girl was that she was reluctant to purchase anything other than food. In the end, it was at Gaoyuan's insistence that she acquired several sets of clothing for change. The styles varied widely, ranging from youthful campus skirts to sophisticated, mature outfits, and even casual denim attire. "Let us head back to the inn," Gaoyuan suggested, glancing at the charming Guna beside him. Nevertheless, at Gaoyuan's request, Guna donned an outfit reminiscent of an elderly woman today, as it was the day they would venture to the auction house to procure that all-important recommendation letter. With Gaoyuan's disguise magic at play, the pair transformed into an elderly gentleman and lady, walking arm in arm like a tender, loving couple. "Gao Gu, do you think when we grow old, holding hands like this will also carry a certain charm?" Guna playfully winked at Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan, feeling somewhat helpless, pinched Guna's somewhat wrinkled face, lamenting that she should not have been exposed to those chaotic illustrated books. It was all Huo Yuhan's fault for insisting on placing such disordered romance comics in his soul-guiding device. To his surprise, Guna had taken to reading them with great enthusiasm. It seemed that he would need to thoroughly organize his storage soul-guiding device in the near future. The two made their way to the auction house, presenting the identity verification card that Director Xian had given Gaoyuan, and were smoothly granted entry into the auction venue. A young lady approached them respectfully and said, "Welcome to our Boulan auction house. Director Xian specifically instructed me to attend to you both." Gaoyuan gave a slight nod. The young lady led them into a spacious private room. Although the sofa was not as opulent as the one in the secluded chamber they had previously visited with Director Xian, it exuded a sense of elegance and refinement. The tea table was already laid with 2 cups of tea and an array of delicacies. Upon seeing the tempting treats, Guna couldn't help but swallow hard. However, recalling Gaoyuan's words, she refrained from acting impulsively. The young lady smiled gently, saying, "As a distinguished VIP of our Boulan auction house, you are entitled to this exclusive private room. Rest assured, your information will remain absolutely secure within these walls." Gaoyuan settled comfortably onto the sofa, lifting the cup of tea that had been brewed on the table to his lips, savoring a gentle sip. Oh, it proved to be no less delightful than the previous brew. The young lady continued, "Our auction house categorizes its items into 2 types. The open auction, where participants may bid as many times as they wish, with the highest bidder claiming the prize, and the sealed auction, where each participant is afforded but a single opportunity to submit a bid. Once the bidding concludes, the auction house will announce the highest bid, and the victor shall take the prize. Each participation in the auction necessitates a deposit of 10,000 gold coins. However, due to your esteemed status as a VIP client, you are exempt from this deposit." The young lady offered a respectful bow before gracefully exiting, politely shutting the door to the VIP lounge behind her. Directly in front of the VIP lounge stood an enormous soul-guiding screen, currently displaying advertisements for merchants in Wave City. Beside the sofa where Gaoyuan sat, there was a device for entering bidding prices. After becoming acquainted with the auction process, Gaoyuan picked up the auction item list and began to peruse it. The list contained only the items designated for open bidding, with no mention of those intended for silent auction. Gaoyuan perused the auction items with keen interest, acknowledging that this auction house indeed possessed remarkable offerings. Aside from a few 3rd and 4th tier soul tools, there were even auctions for 7th tier soul tools, which, it is worth noting, command prices ranging from 8 to 900,000 gold soul coins, often existing in a market where demand far exceeds supply, particularly in the relatively underdeveloped 3 great empires of the Douluo Continent. Similarly, there were several soul bones available, though most were merely millennia old, and even some dating back just a century, failing to capture Gaoyuan's discerning eye. However, one item did pique his interest, a carving knife, not of the esteemed rank, yet well suited for soul masters below the 5th level. Gaoyuan contemplated purchasing it as a gift for Huo Yuhao, but then reconsidered. Given her prodigious talent, she would likely soon surpass the 5th level. Additionally, it seemed she was destined to encounter a spirit-carving knife later on, rendering the purchase somewhat unnecessary, leaving him in a state of indecision. Among the auction items, the 28th was the city lord's recommendation letter, an item Gaoyuan was determined to acquire. At this thought, he glanced at Guna beside him, pondering whether this affluent lady would reimburse him for the expenses. If her relatives proved elusive, he mused, perhaps he could enlist her services until the debt of 200,000 gold soul coins was settled before allowing her to leave. Guna, noticing Gaoyuan's gaze, flashed him a sweet smile before returning her focus to the delectable morsels before her, indulging bite after bite. In his heart, Gaoyuan silently scoffed, suspecting that Shrek Academy had engaged in some unsavory dealings with the local lords to enact such a regulation, effectively barring the children of commoners from entering the academy's gates. After all, what commoner could possibly know a lord well enough to receive a recommendation? Moreover, the fact that the lord's letters of recommendation could be brazenly auctioned off suggested Shrek's tacit approval, as a mere recommendation could fetch a staggering sum of 100 to 200,000 gold soul coins, a substantial income for any lord. However, this was not his primary concern. His goal was to ensure that Huo Yuhao successfully ascended to godhood, and if possible, to assist the young girl beside him in finding her family. Before long, the auction commenced. Following a commercialized opening speech from the host, the event was officially underway. The initial items for bid were merely ordinary 3rd and 4th tier soul tools, lacking any compelling allure. However, when the 12th item was presented, Gaoyuan sensed a stirring from his martial soul. The 12th item, crafted by a 7th tier soul master from Shrek Academy, was a 6th tier soul tool. The host's elegant voice resonated as he introduced the item. Not every soul tool produced by a 7th tier soul master was of the 7th tier. The grade of a soul tool is determined by specific standards, including the materials used, the complexity of the core formation, and the overall effectiveness. Nevertheless, a 7th tier soul master's proficiency with core formations often surpassed that of a 6th tier master, ensuring that nearly 90% of 6th tier tools they produced were of exceptional quality. This 6th tier soul tool, named Dragon Hunter Blade, belonged to the superior category of melee soul tools. It was said that during its forging, the blood of dragon-type soul beasts was utilized as one of the refining materials, granting it formidable suppressive effects against ordinary soul beasts and beast martial souls. The host continued to elaborate on the impressive qualities of this soul tool, and Gaoyuan understood why his martial soul was resonating. It seemed to have encountered the blood of its kin. Beside him, Guna displayed a similar expression of recognition. Without further ado, the specific parameters were displayed on the screen, with a starting bid of 100,000 gold soul coins, and each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 5,000. With the host's declaration, the auction for the 12th item officially commenced. Chapter 22, Dragon Hunter Blade. As the host announced the beginning of the bidding, the price of the item began to rise incrementally. 110,000 gold soul coins, 125,000 gold soul coins, 140,000 gold soul coins. The price steadily climbed, but upon reaching 160,000 gold soul coins, the pace of increase began to slow. It was understood that the typical price for 6th tier soul tools ranged from 150 to 200,000 gold soul coins. Soul tool prices escalated exponentially. 1st and 2nd tier tools might be worth merely dozens to hundreds of gold soul coins, while 3rd and 4th tier tools could range from hundreds to thousands. 5th tier tools generally commanded prices above 10,000 gold soul coins. As for 7th tier tools, their prices approached 1 million gold soul coins. 8th and 9th tier tools could incite a frenzy, regardless of the price. 17,000 gold soul coins. Gaoyuan quietly placed a bid. Although, given his current strength, he would struggle to wield the true power of the soul tool, let alone utilize it effectively. The resonance from his martial soul ignited an urge within him to acquire it. Can we bid on this? Guna, seated beside Gaoyuan, spoke up. I feel that my martial soul seems particularly attuned to this soul tool. Gaoyuan nodded slightly, aware that since his martial soul resonated with this soul guide, it was undoubtedly the case that Guna beside him would also share this connection. 17,500 gold soul coins, another bidder called out. To which Gaoyuan promptly pressed the button for 18,000 gold soul coins without hesitation. It seemed that we had quite a number of customers interested in this exquisite soul guide, the host's alluring voice announced. However, there was a prolonged silence without any further bids, and Gaoyuan successfully secured the soul guide at the price of 18,000 gold soul coins. Shortly thereafter, a servant knocked on the door of Gaoyuan's room. Come in, Gaoyuan said. A maid entered, clad in a white short skirt that barely reached 7 inches above her waist, revealing her elegant thighs, complemented by white high heels. She carried a tray with the soul guide he had just purchased. Sir, this is the soul guide you just bid on. Will you be paying by card or in cash? The maid inquired respectfully, recognizing that 18,000 gold soul coins was an amount she could scarcely earn in several millennia of service. Her question regarding the payment method stemmed from professional etiquette, as it was well understood that one could not possibly carry such a substantial sum in cash. Gaoyuan produced the black card that Supervisor Xian had bestowed upon him. Successfully completing the transaction, Gaoyuan toyed with the soul guide, distinctly sensing the stirring of his martial spirit in response to the device. However, he found himself unable to wield it effectively. Yet, upon observing Nara's eager expression beside him, he chuckled softly and tossed the soul guide to Guna. He noted in his little book that she now owed him 180,000 gold soul coins, and he hoped fervently that she would soon reunite with her family. As Guna grasped the soul guide, it emanated a dazzling red light, seemingly affecting her as well, causing her hand to tremble slightly while holding the device. Gaoyuan noticed that Guna appeared somewhat unsettled. He gently shook her and suggested, "Let us put it away for now and examine it further upon our return." Guna, realizing that this was not the appropriate place to study the soul guide, obediently stored the device in her wristband. She then whispered to Gaoyuan, "That drop of dragon blood within the soul guide seems to bear a significant connection to my martial spirit." Gaoyuan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "I sense it. Let us study it further in a safe place. There is no rush for the moment." Responded Guna, obediently nodding her head. She then leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Gaoyuan's cheek. "Where did you learn that?" Gaoyuan quickly shifted away, covering the spot where she had kissed him, questioning her. It seemed as though this girl had some peculiar obsession, as she was so quick to express her affection. "I read in a picture book that after receiving gifts from boys, one should return a kiss as a token of gratitude," Guna explained. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Gaoyuan with a pitiful expression. "You don't dislike me, do you, brother Gaoyuan?" No, Gaoyuan replied, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of Guna's innocent demeanor. He attempted to clarify, "Boys and girls should maintain a certain distance. You cannot kiss others so casually." "Do you understand?" Guna responded, "But the book said that a kiss is only given when a boy I like offers a gift. I only kissed you." She looked at Gaoyuan shyly and continued, "Although I don't fully comprehend what liking someone means, I feel a closeness to you. And I believe I have developed feelings for you." Gaoyuan gazed at the young girl before him with a hint of exasperation. He understood that their sense of closeness stemmed from their martial souls, as the bond of bloodline naturally fostered a certain affinity. However, Gaoyuan found himself at a loss for words and could only express, "You must refrain from acting so intimately with me in the future. Do you understand?" "Why not?" she retorted. "When I saw Yuhan being affectionate towards you, you didn't seem to mind." Guna turned her head away, seemingly displeased. She felt a peculiar emotion stirring within her, something akin to a blend of sourness and bitterness, perhaps resembling the jealousy depicted in illustrated tales. "It's different," Gaoyuan asserted. "In what way is it different?" "She is your sister, and so am I." "I don't care," Guna declared, wrapping her arms around Gaoyuan's. Gaoyuan decided to refrain from saying much for the time being. After all, it would not bode well if this young girl were to throw a tantrum here. Gaoyuan could only murmur softly, "That doesn't justify a sneak attack. Do you understand? How could you ambush someone as young as me, merely 11 or 12 years old? If you wish to kiss me next time, you must first seek my consent. Understood?" Guna nodded. As for whether next time would involve Gaoyuan's agreement, who could say? While the two were playfully bantering, the auction continued unabated. Although Gaoyuan was engaged in conversation with Guna, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the items displayed on the screen. However, nothing truly captivated their interest. The 21st item up for bid was a soul guide carving knife, designed for engraving core formations of level 5 and below soul guide devices. It was an essential tool for mid to low-level soul masters. With a starting price of 5,000 gold soul coins and a minimum bid increment of 200 gold soul coins, the price of the knife steadily rose to 5,800 gold soul coins and then to 6,400 gold soul coins. But as it reached 8,000 gold soul coins, the pace of bidding began to slow significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gaoyuan decisively made his move, purchasing the carving knife for 8,500 gold soul coins. After all, it was a rare occasion to attend an auction, and he felt compelled to bring back a gift for Huo Yuhao. This is meant for my dear sister, isn't it?" Guna pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Gaoyuan observed that the amnesiac young girl was gradually regaining her emotional stability, no longer exhibiting the detached demeanor she had displayed upon her arrival. "Why the sulking? That soul guide of yours is far more valuable than this little carving tool," he remarked, somewhat exasperated by her attitude. "Oh, I see. Then it's no issue," Guna responded, her spirits lifting as she recalled that she had recently received a gift. although Gaoyuan had noted the soul guide in his little notebook. Intending to ask Guna's family for compensation once she located them, this information remained a secret in Gaoyuan's mind, unbeknownst to Guna. Chapter 23, The Secret Auction. Soon, the auction item reached number 28, which was a letter of recommendation from the city lord. The next item, surely familiar to all present, was a personally pinned letter of recommendation from the Lord of Bolin City. Its significance was clear to everyone in attendance, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting bid was set at 100,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 2,000 gold soul coins. The host's voice resonated once more from the screen. Gaoyuan was determined to secure this letter. 111,000 gold soul coins. 125,000 gold soul coins. 164,000 gold soul coins. The price of this recommendation soared rapidly, soon reaching 190,000 gold soul coins. Upon observing the gradual deceleration of the bidding process, Gaoyuan decisively placed a bid of 200,000 gold soul coins. A buyer had already offered this amount. One could only wonder if there would be higher bids. The host's melodious voice resonated through the screen, announcing 210,000 gold soul coins. At that very instant, a bid emerged for that sum. Gaoyuan, feeling the competitive spirit, raised the ante to 220,000 gold soul coins. However, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. For it was known that certain affluent families would spare no expense in acquiring such a recommendation letter for their offspring destined for Shrek City. Historically, such letters had fetched as high as 550,000 gold soul coins. Fortunately, this time did not witness a similar escalation, and Gaoyuan successfully secured the recommendation letter for 220,000 gold soul coins, which conveniently rounded off the debt owed to him by the gluttonous companion beside him, amounting to 400,000 gold soul coins. Meanwhile, Guna delightedly indulged in the candies on the table, occasionally displaying a blissful smile. Shortly thereafter, the recommendation letter was delivered to Gaoyuan's chamber, surprisingly by the esteemed supervisor, Xian himself. "Indeed, it is you," Supervisor Xian exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Gaoyuan and Guna, who was disguised as an elderly figure. These two had undoubtedly brought him substantial profits, as the soul bone had been auctioned off for an astonishing 2,300,000 gold soul coins. As the key player in securing this sale for the auction house, he had earned a generous reward of 20,000 gold soul coins, prompting him to curry favor with them in hopes of future lucrative opportunities. I never expected it to be you personally delivering the letter." Gaoyuan responded with a token of acknowledgement. "From your words that day, I surmised you might be the one to acquire this recommendation letter, and here we are." After exchanging pleasantries, the payment was completed, and the transaction finalized. The day's auction concluded, transitioning into the dark auction segment, which featured 3 items. As the host announced, a staff member wheeled forth a cage, within which was a girl curled up. Much of her body lay exposed to the gaze of the audience, causing Gaoyuan to draw a sharp breath. Gaoyuan shrugged helplessly, indicating his uncertainty. Although the fox girl evoked a sense of pity, he felt powerless to protect her and thus did not intend to participate in the bidding. "That little girl is so unfortunate," said Guna, gazing at the large screen displaying the young girl in various poses. "Can we rescue her?" Gaoyuan expressed his helplessness, as the starting bid had already been set at 500,000 gold soul coins. Currently, he found himself in a precarious financial situation. While his emotions urged him to rescue the young girl, reason firmly dictated otherwise. Ultimately, reason triumphed over sentiment, and the young fox maiden was sold to a buyer for a staggering 900,000 gold soul coins. With that, the auction for the second item commenced. The host, elated by the previous sale of the young girl at such a remarkable price, allowed a hint of excitement to seep into his voice. The next item was particularly unique. It originated from a soul beast, yet it was neither a soul ring nor a soul bone. The host built suspense before continuing. This item comes from a soul beast that, upon its demise, did not yield a soul ring or a soul bone, but rather produced 2 orbs. One is a dark golden hue, while the other is a light silver. This soul beast was of the dragon variety, and after evaluation by our auction house, it was determined that these orbs contained immense energy. However, we have been unable to ascertain a method to harness this energy. Therefore, the starting price for this item is set at 0 gold soul coins, inviting all bidders to participate according to their preferences. The host's voice rang out with enthusiasm, albeit tinged with a hint of uncertainty, as the viability of selling such an unusual item remained an unknown. Only if it were to be successfully auctioned could he earn his commission from this item. as Gaoyuan and Guna's pupils dilated simultaneously. The energy contained within the orb exerted an immense allure upon their martial souls. Perhaps the inhabitants of this world were oblivious to its significance. Yet Gaoyuan was acutely aware of what this orb represented, an inner elixir. Moreover, it was the inner elixir of an ancient wild beast. Specifically, the inner elixir of the nine-winged celestial dragon, one of the 10 legendary ancient beasts. Gaoyuan understood that the nine-winged celestial dragon was an exceptionally unique class of wild beast, being one of the rare few that embody both yin and yang. Consequently, upon its demise, it produces 2 inner elixirs, one predominantly yin and the other predominantly yang. Furthermore, they must be utilized in harmonious conjunction. This was simply tailor-made for both himself and Nar. Could it be that I am indeed the chosen one? To stumble upon such a treasure merely by seeking a letter of recommendation? Brother Gaoyuan, you must acquire this. Guna nearly cried out. Yes, I am aware. Gaoyuan responded hastily. Chapter 24. The Yin-Yang Inner Elixir 1 million gold soul coins. Gaoyuan directly entered his bidding price on the auction device, which represented the utmost limit he could afford at present. After selling the soul bone, he had over 1.6 million gold soul coins remaining. Having purchased the Dragon Hunter Blade and a letter of recommendation, he was left with just over 1.2 million gold soul coins, necessitating the retention of some funds for emergencies. Gaoyuan felt a surge of emotions within him. He understood the paramount significance of this inner elixir in enhancing both his and Guna's strength. He required power to confront the God King, who orchestrated everything in the divine realm. Thus, he needed to grow stronger swiftly. Even Guna, who had been diligently focused on devouring snacks, silently anticipated the outcome of this auction item, as a voice from the depths of her soul urged her to secure this inner elixir. 1 million gold soul coins sold. With the auctioneer's announcement, Gaoyuan let out a profound sigh of relief. It appeared that there were no dragon-type martial souls present at the auction, otherwise, they would have undoubtedly risked everything to claim this inner elixir. The auctioneer, still the same Director Xian, could hardly conceal his smile. He felt that inviting Gaoyuan to this auction was the wisest decision of his life, as the final bid for the inner elixir reached 1 million gold soul coins, while the second highest bid was merely 200,000. Had Gaoyuan not been present, the inner elixir would likely have fetched 80,000 gold soul coins less. Although the reasons behind these two individuals' willingness to bid such a high price for the elixir remained unclear, the auction had concluded, and regardless of the circumstances, Director Xian was assured a substantial profit. With a cheerful demeanor, Gaoyuan completed the transaction and, after bidding farewell to Director Xian, handed the golden yang inner dan to Guna, softly stating, I shall explain the significance of this orb when we find a secure location. Guna, caressing the orb that elicited a tremor from her martial soul, nodded earnestly and stowed it away. Esteemed guests, we now arrive at our final auction item. The Pi Seeder Assistance. The last item was an 8th-tier soul-guiding device, which ultimately fetched a staggering price of 7.5 million. After Gaoyuan departed from the auction house, he discreetly led Guna to a secluded area where they shed their disguises and returned to the hotel where they were lodging. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed, and Guna was the first to produce the soul-guiding device. Once revealed, the device emitted an intense crimson glow, and the ambient temperature began to rise steadily. Guna grasped the soul-guiding device and gradually infused it with her soul power, causing the radiance to intensify dramatically. The manifestation of her martial spirit ensued, as a silver dragon tail materialized behind her, and a faint layer of scale armor enveloped her arms, transforming her into a veritable young dragon maiden. Gaoyuan was captivated by the peculiar allure of Guna's martial soul manifestation, feeling his own martial soul stir with anticipation. Under the influence of Guna's soul power, the crimson light of the soul-guiding device gradually solidified, coalescing before Guna into a droplet of pure blood. Guided by Guna, this droplet seamlessly merged with her soul power, instantly revealing a ferocious aura within her essence, sending forth a wave of heat towards Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan summoned his soul power, enveloping Guna in a protective barrier to prevent any escaping energy from damaging the objects within the room. A flicker of anguish crossed Guna's face. Gaoyuan promptly unleashed the second soul skill of his golden tree, the blessing of the golden tree. A radiant golden light enveloped Guna's entire being, seemingly alleviating the anguish etched upon her face. Suddenly, Guna's aura surged dramatically, emanating a pressure that rivaled Gaoyuan's own. It was a success. Observing the aura that radiated from her, Gaoyuan realized that the fusion with this drop of essence blood had indeed been accomplished. Gaoyuan was acutely aware that Guna's actions were aimed at absorbing that drop of dragon blood, which was undoubtedly a potent elixir for both Gaoyuan and Guna, as bearers of dragon-type martial souls. However, Gaoyuan sensed that his martial soul was predominantly focused on physical prowess and strength, leaving him utterly inept in the realm of elemental manipulation, a domain where dragons typically excelled. He pondered why, despite possessing a god-level dragon martial soul, he was incapable of harnessing even a shred of elemental power. In stark contrast, Guna's martial soul exhibited a notably weaker sense of raw power, particularly when juxtaposed with Gaoyuan's golden dragon. Nevertheless, compared to ordinary beast martial souls, her strength remained formidable. Instead, Guna demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for elemental control, effortlessly mastering the 7 elemental forces: fire, water, wind, earth, light, darkness, and space. The drop of blood they were dealing with belonged to a fire dragon-type soul beast, and upon its fusion, Guna's affinity for fire elements intensified remarkably. As Guna gradually opened her eyes, a hint of bewilderment flickered within them. Upon spotting Gaoyuan, her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Gaoyuan, I did it." Gaoyuan instinctively ruffled her little head, noting that it was slightly larger than Huo Yuhao's. "I believe I have completely mastered the power of fire elements now," Guna declared, her small face beaming with pride. "My soul power has reached level 29. I am now stronger than you. Praise me." All right. You are the most remarkable, Guna," Gaoyuan replied, surprised that this single drop of blood not only enhanced Guna's command over fire elements, but also elevated her soul power by an impressive 5 levels. Recently, Gaoyuan learned about Guna's specific soul power during a conversation with her. She was at the 24th level, 1 rank lower than his own. Thus, when Guna was disobedient, he would assert his dominance through his superior soul power. "What are those 2 orbs? Their aura feels so soothing. As if I could consume them," Guna inquired, nestled in Gaoyuan's embrace. Each time Guna nuzzled against his chest, it sent a ticklish sensation through him. He gently restrained her little head, replying, "Those 2 orbs originate from the savage beasts of another realm. They are the inner cores of those creatures." "Savage beasts? Inner cores?" Guna looked at Gaoyuan with a puzzled expression, unfamiliar with such terms. "It's quite complex to explain, but the method of use is simply to consume them. However, you can only eat the golden one, while I shall partake of the silver one." Gaoyuan, feeling the futility in attempting to explain the intricacies of the inner cores, decided to leave it at that. "Why is that? Isn't the golden orb more akin to your martial spirit? Shouldn't it suit you better, while the silver one seems more appropriate for me?" Guna leaned against Gaoyuan's chest. "These inner cores are divided into yin and yang. The golden one represents the yang core, while the silver one embodies the yin core. To absorb them, they must complement each other, so you need to absorb the golden one, and I the silver one. They cannot be consumed simultaneously, or it could lead to catastrophic consequences," Gaoyuan explained as clearly as possible, considering the absence of such theories in their world. Guna gently shook her little head and said, "I don't quite understand, but I think Gaoyuan brother is amazing. You know everything. When shall we begin the absorption?" She retrieved a lollipop from her storage soul guide, fully enchanted by its convenience. "Wait until your body recovers a bit more, after all. You just absorbed that drop of blood essence," Gaoyuan said as he placed Guna on the bed. Having previously used his soul power to assess her condition, he concluded that she needed more rest. "Don't go. Nar wants to hear brother tell a story." Guna tugged at Gaoyuan, who was about to leave. "Oh dear. How old are you now, still wanting stories?" He chuckled, gently tucking her hand under the covers. "I don't care. Yuhan told me you used to tell her stories to help her sleep. I want that too," Guna insisted, her stubbornness evident as she seemed determined not to sleep without a tale. All right. Let us recount the story of the big bad wolf." Gaoyuan began to share tales he had collected during his travels across various worlds. Perhaps it was because he lacked the talent for storytelling, or perhaps Guna was simply fatigued, but just as he began the tale, she tilted her head and fell asleep. Gaoyuan awkwardly touched his nose and, after making sure Guna's blanket was properly arranged, ventured out to procure some food. Guna slowly opened her eyes. The brief slumber had rejuvenated her body remarkably. "Wake up and come eat, or it will get cold," Gaoyuan called out to Guna. "I'm coming." Upon hearing the promise of food, Guna excitedly leapt down. For after all, a person is like iron, and a meal is like steel. Missing one would surely lead to discomfort. Moreover, she was a rather gluttonous little girl. Though inexplicably, she never seemed to gain weight. After they had both eaten their fill, they reclined on the bed, rubbing their bellies in contentment. "Let us digest a bit." and afterward we can absorb that inner core. Then we shall set forth for Shrek, Gaoyuan remarked. Are you that eager to see your sister, Yuhan? Guna cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Gaoyuan. Of course. Yuhan is delightful, so charming and gentle, and she even gives me back massages. Naturally, I miss her, Gaoyuan replied, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. I can do that too, Guna retorted, a hint of defiance in her voice. Thus, the two engaged in a leisurely conversation, and before they knew it, half an hour had slipped by. It's about time. I think I can begin to absorb the inner core now, Gaoyuan declared as he turned and sat up, retrieving the silver inner core from his storage soul guide and promptly tossing it into his mouth. You're just going to eat it like that? Guna questioned. Her eyebrows raised in confusion, surprised that he would consume it without even a sip of water. Gaoyuan nodded slightly, then closed his eyes to savor the flavor of the inner elixir. Indeed, it was quite pleasant, possessing a hint of bitterness intertwined with a subtle medicinal fragrance. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force surging forth from the inner elixir resting in his mouth. Observing Gaoyuan directly chew on the golden elixir, Guna imitated his actions and consumed the same. Not particularly palatable, a bit bitter, was Guna's candid yet sincere assessment. Gaoyuan felt the power within the inner Dan surging chaotically through his body. He quickly summoned his soul power to gradually tame the erratic force. Under Gaoyuan's guidance, the turbulent energy began to circulate through his meridians, and with every complete cycle, he sensed an increasing sense of comfort within himself. Meanwhile, dark impurities flowed out of his pores, transforming him into something resembling a clay figure. As time passed, the intensity of the force diminished, leaving Gaoyuan drenched in sweat from the effort of controlling it. His martial soul, the Golden Dragon King, seemed to undergo subtle changes under the influence of this energy. Simultaneously, his meridians expanded to twice their previous width. Experiencing the burgeoning soul power within, Gaoyuan could not help but feel elation. This was indeed a remarkable substance. Prior to his ascension to divinity, he had once obtained an inner Dan from a primal beast, but due to physical limitations, he was unable to consume it. Unexpectedly, in this world of Douluo Continent, he was able to reap the benefits of the primal beast's inner Dan. If his meridians had once resembled a small stream, they now flowed like a magnificent waterfall. What ecstasy! Gaoyuan felt the power within him gradually diminish, realizing that he had nearly succeeded in absorbing the inner elixir. He then gently guided this residual energy into his dantian, utilizing the immense soul force present there to gradually refine the remaining power. Upon opening his eyes, Gaoyuan discovered that the sky outside had long since darkened, indicating that this refining process had consumed a considerable amount of time. Guna was still slightly squinting, evidently still engaged in her own arduous refining. Gaoyuan furrowed his brow as he caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from his body. Hastily, he rushed to the restroom, where he found his skin exuding a plethora of grimy impurities, releasing a repugnant stench. After quickly showering, he noticed that his skin appeared significantly smoother and more delicate than before, and his body seemed to possess greater explosive potential. Although Gaoyuan's appearance did not exude the image of a muscular brute, under the enhancement of his golden dragon martial soul, his explosive power was by no means inferior. A punch the size of a steamed bun could easily leave a little girl like Guna in tears for an entire night. After a refreshing bath, Gaoyuan emerged to see Guyu still furrowing her brow, absorbing the power from the inner elixir. However, he couldn't help but wonder why her body did not excrete the same unsightly impurities as his own. Gaoyuan had no inclination to dwell on such matters. He utilized his spiritual energy to assess Guna's condition and ascertained that there was no imminent danger. Moreover, her absorption was nearing completion. Thus, he reclined on the sofa, narrowing his eyes in preparation for a brief slumber. Feeling a slight tickle beneath his nose, Gaoyuan gradually opened his eyes, only to discover a petite girl nestled in his embrace. Gaoyuan shook his head. As he prepared to rise, Guna, nestled in his embrace, rubbed her sleepy eyes and murmured, "Brother Gaoyuan, you're awake." With that, she turned over in his arms and continued, "Please don't move just yet. I wish to sleep a little longer." Observing Guna, who had promptly drifted back to slumber, Gaoyuan made no further attempts to stir, allowing her to rest peacefully upon his arm. Gaoyuan casually sensed the state of his soul power, only to discover that it could flow effortlessly into Guna's body through their point of contact, without any hindrance whatsoever. Gaoyuan, after all, was quite experienced and knowledgeable. He understood that channeling soul power, or what other worlds might call inner energy, into another person's body would usually encounter some degree of resistance. Yet now, between him and Guna, there was not the slightest hindrance. After Guna had absorbed that drop of essence blood, he had once used his soul power to examine her condition. At that time, he could still sense a faint obstruction, but now it had vanished completely, as if Guna were an extension of his own body, and he, a part of hers. In the Douluo Continent, there was a specific term for this phenomenon: 100 martial soul compatibility. Previously, it had been seen with Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. This meant that he and Guna could unleash martial soul fusion techniques, and possibly more than one. After all, he possessed twin martial souls. Chapter 26, 100 Martial Soul Compatibility Nar. Upon realizing their perfect compatibility, Gaoyuan could no longer contain himself. Without a second thought for whether Guna was still asleep, he shook her awake. In the Douluo Continent, martial soul compatibility was crucial. A high compatibility meant a greater likelihood of martial soul fusion techniques, an exceptionally rare dual combat skill that could unleash power far beyond the sum of its parts. What is it? Guna rubbed her eyes, pouting at the bad brother who had dragged her out of her sweet dream, a castle made entirely of candy. Feel your soul power, Gaoyuan said, gripping her hand. Her cheeks warmed at his touch. He must like me, right? Otherwise, why would he keep holding my hand? The storybooks say only people who like each other want to hold hands all the time. Hey, why are you spacing out? Gaoyuan flicked her forehead lightly. Ow! Guna clutched her head, then obediently closed her eyes and began circulating her soul power. Keep holding my hand, Gaoyuan insisted, reclaiming the small hand that had slipped away when she covered her head. Soft and smooth. Nice texture. Guna pursed her lips. This man just wants an excuse to hold my hand. If he wants to, he should just say so. Still, despite her thoughts, she continued channeling her soul power. And when it reached their intertwined hands, it flowed seamlessly into Gaoyuan's body, without the slightest resistance. You mean? Guna wasn't he deeply versed in martial soul theory, but she knew the basics. You felt it too, didn't you? Gaoyuan released her hand. Our martial souls are 100 compatible, which means we'll definitely have at least one martial soul fusion technique. One martial soul fusion technique. Guna's face flushed instantly. Exactly. With perfect compatibility, our cultivation speed will skyrocket if we train together, and our fusion skills will be incredibly powerful. Gaoyuan rambled on. Meanwhile, Guna's mind was racing. 90% of opposite-sex pairs with martial soul fusion techniques end up as lovers. The other 10% are siblings. But Gaoyuan and I aren't related by blood, so that means I'm his destined one. The chosen and only. The storybooks didn't lie. Now I can hug him openly when we sleep. So happy. Did you get all that? Gaoyuan asked, watching her attentive expression. She nodded mechanically. What did he say? No idea, but nodding is always safe. Gaoyuan glanced at the time and realized that it was already past midnight. He remarked, it is quite late. We should retire for the night. Tomorrow, we shall set off for Shrek. Oh, Guna nodded, taking Gaoyuan by the hand and leading him to the bed. She then instinctively embraced him. What are you doing? Gaoyuan exclaimed, gently pushing Guna away from him. As always, we cannot cross this boundary of the blanket. Guna, pouting in annoyance, replied, no way. Our soul compatibility is 100%. Physical contact will enhance our training effectiveness. Do you practice while you sleep? Gaoyuan scoffed, casting a dubious glance at Guna. He was well aware of her lazy disposition. She hardly trained and spent her days indulging in food. Gaoyuan had never witnessed Guna engaging in cultivation, yet her soul power remained on par with his, which vexed him profoundly. Truly, I'm not deceiving you. Even as I slumber at night, my meridians continue circulating. Should you doubt me, embrace me through the night and see for yourself. As she spoke, Guna nestled deeper into Gaoyuan's embrace, resting her delicate head against his chest before murmuring, good night. Good night. Upon awakening, Gaoyuan was astounded. The little minx in his arms hadn't lied. Her meridians had pulsed ceaselessly throughout the night, as though cultivating autonomously. Were it not for her peacefully closed eyes and the faint trail of drool at her lips, he might have suspected her of feigning sleep. Though Gaoyuan hadn't actively channeled his soul power, Guna's flowing energy had irresistibly drawn his own into harmonious motion. Thus, while his body rested, his soul power had cultivated throughout the entire night. Guna's exquisite eyes fluttered open as she teased playfully. Well now, didn't I tell you the truth? Gaoyuan nodded pensively, realizing how stark the contrast was between individuals. While he considered himself diligent, maintaining daily cultivation without pulling all-nighters, Guna, that little lass, effortlessly accumulated soul power without lifting a finger. No wonder her level remained on par with his despite her apparent idleness. Shall we spend every day like this from now on? Guna murmured, her cheeks tinged pink as she traced circles on Gaoyuan's chest. Not today. We're setting off for Shrek Academy, Gaoyuan interjected, cutting off any further protest as he rose and headed to the washroom, while splashing water on his face. He glanced down at the damp patch on his chest. Ack, how can such an adorable girl drool in her sleep? Aren't fairies supposed to transcend mortal needs? Yet, as he quietly assessed his soul power, a surge of astonishment coursed through him. He had already reached the 30th rank. Just yesterday, he had been at the 25th. The essence of the primordial beast core is truly formidable. Looks like I'll need to secure a soul ring on our way to Shrek. Guna must have already hit the 30th rank by now. Brother Gaoyuan, are we leaving today? Guna leaned against the washroom doorframe, her tone sulky. She wasn't eager to depart BL City. Its endless delicacies and amusements held her heart captive. Yes, it's time. After tidying himself up, Gaoyuan yielded the washroom to her, well aware that her preparations would be anything but swift. Huh, who knew capturing this sacred unicorn would be such a hassle? Gaoyuan remarked, eyeing the lifeless creature sprawled before him. Hurry and absorb its soul ring, brother. Then you'll be a soul elder, just like me. Guna beamed beside him, her delight unmistakable. 3 days had passed since their departure from BL City. Their detour to the Stardow Forest had borne fruit. Guna had obtained a 1,000-year soul ring for her 3rd rank, while Gaoyuan had successfully hunted a near 10,000-year sacred unicorn of luminous affinity, securing its soul ring for his own advancement. Without further ado, Gaoyuan settled into a cross-legged position and began to absorb the energy. During their hunt for soul beasts, Guna and Gaoyuan attempted to execute a martial soul fusion technique. However, regrettably, they could only manage a single instance. Unlike the numerous combinations achieved by Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, Gaoyuan possessed only the Golden Dragon King Martial Soul, which had sufficient compatibility with Guna, while the Golden Tree Martial Soul did not. Chapter 27. Reunion at Shrek. Little Yuhan, you're here waiting again? Tang sighed as she saw Huo Yuhan standing at the gates of Shrek Academy once more. Huo Yuhan responded with a gentle smile. Your brother will definitely come. These past few days, you've practically turned into a statue gazing longingly for him. Tang teased. A faint blush, almost imperceptible, colored Huo Yuhan's cheeks as she replied. I know he will come. I just want to be the first person he sees when he arrives at Shrek. You silly child. Tanya murmured with a resigned shake of her head before bidding farewell and walking away. The city of Shrek was built upon a vast plain. Yet Shrek Academy was not situated at its heart. Instead, it stood to the east of Shrek City, facing toward the distant Stardow Forest. Gaoyuan stretched lazily and remarked, At last, we are nearing Shrek Academy. I wonder how Xiao Yuhan has been faring these past few days. Gaoyuan gazed towards the distant east gate of Shrek City. Having resided in Shrek City for such an extended period, he naturally understood that Shrek Academy would enter through the east gate. Gaoyuan immediately spotted Huo Yuhan standing there and rushed over. Brother, Huo Yuhan exclaimed, waving her hand excitedly at the approaching Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan lifted Huo Yuhan into his arms, spinning her through the air in several graceful revolutions before gently setting her down. Whether from the dizzying turns or some other reason, an indescribable blush blossomed across Huo Yuhan's delicate features. How have you been these past few days? Gaoyuan inquired, still holding her close. Very well, Huo Yuhan replied softly. Sister Xiaya and Senior Bebe have been most kind to me. Then, with sudden fierceness, she pressed a bold kiss upon his cheek. And, I missed you. Gaoyuan was momentarily stunned. How had she become so fierce after just a few days apart? Last time, she had merely given him a gentle tap. The surrounding students cast envious glances his way as Guna slowly caught up from behind. Noticing Guna, Huo Yuhan pouted unhappily. Brother Gaoyuan must not have missed me at all, keeping such a pretty girl by his side. Little Yuhan has been forgotten. How pitiful. Before she could finish, Gaoyuan lowered his head and captured her soft, rosy lips in a kiss. Huo Yuhan stiffened momentarily before melting against him, her body pliant in his embrace. Tell me, did I miss you or not? He growled after breaking the kiss. Woo-woo. Brother is bullying little Yuhan, she whimpered, gazing up at him with wounded eyes. Behind them, Guna averted her face, unable to watch. Come on, take us to register, Gaoyuan said, clasping Huo Yuhan's hand as they entered Shrek Academy. Nearby, a newly admitted student turned to his examiner. Does the academy not care about students dating? They were kissing right at the entrance. The examiner rolled his eyes. If you've got the charm to find someone, go ahead. We're here to study. Why bother policing romance? Under Huo Yuhan's guidance, the two swiftly completed enrollment. Brother. Those are the academic buildings, she explained, pointing to structures of varying hues, white, yellow, purple, and black, each representing different grade levels. White housed first years, yellow second and third. Purple fourth and fifth, while black was reserved for sixth years. The gray buildings in the distance belong to the Soul Tool department. I inquired students can take electives there. I plan to enroll and train as a soul engineer, she declared proudly, tilting her chin up. Oh, I brought you a small gift, Gaoyuan said, handing her a soul tool carving knife. This is for engraving core formations. It works for soul tools up to tier 5. Huo Yuhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted it. Thank you, Brother Gaoyuan. She then led him through other campus areas, the combat arena, examination zones, dormitories, and faculty offices, before tugging him toward the residence halls. Trailing behind, Guna sulked like a resentful bride, pouting as she followed. At the white building's entrance sat an elderly man in gray robes, his face deeply lined, eyes downturned, a picture of frailty. Hello, Grandpa. This is my brother, and her. Huo Yuhan hesitated, unsure how to introduce Guna. Well, she asked like a sister. Here are their admission badges. The old man chuckled. So this is the brother you've been waiting for at the gates every day, little Yuhan? Blushing, she ducked her head as he returned the badges. Your brother is in room 108. Your sister will share your dorm. Thank you, Gaoyuan said before pulling Guna forward and placing her hand in Huo Yuhan's. Since you're roommates, get along well. Huo Yuhan nodded reluctantly. I want to stay with you, Guna insisted. No. Huo Yuhan cut in sharply before Gaoyuan could respond. A girl can't share a room with him. It's improper. But we've been staying together these past few days, Guna protested, glancing hopefully at Gaoyuan. We even slept in each other's arms. What? Huo Yuhan yanked Gaoyuan closer, glowering. Care to explain yourself? Gaoyuan's expression was somewhat awkward, and he hurriedly explained, don't listen to her nonsense. We were separated by a blanket while sleeping. What? You actually lived together? Huo Yuhan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. I'm sorry, Yuhan. Gaoyuan quickly pulled Huo Yuhan aside to elucidate the situation regarding his fusion with Guna's martial soul. Is it true? Huo Yuhan asked, gazing up at Gaoyuan. Indeed, you must trust me, Gaoyuan assured her earnestly. Martial soul fusion technique. A flicker of pain crossed Huo Yuhan's gaze as she spoke. Her voice tinged with melancholy. I understand. Let's go, she said, taking Guna's hand and heading straight up the stairs. As the 4th floor was designated for the female dormitory. However, Guna cast a hopeful glance back at Gaoyuan, yet was still pulled upward by Huo Yuhan. The old man shook his head slightly, muttering, today's youth certainly know how to play. Chapter 28. The revelation. Huo Yuhan returned to the dormitory with Guna. Her expression grim as she sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in thought. Guna observed Huo Yuhan's silence but said nothing, instead focusing on organizing her belongings. Her luggage was light, comprising bedding and clothes purchased during her journey, specifically chosen according to Gaoyuan's tastes. Although she was perplexed by his apparent interest in thigh-high black stockings, she noted his fixation on those who wore them and thus acquired several pairs. After a long silence, Huo Yuhan finally spoke. What is your intention? What? Guna looked around, ensuring they were alone, then confirmed Huo Yuhan was addressing her. What is your purpose in getting close to Brother Gaoyuan? Huo Yuhan reiterated, having wrestled with her thoughts, aware that historically, most non-relatives who could achieve martial soul fusion had become couples, as this bond subtly transformed individuals. I don't know, Guna replied nervously, sitting beside Huo Yuhan and grasping her hand. My martial soul compels me to find him. Books are the stepping stones of human progress, and during this time, she had read many, primarily art books, leading her to realize that she seemed to be an unwelcome third party in the relationship between Huo Yuhan and Gaoyuan. It was somewhat disgraceful, yet she couldn't help but adore the scent of Brother Gaoyuan. Huo Yuhan forced a bitter smile, internally mocking, indeed. It is the guidance of martial souls. What do you plan to do? Huo Yuhan asked, her face resembling a frostbitten eggplant, appearing somewhat dazed. I don't know, Guna responded, sensing the discomfort in Huo Yuhan's demeanor, feeling a pang of bitterness, realizing that if she were in Huo Yuhan's position, her feelings would likely mirror this turmoil. Perhaps we could try coexisting? Guna suggested, reflecting on her observations during their travels. Noting that powerful men often had more than one woman by their side, and she wondered if she could attempt to get along with Huo Yuhan. Huo Yuhao looked up at Guna, but the redness around her eyes and her misty gaze betrayed her emotions. She didn't wish to part from brother Gaoyuan, for he was her only family. However, she understood the potency of the martial soul fusion technique, since Guna and brother Gaoyuan could achieve it. Guna would undoubtedly become a formidable ally for him. But brother Gaoyuan is my only family. Huo Yuhan's voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. Guna embraced Huo Yuhan tightly, gently stroking her soft hair, saying, "If you don't mind, I can also be your family, sister." Huo Yuhan sobbed uncontrollably, her cries heart-wrenching, as she realized that perhaps from this day forward, brother Gaoyuan would no longer belong entirely to her. Guna held Huo Yuhan close, offering silent comfort as she stroked her back. After a while, Huo Yuhan finally calmed down, her tears subsiding as exhaustion overtook her, her breath uneven. "I want to know what happened to you these past few days," Huo Yuhan inquired, supporting herself on Guna's shoulder. Sure, Guna recounted her recent experiences. Huo Yuhan lay back on the bed, remnants of tears still glistening in her eyes, gently tapping Guna's cheek with a smile. "I didn't realize my sister had such good fortune." Guna hugged Huo Yuhan tightly and whispered, "Sister." Huo Yuhan gazed at the girl in her arms, contemplating that having a sister might not be so bad after all. Gaoyuan watched as Huo Yuhan led Guna upstairs, feeling a sense of unease within himself. He was uncertain of what might transpire. At this moment, he realized that both Huo Yuhan and Guna seemed to be inseparable parts of his being. Whenever either of them felt sorrow, it appeared to cause him anguish as well. Gaoyuan, burdened with thoughts, approached the door of his dormitory and pushed it open. Inside, he beheld a strikingly handsome youth with fair skin and an extraordinary pair of large eyes, which bore a delicate hue of bluish pink. His neatly cropped hair mirrored the same enchanting color. This young man, seated on the bed and seemingly engrossed in some activity, could undeniably be regarded as the most attractive peer Gaoyuan had ever encountered. In stark contrast to Gaoyuan's masculine aura, the youth exuded a more delicate and ethereal charm. Upon noticing the intrusion, the young man turned with a vigilant gaze and inquired, "Who are you?" Gaoyuan was still troubled by the matters concerning Huo Yuhan and Guna. He casually remarked, "It's this dormitory," before lying down on his bed, pondering how to resolve the complex relationship between the two. Huo Yuhan had grown up alongside him, accompanying him for so long, and he felt a pang of guilt for having caused her sadness. It was truly inhumane. Yet, Guna was also a pitiable soul. Their bond was merely one of soul compatibility, yet it had spiraled into such a predicament. It bore an uncanny resemblance to an arranged marriage, leaving him with a sense of impotence. He mused that he should never have taken Guna in. Had he not, they wouldn't have developed feelings for each other, and thus would not be in this predicament. But ruminating on these thoughts was of no use now. He decided to take a shower. Having come to this conclusion, Gaoyuan promptly rose and began to remove his outer garments. "What are you doing?" the boy sitting on the adjacent bed exclaimed, startled by Gaoyuan's actions. "I'm going to take a shower," Gaoyuan replied curtly. "Do I need to file a report before I wash?" "You." The boy was visibly infuriated by Gaoyuan's retort, his face flushed with indignation. However, Gaoyuan paid him no mind, stripping down to his underwear before striding directly into the bathroom. The boy, gnashing his teeth in frustration, resolved that once Gaoyuan emerged, he would insist on establishing a set of rules. No, a series of 5 stipulations. Gaoyuan took a hot shower. Yet he still felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. After all, he had yet to determine how to handle the relationship between Huo Yuhan and Guna, which was truly a source of vexation. Women have indeed disrupted my resolve, as the ancients have wisely warned me. No wonder my master had repeatedly emphasized the importance of avoiding entanglements with women during my cultivation, despite having ascended to the Hall of All Gods. I remain a solitary figure, a perennial bachelor. Gaoyuan, clad in shorts, emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, diligently drying his body. His mind was preoccupied with how to explain himself to the 2 young girls. Upon seeing Gaoyuan step out bare-chested, the boy quickly exclaimed, "Rogue, put on your clothes at once." Gaoyuan cast a puzzled glance at the young boy, who was unexpectedly flushed, perhaps. Gaoyuan felt a sense of confusion. How could Nantong be so close to him? No, it couldn't be. Wang Dong. He almost forgot about one person. Could it be Wang Dong? "Are you Wang Dong?" Gaoyuan asked, pulling on a coat to conceal his figure. "How do you know my name?" Wang Dong replied with a hint of bewilderment, as he had not introduced himself to Gaoyuan. Goodness. Gaoyuan furrowed his brow. This person truly was Wang Dong, the enigmatic second-generation individual who disguised himself as a man. Gaoyuan found himself perplexed by the peculiar habits of this second-generation individual. Fortunately, when he had just entered, she was not in the midst of changing clothes. Chapter 29. A convenient outlet for frustration. Wang Dong was somewhat bewildered. What was this person saying? What did he mean by good fellows and bad fellows? Was this a form of flattery? Regardless, he decided to set aside such thoughts and address the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself in a melodious, youthful voice. I am Wang Dong. If all goes as expected, we may become roommates at Shrek Academy for the next few years. Gaoyuan raised his eyes to glance at the young lady before him. Her disguise was rather impressive. At least to his discerning gaze, it was undetectable. Her voice was also convincingly altered. One must admit that her skills in deception surpassed Gaoyuan's by a considerable margin. He contemplated learning from her in the future. I am Gaoyuan. He had no desire to engage extensively with this privileged offspring. So he merely offered a token greeting before reclining on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. Wang Dong observed this individual before him and wondered why he was so impolite. I am speaking to you, yet you choose to sleep, he thought. I have a few rules you ought to remember. First, do not bring people back to the dormitory without permission. Second, do not lounge around in the dormitory in an undignified manner. Third, why do you have so many trivial concerns? Gaoyuan, already irked, found the incessant chatter annoying. Are you ignoring me? Wang Dong was interrupted and felt a surge of indignation. Who do you think you are? Gaoyuan retorted, exasperated. What are you pretending for? When I was not yet in this realm, I could have dispatched your father with a mere finger. What is there to boast about? Disregard my words, and I shall have you thrown out. I dare you to test me, Wang Dong scoffed. How dare he? Gaoyuan felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that this young girl, Wang Dong, possessed a penchant for confrontation? It had been quite some time since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Resolutely, he rose from his seat and exited the dormitory. After all, having been reminded by Huo Yuhao, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant value of the items within Shrek Academy's dormitories. A mere splintering of a wooden door could incur a penalty of 1,000 gold soul coins. Given Huo Yuhao's thrifty nature, she had long since cautioned him about these matters. Although Gaoyuan was still brimming with indignation, he had no desire to part with his money. Upon witnessing Gaoyuan's determined departure, Wang Dong followed suit. The expanse of Shrek Academy was vast, with ample space separating each building. Once outside the dormitory, Wang Dong halted in the open area, beckoning to Gaoyuan with a playful curl of her finger. A provocation? It seemed that 3 days of restraint had emboldened her. At the entrance of the dormitory, an elderly man reclining in a chair slightly lifted his gaze, curiosity flickering in his dim, yellowed eyes as he observed the interaction between Gaoyuan and Wang Dong with keen interest. Gaoyuan observed Wang Dong, who was ostentatiously curling her fingers in a provocative manner, and found it intolerable. He charged forward without hesitation. The Golden Dragon King, possessing the divine essence of the dragon god, inherited an unparalleled physical prowess. Under the influence of the Golden Dragon King's martial spirit, Gaoyuan's physical capabilities were formidable as well. Wang Dong, taken aback by the velocity of Gaoyuan's approach, remained undeterred. She lifted her right foot and aimed a kick directly at his chest, confronting him like a swift arrow. Gaoyuan did not evade, for he deemed such attacks incapable of inflicting any harm. Thus, evasion was merely a tedious and superfluous action. Wang Dong, with her legs disproportionately long, struck Gaoyuan with a kick. Ah! She uttered a gasp, as if she had collided with an iron plate. Whether or not she had inflicted any injury upon Gaoyuan was uncertain, yet her leg throbbed with a dull pain. Was this person's body made of iron? With such minimal force? Gaoyuan's voice echoed in Wang Dong's ear, and at that moment, he swept his leg towards her left ankle. Initially, he had intended to deliver a direct slap to her, but considering she was a girl, he thought better of it. Should he misjudge the force and strike incorrectly, it would lead to a plethora of complications. Wang Dong had no time to evade this attack and was swiftly knocked to the ground. Gaoyuan pinned Wang Dong down firmly, straddling her with his weight, his hand gripping the nape of her neck as he demanded, "Do you yield?" Wang Dong writhed beneath him, her body twisting in futile resistance. Gaoyuan felt a soft and elastic sensation beneath him, his expression involuntarily twisting into something peculiar. Increasing the pressure in his hands, Wang Dong winced in pain but still managed to shout defiantly, "I refuse to accept this. I didn't even get to use my martial soul. You cheated. Huh. Seems like the only hard thing about you is that mouth of yours." Gaoyuan retorted with a scoff, amused by Wang Dong's princess-like attitude. Who in their right mind would wait for you to leisurely summon your martial soul in a fight? Lucky for you, you ran into me. I'll give you that chance to summon it now. Though his words dripped with sarcasm, Gaoyuan swiftly rose from Wang Dong and distanced himself. All right, here's your chance. Show me what you've got. Wang Dong scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off frantically before retrieving water from his soul tool, meticulously washing his hands and face. Are you done fussing? Fight or not? If not, I'm leaving. Gaoyuan sighed, watching the fastidious girl with exasperation. Just you wait. With that, Wang Dong activated his martial soul possession. A yellow and a purple soul ring materialized around him as a pair of resplendent blue butterfly wings unfurled from his back. The forewings shimmered in gradients of deep azure, cerulean, and pale sky blue, their surfaces adorned with a dazzling ring of light, forming a striking V-shape. Their form and hue were nothing short of breathtaking, an unparalleled spectacle of beauty. The radiant martial soul instantly drew the gazes of onlookers, and even Gaoyuan froze for a fleeting moment. But Wang Dong was no fool. Seizing the opportunity, he ignited his two soul rings, Wing Blade, Butterfly Goddess Light. The simultaneous activation of both soul skills drained some color from his face. But Gaoyuan snapped back to reality just in time. With a powerful leap, he vaulted 3 to 4 meters into the air, narrowly evading the slashing wing blades. Undeterred, Wang Dong pivoted midair, merging his twin wings into a single colossal blade before lunging at Gaoyuan. At the same time, a beam of light shot toward the still airborne opponent. In the vast expanse of the sky, Gaoyuan found himself with no means of leverage. Nevertheless, he summoned his soul power, forcefully shifting his position to the right by an entire meter. Upon landing, he propelled himself towards the enchanting figure before him. Before long, Gaoyuan found himself once again seated firmly upon Wang Dong's lap, playfully landing 2 slaps on her posterior. So, what do you think now? Are you willing to concede? However, the soft sensation beneath his hand abruptly reminded him of an important fact. Wang Dong was a young lady. Caught up in the fervor of their earlier scuffle, he had momentarily forgotten this detail. Flushing with embarrassment, Gaoyuan hastily withdrew his hand and helped Wang Dong to her feet. With a sullen expression, she said nothing and walked straight back to the dormitory. Gaoyuan gazed at Wang Dong's departing figure, feeling a twinge of guilt. Why had he struck her? It is often said that one must not touch the rear of a tiger. Similarly, one should refrain from meddling with the offspring of the divine. Gaoyuan hurriedly followed after her. Seeing Wang Dong actually packing her belongings, even the footprints on her face hadn't been wiped off yet. Sorry about that. I was in a bad mood earlier. Might have gone a bit too hard. Gaoyuan deliberately avoided mentioning the whole spanking incident, if asked. He'd just insist he was a little rough, no arguments accepted. I'll apply to change dorms. Wang Dong's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. After all, she had just been pinned down and spanked twice by the same person, and he wasn't even willing to accept her 5 conditions. There was no way they could stay in the same room. Hey, really, I'm sorry. Why don't you repeat your conditions? It's not like I can't agree to them. Gaoyuan spoke awkwardly. He had 0 experience in comforting girls. Huo Yuhao had always been so sensible since childhood, hardly needing any coaxing. Damn it. He was thinking about her again. How was he supposed to explain Guna to her? Would those two end up fighting? Little Yuhao probably couldn't take on Guna right now. At that thought, Gaoyuan's expression darkened again. However, hearing that Gaoyuan might actually accept her terms, Wang Dong suddenly felt that this guy wasn't entirely terrible. After all, she had provoked him first. Then beg me, and I won't move out. Wang Dong looked at Gaoyuan with a hint of smugness in her eyes. Clearly, she assumed his temper was so bad that he couldn't find another roommate. That's why he didn't want her to leave. Beg you? Gaoyuan didn't understand. How could she be so confident? You jerk. You beast. Let me go. Wang Dong found herself pinned under Gaoyuan again, receiving a few more sharp spanks. Well, still want me to beg? Still moving out? Gaoyuan growled menacingly. No. I want to ask and I want to move. Stop, my butt's gonna swell. Wang Dong's face flushed like a ripe apple, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Damn it. He forgot again. She was a girl. Gaoyuan dismounted from Wang Dong, cleared his throat, and said, Please repeat your conditions. Wang Dong gazed at Gaoyuan with tear-filled eyes and timidly replied, There's nothing else. However, upon suddenly catching sight of Gaoyuan's icy glare, he quickly amended. Just don't walk around the dormitory shirtless, all right? Also, could you refrain from using me as a punching bag? Wang Dong had realized that Gaoyuan was in a foul mood today and had unwittingly become his outlet for frustration. Observing Wang Dong's tear-streaked face, Gaoyuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, nodded, and remarked, Is it so hard to converse properly? What is the point of resorting to violence? I'm not someone who is difficult to talk to. Chapter 30, could you tell me about your story with Brother Gaoyuan? Guna nestled in Huo Yuhan's embrace and softly inquired. Oh, Huo Yuhan looked at the adorable little girl in her arms and asked, "Where would you like me to begin?" From when you first met, Guna tilted her head and suggested. All right. Huo Yuhan began recounting her background and childhood experiences. While wiping her nose with a piece of paper, Guna sniffled, "Sister, you've had such a tough time. From now on, with me by your side, no one will dare bully you again. Together, we shall avenge you." She punctuated her words by shaking her small, rosy fist. Yes, we will go together. After Wang Dong and Gaoyuan established a strategic trust, Gaoyuan ceased to pay any attention to the privileged youth and resumed his training, for he had little interest in placating a rich heir. Wang Dong, feeling aggrieved, cast a resentful glance at Gaoyuan, who was immersed in his practice, vented his frustration at the blanket, and then crawled under the covers to sleep. Before long, night fell. Gaoyuan contemplated inviting Huo Yuhan to dinner, but was swiftly shooed away by the dormitory matron. In the ensuing days, Gaoyuan did not encounter Huo Yuhan or Guna, which caused him a pang of anxiety. How could it be that in this land of Douluo, there wasn't even a communication stone? It was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Huo Yuhan and Guna had come to a tacit agreement to give Gaoyuan the cold shoulder for a while to prevent him from flirting again. On a positive note, Wang Dong had become considerably more obedient during these days. Noticing that Gaoyuan's bedding was somewhat worn, he kindly offered a spare set of his own. Lying on the unknown fur bedding gifted by Wang Dong, Gaoyuan felt a sense of frustration. The avoidance by Huo Yuhan and Guna had already left him feeling stifled, and now, with Wang Dong also refraining from causing trouble and even voluntarily providing bedding, he found no reason to vent his anger. It was infuriating. Nevertheless, time passed swiftly, and soon, the recruitment process for Shrek Academy came to a close. During those days, Gaoyuan found himself at a loss, with training being his only means of distraction. Gaoyuan often finds himself in a state of cultivation, and thus Wang Dong subtly perceives the intensity of Gaoyuan's soul power. He once believed himself to be an unparalleled genius, yet in comparison to the youth before him, he feels utterly insignificant. After all, Gaoyuan is at least a soul master. This realization inadvertently ignited Wang Dong's desire to cultivate, for he harbors aspirations of rising from his humble beginnings and singing songs of triumph, envisioning a scenario where he could best Gaoyuan and assert his dominance. However, he has never dared to express such thoughts, fearing the repercussions. Contrary to his initial assumptions, Wang Dong is not as indolent as he seems. Gaoyuan reflects that with his divine martial soul, the radiant goddess butterfly, he should not have only just reached the rank of a great soul master through such effort. Gaoyuan tilted his mouth slightly, dismissing such thoughts. After all, Wang Dong's diligence or lack thereof was of no concern to him. Today marked the beginning of classes. Yet Wang Dong lingered in slumber. Gaoyuan called out to him and proceeded to tidy up the bathroom. What? Classes start today? Wang Dong suddenly sat up in alarm from his bed. There is still half an hour left. Hurry up, considering your grooming time. Gaoyuan's voice echoed from the bathroom. Gaoyuan was perplexed as to why Wang Dong took such an extended time in the bathroom. After all, they were both girls, and it was evident that Huo Yuhan and Guna finished much more swiftly. You go ahead, I will tidy up, he said. Gaoyuan emerged from the restroom, his demeanor refreshed and invigorated. Over the past few days, he and Wang Dong had reached a preliminary agreement. Gaoyuan would rise early each morning to wash up first. Oh, Wang Dong murmured, ruffling her hair, which had become disheveled from sleep. Gaoyuan strode out of the dormitory without a backward glance. The entrance of the white teaching building stood wide open as the freshmen filed in, each adorned with a small green monster emblem of Shrek Academy on their chests. Gaoyuan had often lamented the unsightliness of this emblem, as well as the school uniform. The sole advantage of the uniform was its ability to distinguish different grades by color, unlike certain sects where all attire appeared identical. Over the past few days, Gaoyuan had ascertained that he was in the same class as Wang Dong, both belonging to the first grade, Class 1, with a homeroom teacher named Zhou, an elderly woman. Meanwhile, Guna and Huo Yuhan were placed in Class 9. After finishing his meal, Gaoyuan made his way directly to the classroom, finding a quiet corner to settle down. To be frank, he held little interest in Shrek's teaching methods. Ultimately, it boiled down to running and fighting, which seemed rather unremarkable. At the very least, other academies in different realms would offer some form of cultivation techniques. Thus, Gaoyuan sat quietly, channeling his soul power. His classmates, noticing him with his eyes closed in meditation, refrained from disturbing him, and he relished the tranquility. Before long, Wang Dong burst into the room, plopping down beside Gaoyuan. Panting as he exclaimed, "I almost arrived late." Gaoyuan regarded Wang Dong with a hint of perplexity. This individual, who ought to harbor disdain towards him, was inexplicably seated beside him. Something seemed amiss, a sentiment that had begun to take root since the moment he had delivered his betting. Wang Dong, feeling the weight of Gao Yuan's gaze, shifted uncomfortably, a faint blush creeping onto her alabaster neck. "What are you staring at?" Wang Dong retorted with a hint of indignation. "Nothing," Gao Yuan replied, subsequently closing his eyes to resume his meditation. Before long, an elderly woman entered, a figure of frail stature, her white hair elegantly coiled atop her head, adorned in a flowing white robe. Strikingly, her bright eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating an intense brilliance from her dark irises. She appeared to be quite advanced in age, undoubtedly. She was the esteemed teacher Zhou. The moment she stepped into the classroom, the previously lively chatter faded into silence, all eyes converging upon the instructor standing at the center of the podium. As the elderly woman's gaze swept across the room, an aura of subtle pressure enveloped every student she scrutinized. Yet, Gao Yuan remained unaffected. After all, he had dedicated considerable effort to mastering the art of imposing pressure, particularly to intimidate Tian Ming into granting him the Wisdom Soul Ring of Huo Yuhao. He had even devised a method to amplify his own pressure by consuming soul power. Thus, the intensity of the pressure he could exert was comparable to that of an ordinary soul emperor. "I am Zhou Yi," the elderly woman announced, "and I shall be your homeroom teacher. I am uncertain whether you—" Gao Yuan listened to Zhou Yi's words from above, silently channeling his spiritual energy, for he perceived these utterances as devoid of substance. Zhou Yi was renowned for her high probability of ascending into the inner courtyard, which led Gao Yuan to reflect on certain sects that expelled children lacking talent, only to boast about the prodigious talents within their ranks. It was, in essence, rather amusing. "Those who have engaged in combat during the registration days, please stand up," Zhou Yi stated. Gao Yuan and Wang Dong both rose to their feet, seated side by side as desk mates. The entire class was filled with curiosity. How could these two, who had previously engaged in a brawl, sit together so amicably? It defied logic, utterly so. Just the two of them? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, regarding her classmates as a bunch of inept individuals. Did they not comprehend that avoiding trouble is the hallmark of mediocrity? Apart from the two of them, everyone else is to go outside and run laps around the Shrek Square, completing 100 circuits. Those who fail to finish will face immediate expulsion. With a silent roll of his eyes, Gao Yuan thought to himself that those who stir up trouble recklessly are mere fools. The sole reason I dare to confront Wang Dong is that I am well aware he cannot best me. Chapter 31. Do not inquire. Just run laps. As Zhou Yi's words echoed through the classroom, numerous classmates voiced their dissent. However, Zhou Yi's formidable presence swiftly quelled the objections. Before long, only Gao Yuan and Wang Dong remained in the room. Wang Dong cast a stunned glance at Gao Yuan, who stood there with an air of indifference. Zhou Yi's expression softened considerably as she waved her hand toward the two. Together, Wang Dong and Gao Yuan approached her. Observing the duo, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Not bad, you possess some spirit. Now, tell me, with whom did you engage in combat, and what was the cause of it?" Wang Dong replied, "We are roommates, and a minor disagreement led to our conflict." Zhou Yi seemed intrigued, remarking, "Roommates, indeed. Conflicts among roommates are the most beneficial, fostering mutual growth." Wang Dong's countenance darkened, as he was the one enduring the brunt of the assault. Subsequently, Zhou Yi expounded on the virtues of individuality and the encouragement of brawls before declaring, "Should you ascend to the second year, you may compete in the Soul Arena. Victorious participants can earn rewards from the school. However, for now, you may proceed to run laps." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, about to respond, only to notice that Gao Yuan had already turned to leave. He hastily followed suit. The Shrek Square is rather small, measuring approximately 300 meters per lap. Completing 100 laps amounts to 30,000 meters. For an ordinary person, finishing 30,000 meters within an hour may prove arduous. However, for soul masters, including support-type soul masters, it is quite manageable. After all, in some realms, marathon records of over 40 kilometers are achieved in just over 2 hours, equating to a mere hour, and that is without the enhancement of soul power. After Gao Yuan and Wang Dong joined the ranks of runners, a cacophony of schadenfreude emerged. However, the two paid little attention to it, for they were lagging behind by nearly 15 minutes. Gao Yuan maintained a remarkable speed as he ran, while Wang Dong endeavored to keep pace with him. In no time, the two managed to make up for the time lost due to their late arrival and found themselves side by side in first and second place. You truly are extraordinary. How is your physical prowess so formidable? That day when you fought me, you didn't even utilize your martial spirit, Wang Dong gasped, trailing behind Gao Yuan. Sensing that Gao Yuan's breath remained steady and he was evidently not exerting himself to the fullest. See this? A fist as solid as iron can leave you crying for days, Gao Yuan remarked, flexing his fist. No, please. I haven't provoked you, Wang Dong responded. You still haven't told me what your martial spirit is. It's a tree. A plant-type martial spirit. Wang Dong, being well-informed, understood the fundamentals. But how can your physical fitness be so impressive? It defies logic. It's innate, Gao Yuan replied, displaying a hint of impatience towards the inquisitive Wang Dong. And with a sudden surge of speed, he distanced himself significantly from Wang Dong. Hey, what a relentless freak. Wang Dong gritted his teeth. When will I be able to pin him down and give him a good beating? I want to smack him too. Time passed swiftly, and soon Gao Yuan had lapped Wang Dong more than 10 times. While the other students were still gasping for breath and complaining, Gao Yuan had completed 100 laps and found a patch of grass to meditate and cultivate his skills. Among the remaining students who had not yet finished, Wang Dong stood out, having pulled ahead of the group by 2 or 3 laps. As the hour drew to a close, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of every student. Accelerate, with my position as the finish line. Gao Yuan, who was channeling his soul power, was nearly startled by her voice. In the time it took her to speak, Wang Dong dashed across the finish line, becoming the second to complete the 100-lap challenge. After finishing the 100 laps at breakneck speed, a flush of color appeared on Wang Dong's handsome face, and a sheen of fine sweat gathered on his forehead. Observing Gao Yuan seated in meditation, Wang Dong also approached and began his own cultivation. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yi smiled subtly. This was the mutual competition and progress she desired. Gradually, the other students completed their 100 laps as well. As the hour concluded, all students had finished the 100 laps and stood idly on the playground. Noticing everyone waiting for Zhou Yi's admonishment, Wang Dong hurriedly pulled Gao Yuan over. Zhou Yi promptly identified some students who had attempted to cheat and publicly expelled those who had not completed the full 100 laps. Although some students protested vehemently, they were nonetheless dismissed. Gao Yuan thought Zhou Yi's actions were justified. After all, completing 100 laps in an hour was hardly a challenge for soul masters. Those who could not endure such a task clearly lacked determination and were likely just privileged scions from prominent families seeking to gild their resumes. After all, Shrek Academy's admission requirements were not stringent. Turning 12 and reaching level 15 was easily attainable for those with innate soul power of level 4 or 5. The expulsion of such individuals was inconsequential to Gao Yuan. Under Zhou Yi's formidable pressure, the few opportunistic students left in disgrace. The remaining students looked at Zhou Yi with trepidation, and soon, she successfully established a degree of authority within the class. Return to your dormitories to change clothes. Then come back to the classroom. You have 15 minutes, Zhou Yi instructed. This time, aside from Gao Yuan, everyone else dashed toward their dormitories at a sprint. Gao Yuan, however, headed directly to the classroom, as he hadn't broken a sweat and saw no need to change. In less than 15 minutes, all the students were seated in the classroom. Where did you just go? Why didn't you change clothes? Wang Dong asked, sitting beside Gao Yuan. There's a little princess in the dormitory, and I wanted to give her enough time to change, Gao Yuan teased with a smile. You. Wang Dong's face quivered with irritation, but then he wondered if this fellow had discovered anything. Probably not, considering that even his father and uncle had failed to see through Gaoyuan school's disguise techniques. Before Wang Dong could voice his thoughts, Zhou Yi entered the classroom promptly, and everyone hastily fell silent, afraid to make a sound. Seeing that all students were present, she nodded and said, "We shall commence our lesson now." Overall, I was quite satisfied with the recent test. Gao Yuan, please stand. Gao Yuan stood up, gazing around with a hint of confusion, pondering what had transpired. State your soul power level, Wang Yi spoke in a calm tone. Level 34, Gao Yuan replied. Beside him, Wang Dong was rendered speechless, astonished that this individual, of similar age, possessed a soul power level a staggering 13 levels higher than his own. Was there still a chance for him to surpass him? Yet, this also implied that it was not disgraceful for him to have never bested Gaoyuan. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You consider yourselves geniuses." Yet observe Gaoyuan, who, at a comparable age, boasts a soul power level surpassing yours by more than 10 levels. Thus, I must impart this lesson: never regard yourselves as geniuses within Shrek Academy. Of course, should Gaoyuan fail to complete the assigned tasks in the future, he too will face elimination. Now, please take your seat. Gaoyuan's expression darkened slightly. What a surprise, being summoned to serve as a target. Chapter 32. Soul Guidance Devices. Zhou Yi remained unfazed by the astonished gazes of her classmates. After seating Gaoyuan, she inscribed two prominent characters on the blackboard: attack and defense. The two words I have written on the board should be familiar to you all. Today, we shall delve into the principles of attack and defense as they pertain to soul masters. As you may know, soul masters are categorized based on the capabilities of their martial souls into various types, including assault, agility, support, food, control, and defense. Each type of soul master possesses a distinct developmental trajectory and training methodology. Wang Dong, please enlighten us, among the various types of soul masters, which are more adept at offense and which excel in defense. Wang Dong was taken aback to be called upon unexpectedly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It varies from person to person." Oh, Zhou Yi's interest was piqued by Wang Dong's response, and she remarked with a hint of intrigue, "Please elaborate on your understanding." This answer was something I had only recently pondered. Previously, I would have assumed that the assault, agility, and control types leaned more towards offense, while the others were inclined towards defense. However, during my recent sparring with Gaoyuan, I gained some insights. Wang Dong cast a somewhat resentful glance at Gaoyuan, who sat beside him, a faint blush creeping onto his face, as the sensation of being struck lingered in his memory. After regaining his composure, he continued, "Although Gaoyuan's soul power level surpasses mine by more than 10 ranks, I believe everyone understands that a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, without the use of their martial soul, would find it nearly impossible to defeat a grand soul master wielding their martial soul, particularly when that grand soul master possesses 1,000-year second soul ring." As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered across Wang Dong's face. The presence of 1,000-year second soul ring is not entirely unheard of in today's world. However, in any faction, a soul master capable of absorbing 1,000-year soul ring is undoubtedly considered a prodigy among prodigies. Gaoyuan gazed at Wang Dong's self-satisfied expression, silently scoffing. "What do you know? It is the Golden Dragon King's martial soul that has endowed me with superior physical prowess. Otherwise, could I truly defeat you without utilizing my soul power? It seems I could, albeit with some exertion." The other classmates, however, looked on in astonishment at Wang Dong, unsure whether their shock at his 1,000-year second soul ring stemmed from admiration or disdain for a genius possessing such a ring being bested without the use of a martial soul. Yet, Wang Dong paid little heed to their opinions, instead continuing, "Gaoyuan informed me that his martial soul is a tree. So we can surmise that he is most likely a control or support type soul master. As we know, control type soul masters heavily rely on their soul skills to exert control. Without their martial soul, their capabilities are significantly diminished. The same can be said for support type masters. Hence, my earlier response. If one possesses sufficiently rich combat skills, the influence of martial soul attributes may not be as substantial as one might assume." Zhou Yi was somewhat taken aback by Wang Dong's remarks. She had merely intended to use a classmate's words to discuss the distinctions between offense and defense, specifically the three categories of strong attack, agility, and control, and then segue into the concept of soul. Yet, Wang Dong was not adhering to the expected script. Zhou Yi was indeed surprised. She was aware of Gaoyuan's soul power reaching the rank of soul master, but she had not anticipated that he could triumph over Wang Dong without employing his martial soul, especially considering Wang Dong's martial soul was quite formidable, arguably among the pinnacle of beast martial souls. "Gaoyuan, what type of soul master are you?" Zhou Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued by Wang Dong's assertions. "Oh." Gaoyuan rose, taken aback that the attention had shifted to him. He found himself somewhat perplexed. What indeed was his classification as a soul master? By virtue of the Golden Dragon King martial soul, he would naturally belong to the strong attack category. However, as he was not currently specializing in that martial soul, what classification did the Golden Tree fall under? His first soul skill possessed offensive capabilities, the second was somewhat healing in nature, and the third could be deemed supportive. Gaoyuan pondered for a moment before stating, I suppose I could be classified as a support-type soul master. This revelation not only astonished Zhou Yi, but also left Wang Dong and the other students in disbelief. After all, when has a support-type soul master ever effortlessly triumphed over a formidable assault type? It is commonly held that even a soul master of the first ring in the assault category could easily outmatch a support-type soul master. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi remained remarkably diligent, swiftly regaining her composure and calmly addressing Gaoyuan and Wang Dong. All right, please take your seats. In the eyes of many, the assault, control, and agility types are predominantly offensive, while support, food, and defense types lean towards the defensive. Zhou Yi expressed this notion, with other classmates nodding in subtle agreement. However, this perspective was challenged 4,000 years ago. Zhou Yi eloquently elaborated on the remarkable utility of soul-guiding devices, explaining that it was precisely the advent of these instruments that led to the blurring of offensive and defensive roles among soul masters. Even a support-type soul master, equipped with a set of highly effective offensive soul-guiding devices, could unleash an attacking power rivaling that of a strong assault-type soul master. In Gaoyuan's heart, he silently marveled at Zhou Yi's ability to turn the situation around. However, Wang Dong beside him wore an odd expression and asked, Are you truly an auxiliary soul master? I suppose so, as my soul skills primarily focus on support, Gaoyuan replied with a nod. Wang Dong's face contorted as if he had tasted something foul. Having been bested by an auxiliary soul master, he began to question his life choices. Yet, in a short while, Wang Dong regained his composure, restoring his radiant confidence, and continued, What are your soul skills? Could you share them with me? I'll let you experience them when the opportunity arises, Gaoyuan whispered back. But let's keep our voices down. That old woman is watching us. While teaching, Zhou Yi noticed Wang Dong and Gaoyuan whispering beneath her, glaring at them multiple times. Had it not been for their impressive spirit power levels, which could potentially enhance her class's chances of entering the inner academy, she would have expelled them without hesitation. The blurring of offense and defense is the most prominent feature brought by soul guides. In a team of soul masters, each member can assume the role of an attacker. However, strengthening one's physical prowess is essential to fully leverage one's advantages. For instance, Gaoyuan possesses remarkable physical strength, enabling him to defeat Wang Dong, a master of spirit combat, without utilizing his martial spirit. If such physical strength is combined with a soul guide, it is almost certain that he would gain an edge over similarly ranked attack-type soul masters. Therefore, in their future studies, honing physical fitness and selecting soul rings will be of utmost importance. Zhou Yi spoke eloquently. Yet, both Gaoyuan and Wang Dong displayed expressions that were difficult to describe. Gaoyuan had once again been made a target, while Wang Dong had been publicly humiliated. Next time, could he not be labeled as having been defeated by a soul master, with the addition of the phrase without using his martial spirit? Did the young master of the Haotian sect not care for his dignity? Chapter 33, Crafting Soul Guides? No interest. Today's morning class ends here. I suggest you all have a hearty lunch. We will begin physical training in the afternoon. Class dismissed. Gaoyuan, please come with me. With that, Zhou Yi left the classroom without hesitation, while Gaoyuan reluctantly followed her to the office. He had initially hoped to use the lunch break to see Xiao Yuhan. Since their parting that day, he had not had a proper chance to meet her. Gaoyuan entered Zhou Yi's office, where Zhou Yi sat calmly behind her desk. Gaoyuan, what is your martial spirit? She inquired. In my experience, I have yet to discern the nature of your martial spirit. It appears to be a type I have never encountered before. Gaoyuan refrained from further elaboration and summoned his martial soul directly. A petite golden tree emerged upon his right hand, exuding a faintly sacred luminescence. Beneath this divine sheen, however, there lingered a subtle aura of darkness, which would be difficult to detect without careful scrutiny. Zhou Yi regarded the diminutive tree with curiosity, yet failed to discern anything amiss, prompting her to gesture for Gaoyuan to retract his martial soul. During class, you mentioned that you are an auxiliary-type soul master. And given that your soul power is currently the highest in our class, have you considered a minor in soul engineering? If utilized adeptly, it could significantly enhance your combat capabilities. Coupled with your commendable physical attributes and the right soul engineering devices, you might very well become an invincible presence among your peers. Zhou Yi cast a playful glance at the youth standing before her. Her intentions were somewhat self-serving. Although Gaoyuan exhibited remarkable talent in martial soul cultivation, he was, after all, an auxiliary-type soul master. While he might be able to triumph over peers through physical prowess for the time being, what would happen in the future? As one ascends to the ranks of soul kings or even soul emperors, the advantages of physical attributes become less pronounced. Moreover, Shrek Academy traditionally emphasizes combat prowess. And in such a context, auxiliary-type soul masters with insufficient combat strength are often the most easily overlooked. Consequently, the faculty supporting the auxiliary direction within the martial soul department at Shrek Academy is rather feeble. Thus, it would be more prudent to shift towards the soul engineering department, which would undoubtedly treat such a talent as a treasure, potentially benefiting her husband, Fan Yu, as well. Gaoyuan shook his head and said, "I have no interest in crafting soul tools." His disinterest wasn't directed at Zhou Yi in particular, it was simply the truth. He had spent several days poring over books on soul tool-making that were meant for Huo Yuhao, and those days were arguably the darkest of his life. What kind of incomprehensible nonsense was this? Give him a manual on immortal cultivation, and he could dissect it with eloquence. But hand him this drivel, and he wouldn't even deign to use it as toilet paper. Too coarse. That said, Gaoyuan was quite intrigued by the use of soul tools. After all, weren't they just like magical artifacts? Infuse them with a bit of internal energy, and they performed their function, except with far more versatility. Even now, he carried a set of soul tools personally forged by Huo Yuhao, albeit only first tier. And he knew Huo Yuhao would undoubtedly become a master soul engineer in the future. So why bother learning it himself? He could just have Huo Yuhao craft a set for him. Free was always the sweetest deal. Don't be too hasty in your decision. Let me show you soul tools in action. Without waiting for Gaoyuan's response, Zhou Yi strode out of the office. Seeing this, Gaoyuan had no choice but to hurry after her. Leaving the freshman teaching district, Zhou Yi led Gaoyuan toward the rear of the academy, gradually quickening her pace. To her surprise, Gaoyuan matched her stride effortlessly, maintaining a steady distance no matter how fast she moved. Though inwardly astonished, she said nothing. The scenery blurred past them as the two figures raced toward their destination. Before long, they arrived before a colossal structure. Gaoyuan gazed in awe at the immense edifice before him, feeling a sense of astonishment, even with his extensive knowledge. The grandeur of this structure could easily rank among the top 100 in magnificence. The building, predominantly gray, was undoubtedly the gray spirit guiding district that Huo Yuhao had introduced to Gaoyuan at the start of the semester. Its appearance exuded a substantial weight, showcasing a metallic sheen that, when compared to the architecture of the martial spirit district, possessed a distinctly cyberpunk aesthetic. Zhou Yi led Gaoyuan into this monumental structure. And within the vast metallic confines, he couldn't help but marvel at how technology transforms lives. He suddenly found himself curious about what the technologically advanced Sun and Moon Empire might be like. Upon entering, they were greeted by an exceedingly long corridor, with metallic doors at intervals marked with labels such as Experimental Zone 1, Experimental Zone 2, and so forth. Before long, Zhou Yi ushered Gaoyuan into a laboratory, where 3 individuals were conveniently standing. Among them was a tall, middle-aged man, alongside a middle-aged woman of similar age to Zhou Yi, who possessed an attractive countenance. And lastly, to his surprise, there stood Huo Yuhao. Gaoyuan regarded Huo Yuhao with a hint of bewilderment, though his confusion quickly dissipated. It seemed Huo Yuhan's innate talents had indeed been recognized by her homeroom teacher, who had consequently recommended her for supplementary studies in the Soul Guidance Department. Wait, no, that wasn't quite accurate, as Gaoyuan himself had no intention of pursuing Soul Guidance studies. His true motive was to freeload off Huo Yuhao, to exploit the golden goose that was the child of destiny. Huo Yuhao had clearly noticed Gaoyuan as well, yet she deliberately turned her face away, feigning indifference. After all, just before their separation, she had mustered the courage to confess her feelings to him, boldly declaring her wish to become his wife. And how had he responded? By immediately bringing another girl home, one he even embraced at night. Ever since she had begun maturing, Gaoyuan had scarcely held her while sleeping. How could she not be furious? Even someone as gentle as Huo Yuhao was determined to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, standing beside Gaoyuan, appeared visibly unsettled. Her body trembled faintly, as though suppressing something intense. The middle-aged male instructor turned and, upon noticing Zhou Yi's arrival, initially looked startled before breaking into a welcoming smile. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Oh, am I not permitted to come?" Zhou Yi retorted icily. her hostility unmistakably directed at the woman beside him. "Of course you are. Here, take a look at this child," the man replied, oblivious to the frost in her tone. He guided Zhou Yi toward Huo Yuhao and continued, "Her martial soul is the spirit eyes, an exceedingly rare mental-type soul. Her physical constitution is also remarkably robust. What's more, she's self-taught, yet has already grasped foundational soul guidance principles with impressive aptitude. She's practically a prodigy born for the path of a soul engineer." Huo Yuhao blushed at the effusive praise, while Gaoyuan discreetly gave her a thumbs up. "Truly the child of fortune. No, the daughter of fortune. Haha, I simply happened upon this little gem in my class. She expressed interest in supplementary soul guidance studies, so I brought her along," the elegant middle-aged woman interjected, affectionately ruffling Huo Yuhan's hair. Huo Yuhao beamed sweetly. "It's only because Teacher Mu Jin granted me this opportunity." "Oh, in that case, it seems Teacher Fan Yu has no need for the seedling I've brought," Zhou Yi remarked coldly. "Oh, you've brought another budding soul guidance genius?" Fan Yu's eyes lit up as he turned to Gaoyuan, astonished that two prodigies had appeared in a single day. A hint of bitterness suddenly appeared on Gaoyuan's face as he spoke. "I am intrigued by the usage of soul-guiding devices, but I possess no talent for crafting them." How could Zhou Yi so boldly boast? Her aptitude for soul-guiding devices pales in comparison to even the smallest fraction of Huo Yuhan's abilities. Am I truly worthy of comparison? Chapter 34. Divine Technique. Upon hearing Gaoyuan's words, the sparkle in Fan Yu's eyes dimmed considerably. Yet he still proposed to take them on a tour of the soul-guiding area. Recalling that Teacher Fan Yu had previously mentioned the practical soul-guiding devices for spiritual attribute soul masters, he decided to bring Xiao Yuhan over, reassured that this child also harbored aspirations of learning about soul-guiding devices. "I leave this child in your capable hands, while I take my leave," he concluded. Though Teacher Mu Jin held a favorable impression of Teacher Fan Yu and wished to engage with him further, she felt it prudent not to impose, given Zhou Yi's arrival. Zhou Yi remarked, "This child has already attained the rank of Soul Zun at such a young age, with an exceptionally robust physique. If paired with a soul-guiding device, he could unleash formidable combat power." However, Zhou Yi's gaze flickered with a hint of evasion. She had not anticipated Gaoyuan's outright disinterest in the soul-guiding department, leaving her feeling rather embarrassed in front of Mu Jin, especially considering the tenuous nature of their relationship. Fan Yu, meanwhile, scrutinized Gaoyuan with great seriousness and remarked, "His physical strength is indeed remarkable. His martial soul must be a powerful beast martial soul. Is the martial soul department capable of accommodating him?" Gaoyuan cast a somewhat melancholic glance at the two individuals, silently pondering to himself, "I never expressed a desire to join the soul guidance department." Nonetheless, he inwardly acknowledged Fan Yu's commendable qualities. Indeed, he possessed an extraordinarily potent beast martial soul, which could easily be deemed the most formidable in the contemporary world. Zhou Yi remarked, "Indeed, his martial soul is of the support type, which is precisely why I brought him to the soul guidance zone." Fan Yu, intrigued, waved towards a nearby group of individuals, calling out, "Kai Tu, come here for a moment." A youth swiftly approached, his age comparable to Bei Bei's. Yet his stature was remarkably towering, standing over 2 meters tall. Those around him had to look up to meet his gaze. His bare torso revealed dark, muscular definition, prompting Gaoyuan to silently admire the philosophical aura he exuded. "Teacher," the young man respectfully saluted. "You and this fellow shall compete in terms of physical prowess, focusing on speed, strength, and explosiveness," Fan Yu instructed, gesturing towards Gaoyuan. The dark-skinned youth scratched his head, casting an awkward glance at Gaoyuan, who appeared relatively diminutive in comparison, and hesitantly remarked, "Is this really appropriate?" "Of course it is. Go ahead," Fan Yu encouraged, pointing towards the testing ground. "Are you even human? How can your physicality be so extraordinary?" Kai Tu and others regarded Gaoyuan with an expression of disbelief, as he had utterly dominated their earlier physical contest, leaving no room for doubt. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao occasionally cast glances in Gaoyuan's direction. Yet each time he turned to look at her, she hurriedly averted her gaze. Fan Yu, amused, smiled broadly and produced a long black metallic tube, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a cross-sectional diameter of around 15 centimeters, the base being even thicker, adorned with bizarrely intricate designs. This is a level 3 soul guidance cannon. Although Gaoyuan was unfamiliar with the various types of cannons, he could effortlessly perceive the emanating energy fluctuations. "This is a level 3 convergent soul guidance cannon. Give it a try." With that, he began to instruct Gaoyuan on how to wield the cannon. Gaoyuan practiced for a while and had essentially mastered the usage of this soul-guided cannon. Yuhan, come here for a moment. Fan Yu beckoned to Huo Yuhan. Obediently, Huo Yuhan approached her teacher. Just now, Teacher Mu Jin mentioned that your soul skill has a detection-sharing effect. Could you assist Gaoyuan in trying it out? Fan Yu said, gesturing towards Gaoyuan beside her. Huo Yuhan nodded obediently and playfully stuck out her tongue at Gaoyuan, saying, "Hello, classmate. My name is Huo Yuhan." Gaoyuan cast a peculiar glance at Huo Yuhan, uncertain of her intentions, and could only respond, "Hello, my name is Gaoyuan." Fan Yu, noticing that the two had somewhat acquainted themselves, felt a surge of happiness and suggested, "Gaoyuan, why not take a shot at the target ahead?" As she spoke, Fan Yu pointed towards a target situated approximately 100 meters in front of them. Upon shouldering the soul-guided cannon, Gaoyuan underwent a profound transformation, exuding an aura of imminent danger. At that moment, a ferocious wave of soul power erupted from his being, as the formidable cannon fervently absorbed his essence. Soon, nearly one-third of his soul energy was siphoned away. Once the charging was complete, a resounding blast reverberated throughout the training ground. The immense force of the shockwave ricocheted back, prompting Gaoyuan to instinctively shield Huo Yuhan with his own body. It must be said, this was indeed a pinnacle representation among third-tier soul devices. The impact rivaled that of a full-force strike from a soul master, if not for the considerable delay in distance. This weapon would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable instrument of destruction. Nevertheless, its potential efficacy on the battlefield remained significantly profound. The turbulent air persisted for several seconds before finally dissipating, while the fired projectile accurately struck the target's outer perimeter. Gaoyuan chuckled awkwardly. However, the dark-skinned youth beside him offered a hearty smile and reassured, "It's all right, Junior. It's quite common for the spirit cannon to go awry on the first attempt." Gaoyuan nodded slightly. Fan Yu spoke, "Yuhan, how many individuals can your mental detection sharing be applied to?" "There's no specific limitation. As long as my spiritual and soul energy is sufficient, accommodating 7 or 8 individuals should pose no problem," replied Huo Yuhan. "Very well. Please apply a mental detection contribution to both Gaoyuan and me, and then proceed to fire," Fan Yu instructed the two. Huo Yuhan nodded. And the mental detection sharing swiftly enveloped teacher Fan Yu and Gaoyuan. To her astonishment, when her mental detection sharing connected with teacher Fan Yu, it felt as though a terrifying beast had opened its jaws, ready to consume her. Yet, this sensation lasted only a fleeting moment, as it was merely teacher Fan Yu's instinctive reaction, which he quickly suppressed, overcoming the subconscious resistance against Huo Yuhan's detection sharing. Huo Yuhan successfully established a connection for mental detection sharing with Gaoyuan and Fan Yu. In just a brief moment, Fan Yu discerned the intricacies of the mental detection sharing, and his previously calm demeanor was suddenly stirred with excitement. "What is the range of this sharing?" Fan Yu inquired eagerly. "If it encompasses a full 360 degrees, the range is 100 meters. In a single direction, it can extend to 300 meters without much issue, though the more individuals involved, the greater the consumption of soul energy," Huo Yuhan explained. As this information was not particularly confidential. Moreover, she adjusted the detection range. If she exerted herself fully, it could potentially double, albeit at a faster depletion of soul energy. "Adjust the target distance to 300 meters. Fan Yu commanded to He Kai-Tu, who promptly nodded and hurried off to reposition the target. After a short while, once the target was adjusted, Fan Yu signaled Gaoyuan to commence. Once more, he aimed and fired. At last, he succeeded. Although it was merely a ring, he at least hit the target. Gaoyuan felt a surge of excitement, while Fan Yu was even more astonished by Huo Yuhan's soul skill, which could only be described as divine. "Wow, Gaoyuan, you're amazing." Huo Yuhan instinctively wanted to praise him, but suddenly remembered that she should still maintain a cold demeanor and quickly composed her expression. Observing Huo Yuhan's adorable little face, Gaoyuan felt as though his heart was melting. Chapter 35. Extreme Solo Combat. Fan Yu was quite pleased with the outcome, for even an adept soul master would find it challenging to hit such a target at a distance of 300 meters. If Huo Yuhan's soul skill could later extend to 500 or even 1,000 meters, it would imply the ability to strike down an enemy from a kilometer away. Fan Yu gazed at Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhan with an affectionate smile, causing the two to involuntarily shudder. "Does your soul skill have room for improvement?" Fan Yu inquired. "If your soul power or mental strength increases, will the detection range also enhance correspondingly?" There was reason behind Fan Yu's question, after all. The effects of the same first soul skill could differ vastly between a soul master and a soul sage. Thus, it could be reasonably inferred that perhaps as Huo Yuhan's level rises, her mental detection range would expand. Or it might remain the same while the detection efficacy intensifies. This was uncertain. Yes, I can feel that as my soul power and mental strength improve. The detection range is gradually increasing, Huo Yuhan replied. Since partnering with Sister Tianming, she had become adept at utilizing her mental strength. Excellent, truly excellent, Fan Yu exclaimed, laughing heartily. You are a natural scout. Are you interested in learning about soul guiding devices from me? Fan Yu asked eagerly, knowing well that with Huo Yuhan's talent, it would be effortless for her to become a soul master as proficient as, or even more skilled than, himself. Of course, I am willing to learn about soul guiding devices from you. Huo Yuhan nodded earnestly. Wonderful. Then let us begin tonight. You will come here every afternoon from 5 to 7 to study the fundamentals of soul guiding devices. After assessing your grasp of the basics, we will decide when to start hands-on production, Fan Yu said excitedly, handing Huo Yuhan a small badge. This is a pass for the soul guiding department. With it, you can visit us anytime. Thank you, Teacher Fan Yu, Huo Yuhan replied obediently as she accepted the badge he offered. And what about you, Gaoyuan? Fan Yu asked, glancing at Gaoyuan, who still bore the weight of the gathering soul guiding cannon on his shoulder. After Gaoyuan removed the soul guide, he stated, I am utterly ignorant when it comes to the crafting of soul guides. To be honest, I have previously purchased several books on the subject, but it has become evident that I lack the aptitude for it. I can manage to use a soul guide, but that's about it. Gaoyuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. For those books were as incomprehensible to him as ancient texts. Fan Yu nodded thoughtfully, as if struck by an epiphany. The notion of an extreme solo warrior emerged in his mind. The concept of an extreme solo warrior was a topic of heated debate within the academy, divided between two factions that could not reach a consensus. One faction argued for the dual cultivation of martial spirits and soul guides, believing this approach would enhance combat capabilities. The other faction contended that the primary focus should be on the utilization of soul guides, leaving their crafting to specialists, thus allowing one to master various methods of using them for optimal combat effectiveness. Each perspective holds merit, after all. Soul guides crafted by oneself are undoubtedly more tailored to personal needs, ensuring a more intuitive usage. However, if one does not confine themselves to the crafting of soul guides, they can dedicate more time to learning the myriad ways of using them, thereby broadening their exposure to different types of soul guides. Ultimately, even the most powerful soul masters cannot specialize in every kind of soul guide. They tend to have their preferences. Some soul masters gravitate towards firearms, others favor close-quarters combat, while some lean towards defensive types. An idea sparked in Fan Yu's mind. Were these not two perfect examples? Gaoyuan could focus on using soul guides alongside his martial spirit training, while Huo Yuhan could concentrate on crafting soul guides in conjunction with her martial spirit training, allowing for a future comparison of their strengths. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Fan Yu eagerly pulled Gaoyuan aside and declared, Excellent. I will provide you with various soul guides, just like I do for Yuhan. You too, come to me at that time every day, and you can learn the art of using soul guides. Gaoyuan gazed with some perplexity at Fan Yu, who had recently been lost in thought, yet now radiated excitement. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, as the prospect of something for nothing was undeniably appealing. All right, you may leave now, but do remember to return this evening, Fan Yu instructed, signaling for the two to depart. As he watched their figures gradually recede, Fan Yu turned to Zhou Yi with enthusiasm, exclaiming, The individual you brought over is quite a promising talent. His physical prowess exceeds even that of Kai Tu, indicating that he will undoubtedly be capable of wielding more advanced soul-guiding devices in the future. Zhou Yi chuckled softly in response, remarking, I have only just begun to engage with this child. It's too early to make any determinations. He could very well be expelled at any moment. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu merely smiled and remained silent. Zhou Yi then sighed lightly and advised, Do not become overly fixated. Some things cannot be achieved overnight. After exchanging pleasantries, she departed without further delay. Fan Yu then made his way to the heart of the soul-guiding district, knocking on the door of an office. Xiao Yuhan. Gaoyuan called out to the swiftly moving Huo Yuhan, who was ahead of him. Humph. Huo Yuhan did not respond, quickening her pace even further. Dear sister, please don't be upset with me, Gaoyuan pleaded, sprinting to her side in an attempt to grasp her hand, but she deftly evaded him. Yuhan, I assure you, There is nothing between Gu Na and me. Trust me, Gaoyuan interjected, positioning himself in front of Huo Yuhao to block her path. Nothing happened. And yet you shared a bed? You even slept in each other's embrace. Huo Yuhao retorted, her expression icy. Gaoyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He lacked experience, having never before attempted to soothe a girl. Throughout his life, he had seldom needed to, as Rainhan would invariably regain her composure shortly after becoming upset. Reflecting on this, Gaoyuan felt a pang of guilt for having angered such a wonderful sister. Yet, an idea suddenly struck him. He recalled a phrase he had once seen while secretly perusing Rainhan's sketchbook. When a woman is angry, kiss her. Perhaps it was worth a shot, even if it felt like trying to revive a dead horse. Just as Gaoyuan wrestled with his thoughts, however, Huo Yuhao had already circumvented him and begun to walk away. Gaoyuan swiftly grasped Huo Yuhao's hand, his resolve unwavering. Ignoring her feeble struggles, he pulled her firmly into his embrace, unwilling to relinquish the delicate softness of her fingers. With a slight tilt of his head, he pressed his lips against the tender sweetness of her mouth. Gently parting her lips, he indulged in a fervent kiss, sending electric tremors coursing through Huo Yuhao's entire being. Initially resistant, Huo Yuhao gradually stiffened before melting limply into his arms. After what seemed an eternity, their lips parted. Gazing into her dazed, misty eyes, Gaoyuan murmured softly, "Forgive me." Tears welled up uncontrollably in Huo Yuhao's eyes. She had wrestled with her emotions for so long, torn by inner conflict, before finally resigning herself to accepting Gu Na. Yet the ache in her heart remained unspoken. Burying her face in his chest, she let the tears flow freely. "Foolish girl," Gaoyuan whispered tenderly, stroking her head, "I will love you for a lifetime." Chapter 36. Two Girlfriends? Gaoyuan took Huo Yuhao's delicate hand and led her into the dining hall of Shrek Academy. It must be said that the cuisine at Shrek Academy is quite commendable, albeit rather expensive. During this journey to the city of Bolin, Gaoyuan recognized the significance of the golden soul coins, thus resolutely deciding to begin saving, to economize whenever possible. Should he encounter a treasure suitable for Huo Yuhao in the future, he must seize it. After all, during his last encounter with Gu Na, he had only shared a beast core, leaving little more than a carving knife for little Yuhao, which left him feeling a twinge of guilt, even though Huo Yuhao was delighted with the knife. As Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao entered the cafeteria, they spotted Wang Dong seated there, waving and calling out to them. "Who is that?" Huo Yuhao queried, casting a puzzled glance at Gaoyuan. "I had yet to introduce you. This is my roommate, Wang Dong," Gaoyuan replied, reluctantly guiding Huo Yuhao towards Wang Dong. Gaoyuan was not particularly fond of dining with Wang Dong, as he himself had no particular demands when it came to food, habitually opting for substantial meals that promised to satisfy his hunger. However, Wang Dong, noticing that Gaoyuan consistently ordered the cheapest dishes, had silently labeled him as a destitute child. This prompted Wang Dong to offer his bedding to Gaoyuan and to frequently order an array of dishes to share with him. Although it was delightful to indulge without cost, Gaoyuan felt an inexplicable sense of indebtedness towards Wang Dong, for such favors were the most challenging to repay. What is this?" Wang Dong observed Gaoyuan holding hands with a young lady, piqued by curiosity. In his mind, Gaoyuan was solely preoccupied with food and cultivation. How could such a person possibly have a girlfriend? This is me." Before Gaoyuan could finish, Huo Yuhao shyly leaned against his shoulder and introduced herself. "I am his girlfriend. My name is Huo Yuhao." Wang Dong's face was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this fellow could indeed find a girlfriend. And she appeared to be quite graceful. While not exactly a beauty that could eclipse the moon, she was nonetheless a striking young woman. "You are quite fortunate. I never imagined you would manage to find a girlfriend," Wang Dong remarked with a hint of disdain, turning to Huo Yuhao to say, "I am Wang Dong, Gaoyuan's roommate." After the pleasantries were exchanged, they settled down, and Wang Dong, taking the initiative, ordered an extravagant spread of dishes, proclaiming boldly, "This meal is on me." Huo Yuhao gazed in astonishment at the lavish array of dishes before them. One dish featured braised soft-shelled turtle, which appeared to be made from the meat of a soul beast at least 50 or 60 years old. The steamed fish beside it was not to be underestimated either, as it was evidently crafted from the rare and precious Longhu ban, which, though not particularly aged, was still around a decade old. The remaining dishes were equally costly. Huo Yuhao squinted her eyes and murmured, "This meal must cost at least 100 gold soul coins." Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively, "It's nothing. Consider it a treat for my sister-in-law." ever since Wang Dong discovered that Gaoyuan was half a year younger than him. He had taken to referring to Gaoyuan as Big Brother, often patting him on the shoulder and assuring him that he would look out for him in the future. Were it not for the betting set valued at several hundred gold soul coins, he might have found himself pinned to the ground in a playful scuffle. Gaoyuan cast a fierce glare at Wang Dong, who had taken advantage of him, and without uttering a word, he began to eat. The food at the Shrek cafeteria was still quite delightful, perfectly suiting Gaoyuan's palate. Wow, brother Gaoyuan, how could you indulge in a feast without me? A soft and melodious voice echoed from a distance, and Gaoyuan immediately recognized it as Guna. "No, come here." Gaoyuan waved at Guna and said, "Today, a generous benefactor is treating us. Join us for the meal." Upon hearing Gaoyuan refer to him as the generous benefactor, Wang Dong shot a menacing glare at him. "And who might this be?" Wang Dong inquired, directing his gaze towards the approaching Nar. "I am Gaoyuan's girlfriend. My name is Guna," she exclaimed, taking the initiative to answer before sitting beside Gaoyuan, wrapping her arms around him. She and Huo Yuhao had initially decided to give Gaoyuan a lesson over the next few days by ignoring him. However, upon seeing Huo Yuhao sitting beside Gaoyuan, she realized that her sister Yuhan had evidently forgiven him. Thus, she no longer felt the need to suppress her desire to see Gaoyuan. Wang Dong looked perplexedly at Huo Yuhao and Guna, who were seated on either side of Gaoyuan. With a wry smile, Gaoyuan looked at the somewhat astonished Wang Dong and then introduced Guna, saying, "This is my roommate, Wang Dong." "Hello," Guna politely greeted Wang Dong. Having just emerged from his shock, Wang Dong returned the greeting before returning to his meal, which had lost its appeal, now tainted with the flavor of dog food. Thus concluded a simple lunch, with Guna and Huo Yuhao each linking arms with Gaoyuan as they left the cafeteria, while Wang Dong trailed behind like a forlorn dog. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene. Was it truly this open? Initially, Gaoyuan felt a bit shy under the scrutiny of others, but as the moments passed, he matured, his confidence swelling to the point where he even took the initiative to hold the hands of both ladies. Upon reaching the foot of the dormitory, the two girls exchanged farewells with Gaoyuan and Wang Dong before ascending to their dorm. After their return, Wang Dong smacked his lips and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be such a scoundrel." Gaoyuan nodded with a hint of resignation and remarked, "I must confess, I am indeed a cad." Upon hearing Gaoyuan's candid admission, Wang Dong became somewhat intrigued and inquired, "Why not regale us with the tale of your romantic escapades?" Gaoyuan cast a glance at the gossiping Wang Dong and began, "This tale must be traced back 5 centuries. He then delved into a narrative filled with cycles of reincarnation and intricate tales, reaching a climax before deliberately falling silent. And then? Why have you stopped? What became of the serpent spirit and the scholar?" Wang Dong was completely oblivious to the fact that he had been led astray by Gaoyuan, entirely forgetting that Gaoyuan had originally intended to recount his own love story. Gaoyuan chuckled softly, observing Wang Dong's inquisitive expression, which sparked a lucrative idea in his mind. After all, he had arrived in the Douluo Continent with memories intact, not to mention the books he had previously read. Even a single episode from his past life could inspire several captivating tales. If you wish to know what transpires next, please offer 500 gold soul coins. Gaoyuan stated with an air of indifference, gazing at the engrossed Wang Dong. "What? You want money too? We are brothers, after all," Wang Dong retorted, his lips curling in discontent. Reluctantly, he yielded to Gaoyuan's outstretched hand and begrudgingly transferred 500 gold soul coins from his savings card. By the end of the afternoon, Gaoyuan, feeling the weight of 2,000 gold soul coins in his possession, couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly he was able to earn money. After narrating each story, he would always provide a tantalizing glimpse into the next, leaving Wang Dong unable to resist, consequently surrendering his gold soul coins. However, for Wang Dong, this sum was insignificant, merely a charitable contribution in his eyes. "All right. It is time for us to attend class," Gaoyuan announced as he jumped off the bed and slipped into his shoes. After an exhausting afternoon of storytelling, he welcomed the opportunity to rest during class. Wang Dong glanced at the time and realized it was indeed nearing the hour for their lessons. He felt a twinge of regret, for Gaoyuan possessed a wealth of fascinating tales, including that of the enchanting 9-headed serpent Demonis and the golden angel with 12 pairs of wings, as well as the extraordinary beast capable of devouring worlds. Each story piqued Wang Dong's curiosity. Was there truly a world where one could not cultivate? Was there a realm devoid of martial souls, yet capable of pursuing immortality? But what was this cultivation of immortality? It must belong to a different system of training from another world. Chapter 37. Why do we run every day? Wang Dong and Gaoyuan strolled towards the classroom, and Wang Dong, with a mischievous smile, inquired, "Hey, you haven't told me yet. What did Teacher Zhou Yi summon you for today? Surely, you weren't taken aside for extra training?" Gaoyuan rolled his eyes and remarked, "I merely visited the Soul Guide district. From now on, I shall practice using the soul guidance devices there after school." "What? That means you want to have time to tell me stories?" Wang Dong said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. For she had just heard the tale of Long Outyin kicking the Yunlan sect and had encountered the venerable ancestor of Mount Hua. It was unfortunate that she had to attend class now. However, she found it peculiar that the ancestor of the Yunlan sect was referred to as the ancestor of Mount Hua. Wang Dong silently pondered the stories Gaoyuan had just recounted. Before long, they arrived in the classroom, where Wang Dong once again sat beside Gaoyuan. Although Gaoyuan found his company somewhat bothersome due to her incessant chatter during class, he was genuinely concerned about being targeted by Zhou Yi. Fearing expulsion would render his 200,000 gold soul coins meaningless. Both were lost in thought. Gaoyuan contemplated how to wield the soul guidance devices for maximum efficacy, while Wang Dong mused over the continuation of the morning's stories and occasionally wondered when she might surpass Gaoyuan. For the grudge of the slap was not to be taken lightly. As Zhou Yi entered the classroom with measured steps, an air of solemnity enveloped the room. Gaoyuan silently summoned his soul power, anticipating that Zhou Yi's forthcoming words would lack substance. To his surprise, Zhou Yi simply stated, "Everyone, please stand, gather at the plaza," and exited the room. "Goodness, we're not going to run laps again, are we?" Wang Dong exclaimed, uncharacteristically expressing her frustration. Before long, the entire class assembled at the Shrek Plaza, where they were met with a pile of iron chains. "Gaoyuan," Zhou Yi called out. Gaoyuan stepped forward and replied, "I have reviewed the profiles of all of you. Gaoyuan possesses the highest soul power, and after this morning's assessment, it is indisputable that his cultivation surpasses that of anyone else here. Therefore, I hereby appoint him as the class leader. You are all free to challenge him. The victor shall inherit his position. Do you understand?" Zhou Yi addressed the entire class. "Understood," the crowd replied in unison. Although they were aware that Gaoyuan was an auxiliary soul master, his ability to defeat Wang Dong, a formidable soul master in his own right, was evident to all. Consequently, each individual was eager to issue a challenge. Gaoyuan was bewildered, wondering why he was appointed as the class monitor when he felt utterly aimless. Gaoyuan winked at Wang Dong, signaling him to step forward and challenge him, indicating that he would let her win with a little leniency. However, Wang Dong misunderstood, thinking Gaoyuan was boasting about becoming the class monitor, and instead gave him a thumbs up. What a blockhead, Gaoyuan inwardly cursed. Zhou Yi pointed to the iron chain before them, stating, "This is the iron attire. Once donned, you will run laps until class is dismissed. You may utilize your soul power, but soul techniques are prohibited. Rankings will be based on the number of laps completed, and the last place will face expulsion." Gaoyuan expressed his profound disdain for this method, for it is evident that individuals cannot be judged uniformly. Some excel in bursts of energy, while others possess enduring stamina. Thus, the relentless emphasis on long-distance running lacks any discernible merit. The decision to expel individuals outright seems excessively harsh. Subsequently, Gaoyuan chose to ignore Zhou Yi's words, perceiving them as devoid of substance. The iron armor, weighing perhaps a mere 30 pounds, pales in comparison to the armor utilized by a military unit. Gaoyuan donned his attire without much sensation. However, for some girls, the weight of this iron garment felt rather burdensome. Many students silently cursed Zhou Yi a few times in their hearts, yet they still dared not voice their discontent. Gaoyuan took the lead, running at a leisurely pace, as he did not perceive any beneficial effects on his physique from this exercise. In contrast, Wang Dong swiftly surpassed him, casting a provocative glance over his shoulder. However, Gaoyuan had reconciled with Huo Yuhao and was not as irked by Wang Dong's presence as he had been on their first encounter. Instead, he continued his slow jog, gradually finding himself in the second group at the rear. As he ran, Gaoyuan began to circulate his soul power slowly. He sensed that, although this method was not as effective as meditative cultivation, he was still experiencing some growth. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi furrowed her brow, noticing that Gaoyuan had fallen to the second group, feeling somewhat irritated and suspecting that he was doing so on purpose. Soon, some of the support-type soul masters beside Gaoyuan began to struggle, their breaths growing heavier and their strides slowing. Wang Dong had already lapped Gaoyuan by 4 laps. He cast a puzzled glance at Gaoyuan, who continued to jog leisurely. Another student had fallen behind, and Gaoyuan observed that, even at his sluggish pace, classmates around him were consistently dropping out of the race. Gaoyuan observed his classmates who were gritting their teeth and persevering, and he found himself pondering the situation. Since Zhou Yi mentioned that the last student would be expelled, if everyone were to finish last, would that not result in anyone being expelled? It seemed that this reasoning absolved the collective of blame. Nevertheless, as Gaoyuan glanced at the students running around him, he thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? Yet, he gradually slowed his pace, aligning himself with the classmates who had fallen to the back. He softly advised, let us maintain a synchronized pace, inhaling gently and exhaling rapidly, as we adjust our breathing rhythm. The few classmates trailing behind cast grateful glances at Gaoyuan and began to follow his guidance, modifying their breathing accordingly. Gaoyuan summoned his martial spirit, and instantly, streams of golden light radiated from the delicate golden tree. The classmates enveloped in the golden glow surprisingly felt their fatigue begin to wane. Nevertheless, even so, as time progressed beyond half an hour, some students still succumbed to exhaustion. Gaoyuan swiftly supported a fellow student on the verge of collapse, softly encouraging him. Just hold on a little longer. The student, filled with gratitude, cast a lingering glance at Gaoyuan and slowly shook his head. Gritting his teeth, Gaoyuan removed the iron armor from his classmate's shoulders and draped it over his own. Supporting his weakened companion, he continued running forward resolutely. The leading students, witnessing Gaoyuan's selfless act, consciously began assisting those lagging behind. Gradually, the scene on the playground transformed into a collective effort of mutual support, with everyone moving forward at a measured pace. When the class bell finally rang, the students collapsed onto the field in exhausted relief, their comical postures of leaning against each other in small groups belying their fatigue. Yet Gaoyuan remained vigilant. Though the 30-kilogram iron armor posed no burden to him, he understood its potentially devastating impact on the physically weaker support-type soul masters. A moment's negligence could lead to irreversible damage. Gaoyuan silently surveyed the circle of classmates slumped on the ground, having already discerned that at least 2 of them might have sustained irreparable injuries to their knees. Gaoyuan hastened over, summoning his martial spirit, as 2 beams of light illuminated his classmates. A violet soul ring radiated a soft glow. The second soul ring, 1,000-year-old, bestowed the blessings of the golden tree. In an instant, a warm surge enveloped his classmates, silently healing their injuries, while others lay sprawled on the playground. Only Wang Dong noticed Gaoyuan's actions, his eyes filled with astonishment at the realization that Gaoyuan was indeed a support-type soul master, specifically a healer. Observing her fallen classmates, Zhou Yi remarked with a touch of surprise, I am quite astonished. You have given me an unexpected delight. Today, no one shall be eliminated. Soon after, a healing soul sage appeared, tending to the incapacitated students. Witnessing this soul sage, Gaoyuan quietly retracted his martial spirit. Zhou Yi surveyed her classmates and declared, from this moment forth, Gaoyuan shall be your class leader. Should anyone aspire to challenge this position, come forth to me, I shall oversee your duels. And the victor will assume the role of class leader. Gaoyuan whispered to Wang Dong, why not take up the challenge? With that, he winked at Wang Dong. Wang Dong rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing, you little rascal, you're just looking for an opportunity to beat me up. Do you think I would fall for that? Chapter 38. Duo, seeing that no one had the audacity to propose a challenge, Zhou Yi promptly declared the class over for the day and left without hesitation. The students ambled back to the dormitory in pairs and small groups, weary from the afternoon's exertions, yearning for a restful slumber. Wang Dong eagerly followed Gaoyuan, soon realizing that Gaoyuan did not seem to be heading towards the dormitory. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Gaoyuan was likely intending to study the soul guide devices. Although Wang Dong could not quite fathom why the mere mention of soul guide devices irked him, he still spoke up, hey there, my friend. The story from noon remains unfinished. Gaoyuan cast a perplexed glance at Wang Dong, wondering if this young girl had become utterly captivated by the tales. He could only respond, very well, I shall continue the story tonight. Great, I shall await your return, Wang Dong replied before dashing back to the dormitory. Gaoyuan observed Wang Dong's demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that this young master of the Haoyan sect was indeed well off, diligently seizing every opportunity. However, he did not linger long and promptly sought out Huo Yuhao to accompany her to the soul guidance zone. Fanyu, witnessing the two he had only just met yesterday now strolling hand in hand, felt a touch of surprise. What's this between you two? Fan Yu inquired with a playful glint in his eyes. Huo Yuhan blushed, her gaze cast downward as she held Gaoyuan's hand, uncertain of what to say. We are together now, Gaoyuan managed to reply. Haha, as expected of the youth. Come in, Fan Yu chuckled, leading them into the soul guidance experiment zone. Kaitu. Take Gaoyuan to learn about the usage of first, second, and third level soul guiding devices, focusing primarily on the various soul cannons and soul armors, Fan Yu instructed Kaitu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Kaitu led Gaoyuan away. Yuhan, you should start with the foundational knowledge of soul guiding devices. Here, take this and read for a while. I will return shortly to address any questions you may have, Fan Yu said as he handed Huo Yuhan a detailed book on the basics of soul guiding. Huo Yuhan accepted the book with a serious nod and found a corner to delve into her reading. Observing both students so self-sufficient filled Fan Yu with a sense of satisfaction as he made his way to the principal's office deep within the soul guidance zone. Fan Yu. A robust man nearing his 50s sat behind the desk in the principal's office, addressing him. I understand your thoughts from yesterday, and I personally support them. This statement startled Fan Yu. The vice principal's personal endorsement implied the school's potential disapproval. After all, nurturing two extreme individual combatants simultaneously would incur substantial costs. The middle-aged man, adjusting his thinning hair, spoke with a hint of weariness. You are aware of our school's situation. Those old fellows are all antiquated. Holding a strong prejudice against soul-guiding devices, Fan Yu refrained from revealing his sentiments. The decisions at the higher echelons of the academy were beyond his control. Thus, there is considerable resistance from the Sea God Pavilion regarding this matter. Nevertheless, Old Mu does somewhat agree with the idea. And it was passed in the Sea God Pavilion meeting, albeit with additional conditions, the middle-aged man elaborated. Dean Xian, what are those additional conditions? Fan Yu inquired. The man seated behind the desk was none other than Duo, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. For the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament, Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhan must serve as the main force and secure the championship, Duo stated, emphasizing the necessity to showcase the formidable capabilities of soul guiding devices. How is that possible? Fan Yu exclaimed. The tournament is just around the corner. What levels will they even reach by then? It's unrealistic to expect them to lead us to victory. If we are to win, it would be in the subsequent tournament. Duo offered a wry smile. Indeed, it is quite challenging. However, this is the Sea God Pavilion's most significant concession. From today onward, we can initiate their training as extreme individual combatants. If they fail to secure the championship, their privileges will be revoked. Fan Yu nodded, feeling a sense of frustration towards the Sea God Pavilion's decision. Soul-guiding devices were undoubtedly the future. Yet their hesitance and reluctance to invest in the Soul Guidance Department was disheartening. Let us proceed to see those two children, Duo suggested. After Fan Yu reported the extreme individual combatant plan to him yesterday, he had been eager to meet the two, but they had already left at that time. Very well. Fan Yu agreed, leading Duo to Huo Yuhan's location. Upon arrival, they found Huo Yuhan with her eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. While the book Fan Yu had given her lay shut beside her, a hint of embarrassment crossed Fan Yu's face as he quickly spoke up. Yuhan, how is your studying going? Huo Yuhan opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Fan Yu and a middle-aged teacher accompanying him, nodded vigorously, yes. This book was given to me by my brother when I was little. I've already finished reading it. Oh, Duo looked at Huo Yuhan in surprise. Well aware of the book's contents. You finished it as a child? Did you comprehend it? Let me test you, Duo said, pulling a chair to sit opposite Huo Yuhan and casually posing several questions regarding soul-guiding devices. Recalling the time her brother had insisted she read the book, she smiled faintly at the memory of him sternly watching her with a ruler in hand. Nevertheless, she answered each question with ease. Seeing Huo Yuhan's young age and her profound understanding of soul-guiding devices, Duo couldn't help but marvel. Recognizing her as a prodigy in the art of soul-guiding device creation, he turned to Fan Yu and remarked with Yuhan's level of knowledge. She is ready to begin instruction in the creation of soul-guiding devices. You must pay close attention. Fan Yu nodded, offering Huo Yuhan further praise. Subsequently, Duo took out another book and handed it to Huo Yuhan, saying, although you have grasped the foundational knowledge, you must consider which area to focus on, as the varieties of soul-guiding devices are exceedingly numerous. Upon receiving the book, Huo Yuhan noticed its title, A Comprehensive Guide to Soul-Guiding Devices. This was precisely the book she had longed to read, but regrettably, Gaoyuan had scoured nearby bookstores and auction houses to no avail. genuinely thrilled to obtain it. She exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher. I will work hard." Haha, you need not call me teacher. This gentleman is our esteemed Vice Dean of Shrek Academy and oversees our soul guidance department. One of the few 8th-level soul engineers, Fan Yu explained, noticing Huo Yuhan's innocent demeanor. Then, "Thank you, Vice Dean," Huo Yuhan promptly corrected herself. "Excellent, excellent. Just focus on your studies. And our Soul Guidance Academy will provide you with the best resources," Duo assured her. After exchanging pleasantries, the group proceeded to check on Gaoyuan. It must be said, in comparison to Huo Yuhan, Gaoyuan seemed rather. 5 rings. 7 rings. 4 rings. Kaitu stood nearby, clutching Gaoyuan's test results. Gaoyuan had already fired this soul-guided sleeve cannon 70 or 80 times, progressing from missing every shot to now hitting within 5 or 6 rings. Duo frowned slightly and remarked, "It seems Gaoyuan still needs to put in more effort. If his accuracy is like this against stationary targets, we'll have to introduce moving targets later. I'll have Kaitu supervise Gaoyuan closely in mastering the use of soul tools." Fan Yu nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement with Duo's assessment. Chapter 39. Ma Xiaotao. After Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhan completed their studies on soul-guiding devices, they returned to their dormitory together. Listening to Huo Yuhan chatter excitedly about the intricacies of soul-guiding devices, Gaoyuan resolved to master their usage, determined not to allow Huo Yuhan's efforts on his behalf to go to waste. Upon their return, Gaoyuan was unexpectedly surprised to find Wang Dong practicing diligently. He stealthily retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. One could only speculate how many generations the iron clothes of Shrek had been passed down, but the odor was certainly quite potent. After finishing his ablutions, Gaoyuan emerged to find Wang Dong reclining on his bed, gazing at him with his striking blue eyes. With a casual flourish, he handed over a card and declared, "This is 100,000 gold soul coins. Let's make it a month and begin the storytelling." Gaoyuan's eyes gleamed at the mention of money as he hastily accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. You're truly generous. May fortune smile upon you." Wang Dong cast him a haughty glance and said, "Let's begin." At Gaoyuan's insistent urging, the session lasted only 2 hours, for cultivation couldn't be neglected. Wang Dong pouted, watching Gaoyuan settle into meditation with a twinge of regret. If only I hadn't given him so much money at once. Perhaps the lure of golden soul coins could have drawn out more tales. Over the following month, Gaoyuan fell into a steady rhythm, attending lectures, running drills, practicing soul tools, and spinning elaborate stories to entertain Wang Dong. In his spare moments, he couldn't resist teasing Huo Yuhao and Gunana. However, since Huo Yuhao had advanced into the soul tool department ahead of schedule, she missed out on the potential acquisition of the profound water pill. Quietly, Gaoyuan slipped away to an auction house and secured one for her. Given that both Gunana and Gaoyuan had already consumed the essence of primordial beasts, the profound water pill's effect on them would have been negligible. Thus, he purchased only one, for Huo Yuhao. The young girl was overjoyed upon receiving the pill, treasuring it so dearly that she hesitated to consume it. It wasn't until Gaoyuan tasked Gunana with supervising her that she finally swallowed the pill, resulting in a significant surge in her soul power. During a rare moment of leisure, Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao strolled along the lakeside path south of Shrek Plaza. A gentle mist, mingling with crisp air and the faint fragrance of blossoms, carried an enchanting charm. The crystal-clear waters mirrored the weeping willows along the shore, their shimmering ripples exuding an aura of vitality. Gaoyuan gently held Huo Yuhan's small hand as they strolled quietly along the lakeside, savoring the enchanting scenery. "Brother Gaoyuan, why didn't you invite Nar to join us today?" Huo Yuhan inquired softly, still clasping his hand. Gaoyuan's thumb gently caressed the back of Huo Yuhan's hand as he remarked, "She is rather clingy. Whenever she has a moment, she insists on training alongside me. The time I have set aside today is exclusively for your company." Gaoyuan gently embraced Xiao Yuhan, placing a soft kiss upon her forehead as he spoke. "In order to free up some time, I specifically left her in the soul guidance zone. I had not anticipated that her aptitude for soul guidance devices would be quite commendable." Xiao Yuhan nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed, and it appears her interest lies in soul guidance armor. In the future, I shall craft weapons for my brother while she creates armor for him. Hehe, my brother is truly fortunate." "Yes, I feel like the happiest person in the world," Gaoyuan remarked, playfully pinching Xiao Yuhan's adorable face. Unable to resist, he kissed her again, captivated by her cherubic features. Oh, Xiao Yuhan exclaimed, pointing towards the center of the lake. Brother, there's a red dot over there. Do take a look. With that, Xiao Yuhan activated her mental probe, sharing its capabilities with Gaoyuan. Presently, her mental detection could reach nearly 800 meters in one direction. Gaoyuan followed the direction pointed out by Huo Yuhan and saw a crimson figure rushing towards them. Gaoyuan swiftly pulled Huo Yuhan back, his suspicion solidifying. Could it be that the elusive fire phoenix, Ma Xiaodao, had arrived? However, the crimson figure moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to within 100 meters in the blink of an eye. A terrifying wave of heat enveloped them instantaneously, prompting Gaoyuan to shield Huo Yuhan protectively behind him. Ma Xiaodao radiated an indescribable aura of madness. Gaoyuan swiftly pulled Huo Yuhan and dashed towards the teaching building. His speed, as he sprinted at full throttle, was remarkable, rivaling that of an average Soul King or even a Soul Emperor. However, Huo Yuhan did not possess Gaoyuan's formidable physical prowess, and her explosive speed paled in comparison to his. Gaoyuan decisively seized Huo Yuhan and dashed forward. But a crimson figure loomed overhead, preparing to strike with an enormous palm. In response to the impending blow, Gaoyuan hurled Huo Yuhan away and swiftly summoned his second martial soul, the Golden Dragon King. Instantly, heavy dragon scales enveloped his entire form, transforming him into a towering and formidable golden dragon. He unleashed a powerful punch, colliding with the descending palm. Pain, heat. These sensations were the only ones Gaoyuan could discern as a searing agony coursed through his arm. The force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After all, it was a strike from a Soul Emperor, and Gaoyuan's current strength was insufficient to withstand it entirely, leaving him injured. Yet, his Golden Tree martial soul quietly began mending his wounded body. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Gaoyuan's injury, Huo Yuhan unleashed a mental shockwave directed at the retreaty. Upon witnessing the scene, Gaoyuan swiftly switched out of the Golden Tree. The radiance of his second soul skill directly illuminated Huo Yuhan. While the Golden Tree could mend the physical wounds, it was powerless against the backlash inflicted upon her soul. However, the formidable presence of Tian Engjia, residing within Huo Yuhan's mind, was not to be underestimated. She immediately harnessed her immense mental power to commence the restoration of the damage caused by the backlash. Meanwhile, the crimson figure did not pause. A magnificent fire phoenix ascended, accompanied by the rise of 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Upon witnessing that Huo Yuhan was no longer in grave danger, Gaoyuan summoned forth his golden dragon, an indescribable aura of pressure emanating from his being. It was a tremor that resonated with the very essence of his soul. The martial soul of the fiery phoenix quivered involuntarily, as if it were succumbing to the weight of ancestral lineage. Who dares to provoke me? Without uttering another word, Gaoyuan leapt into the air, his claw lunging towards the fiery phoenix. The oppressive force stemming from his bloodline momentarily hindered her ability to unleash her soul skills. Nevertheless, her second, third, and 6th soul rings illuminated in succession. Yet before she could deploy her soul skills, Gaoyuan's claw had already reached her. A tremendous impact sent Ma Xiaodao hurtling backward, a distance exceeding 10 meters. Almost immediately, a flame as slender as a finger erupted from the mouth of the fiery phoenix. Gaoyuan deftly evaded the fatal strike with a swift movement. In Gaoyuan's gaze, a murderous intent was unmistakably evident. Golden Tree, 3rd soul skill, Golden Tree Oath. In an instant, Gaoyuan felt a tremendous augmentation of all his attributes. The innate domain of the Golden Dragon King, Blood Golden Dragon. A wave of brutality emanated from Gaoyuan, enveloping the area around him. Even Ma Xiaodao, a Soul Emperor, felt a flicker of trepidation in the face of this innate domain. However, in her current state, devoid of rational control, Ma Xiaodao harbored but one thought: to reduce the person obstructing her to ashes. Gaoyuan's eyes were bloodshot, a fierce rage surging through his entire being. With a powerful strike, the heavenly claw descended upon Ma Xiaodao, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. Driven by instinct, she attempted to evade the impending blow. However, ensnared within the Blood Dragon King's domain, her body trembled uncontrollably, rendering her incapable of even the slightest movement. Nevertheless, all 6 of her soul rings ignited, unleashing a barrage of soul abilities towards the colossal claw. Yet, how could the self-created skill of the Golden Dragon King be so easily thwarted? In an instant, a massive gash appeared before her, and torrents of blood flowed forth. Nonetheless, Gaoyuan was not without his own suffering. With his current soul power, he had first employed the Golden Tree martial spirit to augment his strength, maintained his innate domain, and unleashed the devastating heavenly claw, leaving his soul power utterly depleted. Waves of intense heat emanated from his right hand as Ma Xiaodao's full force strike finally inflicted a wound upon him. Gaoyuan knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his sole intact left hand, striving to prevent himself from collapsing. Meanwhile, two figures surged forth from the distance towards him. Gaoyuan, brother? A silver silhouette rushed over and caught him. Are you all right? Guna asked anxiously, as a gentle stream of soul energy flowed into Gao Yuan's body, continuously mending his wounds. Gao Yuan's pale lips parted, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. Guna beheld the unconscious Huo Yuhao lying behind her, as well as the gravely injured Gao Yuan, her eyes brimming with tears. The moment Gao Yuan summoned the Golden Dragon King martial soul, she sensed it immediately and abandoned all she held, rushing straight toward him. She understood that Gao Yuan would not invoke such a formidable power unless he were in dire peril. She glared furiously at Ma Xiaodao, who had already regained her footing in the distance. Ma Xiaodao bore severe wounds, her body drenched in blood, resembling a ruthless harbinger of death emerging from the depths of hell. You dare to harm my brother Gao Yuan. Guna's fierce gaze emanated a tremendous pressure as her martial soul manifested, enveloping her in a formidable aura. Yet, Ma Xiaodao, consumed by malevolent fire, charged recklessly toward Guna and the others, heedless of her own injuries. Truly reckless, Guna exclaimed, forming a hand seal and invoking elemental mastery. Instantly, a multitude of sparks erupted around her, shooting toward Ma Xiaodao. You fancy playing with fire? Let us see who plays better. Guna declared coldly as a spear forged from fire elements materialized in her grasp, thrusting toward Ma Xiaodao with unwavering resolve. The intensity of her flames surpassed the very limits of the ultimate fire by the standards of the Douluo Continent. An indescribable heat surged toward Ma Xiaodao, dispersing the flames that surrounded her. In the face of such supreme attributes, even lesser powers must submit. Nevertheless, Ma Xiaodao appeared impervious to pain, enduring the onslaught and retaliating with a brutal punch aimed at Guna. It was a savage exchange of blows, devoid of any semblance of strategy. Guna, perceiving the incoming strike, swiftly sidestepped, absorbing the impact with her own strength. Though propelled backward, she sustained only minor injuries. Guna, Gao Yuan roared, launching himself toward her. At that moment, Huo Yuhao stirred back to consciousness, hastily repositioning herself to share her mental probing with Guna and Gao Yuan. In midair, Guna and Gao Yuan embraced, and he sensed through his soul power that Guna was unharmed, relieving him. Use that technique, Guna instructed. Her gaze fixed upon Ma Xiaodao, brimming with lethal intent. She could feel the severity of Gao Yuan's wounds. If they deepened any further, they might threaten his very life. Gao Yuan nodded slightly, and as the two embraced, a radiant cascade of 7-colored light erupted from their bodies. Dragon transformation. First move, the awakening of the divine dragon. A low hum reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble. A beam of white light enveloped Guna, merging swiftly into Gao Yuan's being. Red, blue, yellow, green, gold, silver, and black, 7 hues of brilliance burst forth from their union. In the air, Ma Xiaodao continued her assault, unleashing a massive flame that surged through the void, accompanied by an overwhelming heat. The strike collided with the 7-colored light. Strangely, the searing attack exhibited no effect, vanishing into thin air as if it had never existed. Yet, in an instant, the attack reappeared directly behind Ma Xiaodao. The power of space. One of the 7 elemental forces activated, redirecting the blow right back at her. With a gasp, Ma Xiaodao spewed forth a mouthful of blood, injured by her own attack. Enormous dragon scales cloaked Gao Yuan and Guna, transforming from golden and silver luminescence into a dazzling spectrum of colors, exuding an unparalleled majesty. As the glow of the scales began to fade, the scales themselves grew transparent yet dense. A dragon claw was gently raised, swiping towards Ma Xiaodao. Stop! An ancient voice resonated from nearby, and a figure appeared before Gao Yuan and Guna, an elderly man clad in a gray robe. Despite his frail appearance, the vibrant rings of yellow, purple, black, and red behind him revealed his extraordinary prowess. A colossal dragon claw emerged from the elder, countering the strike of the transformed dragon. The elder was pushed back several meters, but managed to deflect the attack. After executing the move, both Guna and Gao Yuan collapsed, utterly exhausted. Their martial soul fusion state dissipated, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Chapter 40. I need an explanation. The only one still conscious, Huo Yuhao hurried to their side. Kneeling weakly as tears streamed down her face upon witnessing their severe injuries and unconsciousness, she felt a profound sense of frustration, lamenting her inability to assist in the battle against the adversary. Why couldn't she help her brother Gao Yuan and sister Guna? Why? Huo Yuhao held them tightly, her tears falling like rain. It's all right. Their injuries are not life-threatening. They will be fine, the elder's voice reassured. Huo Yuhao turned to glare at the elder, momentarily stunned to recognize him as the old man who sat in the dormitory courtyard every day soaking up the sun. Yet, she remained silent, her gaze tinged with resentment. Were it not for this elder's interference, Gaoyuan and Guna would have surely dealt with that madwoman. The elder, however, said nothing further, merely sighing as he flicked his finger atop the head of the red-clad woman, causing her to collapse. In an instant, a dozen figures appeared, moving with astonishing speed. Not good. A student from the outer academy has been injured, exclaimed a white-clad elder, but upon seeing the gray-robed elder, he quickly bowed and respectfully called, Elder Mu. Elder Mu nodded slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The white-clad elder stepped forward, arriving before Gaoyuan and Gu Na in an instant. With a gesture, their bodies levitated. They are gravely injured, the elder declared. Teacherly, attend to their wounds. Understood, replied a middle-aged man in white as he stepped forward. His martial soul, the tree of life, blossoming, sending forth waves of green light toward the two. If one looked closely, they would see the plants along the shores of the sea god lake recovering at an astonishing pace. The visible wounds on their bodies began to fade rapidly. Huo Yuhao stood by, dazed, lost in her thoughts. Xiao is here, shouted one of the white-clad figures. She is more severely injured. Her life is in danger. The shout-out in question was the deranged woman in red, her clothing tattered from the assaults of Gaoyuan and Gu Na, her body marred by both tears and burns. The white-clad elder hurried forward, his eyes revealing a hint of anger upon seeing Ma Xiaodao's dire condition. He was convinced that such injuries could not have been inflicted by Gaoyuan and Gu Na. A formidable foe must have infiltrated the academy. Take them to the infirmary. With a wave of his hand, the three bodies floated upward, following him as he soared towards the infirmary of Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao quickly followed, determined not to leave Gaoyuan's side, not even for a moment. Gaoyuan, endowed with the golden tree martial spirit within him, was continuously mending his own body, thus awakening shortly after arriving at the infirmary. Upon seeing Gaoyuan regain consciousness, Huo Yuhao immediately threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Silly girl, I am fine. Gaoyuan reassured her, albeit weakly, as he extended a strand of soul power to examine her condition. Discovering that she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, profoundly anxious about the possibility that had he not vanquished that deranged woman with a single blow, Huo Yuhao might have been injured. Yet, in his concern, he overlooked the fact that within Huo Yuhao resided a formidable entity and a being approaching divinity. I require an explanation from you, a voice resonated in Gaoyuan's ear, belonging to the elderly figure in white who had escorted him back. I demand an explanation from you, Gaoyuan retorted, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of the elder. You failed to supervise your students, allowing them to harm others, and now you expect me to elucidate? How did Xiaotao sustain her injuries? Who is the powerful individual behind you? What is your purpose in coming to Shrek Academy? The elder inquired with an air of indifference. Gaoyuan's anger surged. What the hell? I came to Shrek Academy to study and learn, not to deal with a monster that has emerged from your institution. You want me to explain? Explain what, exactly? This marked the first time Gaoyuan had expressed such fury. Gu Na lay nearby, her injuries still uncertain, and they were met with such insensitivity. Since you claim everything is fine, you should clarify the situation. The elder's brow furrowed at Gaoyuan's insults. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ha ha ha. Is this what you call fine? Cough, cough. In his agitation, Gaoyuan inadvertently aggravated his lung injury and began to cough. One of my companions lies in bed, her condition still unclear. You tell me everything is fine? We were merely taking a stroll in the academy when a monster charged at us. We defended ourselves, and you expect us to explain? Brother, please stop, Huo Yuhao pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Let us leave this wretched school and return to our own courtyard, where we can live our lives in peace. Gaoyuan gazed at the figure of Huo Yuhao in his arms, his heart pierced by a sense of anguish. If his strength had been even slightly inferior, Huo Yuhao would undoubtedly have been harmed. No, she was already wounded. The backlash from the soul impact had left traces of blood upon her face. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. Xiaoyanzi, come forth at once. A commanding voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing this, the elderly man clad in white trembled and hastily rushed out. Gaoyuan, disinclined to converse with those attired in white, sensed a gradual restoration of his own vitality. He approached Guna, gently grasping her hand, and infused a wisp of soul power into her being, probing the state of her body. The condition was dire, exceedingly so. Her soul power was nearly depleted. In the recent execution of the martial soul fusion technique, Gaoyuan had sustained grave injuries, rendering Guna the primary orchestrator of the fusion. Consequently, her soul power had been severely taxed by this very technique. Gaoyuan swiftly summoned his golden tree, invoking his second soul skill. As a warm current lingered within Guna's body, Gaoyuan gently channeled his spiritual energy to nourish Guna's meridians, meticulously mending the damage she had sustained. After what seemed like an eternity, the injuries within Guna's body were finally completely healed. Gaoyuan finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Brother Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao hesitated, biting her lip before continuing. Am I useless? Since childhood, I've always been under your protection. I don't have Guna's strength. I feel. Before she could finish, Gaoyuan gently covered her mouth with his hand and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. Do you trust me? He asked. Huo Yuhao nodded, though her lips were still muffled by his hand. Despite the dirt and traces of battle staining his fingers, she paid no mind to it at that moment. When you reach the 30th rank, we'll go together to obtain your second martial soul, Gaoyuan whispered into her ear, using a trace of soul power to shield his words from outsiders. Your second martial soul will be an ultimate one, no less powerful than mine or Nars. Huo Yuhan's wide, glistening eyes stared at him in shock. Gaoyuan lowered his hand from her lips and tenderly kissed her pale, trembling mouth. Then, you'll gain formidable offensive abilities. He murmured against her ear. You'll be able to protect me too. How does that sound? Huo Yuhao nodded vigorously. Never say such things again, all right? Gaoyuan pulled her into his embrace, pressing another kiss to her slightly disheveled forehead. To me, you'll always be the best. Chapter 41. Withdrawal. Elder Mu. You summoned me? Yin Xiaozhi stood respectfully before the elderly man. Are you blind? Elder Mu glared at his disciple with exasperation. Did you not notice I was present earlier? If there truly were some mysterious expert, could they have escaped Shrek Academy unnoticed? Yin Xiaozhi's eyes widened in realization. Elder Mu had been there. His concern for Ma Xiaotao, his prized disciple, had clouded his judgment. Seeing her grievously injured had made him act rashly. Then, what should we do? Yin Xiaozhi asked hastily. Spare no effort in keeping those three at Shrek, Elder Mu commanded. After a pause, he added, ensure they remain here to study. Accommodate their requests as much as possible. But they nearly killed Xiaodao. She was on the brink of. Elder Mu waved a hand, silencing him. If Xiaodao was harmed, the primary responsibility lies with you. Elder Mu said sternly, reclining in his chair. You knew the instability of her martial soul. Why didn't you monitor her closely? Why didn't you suppress her evil flames in time? Your negligence is the root cause of this incident. Those two children merely defended themselves. Even if they had killed Ma Xiaodao, the fault would still be yours. What? Gaoyuan and the others could have killed Xiaodao? Yin Xiaozhi's expression twisted in disbelief. Had I not intervened in time, Ma Xiaodao would already be a corpse, Elder Mu snapped. With an impatient flick of his wrist, he dismissed his disciple. As he absently rubbed a scratch on his hand, Elder Mu recalled the sensation he had felt earlier, a primal fear that struck his very soul, coupled with an overwhelming suppression from his bloodline. Those children's martial souls are no ordinary dragon type. They must be supreme beast souls. And that Gaoyuan, a twin martial soul? That golden tree bears a resemblance to the one in the Sea God Pavilion, yet it's fundamentally different. Their martial soul fusion skill had been astonishingly powerful. Even the famed Netherworld White Tiger had seemed like a mere kitten in comparison. That attack wasn't just capable of killing Ma Xiaotao. It could have injured even me. These two are anything but ordinary. In the infirmary, Guna slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao recovering well, she allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. A white-robed middle-aged man entered and stated coolly, You're fine now. Forget what you witnessed earlier, or face expulsion. These are your compensations. He tossed a green object to each of them. To his surprise, none of the three reached to catch them. Guna was the first to speak. So this is how Shrek treats its students, disregarding their safety? Fine. If this place won't have us, we'll find another. With that, she took Huo Yuhao and Gaoyuan by the hand and strode out of the infirmary. Gaoyuan regarded Guna with a peculiar expression, gently inquiring, Where did you learn such words? Guna replied, I saw the protagonists in the illustration say this when they were bullied. A faint blush appeared on her delicate face, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the pallor brought on by her weakness. Indeed, this school bullies its students. When one of their own goes mad and injures others, they neither apologize nor take responsibility, as if we owe them a fortune in gold soul coins. We should return to our dormitory, pack our belongings, and withdraw from this institution, Huo Yuhao declared bitterly. The words of the elderly man in white had thoroughly disillusioned her with Shrek. He had indiscriminately cast blame and then arrogantly demanded their silence. What pretense? We are here to study, not to be subservient. Upon returning to the dormitory entrance, they found the elder in gray still seated there, smiling at the group. However, none chose to acknowledge him, not even Huo Yuhao, who was typically the most polite among them. Mulao felt a twinge of confusion. Having returned to the dorm, one would expect discussions to have concluded. Yet the atmosphere remained tense. Wang Dong, noticing Gaoyuan's pale complexion as he returned to the dormitory, couldn't help but chuckle and casually asked, "Did a dog bite you?" Gaoyuan cast a glance at Wang Dong, and over the course of the past month, his perception of Wang Dong had undergone a significant transformation. He realized that Wang Dong was not the haughty little princess he had initially thought. Rather, her disposition was quite commendable. Throughout their training, she seldom complained, consistently demonstrating progress. She also possessed a certain kindness, occasionally managing to coax some trivial items from him. However, her penchant for gossip was rather pronounced, as she would insist on recounting stories to Gaoyuan every noon. Yet, given that she was being compensated, there was little room for complaint. As Gaoyuan gathered his belongings, he contemplated returning a set of bedding to Wang Dong. However, he reconsidered. Knowing her obsessive cleanliness, she would likely discard it carelessly. Thus, he decided to keep it for himself. When Wang Dong noticed that Gaoyuan's bed was immaculately tidy, with even the bedding put away, she hurriedly inquired, "Where are you going?" "I've withdrawn from school," Gaoyuan replied as he turned to face Wang Dong. "This is for you, a token of gratitude for your bedding." With that, he tossed her a small soul-guiding device, explaining, "This device is something I crafted during my idle moments. It serves as a light source, though it hardly qualifies as even a first-level soul-guiding device. You might want to try it out at night. Consider it my first and only creation, a memento of sorts." Having said that, Gaoyuan strode out of the dormitory. Wang Dong stood there, astonished, still trying to process his words. How could he have withdrawn? This was rather absurd. After all, today was a day off, devoid of classes. How had he been expelled by Zoe? As she regained her composure, she saw Gaoyuan waiting by the dormitory entrance for Guna and Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong rushed out, grasping Gaoyuan's shoulder, and asked, "Are you truly going to withdraw?" Gaoyuan nodded slightly. "Why? I shall not disclose that." A faintly playful smile struggled to emerge on Gaoyuan's weary visage. "What on earth is wrong with you? Come, I shall take you to see Teacher Zhou. She must enlighten you. How can you act so impulsively? You ought to consider your family and friends. Even if you disregard your own well-being, think of your younger siblings," Wang Dong insisted, reaching to grasp Gaoyuan's sleeve. "No need," two voices called out from behind. "We are also withdrawing from school," Guna and Huo Yuhao stated in unison. What are you three on about?" Wang Dong looked bewildered at the trio contemplating their withdrawal. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman basking in the sun had long since vanished. Chapter 42. The transaction. Knowing too much is never beneficial, Huo Yuhao remarked to Wang Dong, maintaining a favorable impression of him, especially as he had affectionately referred to her as younger sister upon their first meeting. "We are leaving. Do take care of yourself." Huo Yuhao smiled at Gaoyuan, taking his arm as they made their way toward the academic affairs office. Guna politely nodded towards Wang Dong before following suit. Wang Dong stood in a daze, watching the trio depart. Had his companions, the storytellers, truly vanished? He quickly followed, hoping to persuade them to stay. Upon reaching the academic affairs office, he encountered the white-clad old man who had earlier confronted Gaoyuan, now approaching them with a beaming smile. "What brings you to the academic affairs office?" Guna shot him a glance and said, "Isn't the school expelling us? We are here to formally withdraw, so please step aside." With that, the three frail figures maneuvered around the old man and entered the office. Wang Dong hurriedly followed, supporting Gaoyuan as he whispered, "What have you done? Is the school really expelling you?" "What did we do?" Gaoyuan's voice suddenly rose. "It's merely that a monster sought to kill us, and we responded in self-defense." "Let us discuss this," the old man said, his complexion reddening slightly as he recalled a recent reprimand from Mulao, who had insisted he properly apologize to these students. At that moment, a middle-aged man nearing 50 approached. He was Duo, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. "Yuhan, Gaoyuan, Guna. Why are you three here?" he inquired with concern. "You appear severely injured. Why not take the time to rest?" "Thank you for your concern, Dean Qian. We are here to withdraw from school," Gaoyuan replied politely, appreciating the vice dean's kindness. "I shall see to it that no one dares expel you," Duo exclaimed, patting Gaoyuan on the shoulder. "Rest assured, even if the elder from the Sea God Pavilion comes, they cannot expel you." Thank you for your goodwill, Dean Qian. We appreciate it, but we shall not trouble you further, Gaoyuan responded. Come, since so many of us are here, let us find a place to converse. Yin Xiaozhi suggested first. Gaoyuan observed the arrival of a large group and, feeling at a loss for words, simply nodded in acknowledgement. The group then proceeded to an office within the Academic Affairs Department and took their seats. Wang Dong followed suit, quietly positioning herself behind Gaoyuan. She was merely a spectator, intrigued yet bewildered as to why so many prominent figures had gathered. After all, when Gaoyuan had called out to Dean Xin Duo, she recognized the middle-aged man as the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department, who seemed quite protective of Gaoyuan and his companions. The individual dressed in white, however, appeared to show no respect towards Qian Duo, suggesting he was also a high-ranking member of the academy. Yin Xiaozhi spoke first, addressing Gaoyuan. Young friend Gaoyuan, I must admit my shortcomings today. I failed to keep an eye on my shout-out, allowing her to cause a disturbance and question you without discernment. Here, I extend my sincere apologies. It was a rare occasion for Yin Xiaozhi to apologize. Although Qian Duo was unaware of the specific circumstances, he could surmise that Yin Xiaozhi's prized disciple, unable to suppress her mischief, had stumbled upon Gaoyuan and his group, resulting in their injuries. Yin Xiaozhi cast an irritated glance at Qian Duo, his spirits dampened by the uncertainty surrounding his treasured disciple's fate, especially given the severity of her injuries, which seemed likely to jeopardize her foundation. Compounded by Mu Lao's insistence that he apologize to Gaoyuan, his frustration was palpable. Meanwhile, Qian Duo, delighted by Yin Xiaozhi's discomfort, refrained from provoking him further. Gaoyuan opened his mouth and asked, What would you do if it weren't us here today? Yin Xiaozhi, momentarily taken aback, had envisioned Gaoyuan accepting his apology with a smile, and also imagined the possibility of Gaoyuan refusing to give him face, leaving him in a predicament. He never anticipated that Gaoyuan would turn the question back on him. Indeed, if it were not the three of us, but rather other students from the external colleges, what would you do? Gaoyuan reiterated his question once more. We would provide them with the best treatment and adequate compensation, Yin Xiaozhi replied. The best treatment? Tell me, which student from the external colleges could survive under that monster's hands? This left Yin Xiaozhi momentarily speechless. He realized that even the 5th or 6th year students from external colleges had soul powers merely around level 40. Surviving under the grasp of a soul emperor in a state of madness seemed like a delusion. I know you would tell me that you would compensate the family of the deceased, providing them with a substantial sum to ensure they could live out their days in peace. Am I correct? Gaoyuan looked at Yin Xiaozhi with a hint of amusement. Yin Xiaozhi, feeling a chill run down his spine under Gaoyuan's gaze, responded, Yes, if someone were to perish because of this incident, we would take care of their family. How unfortunate that the three of us are orphans, Gaoyuan said with a hint of self-deprecation. He was uncertain if Guna was also an orphan, but since her family had not yet been found, it was reasonable to consider her one for the time being. Thus, if the three of them were to fall victim to that monster, it would mean little to you. In your eyes, human lives hold no worth. Gaoyuan chuckled softly and continued, If our strength were lacking, and we were of a caliber akin to Wang Dong, even if we managed to survive the clutches of that monstrous being, you would hardly pursue me to negotiate terms. You would merely toss us a few soul elevation pills to placate us. Even if we considered dropping out, all we would receive from you would be a dismissive remark about our lack of appreciation. Am I not speaking the truth? His tone bore a chill, emanating an aura of frost. Oh no, the coldness was emanating from Wang Dong behind Gaoyuan. How had I become a mere unit of measurement, linked to such inadequacy? Wang Dong felt a wave of despair. He was a genius, the second soul ring of a millennium. How had he become a mere metric? Yin Xiaozhi found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that Gaoyuan's assertions were indeed accurate, and that they had behaved in such a manner. The white-clad middle-aged man had indeed tossed them the soul elevation pills. Nevertheless, I find no fault in this perspective. Gaoyuan shifted his rhetoric, asserting that this world operates on principles of survival of the fittest. Do the weak truly deserve respect? Evidently, they do not. Gaoyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, remarking, It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. I assume your visit is not solely to offer me an apology. Yin Xiaozhi responded, Indeed. We do not wish for you to withdraw from your studies. Please, propose a condition. Gaoyuan shrugged and remarked, It is merely a transaction. We seek cultivation resources. Thus we must find an academy, while you require exceptional students to bolster your reputation. Since that is the case, I shall not linger. I am indeed in need of funds and soul bones. I require a spirit-type soul bone of over 50,000 years, along with 4 soul-enhancing elixirs. and an additional 1 million gold soul coins. Let us consider this matter as if it never occurred. Gaoyuan spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. I trust that this condition is trivial for an institution as formidable as Shrek Academy. Yin Shaozhi gritted his teeth and ultimately nodded heavily. Meanwhile, Duo was in a state of agitation, questioning how Gaoyuan could offer such a low price. After all, it was a rare opportunity, and he wished to extract more from it. You want a few soul-enhancing elixirs? If you desire them, I can procure more for you to enjoy as candies. Wang Dong, standing behind Gaoyuan, was astonished, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. A spirit-type soul bone of over 50,000 years is indeed an exceedingly precious item, not merely due to its age, but because of its spiritual nature. He cast an envious glance at Huo Yuhao, realizing that Gaoyuan's interest in this soul bone was undoubtedly for her benefit. Oh, and no trunk bones, Gaoyuan added, aware that Huo Yuhao's trunk bone was intended for the Ice Emperor. Very well, however, spirit-type soul bones are hard to come by. You shall have it within a month. After speaking, Yin Shaozhi produced 4 elixirs and a red card, placing them on the table. He then surveyed the room and said calmly, I hope that nothing regarding today's affair is leaked. Everyone nodded in agreement. As Yin Shaozhi departed, his hands were clenched tightly. Had it not been for old Mu's intervention, he might have been tempted to strike down that avaricious young man. Nevertheless, the pressing issue remained the resolution of Ma Xiaodao's martial soul predicament. Duo, feeling a surge of indignation, exclaimed, You are too kind-hearted. Can't you ask for a bit more? Nearly 1 million gold soul coins is hardly sufficient. Gaoyuan gazed somewhat speechlessly at the venerable Dean Qian before him, letting out a resigned sigh. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and remarked, Thank you. Dean Qian, alas, while I am unaware of the circumstances that have transpired, I implore you to take care of your health. Please rest well over the next few days, and return to the martial spirit department only once you have fully recuperated. Duo patted Gaoyuan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Even if the martial spirit department is against you, you can always join our spirit guidance department. We shall always welcome you with open arms. Gaoyuan solemnly nodded in agreement. Duo also departed. Chapter 43. Deceived upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong bombarded Gaoyuan with incessant questions. Unable to withstand Wang Dong's relentless inquiries, Gaoyuan reluctantly recounted the general course of events. Once again, Wang Dong was taken aback, rendered nearly speechless. Are you saying that you survived in the hands of a frenzied soul emperor? Gaoyuan nodded and replied, It was merely a stroke of luck. After all, Gu Na possesses formidable skills to begin with, and with both Huo Yuhao and myself providing support, we were able to engage in an evenly matched battle. Gaoyuan did not disclose his second martial soul to Wang Dong, nor did he mention the issue of soul fusion techniques. He merely stated that he and Huo Yuhao had granted Gu Na some support to survive. Incredible, Wang Dong exclaimed. But what is your soul skill? I've never seen you use a third soul skill. Wang Dong blinked her light blue eyes, fixating her gaze on Gaoyuan. After being scrutinized for a considerable time, Gaoyuan could no longer endure it and replied, Stop staring at me. My third soul skill is an amplification ability. You can give it a try. With that, Gaoyuan unleashed his third soul skill, Golden Tree Oath. Instantly, a golden light enveloped an area about 1 meter around Gaoyuan and Wang Dong. Bathed in this golden radiance, felt her soul power and physical strength elevate to a new level. Once again astonished, Wang Dong realized that in her entire life, she had never been so taken aback as she was today. Your soul skill is truly extraordinary, Wang Dong marveled, sensing that her attributes had enhanced by approximately 30%. Unbelievable, absolutely outrageous. As the golden light gradually faded, the feeling of enhancement did not dissipate. Curiosity sparked within her. How long does this amplification last? About 10 minutes, Gaoyuan replied nonchalantly. Wang Dong looked at him in disbelief. This soul skill was indeed remarkable. Gaoyuan casually tossed a soul ascending pill to Wang Dong, saying, This is for you. Wang Dong instinctively caught the pill, gazing down at it in a daze. Is this for me? He stammered. Yes, consider it your hush money, Gaoyuan replied coldly, and without hesitation, he took out another soul ascending pill and consumed it. Overall, Gaoyuan harbors a dislike for being indebted to others. He perceives the concept of personal favors as both expansive and minuscule. After all, having partaken of numerous meals at Wang Dong's expense, he feels a slight discomfort in his heart for being in debt. Wang Dong glanced at the ascension pill in his hand and consumed it as well, instantly feeling a warm current flowing through his body. A subtle smile graced Wang Dong's lips, He had not anticipated that this fellow could be rather endearing, offering him medicinal pills while maintaining such an icy demeanor. Surely, his life must be quite austere. It was said that he and Huo Yuhao had relied on each other since childhood. But today he learned that he was actually an orphan. Maintaining two young girlfriends must require considerable financial resources. No wonder he often sought to extract money from me. I shall regard this as an act of charity. From now on, I am determined to be a good elder brother to Gaoyuan, Wang Dong resolved silently. The primary function of the Ascension Pill is to enhance one's soul power. It is crafted from several rare and precious materials as its medicinal base. Each soul master is permitted to consume only one, as excessive intake can be detrimental to one's health. Gaoyuan had already bestowed a soul ascension pill upon both Huo Yuhao and Gu Na, though the two were rather reluctant to remain at Shrek Academy. However, after Gaoyuan's soothing reassurances, they ultimately acquiesced, for a spirit-type soulbone over 5,000 years old was indeed a rare treasure. After Gaoyuan fully absorbed the medicinal power, his soul power steadily reached level 35, falling short of his anticipated 36, which was somewhat regrettable. In contrast, Wang Dong's advancement was strikingly evident, as his soul power level soared directly from 22 to 25. Wang Dong was elated by this progress. For achieving 3 levels through arduous training would likely have taken him an entire year. Gu Na and Huo Yuhao also consumed the soul-enhancing pill, yet they did not share Wang Dong's exuberance, for they were acutely aware that such gains came at the cost of their vitality. Nonetheless, their enhanced strength did lift their spirits somewhat. Gu Na's level had risen to 37, surpassing Gaoyuan by 2 levels. A feat made possible thanks to a drop of dragon blood that had bestowed upon her considerable benefits. Huo Yuhao's soul power level had reached 29. Having previously attained 27 after consuming the Xin Shui pill, she now stood merely a step away from 30. The thought of her brother Gaoyuan's promise to take her to acquire her second martial soul upon reaching level 30 filled her with excitement. In the following days, with a leave of absence personally approved by the dean, Gaoyuan indulged in a few languid days in his dormitory. After all, physical injuries were easier to treat. But the lingering weakness and mental exhaustion were not so readily remedied. To avoid any lingering repercussions, Gaoyuan dutifully focused on his recovery. For several days, it was Wang Dong who brought him meals. Gaoyuan was taken aback by Wang Dong's willingness to assume the responsibility of caring for him, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, as though he owed even more in terms of favors. Gaoyuan sat on the bed, taking small bites of the meal brought by Wang Dong, and said, "I feel my health is nearly restored. I shall return to class tomorrow." "Oh, splendid. You are finally coming back. During your absence, Teacher Zhou appointed me as the acting class leader, which has exhausted me. It's far more comfortable to lie down." Wang Dong languidly replied, reclining on his own bed. Being the second strongest in class in terms of soul power, he naturally assumed the role of acting class leader in Gaoyuan's absence. However, even Zhou was unaware of the details, only understanding that Gaoyuan seemed to have sustained an injury while cultivating. Given Teacher Zhou Yi's personality, I am certain that the position of class leader will be contested upon your return. Perhaps we might even have a duel. Let us seize the opportunity for a full-on battle, Gaoyuan remarked, casting a sly glance at Wang Dong, his eyes glinting with mischief. For he intended to hold back should they engage in combat. Class leader? Not even a dog would want that, Wang Dong replied. Very well. Tomorrow I shall demonstrate the true extent of my abilities. After completing his physical training, Wang Dong was too lethargic to even turn over to look at Gaoyuan. Hey, what were you discussing yesterday? Ah, yes, the one about the husband-loving boss Chow. At this point, Wang Dong's cheeks flushed slightly as he recalled having successfully renewed his storyteller subscription for another month, though he puzzled over the notion of a husband-loving character. Class leader. A petite and adorable girl approached, none other than Xiao Xiao, Gaoyuan's classmate, who wielded the soul spirit, 3-life soul-settling cauldron. It seemed she harbored affections for Wang Dong, and indeed, Wang Dong's striking looks were hard to ignore, his fair complexion akin to that of a young girl, coupled with an almost flawless physique, made him quite irresistible to the female populace. As Gaoyuan shared a dormitory with Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao naturally grew quite familiar with him as well. Gaoyuan and Wang Dong greeted Xiao Xiao, who approached them, before taking their seats. Why are you so indifferent towards her? She seems quite fond of you, Gaoyuan teased, noticing Wang Dong's distant demeanor. Wang Dong replied with a hint of disdain. I am not a man easily swayed. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed, if you hadn't mentioned it. I would have thought the one begging me for stories last night and the one sitting before me now were two different people, Gaoyuan retorted, casting a challenging glance at Wang Dong. At that moment, Zhou Yi made her entrance. As commanding as ever, she wasted no time and got straight to the point. Since Gaoyuan has recovered and returned to class, let us welcome him with applause, Zhou Yi announced, prompting the students around to clap enthusiastically. This applause was genuine to some extent, as Gaoyuan's month-long tenure as class monitor had fostered a sense of camaraderie among the students. Notably, his second soul skill had proven remarkably effective in healing, and many had benefited from his aid during physical training injuries. Now, following tradition, Gaoyuan and Wang Dong will spar. The victor will assume the role of class monitor, Zhou Yi declared before turning towards the playground. The entire class quickly followed. Having learned from the unfortunate fate of a former student who had been expelled for failing to keep up, Gaoyuan argued passionately on behalf of that classmate, yet ultimately, he could not alter the outcome. On the playground, a circle of people formed, encircling Gaoyuan and Wang Dong in the center. Gaoyuan gave a slight bow and spoke in a refined tone. Gaoyuan, level 35 support system soul venerable, with the golden tree as my martial soul. I humbly request your guidance. Wang Dong mirrored the gesture and declared with equal grace, Wang Dong, level 25 assault system battle soul master. Bearing the martial soul of the radiant goddess butterfly. The honor is mine. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Dong swiftly summoned his martial soul. While Gaoyuan, with a solemn incantation, enveloped himself in the golden radiance of his own buff. With a powerful leap, Wang Dong surged toward Gaoyuan like a tempest. Sensing the unrestrained force behind the strike, a faint smile curled at the corners of Gaoyuan's lips. He adjusted his stance, feigning an attempt to evade, yet deliberately delayed just enough to allow the blow to land. A sharp pang shot through his body, and with a calculated exertion of his core, he allowed himself to be sent flying as if struck with overwhelming might, tumbling nearly 8 meters before collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, he conceded with theatrical admiration. Wang Dong, your prowess is truly formidable, worthy of your title as an assault system battle soul master. I yield. Wang Dong stood frozen, his mind reeling with a single exasperated thought. Damn it, I've been played. Chapter 44. Someone wants to team up without saying so. Wang Dong glared at Gaoyuan, seething with frustration. He had been fully prepared, even resolved, to unleash his hidden weapon, the legendary Haotian hammer, just to honor Gaoyuan's request for a proper duel. And yet, Zhou Yi, too, had initially assumed that as a support-type soul master without the aid of soul tools, Gaoyuan's defeat against an assault type like Wang Dong was only natural, but the sheer speed of his surrender left her puzzled. If this was the case, how had Gaoyuan managed to overpower Wang Dong in their first encounter? Regardless, with the match decisively concluded, Zhou Yi wasted no time in declaring Wang Dong the victor and the new class monitor. Gaoyuan hurriedly trotted behind Wang Dong, whispering, "Congratulations, class leader Wang. From now on, I shall rely on your protection." Wang Dong bitterly twisted Gaoyuan's waist, but to his dismay, he could not budge him. Such formidable strength. Without even employing a martial spirit, he could likely subdue me with ease. Wang Dong cast a tearful glance at Gaoyuan and retorted fiercely, "You certainly have your wits about you." "Hee." Likewise, Gaoyuan replied, his spirits lifted as he returned to the classroom. Wang Dong's swift defeat of Gaoyuan became widely celebrated, and gradually, Wang Dong emerged as the second most notable figure among the new students of Shrek Academy. With the first being Gu Na, a formidable soul master of level 37, who could undoubtedly contend with even 6th graders. Soon, 2 months had elapsed. Gaoyuan, in high spirits, counted the golden soul coins in his possession. With the 1 million golden soul coins compensated by Shrek Academy, along with the 300,000 golden soul coins donated by Wang Dong for charity, and the remaining over 100,000 golden soul coins he had prior to arriving at Shrek, his net worth now approached 1,500,000 golden soul coins. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuhan had already ascended to the rank of soul master, although she had yet to officially obtain her soul ring. Gaoyuan decided to wait until after the new student assessment to accompany Xiao Yuhan in acquiring her soul ring. Additionally, the soul bone that the academy had compensated him with had arrived, a left arm bone of a bloodthirsty dragonfly, aged over 70,000 years. The bloodthirsty dragonfly is a rare mutated species, exhibiting a psychic mutation that possesses the ability to manipulate emotions, rendering individuals prone to uncontrollable rage and bloodlust. Thus, while it bears the name bloodthirsty dragonfly, it does not imply that the creature itself is bloodthirsty. Rather, it can incite its opponents to lose their reason, transforming them into ravenous monsters. Consequently, one of the skills it offers is called negative emotion, which amplifies the negative feelings within the target, effectively disturbing their emotional state. Upon hearing of this skill, Gaoyuan found himself somewhat at a loss. It was indeed a formidable ability, yet it bore an air of redundancy, akin to a dish devoid of flavor, leaving one to ponder its worth. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit dungeon beneath the Sea God Pavilion, a deranged woman clad in red trembled incessantly, muttering incomprehensible words. Yin Shaozhi gazed at the completely unhinged Ma Xiaodao, letting out a soft sigh, his heart swelling with a tinge of disdain for a certain figure. "Let us depart. It is time for class." Wang Dong called to Gaoyuan and promptly exited the dormitory. For reasons unknown, Wang Dong had become increasingly diligent in his training, achieving a remarkable breakthrough in just 2 months, now a level 26 Great Soul Master. Even Gaoyuan was astounded by Wang Dong's fervor. Today's physical education class was suspended. Zhou stood at the podium, while the students below sat rigidly, no one daring to utter a word. 3 months had elapsed since the commencement of the semester, and they were about to face their first assessment. Only those who passed would officially become first-year students. The assessment would commence tomorrow, and today I shall outline the key points. "Wang Dong," Zhou called out. "Present," Wang Dong replied, hurrying to the podium. Zhou handed him a stack of papers, and without needing further instruction, Wang Dong distributed them among the students. Zhou was quite pleased with Wang Dong as the class leader. In her eyes, he was far superior to Gaoyuan, who, like a blockhead, required detailed guidance for every task. Wang Dong, on the other hand, alleviated her burden significantly, as many tasks entrusted to him required no further elaboration. Zhou stated, "After the new student assessment concludes, we shall tailor our instruction to fit individual needs. Please write down your training directions and submit them to me shortly." Gaoyuan casually filled out a form for the support system. Wang Dong, after glancing at Gaoyuan's paper, displayed a hint of regret on his face before lowering his head to complete his own form. Zhou remarked, after the freshman assessment, "The classes will be restructured, so do not embarrass me. As for the content of the freshman assessment, it can be summed up in 2 words: combat. The school aims to cultivate well-rounded talents, and thus, combat experience is indispensable. Naturally, the institution will not require the support and assault systems to engage in one-on-one battles. Instead, the assessments will take the form of team battles, with each team consisting of 3 members. During team formation, it is stipulated that each team may only have 1 assault-type soul master." Zhou continued, "The freshman assessment will be conducted uniformly across the entire grade, totaling 300 groups, with the first 150 groups successfully advancing." Wang Dong scarcely heard the remainder of Zhou Yi's words, only catching the part about each group being limited to 1 assault-type soul master. He glanced at Gaoyuan's selection of the support system and then at his own choice of the assault system. Realizing he understood the implication, if one wished to team up with him, they could simply say so. "Hey, how about we form a team?" Wang Dong nudged Gaoyuan with a shoulder. "Whatever," Gaoyuan replied nonchalantly, pondering that the first-place reward was likely a soul bone. It was evident that Xiao Yuhan and Nar would definitely be in a group together, and if he teamed up with Wang Dong, it seemed that the first place would undoubtedly be contested between them. Gaoyuan suddenly realized that the soul bone was indeed within their grasp. "All right, let us form our team first, and then recruit a formidable member. Who do you think would be suitable?" Gaoyuan responded promptly. Even if the soul bone has a low age, it can still be quite valuable, especially since Xiao Yuhan spends a fortune as a soul minter. "I am not particularly keen on forming a deep connection with Shrek Academy, as my impression of it is rather unfavorable at present. What about Xiao Xiao? That young girl is quite impressive. She is also a grand soul master," Wang Dong suggested, as he was familiar with both Gaoyuan and Xiao Xiao in their class. "Fine, you shall be the captain," Gaoyuan nodded in agreement. Wang Dong was aware that Gaoyuan preferred to avoid the trivialities of leadership, having even deliberately lost to him previously just to shed the burdens of being class leader. Once their team was established, they began to listen to the rules of the competition. On the stage, Zhou announced, "Our class currently consists of 69 students, forming exactly 23 teams. As the class instructor, I have 1 special quota that allows a direct pass through the assessment, but I do not intend to use it. I hope you will showcase your true abilities and not disappoint me. You have half an hour to finalize your team arrangements." After half an hour, Wang Dong, "Please present me with the list." With that, Zhou gestured towards Wang Dong and left the classroom. Wang Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Zhou exit the classroom, Wang Dong hurriedly approached Xiao Xiao, who was seated not far from them. "Xiao Xiao, would you like to join our team? It currently consists of Gaoyuan and myself." The young girl's gaze fell upon the increasingly handsome Wang Dong. Her face flushed with a rosy hue as she quickly nodded and replied, "I would be delighted." Gaoyuan jested from the side. "I never expected the charm of a handsome man to be quite effective." Wang Dong shot Gaoyuan a glare, quietly lamenting to herself that someone wanted to team up with her but was too shy to ask, insisting she should take the initiative. Chapter 45. Then let it be the mighty brute of the control system. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Huo Yuhao and Gu Na were not idle either. Gu Na spoke up. "Sister Yuhan, one of us is a strong attack type and the other a control type. Do you have any thoughts on our third teammate?" Huo Yuhao tilted her head in contemplation, then shook it, replying, "The rules state that only one strong attack type is allowed in a team. So it seems we simply need to find someone who is not a strong attack type." A soft, melodic voice chimed in. "Gu Na, do you still need a teammate?" Turning around, Gu Na saw a young girl with a ponytail, looking somewhat naive, standing there with an endearing demeanor. This girl lived in the dormitory across from Gu Na and Huo Yuhao, and they shared a good rapport. Her name was Li Zi, and her martial spirit was Liqi. Quite fitting for her name. Gu Na's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "No, we still need one more person. Would you like to join us?" "Really?" Li Zi said excitedly, eager to join a team, though many had previously turned her down due to her being a food type, which rendered her nearly devoid of combat prowess. The new student assessment prohibited the use of soul-guiding instruments, essentially making it a 2-on-3 competition. She had already been politely declined by several teams who preferred combinations like 1 strong attack and 2 control types, or 1 strong attack, 1 control, and 1 agile type, or even 1 strong attack, 1 control, and 1 support, not food type. Then it's settled. We are a team now. Gu Na joyfully took Li Zi's hand, pulling her over, and the three of them began to converse. In Class 1, Zhou Yi stood at the podium, glancing at the list Wang Dong had just handed over, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems you haven't forgotten what I taught you. There are no instances of teams comprising 3 control types or 3 support types. The new student assessment also has a restriction against having 3 members with identical inclinations, which is commendable. You possess the common sense to understand that a team with identical inclinations is not strong." Zhou Yi cast a playful glance at the students. "Very well. You have passed the test. Proceed with your team formations. Wang Dong, Gaoyuan, and Xiao Xiao stay behind. The rest may leave. And make sure to discuss your tactics thoroughly," Zhou Yi instructed. Gaoyuan was uncertain about what Zhou Yi intended to discuss with them, yet he confidently stepped forward, followed closely by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Zhou Yi glanced at the list in her hand and remarked, "Gaoyuan, you have chosen the support system, which is perfectly acceptable. Wang Dong, your selection of the assault system is also fine. And you, Xiao Xiao?" Xiao Xiao was taken aback by the sudden focus on her and hesitantly inquired, "I have chosen the control system. Is there a problem, teacher?" Zhou Yi, with a hint of amusement, observed Xiao Xiao and replied, "If I recall correctly, your martial soul is the soul suppression cauldron, which is considered a top-tier weapon martial soul primarily for support. Why have you chosen control?" Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao softly explained, "My martial soul integrates attack, defense, and support, making it a variant martial soul." Zhou Yi paused momentarily, contemplating her words. "Are you not aware that having such a chaotic inclination may hinder your future development? I suggest you focus on a singular path." At this juncture, Gaoyuan interjected, "Teacher, perhaps I should switch to the control system as well. My soul skills are not solely supportive. Some possess offensive qualities." Zhou Yi stared at Gaoyuan in surprise, for she was aware that he occasionally utilized his second soul skill to heal classmates, recognizing the formidable nature of this ability. She hadn't anticipated he also possessed soul skills with offensive capabilities. Why not demonstrate it? Zhou Yi encouraged. Gaoyuan unleashed his first soul skill, transforming it into 3 radiant rings. The 3 golden circles shot forth from his presence and, upon reaching their maximum distance, returned to encircle him once more. Zhou Yi sensed the formidable power of Gaoyuan's initial soul skill, confirming it was indeed an offensive type. With a slight headache, she scratched her head and remarked, "Your martial spirit is exceptionally unique. I have scoured the Academy's library and found no records of such a martial spirit. It must be a variant, I presume. Feel free to modify it as you see fit. However, are you truly inclined towards the control system? It is worth noting that classes for control and assault types are typically conducted together." After speaking, Zhou Yi cast a playful glance at Wang Dong, who briefly exhibited a barely perceptible blush. Yet, Gaoyuan had not considered this aspect. He had simply felt that the support system seemed too gentle for a brawny individual like himself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou added, nonetheless, I still recommend that you both pursue a singular path of development. Your auxiliary soul rings should indeed possess a certain inclination. Gaoyuan felt a sense of helplessness. There was nothing he could do. It seemed that the soul abilities of the golden tree were predetermined, and the soul rings he absorbed bore no relation to those half-copper soul abilities. Otherwise, he would have desired 3 formidable soul skills. As he truly relished the thrill of overpowering everything in his path, Xiao Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and said, I understand. Which is why I primarily focus on offense and defense. Zhou furrowed her brow and remarked, but that has little to do with control. In a hushed tone, Xiao Xiao replied, however, I possess a martial soul that can provide support and control. Gaoyuan had long been aware of this, yet Wang Dong was still taken aback. Not expecting that the individual he had recruited to make up the numbers was a young prodigy with a twin martial spirit, just like himself. This was akin to stumbling upon a gold coin on the street. A twin martial spirit? Wang Dong exclaimed. Zhou Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and she finally said, in that case, let it be a control system. Although this assessment marks your first evaluation at Shrek, I have but one expectation of you all. You must secure the championship. Should you fail to bring back the title, the 3 of you will be joining me for training. We will ensure victory, Gaoyuan promptly replied, for he could no longer endure the relentless physical training that involved daily running. At the very least, they should incorporate some variety. Who could withstand such monotony? Even the Golden Dragon King would struggle. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Clearly, he was eager to escape her clutches. All right, you 3, return and rest. Remember, securing the championship is imperative. Among all the assessments at the academy, the reward for the new students who win the championship is the most generous. As for what it entails, you shall discover it once you have claimed victory. Understood, the 3 responded in unison as they exited the classroom together. Gaoyuan stretched lazily and remarked, you all carry on. I am off to find Xiao Yuan. With that, he turned and vanished from sight. Wang Dong gazed at Gaoyuan's departing figure, a hint of peculiarity flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Xiao mustered her courage and suggested, Wang Dong, would you care to join me for a meal? Huh. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, glancing around and realizing it was indeed mealtime. However, he feared that venturing to the cafeteria would likely result in an encounter with Gaoyuan and his 2 young companions. Was it a meal he sought, or merely a serving of dog food? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to postpone his dining experience, shaking his head and replying, I am not hungry yet. I'll eat later. You go ahead. Xiao Xiao's eyes dimmed with disappointment. She harbored a vague affection for Wang Dong, primarily influenced by his appearance, and his rejection left her feeling somewhat dejected. When she recalled the way Wang Dong had looked at Gaoyuan's retreating figure and his current dismissal of her invitation, a wave of emotional disparity washed over her. Yet, being young, she quickly adjusted her mindset and addressed Wang Dong. In that case, farewell. Goodbye. Wang Dong acknowledged her before embarking on his journey back to the dormitory. Had a third party observed Xiao Xiao's expression, they would undoubtedly have noted its striking resemblance to the gaze Wang Dong had cast at Gaoyuan's departing silhouette. Chapter 46. Silly girl, you hide the least. Gaoyuan spotted Guna, along with Huo Yuhao and an unfamiliar young girl, walking side by side, and promptly rushed to catch up. Brother Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao, possessing an acute sense of awareness, immediately sensed Gaoyuan approaching from behind. With exhilaration, she leaped into Gaoyuan's embrace, finding it undeniably comforting. No amount of closeness ever seemed sufficient. Gaoyuan gently ruffled Huo Yuhao's little head and softly remarked, there are still others watching. Huo Yuhao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly extricated herself from Gaoyuan's embrace and inquired, Brother Gaoyuan, have you formed a team for the new student assessment? Yes, I teamed up with Wang Dong and one of his admirers, Gaoyuan replied. What? Wang Dong has admirers? Huo Yuhao pouted, feeling quite familiar with Wang Dong. Yet she couldn't shake the impression that he possessed a somewhat effeminate demeanor, lacking the masculine charm of her brother Gaoyuan. Indeed, he is quite handsome. So it is only natural that he has numerous admirers. Many girls in our class are utterly captivated by him. Gaoyuan seized the opportunity to tease Wang Dong in his absence. Are there any young ladies captivated by you? Huo Yuhao inquired, her hand playfully resting on the soft flesh at Gaoyuan's waist. That's a loaded question. He chuckled, clearing his throat. Of course there are, after all. 2 little admirers stand right before me, Wouldn't you agree, my dear Yuhan and Nar? Gaoyuan deftly deflected the question and asked, have you all formed your team for the new student assessment? Guna gestured toward the petite girl beside her and said, this is our other team member. Her name is Liz. As for her martial soul, it's a secret. Liz, with her adorable and petite face, also wore a smile and politely introduced herself. Hello. My name is Liz. Gaoyuan promptly nodded in acknowledgement and introduced himself, saying, hello, my name is Gaoyuan. Lizi had also heard that both Huo Yuhao and Gu Na seemed to harbor an affection for Gaoyuan, which piqued her curiosity as she observed him intently. Meanwhile, Gu Na and Huo Yuhao, oblivious to the undercurrents, cheerfully invited everyone to indulge in a delightful meal together. Alas, there was no affluent benefactor to treat them this time. On the way back to the dormitory, Huo Yuhao, still savoring the aftermath of their feast, gently rubbed her full belly and, with a playful smacking of her lips, remarked, Brother Gaoyuan, once the freshman assessment concludes, let us embark on our quest to acquire soul rings. Gaoyuan naturally understood that Huo Yuhao intended to acquire a second martial soul, and he nodded in agreement, saying, of course, that sounds splendid. Oh, will you take me along when you go to obtain the soul ring? Guna gazed at Gaoyuan with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Gaoyuan shook his head and said, you should focus on your studies at the academy and master the soul guiding device. I am truly looking forward to the soul armor that you will craft with your own hands. Guna pouted, feeling somewhat wronged, and nodded. Despite her persistent pleas over the past few days, both Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao remained adamant against her accompanying them to obtain soul rings. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory, and after bidding farewell, each returned to their respective rooms. Upon entering, Gaoyuan was surprised to find Wang Dong meditating in a cross-legged position. He quieted his footsteps and tiptoed into the bathroom to freshen up. A short while later, Wang Dong awoke, stretched lazily, and called out, Gaoyuan, is there any food? I'm hungry. Really? You haven't eaten yet? Gaoyuan asked, puzzled as he emerged from the bathroom and casually retrieved a biscuit from his storage soul guide, tossing it to Wang Dong. After catching it, Wang Dong began to munch on it, explaining, Xiao Xiao just invited me to eat, but I wasn't that hungry. So I declined. I thought I could practice a bit after returning, but I lost track of time and woke up feeling famished. That little girl mustered the courage to invite you for a meal, and you turned her down. How ungrateful. Gaoyuan teased, then settled into a cross-legged position to meditate. Hey, I am your boss. It's time to continue the story. Where did we leave off? Ah, yes, the battle between the monkey spirit and the three-eyed monster. Let's continue. Wang Dong lounged against the headboard, munching on the biscuit as he spoke. Oh, Gaoyuan had indeed received a substantial amount of gold soul coins from Wang Dong, so he was quite dedicated to the storytelling. After school that afternoon, Gaoyuan chose not to practice with the soul guiding device, as Duo, aware of the upcoming freshman assessment, encouraged him, Huo Yuhao, and Guna before generously granting them several days off. In a corner of the academy, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Gaoyuan gathered together. Xiao Xiao spoke first. The freshman assessment begins tomorrow. Let us devise a strategy. Wang Dong waved dismissively. Strategy? Let us just charge ahead. Who can rival me? How about we train a bit? Gaoyuan glanced disdainfully at Wang Dong. Can we tone it down a notch? Wang Dong scratched his head awkwardly. The night Gaoyuan had let him win and become class leader, he had returned to the dormitory and immediately confronted Gaoyuan. Unsurprisingly, Gaoyuan had once again subdued him without using his martial spirit, though this time he had refrained from delivering a spanking. Ahem, I want to keep a low profile. But my martial spirit is quite the spectacle. Wang Dong attempted to mask his embarrassment, casting a glare at Gaoyuan, wondering why he couldn't show him some dignity in front of others. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at Wang Dong, knowing full well that once he summoned his martial spirit, it emitted a blinding white light, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Nevertheless, she suggested, let us first familiarize ourselves with each other's soul skills and find a place to try them out later. Okay, I'll go first. I specialize in strong attacks, capable of both close and ranged combat. I'm quite formidable, and I can even fly, Wang Dong declared proudly, flashing a confident, charming smile reminiscent of a protagonist from a story Gaoyuan had narrated. He had practiced that smile in front of a mirror for quite some time, yet his lips still fell short of achieving that level of allure. Gaoyuan shielded his eyes, expressing his reluctance to look, then raised his gaze toward the heavens and remarked, my martial soul possesses both offensive and supportive capabilities. My first soul skill is of an attacking nature. My second is healing, and my third serves as an amplification. Upon finishing his explanation, Gaoyuan demonstrated his third soul skill, causing Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong to immediately perceive a significant enhancement in their physical strength. Wang Dong was particularly astonished, feeling that this enhancement exceeded the previous one, estimating an increase of nearly 35%. Xiao Xiao sincerely exclaimed, "This amplification is remarkable." Noticing that both Wang Dong and Gaoyuan possessed thousand-year soul rings, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, realizing that although she considered herself quite talented, the two before her were exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, she introduced herself. "My primary martial soul is the Three Lives Town Soul Cauldron, which integrates offense and defense, primarily relying on collision attacks. Additionally, upon contact with an adversary, it may induce a certain degree of dizziness, though the specific duration depends on the opponent's soul power. My secondary martial soul is called the Nine Phoenixes Ritual Flute, which focuses on supportive control. Currently, my second martial soul has only one soul ring, capable of slowing down my opponents during combat." Gaoyuan expressed his surprise, saying, "Isn't your support meant to enhance your teammates?" Wang Dong, with an expression of disbelief, looked at Gaoyuan and dismissively replied, "Are you foolish? Didn't you mention some theory about relativity in the story you told me a few days ago? Slowing down the opponent is akin to accelerating oneself, surely. That qualifies as supportive." Xiao Xiao, glancing at Wang Dong with a hint of joy, added, "Sometimes, weakening the adversary proves to be more effective than bolstering oneself. You will understand in due time, but I shall not easily employ my second martial soul. It is wise to retain some strength." The three exchanged glances, with Gaoyuan and Wang Dong gazing at Xiao Xiao with a mixture of pity, both silently thinking, "Silly girl, you are the least concealed among us." Chapter 47. What do you perceive? Bang, bang, bang. The three sounds of knocking echoed, and the classroom fell silent. Joey stood at the entrance, exuding authority, and declared, "I have submitted the participating teams. The competition begins today. You will not encounter each other, only those from other classes. I have but one expectation of you. Give it your all." She paused. "All right, assemble in the evaluation area in an hour." Xiao Xiao approached with a playful smile, suggesting, "Shall we find a place to practice first?" Wang Dong, brimming with confidence, insisted, "No need. Just enhance my abilities, and I can manage effortlessly." Gaoyuan, with a serious tone, responded, "Little Wang, your reading time has expired. I am contemplating whether I should charge you a monthly fee if you continue to act this way." Wang Dong's face fell. "Another charge? It's already 100,000 gold soul coins a month. Even a wealthy heir cannot withstand such extravagant expenses." He retorted angrily, "You are taking advantage of my situation." "Indeed, it's an opportunity to seize," Gaoyuan replied, rising to stretch his stiff limbs. "Since Xiao Xiao is here, let us practice together." "Oh," Wang Dong reluctantly followed behind Gaoyuan, grumbling, "Then you will take care of the dormitory cleaning." "Huh?" Gaoyuan shot a glance at Wang Dong. "Shall we spar? If you manage to hit me, I'll handle the cleaning and even take care of your stinky socks." "You." Wang Dong's face grew even more sullen. He couldn't win in a fight nor with words. Nevertheless, he weakly defended himself. "My socks are not smelly." Now standing beside Gaoyuan, Xiao Xiao chuckled. All right. Wang Dong's socks are the most fragrant. Let us hurry." Wang Dong let out a dramatic sigh. "Xiao Xiao, how quickly you've shifted your affections. Beware, Gaoyuan is quite the scoundrel. Keep your wits about you." Wang Dong resumed his relentless verbal assault on Gaoyuan. Initially, Gaoyuan felt a twinge of fear, as having two girlfriends was indeed a bit scandalous. However, he grew accustomed to it. Practically everyone in the school knew he had two girlfriends, one being the first of the new generation, Gu Na, and the other a talented soul master, Huo Yuhao. The male students throughout the grade seethed with envy upon seeing him. Over time, Gaoyuan's resilience thickened, akin to the formidable walls of Shrek. Yet, upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Xiao Xiao's face flushed with anger and a touch of grievance. Pointing at Wang Dong in speechless fury, Wang Dong swiftly dashed away, and Gaoyuan, observing his rapid retreat, shook his head lightly and followed suit, pondering. This little brother lacks emotional intelligence. What will he do if he can't find a partner in the future? Damn, she is a girl. Gaoyuan suddenly realized that during the 3 months spent with Wang Dong, although he acknowledged her as a little princess, he had unconsciously treated her as a buddy. It seemed necessary to maintain a certain distance. A little princess was not to be trifled with. The trio eventually found a relatively flat area in a small grove within Shrek Academy and came to a halt. Wang Dong took the initiative to speak. How shall we practice? Should we demonstrate our soul skills and see how it goes? Xiao Xiao, still simmering with anger, was disinclined to engage with Wang Dong. Gaoyuan nodded in acknowledgement. He then unleashed all three of his soul skills in succession. Following him was Wang Dong, whose soul skills Gaoyuan was quite familiar with, as the two often engaged in sparring. Meanwhile, it was the first time Xiao Xiao showcased her soul skills before Gaoyuan and the others. A colossal tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears materialized behind her. Her first soul skill, Quake of the Tripod, emanated vibrations from the 3-life soul tripod, inducing a disorienting effect, particularly effective against those with lower mental fortitude. Her second soul skill, Rocking of the Tripod, allowed her to manipulate the position of the 3-life soul tripod to launch an attack on a singular target, which similarly possessed a degree of disorienting effect. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's soul skills, Gaoyuan and Wang Dong couldn't help but express admiration. Her abilities effectively compensated for the team's lack of control effects. The three quickly reached a consensus to implement the Nurture Wang Dong strategy. At the outset, they would allocate as many buffs as possible to Wang Dong, leveraging his individual prowess to secure victories while minimizing early exposure of their true strength. The examination area of Shrek Academy bordered the combat arena, though it was considerably larger in comparison. Oval in shape, the space was divided into numerous smaller sections. Since this area primarily served the freshman assessments, it didn't require defenses against excessively powerful attacks. A confined space sufficed. To Gaoyuan, however, this layout seemed like paradise for assault-type soul masters and hell for agility types. The entire examination zone was segmented into 50 small squares, each measuring 20 meters by 20 meters. For agility-based soul masters, this was hardly enough room to maneuver. Even a single-ringed agility type could traverse 20 meters in mere seconds, rendering their natural advantages nearly useless. But such concerns were irrelevant to Gaoyuan. He wasn't an agility type, after all. While Class 1 had only 23 teams, other classes generally fielded 30 or more. Most instructors, unlike Shoei, refrained from eliminating students before the freshman assessments unless their performance was abysmal, preferring to give them a fair chance. Only a teacher like Shoei would casually expel students. No wonder her promotion rates were so high. In the end, 310 teams participated in the assessment, with only 150 advancing. How could Shrek not thrive under such a system? Though not every admitted student was a prodigy, they all far surpassed the average. By sifting out the finest from this already exceptional pool, the Academy ensured the consistent quality of its annual intake. Gaoyuan has attained enlightenment. He has finally comprehended why Shrek Academy is so affluent. It is because the students who come here have paid their tuition fees. Yet those who fail the assessments do not receive refunds. This means that the Academy collects tuition from over 1,000 individuals while only needing to educate around 500 students. Furthermore, it is highly likely that the Academy takes a portion of the funds from the auctioned letters of recommendation, which, when calculated, at that moment, Gaoyuan felt a pang of regret, realizing that there had been fewer pits than he had anticipated. He should have included more, for he had suffered a loss. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an announcement echoed across the field. Attention all freshmen, you may now enter. There are 10 minutes remaining for entry. After that, it will be considered a forfeiture. A mechanical voice resonated through the air. Stop daydreaming, let's go, Wang Dong said, taking Gaoyuan's hand and leading him toward the assessment area. What the heck? A sense of familiarity washed over them. Both Wang Dong and Gaoyuan were astonished as their soul power flowed freely without any hindrance. Gaoyuan's expression darkened. Could it be so coincidental? Here again? Wang Dong, startled, quickly released Gaoyuan's hand. Both of them simultaneously inquired, Did you feel that? I felt it, they replied in unison. What did you feel? Xiao Xiao, looking bewildered, curiously asked. Let us discuss it in the dormitory, Wang Dong said, striding directly towards the assessment area. In that fleeting moment as he turned, his face flushed crimson. How did that happen? This was the first genuine physical contact since he and Gaoyuan became roommates. Meanwhile, Gaoyuan's expression was somewhat grim as he followed Wang Dong. Was this yet another manifestation of their martial soul compatibility? Moreover, the intensity of this connection seemed to rival that with Gu Na. Gaoyuan felt somewhat overwhelmed. He had resolved to maintain a distance from Wang Dong henceforth. What nonsense is this author concocting, assigning me a martial soul fusion technique? Chapter 48. I have a girlfriend. The three arrived at the designated venue, where Gaoyuan's expression was rather grim. Wang Dong, on the other hand, seemed hesitant to meet Gaoyuan's gaze, while the onlooking Xiao Xiao observed the sudden shift in dynamics between the two, who had previously appeared quite amicable. At that moment, a teacher, appearing to be in his 40s, approached their assessment area and addressed the gathered individuals. Very well, We have a total of 6 groups participating in the assessment, and all are present. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yin, and I will be your instructor for the next 2 days. The students promptly bowed and greeted, "Good day, Teacher Wang." After reiterating the assessment rules, Wang Yin declared the official commencement of the evaluations. He referred to a roster and announced, for the first round, the first assessment will feature Class 1 freshmen, Gaoyuan, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Class 3 freshmen, Ouyang Junyi, Chen Junfeng, Zhao Haochen. You may now enter the arena, but remember, you may only unleash your martial souls after I declare the match to begin. After exchanging glances, Gaoyuan and his companions strode directly into the arena, quietly positioning themselves in a corner, while another group stood opposite them. Following Wang Yin's announcement of the assessment, the battle concluded within 30 seconds. Wang Dong, with a proud expression, cast a glance at the surrounding spectators. Their opponents were 3 first-ring soul masters, and under the enhancement of Gao Yuan's third soul skill. Wang Dong dispatched them with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. The onlookers were left in astonishment, captivated not only by Wang Dong's prowess but also by the striking beauty of her martial soul. The breathtaking allure of her soul left the other participants in the vicinity breathless, as if no woman in the world could rival the beauty of Wang Dong's martial spirit. After Wang Yin confirmed that Ouyang Junyi and the others had sustained no injuries, he announced the outcome of the match. Unlike others who were focused on different aspects, he noticed Gaoyuan, who stood in the corner with 3 soul rings. He understood that this group must be the trump card of Shou Yi and her classmates. However, it was unusual for the captain to be the one with the highest soul power, yet Wang Dong had taken on that role. Did she possess even more formidable abilities? Contemplating this in silence, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and proceeded to declare the commencement of the next match. "Hey, does this count as the pig farming strategy you mentioned before?" Wang Dong inquired with interest, glancing at the somewhat glum Gaoyuan beside her. Gaoyuan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, it's akin to raising pigs. Only when they are well fed do they possess the strength to fight." Alas, Wang Dong understood that Gaoyuan was subtly insulting her by likening her to a pig. Ironically, it was he who initiated the comparison. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao gazed at Wang Dong with admiration and exclaimed, "Class leader, you are truly remarkable. You won so swiftly. May I also experience such exhilaration next time?" It seems Gaoyuan's enhancement is incredibly potent. The group continued their conversation while observing the second match, though it appeared to lack any significant merit. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Yin, they took their leave. "Let us head back to the dormitory." Once they exited the assessment area, Wang Dong eagerly pulled Gaoyuan towards their quarters. She sensed that their recent exchange of soul power was extraordinary and likely indicative of the legendary martial soul fusion technique. Gaoyuan's mind was in disarray. He found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate the current predicament. How could a being like Mada, not of this realm, possibly possess a soul fusion technique with Wang Dong? Could it be the Golden Dragon King's martial soul? He was uncertain whether Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao would still be able to execute a soul fusion technique. Yet he had no desire to allow Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong to attempt it, solely because he wished to avoid forming any deeper ties with Wang Dong. Now, however, the situation had unexpectedly turned upon him. Gazing up at the sky, he pondered, "Is it you? Have you set your sights upon me?" Nevertheless, Gaoyuan understood that there was no escaping this fate. He could only accompany Wang Dong back to the dormitory. "Do you know what just happened?" Wang Dong inquired urgently. Gaoyuan nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. "What is it?" Wang Dong observed Gaoyuan's reaction, feeling a surge of annoyance, wondering why he was being so cryptic. "The martial soul fusion technique." Gaoyuan finally spoke. "Are you implying that we will possess the martial soul fusion technique?" Wang Dong looked at Gaoyuan with excitement. The martial soul fusion technique was indeed a formidable secret weapon, renowned for its immense power. "Perhaps, only perhaps," Gaoyuan replied, unsure of how to elaborate. After all, such knowledge was documented at Shrek Academy, and if Wang Dong sought to learn more, he would inevitably discover the truth. Should we try again?" Wang Dong suggested. Somewhat hesitantly. "No," Gaoyuan declined. "It feels inappropriate to engage in such intimate physical contact with another man. You might not mind being single, but I have a girlfriend. It wouldn't bode well if others misconstrued our actions." "Oh, is that so?" "Very well," Wang Dong conceded, noticing Gaoyuan's unwilling demeanor and feeling at a loss for words, especially since it was she who stood to lose out. "Well, I'm off to have lunch," Gaoyuan announced before departing. Wang Dong watched as Gaoyuan walked away, her hand striking her pillow in frustration. "Why is he so eager to escape? It's not as if I would harm him," She sighed, deciding to pretend that the day's events had never transpired. Acknowledging that it indeed felt somewhat odd for two boys to hold hands while attempting to unleash the martial soul fusion technique. Should I confess to him? No. That would be absurd. He already has two girlfriends. After much mental deliberation, Wang Dong finally resolved to resist the allure of the martial soul fusion technique. Such a trivial technique dares to tempt me, Wang the great genius? Just as she prepared to cheerfully head out for lunch, she fortuitously encountered Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao, returning from their dinner together. Observing their camaraderie stirred an indescribable feeling within Wang Dong. Yet she simply flicked her hair with nonchalance and proceeded to the cafeteria. Curiously, Huo Yuhao inquired, "What is going on with Wang Dong? Did you two have a quarrel? Why didn't he greet you today?" Gaoyuan cast a glance at the retreating figure of Wang Dong and remarked, "Perhaps today has dealt him a blow. After all, I had just teased him about his single status before our meal." Huo Yuhan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Realizing that her elder brother Gaoyuan had been boasting about the affection shared between them before Wang Dong, it was uncertain whether he referred to her or Gu Na, or perhaps both. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao softly inquired, "With so many girls in our grade pursuing Wang Dong, it should be quite easy for him to find a girlfriend. Shouldn't it?" Gaoyuan shrugged and remarked, "He seems like a dog." Huh? Huo Yuhao tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Gaoyuan would describe Wang Dong that way. "Single dog. Now I understand why Wang Dong couldn't even be bothered to greet you." Huo Yuhao burst into laughter, nearly choking. "All right, a kiss." With that, he gently pressed his lips to Huo Yuhan's. "Get ready. Let us aim for a strong start this afternoon. Tomorrow's schedule is packed." Huo Yuhao nodded, waved at Gaoyuan, and headed upstairs. The first day of Shrek Academy's freshman assessment consisted of one match to familiarize students with the format, followed by 4 matches on the second day and 5 on the third. The subsequent days would be intense. Meanwhile, Gu Na and her team were scheduled for that afternoon. Chapter 49. Is this what it feels like to have a strong ally? Returning to the dorm, Huo Yuhao found Gu Na sprawled on the bed. Flipping through a sketchbook, she pounced onto the bed beside her and nestled close. "Nar." Gaoyuan teamed up with Wang Dong and a girl named Xiao Xiao for the freshman assessment. They won this morning. Gu Na nuzzled into Huo Yuhan's embrace and murmured, "What's wrong? Did Gaoyuan provoke that girl again?" "Not this time." Huo Yuhao twirled strands of Gu Na's hair between her fingers. "I think we should aim for the championship." Gu Na lifted her head, meeting Huo Yuhan's gaze seriously. "Gaoyuan is indeed strong, but I agree, we should win. Great minds think alike. We must uphold the dignity of the main wife, fight with everything we have, defeat Gaoyuan, and show him just how formidable we are." Gu Na clenched her small fist. Over the past few months, she had often trained with Huo Yuhao and understood the immense power of her spiritual detection sharing. "Rest now. We'll secure our first victory this afternoon." Huo Yuhao wrapped her arms around Gu Na and closed her eyes. Gu Na, in turn, embraced Huo Yuhan's slender frame. Having such a dependable sister was truly reassuring. "Gu Na, Yuhan, you're here." Li Zi greeted them with a gentle smile. Having formed a team, the three had grown close. Huo Yuhao waved and pulled Gu Na forward. "Let us discuss tactics." Li Zi spoke, though her tone lacked confidence. As a food-type soul master, she was often sidelined in small-scale battles. Most teams with food-type soul masters had them retreat after providing buffs. "Sure," Huo Yuhao smiled. "First, I'll explain my soul skills. My first skill is sensory block, which reduces opponents' perception. My second is spiritual detection sharing. Here, try it." She cast the skill on Li Zi, whose eyes immediately brightened as her surroundings sharpened into crystal clarity. "Incredible! Stay humble." Huo Yuhao chuckled and withdrew the skill. "My first skill is elemental tide, second is elemental control, and third is elemental fusion, all manipulating elemental forces," Gu Na explained. Li Zi nodded. "My martial soul is Lychee. My first skill, Rage Lychee, boosts all attributes by about 20, but lowers emotional control, making me more prone to anger. My second, Calm Lychee, enhances focus and spiritual power by roughly 25, perfect for Yuhan." "Well, let me try." Huo Yuhao was ecstatic. Any boost to her already formidable spiritual power would amplify her detection abilities. Blushing, Li Zi murmured, "How could you make me Lychee?" A faintly red lychee materialized in her palm. "This is my first skill. Food-type soul masters have chance for each ability." Huo Yuhao ignored the explanation, thanked her, and popped the fruit into her mouth. Sweet. Instantly, she felt her attributes surge. "Amazing. I feel like I could arm wrestle Nana now." A faint smirk curled Gu Na's lips. Though her silver dragon was renowned for physical strength, overpowering Huo Yuhao was still effortless. Huo Yuhao, emboldened by the lychee, now believed she stood a chance. Guna indulged her, accepting a rage lychee from Li Zi. She, too, sensed its potency. How long does the effect last? 10 to 20 minutes. Plenty for the assessment. Li Zi then chanted, must lychee, producing 2 pale white lychees. These are calm lychees. She handed one to each. Guna felt little effect, but Huo Yuhao's spiritual power surged dramatically. If I ate these while crafting soul tools, I'd soar. Lost in her daydream. Their names were called. Their strategy mirrored Gaoyuan's team, except their carry was a dragon. Huo Yuhao stood in the corner, radiating a faint violet glow beside Li Zi, while Guna, after chewing 2 lychees, charged forth and swiftly crushed their opponents. Whispers spread among the spectators. Who was stronger, Guna or Wang Dong from this morning? Guna, obviously. She is my goddess and a soul elder. A mere grandmaster can't compare. Pity such a girl ended up with Gaoyuan. Don't spout nonsense. Gaoyuan is a 3-ring soul elder with a 1,000-year second ring. TCH, he only won because of Wang Dong. Probably all flash, no substance. Guna's icy gaze swept over the critics. Hey, did you see that? The goddess looked at me. She must like me. Please. Her eyes were freezing. When she looks at Gaoyuan, it's like melted honey. I once saw them holding hands in the cafeteria. Li Zi chuckled, delighted by Guna's effortless victory. Let us go. Guna tugged Huo Yuhao and Li Zi away, unwilling to endure further gossip. Aren't we staying to watch other matches? Li Zi quietly inquired. Shall we return to our training? It seems that observing the matches of other teams does not yield much improvement. After pondering for a moment, Huo Yuhao suggested. All right, Li Zi conceded. Surprised by how swiftly the competition had concluded, she merely handed Guna 2 lychees, and then witnessed her triumph with a swift sweep of 3. Was this the sensation of relying on someone else's prowess? It was rather exhilarating. Since the freshman assessment period did not require attending classes, Gaoyuan remained in the dormitory, gazing at Wang Dong seated across from him. Gaoyuan felt a twinge of annoyance. After he had declined Wang Dong's advances, he had anticipated that Wang Dong would be upset and maintain his distance. To his astonishment, upon returning from a meal, Wang Dong resumed his persistent pleas for stories, confidently asserting his position as the boss. Chapter 50, Will You Miss Me? Gaoyuan, unable to withstand Wang Dong's persistent entreaties, eventually relented and recounted a tale for a brief while. Estimating that Huo Yuhao and Guna had likely concluded their competition, he seized the opportunity to make his escape, fabricating an excuse to accompany his girlfriend. Amidst Wang Dong's scornful gaze, Gaoyuan gracefully exited the dormitory. Wang Dong, with clenched teeth, glared at the retreating figure, affirming his belief that Gaoyuan was indeed a scoundrel who prioritized romance over friendship. From a distance, Gaoyuan caught sight of Guna and Huo Yuhao. Guna, as vivacious as ever, leapt directly into Gaoyuan's embrace, nuzzling her small head against his chest. With a sense of pride, she exclaimed, Today, I single-handedly defeated an entire team. I was truly formidable. Gaoyuan gently pinched Guna's delicate face and remarked, Nar has always been the most formidable. With a playful grin, she added, Be cautious, for Sister Yuhan and I have resolved to seize the championship in this competition. Just wait as we outshine you. Guna lifted her chin, her expression one of audacious challenge. Gaoyuan gently patted Guna's pert backside and teased, So, do you both wish to rebel? Guna, a touch flushed, gazed at Gaoyuan and softly suggested, Shall we go for a stroll? Observing the pair, Huo Yuhao felt it necessary to grant them a moment of privacy. Lately, Guna had been so engrossed in her soul guide device that she scarcely had time for Gaoyuan. With a warm smile directed at Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao pecked him lightly on the cheek and declared, I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Gaoyuan to respond, she quickly took Li Zi's hand and departed, leaving Li Zi bewildered, having never witnessed such flirtatious behavior between the two. Gaoyuan clasped Guna's hand, strolling across the playground of Shrek Academy, sharing their innermost thoughts with one another. As the sky gradually dimmed, the luminous moonlight descended like pure snow, while the twinkling stars sparkled like brilliant gemstones, embedded within the celestial expanse, showcasing their elegant and profound beauty. Gaoyuan and Guna lay hand in hand upon the verdant grass, together marveling at the resplendent night sky. Gazing upward, Guna, momentarily lost in thought, inquired, Brother Gaoyuan, isn't it beautiful tonight? Indeed, he replied, How wonderful it would be to hold your hand like this every day. He gently pulled Guna's delicate hand towards him, and placed a soft kiss upon it, intoxicated by the enchanting fragrance that wafted from her. Yes, he echoed. How splendid it would be. Guna murmured, if one day I must leave, will you miss me? Gaoyuan embraced Guna's delicate figure, gently tapping her little head with his finger as he declared, I will not permit you to leave. Guna, playfully pouting, replied, I was merely speaking hypothetically. There are no hypotheticals. Should you ever need to depart for any reason, I will accompany you. Whatever challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together, understand? From now on, we must always be together. Gaoyuan softly kissed Guna's forehead, speaking with sincerity. However, Guna, with a slight frown, retorted, Yet you won't even allow me to join you and Huo Yuhao in obtaining the soul ring. Gaoyuan gently tousled Guna's hair and remarked, This time, Yuhan's journey is not solely to acquire a soul ring. She is also destined to awaken her second martial soul, venturing to the far northern lands. This expedition will require at least a month or two. If you accompany us, when shall I have the opportunity to don the soul-guiding armor you crafted with your own hands? Gaoyuan held Guna even closer. Guna listened intently to the rhythm of Gaoyuan's heartbeat, nodded gently, and inquired, Very well, but is there any danger? Gaoyuan chuckled and shook his head, saying, What danger could there possibly be? Are you not aware of my capabilities, dear sister? Despite his words, a sense of uncertainty lingered within him. He instinctively felt that this journey would be fraught with challenges. Yet, how could he convey such apprehension to Guna? She would undoubtedly insist on accompanying him. As she spoke, Guna retrieved a small breastplate from her soul guide device, proclaiming, This is a soul-guiding armor that I crafted myself. Though it may merely be a breastplate, it is the result of countless hours of meticulous forging. You must take good care of it. Gaoyuan took the chest armor and inadvertently brushed against Guna's calloused right hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. He inquired, What has happened to your hand? Why are there so many calluses? Gaoyuan felt a twinge of guilt. No wonder Guna had only held his left hand earlier. It seemed her right hand was calloused, and she wished to conceal it from him. No, it's nothing, Guna said, her gaze evasive as she withdrew her right hand. Yet, at the moment she pulled away, Gaoyuan seized her right hand once more. A surge of warm spiritual energy flowed into her hand, gently mending it. In no time, a tender hand, as soft as it had once been, rested in Gaoyuan's grasp. Please explain how your hand came to bear so many calluses, Gaoyuan inquired earnestly, holding on to Guna's right hand. I observed that in the process of metal forging, the more times it is hammered, the better the quality of the metal. Although I cannot afford rarer, more expensive metals at the moment, I still wish to create truly effective soul-guided armor for you, Guna replied softly. Thus, I kept forging, and I found that forging fine iron over 300 times yielded the best results, so. Gaoyuan tenderly held Guna in his embrace and said, So, you forged so many times merely to create a piece of armor for me? Please refrain from doing this in the future, as it pains my heart. Gaoyuan seemed to envision Guna tirelessly hammering metal with her forge hammer, prompting him to hold her even closer. Nestled in Gaoyuan's embrace, Guna quietly inhaled his scent and remarked, No, I must provide you with the very best. Gaoyuan held Guna close, enveloped in a silence that lingered. Are you reminded of your past? He inquired. No, it's just a profound sense that I seem to have a mission to fulfill. Guna articulated her recent feelings. Remember, whatever path you choose, I will always be by your side. Do you understand? He reassured her. Yes, I will definitely miss you, very much, Guna replied, her words veering off the subject as she nestled deeper into his embrace. In her violet eyes sparkled a hint of confusion as she pressed tightly against Gaoyuan's chest. Savoring the quietude, Gaoyuan embraced Guna's shoulders and said, I will miss you immensely. Upon returning to the dormitory in the dead of night, Gaoyuan discovered that Wang Dong was still awake, sitting cross-legged, seemingly lost in thought rather than practicing. Gaoyuan had grown accustomed to this. For Wang Dong's life revolved solely around slumber, feasting, listening to tales, daydreaming, and intermittent bursts of ambition, interspersed with a languid existence of mere survival. Am I really that inadequate? Wang Dong suddenly inquired. Gaoyuan, who was in the midst of tidying the bed, was caught off guard by this unexpected question. Not at all, Gaoyuan replied, albeit insincerely. Were you just with Guna? Wang Dong asked. Yes, Gaoyuan responded, feeling there was no need for concealment. As the entire school was already aware that Guna was his girlfriend, it was quite normal to go on a date with one's girlfriend. After all, Guna is truly exceptional, Wang Dong remarked. She single-handedly turned the tide against an entire team, and there were even Grand Soul Masters among them. Oh, you are not lacking either, Gaoyuan encouraged. noticing Wang Dong's slightly despondent demeanor. It's only because she has the support of Huo Yuhao that she is so formidable. Your comparative shortcomings stem primarily from my insufficient backing. You are already quite impressive. Really? A flicker of something unusual passed through Wang Dong's gaze upon hearing Gaoyuan's words. Of course, Gaoyuan assured him. Oh, well then, good night. Good night. Chapter 51. The joy of the class leader is understood. The competition the following day was equally mundane, with Wang Dong, under Gaoyuan's support, rampaging like a frenzied beast. Fortunately, Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao were not placed in the same group, thus avoiding any encounter. Xiao Xiao observed Wang Dong shining brightly today, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Gazing at him like a devoted little fan. Oh, indeed, she was a genuine little fan. Wang, you three come over here, Wang Yin called, gesturing for them to approach. Teacher Wang, Wang Dong stepped forward, followed closely by his little admirer Xiao Xiao, while Gaoyuan sauntered leisurely at the back. Glancing around to assess Huo Yuhao and their situation. You three have achieved an impressive record of 5 victories, Wang Yin commended. For the upcoming matches, you must strive even harder to secure a place among the top 64 for the ranking matches. After today, there will be a redraw tomorrow. Those who have lost all 5 matches will be eliminated, so you may encounter some formidable teams. Thank you, Teacher Wang, Wang Dong nodded. Taking on the responsibilities of a captain. Gaoyuan, may I ask if it is convenient for me to see your martial soul? Wang Yin inquired. His gaze filled with anticipation. He knew that Gaoyuan's martial soul was a tree, but he had never seen it. Not only had he never encountered it, but he could not even find any similar martial souls in his research. His curiosity about Gaoyuan was piqued, prompting him to ask. Of course. Gaoyuan replied as he summoned the exquisite miniature version of the golden tree in his hand. Wang Yin scrutinized it for a considerable time before finally sighing and saying, I have never seen a martial soul like yours, but I can sense that its quality is exceptionally high. And it appears to possess extreme attributes, presumably the attributes of ultimate life and ultimate light. Gaoyuan shrugged and remarked, this should be a mutated martial soul. Though I am uncertain of its precise nature. Wang Yin offered a faint smile and replied, very well, let us return and rest early. He smiled at the others and continued with the assessment. It was exhilarating, akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. Wang Dong exuberantly waved his fists. Reveling in the joy of the day, Xiao Xiao expressed her desire. I too wish to give it a try tomorrow. Class leader. Thus far you have only employed your first soul skill. Tomorrow's opponent may prove formidable. You might have to resort to your second soul skill. The Millennium's second soul skill could serve as a secret weapon for our team, so it would be prudent to keep it concealed for a while longer. Why not allow us to take the lead first, while you preserve your second skill? Wang Dong chuckled softly and, covering his mouth, said, if your hands are itching to fight, just say so. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest tomorrow. Xiao Xiao beamed sweetly. Waved goodbye to Gaoyuan and the others, and then made her way back to the dormitory. Gaoyuan was also preparing to seek out Guna and her companions. But he was intercepted by Wang Dong. Gaoyuan, you must understand that our most formidable rivals for the championship are Guna and Huo Yuhao's team. Therefore, to avoid revealing our strategies, you'll have to forego some social engagements for the next few days, Wang Dong asserted with conviction. Come, let us dine. Without further ado. He pulled Gaoyuan away. Meanwhile, Guna and Huo Yuhao continued their impressive streak, achieving 5 consecutive victories. Within the freshman cohort of the external college, 2 legends circulated, one of the extraordinary Guna, who effortlessly triumphed in 1-on-3 encounters, and the other of the remarkable Wang Dong, whose splendid martial spirit combined with formidable physical prowess rendered his opponents mere playthings. Amidst the crowd, Guna and Huo Yuhao searched for Gaoyuan, eventually spotting him sitting glumly beside Wang Dong, consuming his meal in silence. Gaoyuan, brother. Guna and Huo Yuhao approached him, sweetly calling out. Wang Dong, meanwhile, observed the two with keen interest. Why haven't you come to find us, Gaoyuan? Guna asked, playfully shaking his arm. Wang Dong interjected, in the freshman assessment. Our 2 teams are the strongest competitors. It's prudent to maintain some distance before the competition. He presented the excuse he had long prepared. Exchanging glances, Huo Yuhao and Guna recalled their shared ambition to embody the role of rightful partners, nodding in agreement. One of them gently tapped Gaoyuan's cheek and said, do not seek us out until after the finals. With that, they skipped back to their dormitory, lighthearted and carefree. Gaoyuan shrugged, expressing a sense of helplessness. He should have been enjoying a delightful meal with Guna and Yuhan at that moment. but it was all due to that troublesome Wang Dong. Hurry up and eat. After this, we must return to the dormitory to train. We are destined to claim the championship, Wang Dong said while gnawing on a chicken leg. Without the company of his girlfriend, Gaoyuan found the meal rather bland. Early the next morning, the two encountered Xiao Xiao at the soul assessment zone. Xiao Xiao was visibly excited, eagerly preparing to showcase her skills. Having achieved 5 consecutive victories in the first 5 rounds, they had become the top team in their district. Thus, they were certain not to face the strongest opponents next, but they would still encounter formidable challengers. Wang Yin looked expectantly at Gaoyuan and his companions, curious about the nature of Gaoyuan's soul skills. In each battle, Gaoyuan had only unleashed his 3rd soul skill, which concluded with a mere flash of golden light. Wang Yin had deduced that it must be an enhancement-type skill, but he had yet to witness Gaoyuan's first 2 soul skills. All right, everyone is here, Wang Yin announced. Due to Wang Dong's team's excellent performance in the previous round, they were designated as the seed team for their district and would compete first according to the match sequence. In this round, the first match is between Class 1's Wang Dong team and Class 7's Huang Chutian team. Both teams stepped into the arena. To Wang Dong's astonishment, the opposing team included 2 twins, both with long hair and cherubic faces, looking exceedingly adorable. However, under the enchanting influence of Huo Yuhao and Guna, Gaoyuan had grown immune to such levels of cuteness. Standing before the twins was a tall male student, presumably Huang Chutian. I am Huang Chutian, with Lan Susu on my left and Lan Luoluo on my right. Please guide us, he introduced. Wang Dong succinctly introduced his team, Wang Dong, Gaoyuan, Xiao Xiao. Both sides stepped back, with Gaoyuan positioning himself in the far corner, while Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao stood about a meter in front of him. Wang Dong whispered, Huang Chutian is likely the assault-type soul master of their team. We need to take care of him first. Whatever, Gaoyuan replied, scratching his head. It's up to you two. Don't let me down. MHM, Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. The assessment begins. Wang Yin called softly, swiftly retreating from the arena. Instantly, the stage was illuminated with radiant light. Indeed, it was Wang Dong who had activated his martial soul. Gaoyuan also emanated a faint golden glow, declaring, Golden Tree Vows. Both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao immediately felt a significant enhancement in their physical attributes. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, This feels amazing. I understand the joy of being squad leader now. Chapter 52. The flung Wang Dong with a resounding shout. Huang Chutian pounded his fists against his chest, his form suddenly expanding. His robust muscles tore through his shirt, exposing iron-black skin. Instantly, 2 yellow soul rings materialized behind him. The 2 young ladies behind Huang Chutian also revealed themselves to be great soul masters, each summoning 2 yellow soul rings. With a toss of his head, Huang Chutian's light blue hair expanded in the air, soon growing to an impressive length of over 10 meters. Hair. That must be the martial souls of those 2 young ladies, Gaoyuan teased, noting their shared blue hair. Wang Dong shot him an annoyed glance as his wings unfurled, the resplendent charm of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul radiating as he lunged toward the trio. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiao sprang into action, summoning her martial soul. The 3 live soul settling cauldron, launching an attack toward Huang Chutian. Huang Chutian sensed 2 powerful auras locking onto him and, with a low growl, charged toward Wang Dong. The 2 girls behind him gazed at Wang Dong with starry eyes, their martial souls moving in tandem to ensnare him with their flowing hair. Wang Dong, utilizing his agile form, dodged deftly, narrowly escaping the entanglement time and again, quickly closing the distance to Huang Chutian. At the same moment, Xiao Xiao's 3 live soul settling cauldron reached Huang Chutian's vicinity. Realizing the impending impact of the gigantic cauldron, Huang Chutian understood that bracing for it would result in injury. He had no choice but to cross his arms defensively. A thunderous crash echoed as the cauldron struck, leaving Huang Chutian momentarily dazed, though he quickly regained his senses. However, this momentary lapse granted Wang Dong an opportunity. Wing blade. Wang Dong swung a wing toward Huang Chutian. Remarkably, Huang Chutian, leveraging the strength of his martial soul, withstood the blow. Remarkable. A true powerhouse, the copper-skinned iron-boned mighty ape. No wonder he is so resilient. But you want to have another chance? Wang Dong smiled back at Xiao Xiao, who understood immediately and directed the 3 live soul-settling cauldron forward. Wang Dong leapt again, lightly tapping the cauldron with his toes, igniting his first soul ring. With his wings converged, he surged toward Huang Chutian. Just then, the twin girls activated their first soul skills simultaneously, casting a hairnet. Two impenetrable nets of hair flew toward Wang Dong. Huang Chutian swiftly retreated, hiding behind the hair nets. Wang Dong cursed silently and redirected his wing blades at the incoming nets. Fortunately, his soul power surpassed that of the two girls significantly, and with Gaoyuan's augmentations, he cleaved through the nets effortlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's cauldron relentlessly pursued Huang Chutin's position. The twins exchanged startled glances, despite having researched Wang Dong. They had not anticipated his strength to exceed their expectations, shattering their soul skills with ease. It was known that hair nets were particularly effective against flying-type martial souls, especially with a formidable ally like Xiao Xiao. Huang Chutian's expression shifted as he activated his first soul ring. However, facing Wang Dong's wing blades, his first soul skill appeared feeble. Realizing the dire situation, Huang Chutian hastily retreated, his fists unable to withstand Wang Dong's onslaught, which radiated an unparalleled sharpness. Seeing Huang Chutian struggle so intensely, the two girls exchanged glances, their soul rings vanishing simultaneously. They clasped hands and embraced each other. Perhaps Wang Dong had been unaware of their intentions prior, but since experiencing the fusion of soul power with Gaoyuan, he had delved into numerous texts regarding martial soul fusion skills. Undoubtedly, this was their martial soul fusion technique, a surge of immense soul power, far surpassing anything previously experienced, erupted from the two individuals. At the moment when Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced, a deep blue aura radiated from their beings. Simultaneously, the light blue locks cascading behind their heads transformed entirely into a profound shade of blue. These deep blue tresses, reminiscent of the earlier hairnet, once again lunged towards Wang Dong. Witnessing the fusion technique of their martial souls, Wang Dong felt a pang of emotion. He too could have possessed a fusion technique. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the hair net ensnared him completely, while Huang Chutian did not relent, his second soul ring illuminating. Force of the hammer. Huang Chutian bellowed, his fists crashing toward Wang Dong with tremendous force. A solid sphere of light barreled towards Wang Dong. He wielded his winged guillotine, attempting to break free from the hair net, yet it proved futile as he found himself ensnared in an elastic and resilient net. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dong was bound as if wrapped in a zongzi. Just as the solid light was about to strike him, a massive cauldron emerged in front of the luminous assault. Three Lives' soul-settling cauldron. Xiang's giant cauldron stood resolutely against the impending attack, serving its defensive purpose. Observing Wang Dong in such a predicament, Gaoyuan could no longer remain a bystander. With a powerful push, he dashed towards the two embracing maidens. Upon noticing Gaoyuan's approach, the two exchanged a knowing smile, clearly dismissive of an auxiliary soul master, even one of the soul venerable rank. Moreover, standing before them was Huang Chutian, embodying the formidable strength of a great force golden giant ape martial soul. As Huang Chutian positioned himself to shield the two girls, Gaoyuan swiftly maneuvered around him. With a single punch from each hand, he sent the two maidens flying. Evidently, Gaoyuan controlled his strength, managing to propel them away without inflicting severe damage. However, he did not linger in battle, redirecting his charge towards Wang Dong. The Three Lives soul-settling cauldron might withstand the initial onslaught, but it lacked the power to endure the assault entirely. With remarkable swiftness, Gaoyuan launched himself towards Wang Dong, his velocity astonishing the onlookers, particularly those adept in agility-based soul arts, who recognized the rarity of such speed. The fusion technique employed by the two had been abruptly interrupted, causing the binding spirit fusion technique that restrained Wang Dong to vanish instantaneously. The vexatious entanglement of hair was finally lifted, however, before Wang Dong could relish his newfound freedom. The formidable cannon hammer breached the defenses of the Three Lives soul-settling cauldron, just as the mighty hammer was about to shatter the cauldron and strike Wang Dong. Gaoyuan had already reached the liberated Wang Dong from behind, swiftly encircling his waist and propelling him away. As Wang Dong was launched into the air, he hastily adjusted his posture, stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance, narrowly avoiding a disastrous fall. After flinging Wang Dong to safety, Gaoyuan directed a powerful punch towards the dense yellow orb of light before him. A resounding explosion reverberated in the air, signaling the impact of his strike. Gaoyuan rubbed his slightly aching fist and murmured to himself, "This soul skill possesses considerable power." Wang Dong, wearing a look of deep resentment, gazed at Gaoyuan. He was acutely aware that Gaoyuan could have easily shielded him from that formidable cannon hammer, yet he had chosen to hurl him away like a burden. It was truly embarrassing. How could this person be so lacking in emotional intelligence? As Gaoyuan gently rubbed his hands, he inquired with a hint of indifference towards Huang Chutian. Shall we continue? Huang Chutian, observing the already eliminated Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, realized that Gaoyuan had shown restraint. Otherwise, given the force behind Gaoyuan's recent punch, the two young women would likely have sustained serious injuries. He could only shake his head and convey to Wang Yin, "We concede." Wang Yin calmly announced the outcome. The first-year class team of Wang Dong emerges victorious, though internally, he was tumultuous with astonishment at Gaoyuan's remarkable physical prowess, which seemed almost absurd. How could he withstand the second soul skill of a great soul master wielding the mighty spirit of the great ape, and emerge unscathed? Meanwhile, the audience in the stands buzzed with chatter. I told you, how could a man favored by the goddess Guna merely be a support-type soul master? Oh please, you didn't say that yesterday. Who claimed Gaoyuan won solely due to Wang Dong's efforts? Humph, what does my past self have to do with the present? Chapter 53. All System Soul Master, was that just a martial spirit fusion technique? Wang Dong asked Gaoyuan as he stepped down from the ring. Indeed. Gaoyuan affirmed with a nod, adding, "This is precisely why I am reluctant to practice martial spirit fusion techniques with you." The thought of two men embracing each other is rather distasteful. Wang Dong's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly gazed into the distance, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, the lively Xiao Xiao bounded over and exclaimed, "Gaoyuan, you were incredible. You knocked both those young ladies out of the ring with a single punch each, truly impressive." Gaoyuan chuckled and remarked, "Usually, with Wang Dong around, there's no need for me to intervene." "Humph, do you regard me as merely a hired hand?" Wang Dong replied. Somewhat aggrieved, "Just moments ago, you flung me aside. Is this how one treats a brother?" "Hey, that was to save you, and it was urgent." Gaoyuan scratched his head, acknowledging that he had not given it much thought at the moment, and tossing Wang Dong was indeed the most expedient choice. "Alas, my illustrious reputation is tarnished, reduced to being tossed about like a sandbag," Wang Dong lamented, looking skyward in despair. The clash between Wang Dong's team and Huang Chutian's team initially left the other four teams astounded. But it soon escalated to a level of astonishment that could only be described as overwhelming. They reflected on their earlier exchanges with Huang Chutian's team, which seemed competitive. Yet they found themselves utterly outmatched in what became a one-sided confrontation. The first match was characterized by a clear dominance, establishing a shared goal among all teams to secure 4 victories. Before long, the day's competitions drew to a close. Apart from their initial struggle against the dual spirit fusion technique of the Lan sisters, Wang Dong and Gaoyuan's team navigated smoothly through the challenges, achieving 5 consecutive victories without a hitch. Meanwhile, Huang Chutian's team, having sustained minimal damage during their first match against Wang Dong's team, quickly regained their composure and secured 4 consecutive wins, ultimately concluding their performance with a record of 9 victories and 1 defeat. With the round-robin tournament finally concluded, Wang Yin could no longer contain his curiosity. "Gaoyuan, you 3, please stay for a moment," he stated. "Is there something you need?" Gaoyuan replied, puzzled. Wang Yin continued, "Congratulations on achieving an impeccable record during the freshman assessment tournament. Teams with such outstanding results are rare, to my knowledge. Only Class 9 might possess the strength to challenge you." Wang Dong offered a polite smile, responding, "You flatter us." Wang Yin smiled slightly, "There is no need for modesty. Your prowess is evident, or else you wouldn't have achieved 10 consecutive victories." Then, shifting the conversation, Wang Yin inquired of Gaoyuan, "You didn't use your soul skill during the final moments of your first match today, did you?" Gaoyuan nodded slightly. "How did you cultivate your physique?" Wang Yin inquired with some urgency, aware that Gaoyuan's martial spirit was a tree, which typically offered minimal enhancement to physical attributes. He was puzzled by such formidable strength. Gaoyuan scratched his head and remarked, "Perhaps it is a result of my upbringing. Having engaged in physical labor from a young age, I might possess a certain aptitude." Wang Dong cast a glance at Gaoyuan, a hint of disdain evident on his face. Wang Yin, finding himself somewhat at a loss for words, could not muster a rebuttal. He then inquired, "Throughout our interactions, I have yet to witness you employ your first or second soul abilities. As for your third soul ability, it appears to be an amplification type. I have spent the past few days delving into the intricacies of your martial soul, poring over numerous resources. Yet I have not encountered any samples of this martial soul. Might you be able to enlighten me?" Gaoyuan offered a somewhat awkward smile, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, "My first soul skill is of the offensive type. My second soul skill is healing, and my third soul skill enhances abilities. As for the specifics, I'm afraid I cannot disclose them, as we still have competitions ahead. What? You mean to say that your martial soul possesses 3 soul skills that encompass offense, healing, and support? Wang Yan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Suddenly, he recalled an ambitious notion he had in his youth, the concept of a universal soul master. When he proposed this idea, it was promptly dismissed by Shrek Academy, for no martial soul was believed to possess the capability to encompass attributes of strong offense, support, healing, and agility. This notion might have seemed fanciful before the advent of soul-guiding devices, yet in this modern era of advanced soul technology, it is entirely feasible. This idea aligns remarkably with the extreme individual soldier plan proposed by the Soul Guide Department, albeit with different emphases. The extreme soldier focuses more on the application of soul-guiding devices, while the Universal Soul Master emphasizes the comprehensive development of martial souls and their augmentation through soul guides. However, when he presented this idea, it was swiftly rejected by the higher-ups of the Martial Soul Department at Shrek Academy, leaving him without an opportunity for debate, marking one of the greatest regrets of his life. Yet, this individual before him seems to embody this very concept, possessing formidable power that rivals that of a strong offense soul master, speed comparable to an agility soul master, and the ability to unleash surprise attacks, all while wielding healing and enhancement effects within his soul skills. How he wished he had encountered him a few years earlier. However, Gaoyuan noticed the teacher's expression shift from calm to fervent, even bordering on madness, which felt rather unsettling. In truth, Gaoyuan was not entirely satisfied with his own soul skills. If he could charge headlong into battle, who would prefer to be merely a buff provider and a mobile healing source? Alas, it seems impossible, yet he found himself eagerly anticipating his 4th soul skill, hoping it might possess offensive capabilities. Wang Yan, with an almost fervent grip on Gaoyuan's shoulders, inquired, "Would you consider becoming my disciple?" Gaoyuan found himself somewhat perplexed. This individual had suddenly expressed a desire to take him on as a disciple, though Gaoyuan himself had no intentions of seeking a mentor. He could only shake his head and reply, "I apologize, but I do not wish to take on a master." Very well, Wang Yan's eyes revealed a hint of solitude. Yet he still handed Gaoyuan a card, saying, "This is a borrowing card for the teachers of Shrek Academy. It grants you unrestricted access to the library of the Outer Academy. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to seek information there. Or you may approach me. After all, your martial soul is quite unique. It may prove useful in the future." Observing Wang Yan's demeanor, Gaoyuan nodded in acknowledgement, expressed his gratitude, and accepted the card. Although the Shrek library held little allure for him, he decided to accept the kindness. Wang Yan took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said, "All right, Wang Dong, you all may return now." With that, he hurried away, intent on discovering if there were other martial souls capable of demonstrating such significant variations in the effects of soul skills. Xiao Xiao stared blankly at the scene, bewildered by the sudden offer of apprenticeship and the unexpected card. Wang Dong then remarked, "Stop dawdling. We have achieved a complete victory. Come, let me treat you all to a meal. We must celebrate properly. Yay, I want to eat braised fish." Xiao Xiao quickly forgot the earlier events, exclaiming with excitement, for she was well aware that the class leader was quite affluent. Gaoyuan nodded and followed suit. Later that evening, as Wang Dong lay in bed, sleep eluded him for a considerable time. He gazed out at the luminous moonlight and listened to the faint snoring of Gaoyuan, just 2 meters away, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. Was that the spirit fusion technique? Those two had shown no capacity to resist in his presence. Yet once they unleashed the spirit fusion technique, they could effortlessly overpower him. If the spirit fusion technique was indeed so formidable, why was Gaoyuan reluctant to experiment with him? Although he presently presented himself as a male, history had seen many men successfully wielding the spirit fusion technique. Could it be that he was simply detested by Gaoyuan? Wang Dong quietly observed the world outside, his mind replaying the moments spent with Gaoyuan since arriving at Shrek Academy. Ultimately, he concluded that he was not disliked. That left only one possibility: perhaps his soul power was too feeble. It was said that the spirit fusion technique yielded its greatest potential when both participants possessed similar levels of soul power. Could it be that Gaoyuan found his rank too low to consider? The more Wang Dong pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. It must be the case, thus. He realized he needed to dedicate himself to diligent cultivation in the future. Gaoyuan had already attained the 35th level and was on the verge of breaking through to the 36th, while Wang Dong still lingered at the 27th level. A considerable gap indeed. However, upon realizing this, Wang Dong's spirits lifted. After all, he was a genius. Leveling up was merely a matter of practice. And how could it possibly pose a challenge for him? Before long, Wang Dong succumbed to sweet slumber, accompanied by Gaoyuan's gentle snores, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 54. The impulsive lychee girl. As Gaoyuan and his team celebrated their 10th consecutive victory, Guna and her group had also secured the same triumph. Standing proudly on the arena, Guna surveyed the fallen opponents before her, eliciting thunderous applause and cheers from the spectators. Although the audience comprised only the 4 members of the defeated team, their fervent cheers resonated as if they could pierce the heavens. They were thoroughly impressed, having indelibly etched Guna's prowess into their minds. Her flawless execution of skills and meticulous battlefield observation showcased that not only did her soul power far surpass theirs, but her combat skills also left them in the dust. Yet, they overlooked the presence of Huo Yuhao, who had been quietly observing from a corner, overshadowed entirely by Guna's brilliance. Nevertheless, Guna understood that without Huo Yuhao's shared psychic sensing, defeating their opponents would not have been so effortless. Do you think Guna and Wang Dong will cross paths later? Both of their teams are undefeated, someone speculated. Perhaps, but I still believe our goddess Guna is more formidable. I heard that in today's first match, Gaoyuan single-handedly took down an entire team, and that team was the second in their group. Well, I'm not jealous at all. Only an exceptional person deserves Guna's favor. Amidst the chatter, Guna and Huo Yuhao had already departed from the competition venue. Guna, known for her pre-battle ritual of consuming 2 lychees and her ferocious fighting style, had earned the nickname the impulsive lychee girl. Higi, Guna's sister, stole the spotlight today. Liz chuckled, her amusement evident when she learned of Guna's nickname. You have to treat us to dinner today? All right, I'll treat, Guna exclaimed, gripping Huo Yuhan's arm. Sister Yuhan, what do you want to eat? Today, you get to choose. Guna noticed Huo Yuhao seemed a bit guilty, often mentioning her perceived lack of contribution in battles and her inability to assist. She frequently recalled the encounter with the fire-breathing creature, lamenting her inability to help Guna and Gaoyuan. Huo Yuhao affectionately ruffled Guna's hair and replied, Okay, today I'll definitely make you go broke. Hee. Try to make me go broke? I recently sold quite a few level 1 soul guides for a good profit, so I'm actually quite well off, Guna declared before dragging Liz and Huo Yuhao toward the restaurant. That night, Huo Yuhao lay in bed, glancing at the sprawled Guna beside her, and sighed. The girl had been rather clingy lately, insisting on sleeping together, and was restless in her slumber, either kicking the covers or drooling, gazing out at the starlit sky. Huo Yuhao felt anticipation rise within her, wondering what her second martial soul would awaken as. Perhaps Sister Tianming could provide her with an answer. Tianming, Tianming. Huo Yuhao called out within her sea of consciousness. What is it? It's the middle of the night. Can't you let someone sleep? Tianming's drowsy voice responded. What do you think my second martial soul will awaken as? Huo Yuhao ignored Tianming's sleepy tone, accustomed to it by now. Huh, is that all? Your second martial soul was bestowed upon you by me, so it is based on ice attributes. I cannot reveal our goal just yet, but I can tell you it will be the ultimate ice, Tianming's languid voice echoed, relishing the comfort of Huo Yuhao's consciousness, where she could indulge in nearly 24-hour slumber. Huo Yuhao had been easy for her, seldom presenting any issues that required intervention, except for the incident with the fire-breathing creature. But before she could act, Gaoyuan had already resolved it, with her merely assisting in alleviating the backlash Huo Yuhao experienced. Tianming was content with this leisurely existence. After all, achieving divinity depended on Huo Yuhao's own efforts, while she merely unlocked seals occasionally to enhance Huo Yuhao's cultivation. The ultimate ice, Huo Yuhao murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, Gaoyuan had not deceived her. Her second martial soul would be the ultimate ice, a truly prestigious martial soul. All right. I'm going to sleep now. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. For anything else, consult your brother Gaoyuan first. If he can't resolve it, then come to me. Tianming's voice faded away, leaving Huo Yuhao in silence. Huo Yuhao took in Tianming's words without further comment. And with the bright moonlight streaming through the window, she drifted into dreams, where she seemed to see her mother and a scene of her and Gaoyuan together. A satisfied smile gracing her lips. At the sea god lake, on the island in the center of the lake, Wang Yin, who had recently overseen the new student assessments, stood with an unusual air of reverence. Before him sat Elder Mu, who had lain in the dormitory for nearly a month. Elder Mu reclined in a chair, gazing contemplatively at the center of Sea God Lake, lost in thought. Elder Mu, regarding those students, especially Gaoyuan. Before Wang Yin could finish, Elder Mu waved his hand, interrupting him. I am more aware of their circumstances than you are. The theory of an all-system soul master is not universally applicable, as you should know. Wang Yan lowered his head, pondering for a long while before nodding earnestly. Yes, but this plan could certainly be implemented with Gaoyuan. Elder Mu sipped from a small teacup, savoring the flavor as he spoke. Indeed. But you must understand that Gaoyuan has already been earmarked as a candidate for the Extreme Solo Soldier program, and he appears to harbor no fondness for Shrek Academy. A flicker of struggle crossed Wang Yan's face before he spoke earnestly. Elder Mu, I believe our Shrek Academy should prioritize teaching and nurturing talent. As for their future development, the Academy should not interfere too much. Elder Mu gazed at the horizon, silent for a long time. I only hope, Elder Mu, that you will grant me the opportunity to become Gaoyuan's homeroom teacher after the new student assessments. Wang Yan requested softly, his head bowed. Very well, proceed. If they can secure victory in the new student assessments, then your wish shall be granted, Elder Mu replied in a deep voice, adding, pay attention to Huo Yuhao and Guna as well. They are both promising talents. This year's cohort is indeed a treasure trove. Chapter 55. The ranking tournament. Let Xuanzi observe the ranking tournament as well. Reserve a spot for him. After uttering these words, Elder Mu vanished into the boundless darkness. Wang Yan gave a slight nod before departing from the sea god lake. The night passed without incident, and gradually, the sky brightened with the coming dawn. Gaoyuan stretched languidly, glancing at the still slumbering Wang Dong beside her. With a gentle shake of her head, she entered the bathroom, embarking on her daily grooming ritual. Amidst the gentle sound of running water, Wang Dong gradually opened her beautiful eyes. She hummed softly, her voice tinged with a hint of laziness as she directed her gaze towards Gaoyuan, who was already busy in the bathroom. Awake? Gaoyuan's voice resonated from within. Wang Dong replied softly, her tone almost delicate. Wow, did you undergo a transformation overnight? How can you still produce such a sweet sound? Gaoyuan teased. Wiping her face with a towel, Wang Dong merely shot her a knowing glance, accustomed to Gaoyuan's playful banter. She gently shifted her body and began to dress beneath the covers. Before long, Wang Dong emerged, though her hair, tousled from sleep, appeared somewhat disheveled. I'm done washing up. I'm heading out for breakfast, Gaoyuan announced, preparing to leave. Wait, Wang Dong called out, quickly grabbing a towel to pat her face and running a comb through her hair with a mere semblance of care. She hurried to Gaoyuan's side and said, let us have breakfast together. Gaoyuan glanced at Wang Dong with a hint of confusion. After residing together for 3 months, he was well aware of Wang Dong's habits. It seemed utterly implausible that he would simply wash up and head out without a second thought. Wang Dong's face flushed slightly. He felt an unusual warmth spreading across his cheeks. He couldn't quite comprehend why he was so inclined to venture out with Gaoyuan today. Let us go, Wang Dong called out as he stepped outside first, prompting Gaoyuan to follow suit without overthinking. Upon entering their classroom, the pair instantly became the center of attention. Having achieved an impressive record of 10 consecutive victories, a feat accomplished by only 5 teams in their entire grade. Among these teams, one was theirs, and another belonged to Gu Na and her group. As for the others, Gaoyuan had no interest in discovering their identities. After courteously greeting their classmates, Wang Dong and Gaoyuan found their way to Xiao Xiao, settling down together. Since not all students were required to participate in the Shrek Academy's freshman assessment ranking competition, regular classes continued. Teams engaged in the competition were permitted to take leave during their matches. Shortly thereafter, teacher Zhou Yi entered the classroom. Upon seeing Wang Dong, she appeared taken aback. In her memory, Wang Dong had been impeccably groomed just days prior. Why did he arrive today with such disheveled hair? Though he looked slightly better than Gaoyuan beside him, the contrast was still quite pronounced. Nevertheless, teacher Zhou Yi did not linger too long on Wang Dong. As she surveyed the room, an immediate hush fell over the class, fully aware of the formidable temperament of the elderly Zhou. No one wished to risk expulsion after having survived the freshman assessment. To their surprise, teacher Zhou Yi smiled. Albeit her aged visage appeared more unsettling in a smile than in sorrow. Standing at the podium, she spoke slowly. After 3 days, the freshman assessment has concluded. We have compiled the final results. Gaoyuan displayed little interest in Zhou Yi's words, squinting his eyes as he diligently channeled his soul power. Observing this, Wang Dong mirrored Gaoyuan's actions, immersing himself in his own cultivation. Zhou Yi, with her aged visage, continued to wear a smile that was more disconcerting than tears, proclaiming, we are fortunate that all 23 groups participating in the assessment from our class have successfully passed. A resounding cheer erupted from the class. Yet Gaoyuan and Wang Dong found it merely a cacophony. Beside them, Xiao Xiao beamed with delight upon noticing the two engrossed in their trainings. A realization dawned upon her. It became evident that the class leader was indeed a diligent individual. No wonder she was so formidable. Truly, with such a powerful martial soul. Coupled with her relentless efforts, it was no surprise that she excelled. The twinkling admiration in her eyes intensified. Indeed, Gaoyuan must have been influenced by the class leader's dedication, prompting his own efforts. Being surrounded by the exceptional clearly fosters greatness. Thus, she resolved to enhance her own training. Consequently, an incongruous scene unfolded within the class. The trio who had achieved complete victory remained silent, absorbed in their practice, starkly contrasting with the jubilant celebration of their classmates. All right, quiet down, Zhou Yi signaled for silence, stating, passing the assessment merely signifies that you have the opportunity to remain at Shrek. For now, at least until graduation from the first year, you are secure. However, should your efforts wane, you may still face elimination in the second year. Moreover, this is merely an initiation assessment. Do not become overly elated. After a brief pause, she continued, among your 23 groups, 12 assessments are yet to conclude. Having entered the top 64, you now face elimination matches, which will truly determine your excellence. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Gaoyuan, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao displayed no discernible reaction, as they were enveloped in their individual realms of cultivation. Zhou Yi pressed on. In this new student assessment, Wang Dong's team has also achieved an impressive record of 10 victories without defeat. Let us extend our applause to them. The class erupted once more into thunderous applause, having recognized Wang Dong's prowess and fully trusting in the class leader's capabilities. As the spotlight shifted towards him, Wang Dong reluctantly paused his training, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to the crowd. In this somewhat awkward atmosphere, Zhou Yi commenced her lesson. While Gaoyuan continued to squint and cultivate, he was well aware that his expulsion was unlikely if Zhou Yi were to attempt such a thing. Yin Xiaozhe would undoubtedly intervene, given the substantial effort invested in his retention. Thus, Gaoyuan felt liberated in his approach, perceiving Zhou Yi's lecture as devoid of significance, if not entirely meaningless. Wang Dong, witnessing Gaoyuan's demeanor, adopted a similar stance, and the two continued their training in tandem. Zhou Yi shot a vexed glance at the pair, feeling her dignity was being challenged. However, Yin Xiaozhe had cautioned her against interfering with Gaoyuan. According to her character, she would typically extend some form of reward to Wang Dong and the others following their first-place achievement. But Gaoyuan's attitude led her to bestow only a round of applause. Eventually, the class concluded, and since the round-robin matches had just ended, no further competitions would take place for the next 2 days, allowing time for the advancing teams to recover. Xiao Xiao's expression turned anxious as she mused. It seems the round-robin was merely an appetizer. Shrek Academy is truly brimming with talent. Wang Dong, unfazed, remarked, what? Even our prodigious, twin martial soul genius feels nervous? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and retorted, compared to you, do I even qualify as a genius? That Guna from Class 9 is the talk of the entire grade for her fierce yet precise fighting style. Hey Gaoyuan, care to share how you won over that irrational lychee girl? Gaoyuan shrugged, choosing to remain silent. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's gaze dimmed slightly. Indeed, he felt he was still far behind Guna. Chapter 56. Group AB. However, aside from Guna's group, Class 3 also had a team with a spirit ancestor of the third ring. Xiao Xiao remarked. Our team is not without a third ring spirit ancestor, Wang Dong replied. Casting a glance at Gaoyuan, Gaoyuan chuckled softly and remarked, let us stick to our usual approach. Do not harbor any illusions that I shall assist you. Unless we encounter a martial soul fusion technique, or if Guna and her group are involved, I will not intervene. Why is that? Xiao Xiao inquired, gazing at Gaoyuan in perplexity. Isn't it simply to encourage the two of you to hone your skills and accumulate some practical experience? Just as Gaoyuan was eloquently expounding his thoughts, Xiao Xiao interrupted him. No, what I mean is, why do you choose to intervene only when facing Guna and her group? Aren't Guna and Huo Yuhao both your girlfriends? Do you perhaps have tendencies towards domestic violence? A look of astonishment and disdain adorned Xiao Xiao's charming visage. Wang Dong, nearby, could not contain his laughter. Gaoyuan merely shot her a glance and replied irritably, I'm leaving, going to eat. With that, he strode directly towards the cafeteria. Oh, Gaoyuan, don't be in such a hurry. You haven't answered my question yet. Xiao Xiao laughed, chasing after him with her short legs. In the cafeteria, Gaoyuan gazed hungrily at the array of delectable dishes before him. Wang Dong glanced at both Xiao Xiao and Gaoyuan and solemnly declared, "Our team's overall strength is still formidable. Although Gaoyuan is reluctant to engage under normal circumstances, it does not diminish our dominance. I believe you can feel the enhancement he provides, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Wang Dong continued, "Our singular goal is the championship." He had resolved that in this competition, he would showcase his utmost prowess, proving to Gaoyuan that he too was a formidable contender, worthy of executing the soul fusion technique alongside him. Leisurely moments always seemed to pass swiftly. At last, the time for the ranking matches arrived. With 64 teams standing in neat rows at the Shrek Academy Seoul Arena. For reasons unknown, this year's freshman evaluation ranking matches were set to take place in the Seoul Arena, and the judges had specifically arranged several teachers of Soul Master rank. The format had also slightly changed. Teams were divided into two groups, A and B, each consisting of 32 teams. Based on their performance, the 32 teams in each group would be ranked. The first would face the 32nd, the second the 31st, and so forth, with the losers being eliminated and the victors advancing to the next round. Subsequently, rankings would be determined based on match duration and combat capabilities, with the first in each group facing the 16th, the second facing the 15th, and so on, again eliminating the losers and allowing the winners to progress. After retaining 8 teams from each group, the first from Group A would face the 8th from Group B, the second would face the 7th, and this pattern would continue, with losers being eliminated and winners advancing to the next round, ultimately leaving 8 teams from both groups. Once the two groups merged, a ranking based on combat strength would be established, with the first facing the 8th, the second facing the 7th, and so forth, retaining 4 teams to contend for the championship, runner-up, and third place. The format would involve a round-robin among the 4 teams, with rankings determined by points earned, ultimately deciding the champions and the runners-up. As Gaoyuan listened to the teacher on stage expounding the rules of the qualifying competition with great fervor, he found himself somewhat drowsy. In contrast, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were attentively engaged. However, when the grouping details were revealed, a realization dawned upon Gaoyuan. No wonder this year's freshman assessment had altered its regulations. Previously, it had been a matter of random drawing, with immediate elimination for the losers, devoid of the complexities of A and B groups. He noted that their group and Guna's group were both positioned at the pinnacle of the respective A and B groups. Gaoyuan nodded slightly, realizing that Shrek intended for them to avoid encounters in the early stages, allowing both teams to showcase their strengths. This approach, indeed, proved advantageous. It was easier to discern the most formidable students compared to a mere lottery draw. As the leaders of Group A, Gaoyuan and his team faced an opponent with an average soul power of level 20, and Wang Dong easily triumphed in battle. Concurrently, Guna's group also dispatched their adversaries with minimal effort. The competition from 64 to 32 would last an entire day, thus after their initial match, Gaoyuan and his companions were returned to the classroom to continue their studies. Zhou Yi adopted a more hands-off attitude towards Gaoyuan, having received notification from the academy that Wang Yin would assume the role of Gaoyuan's homeroom teacher. Thus, he would no longer be under her tutelage. Embracing the philosophy that it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles, she observed Gaoyuan, Wang Dong, and the recently influenced Xiao Xiao, who were all engrossed in their training with their eyes half closed, and could only sigh in resignation. However, on the subsequent day during the 32 to 16 competition, fate had them pitted against classmates from their own class, and they emerged victorious with ease. In contrast, Guna did not dominate the field as anticipated. Instead, it was Huo Yuhao who took the lead in combat. They faced opponents with an overall soul power around levels 24 to 25. Although Huo Yuhao had reached the 30-level quasi-soul sovereign rank, her martial spirit was not inherently offensive. Ultimately, she managed to secure victory by employing the sword techniques Gaoyuan had previously taught her, wielding an unsharpened long sword, overcoming her opponent with a mix of surprise and caution. While her victory lacked the luster of Guna's, it nonetheless astonished many, as they had assumed Huo Yuhao to be a support-type soul master. Whenever Guna engaged in battle, Huo Yuhao could always be seen silently utilizing her second soul skill from the back. It was indeed remarkable that such a seemingly delicate girl could unleash such explosive power. Given that Guna's group relied primarily on Huo Yuhao as their main attacker in the second round, the duration of their match extended compared to the first, resulting in Group B seizing the top position from them. They subsequently ranked second, while Gaoyuan's team maintained their lead. The list of the top 16 was soon released, and many observers of the new student assessments began to compare the strengths of Groups A and B. The consensus leaned towards the belief that Group B held the upper hand, as they considered Gaoyuan's group and Huo Yuhao's group to be evenly matched. While most did not believe the current leader of Group B could outmatch Guna's team, they still boasted sole sovereign-level powerhouses, including a third member with a steel rooster martial spirit. Conversely, Group A, to which Gaoyuan belonged, appeared somewhat lacking in strength, as aside from their own team, there was not a single sole sovereign-level master among the other teams. Xiao Xiao tilted her head while observing Gaoyuan and Wang Dong, teasingly remarking, "Class leader, why are you always sticking to Gaoyuan lately? You two seem to be inseparable, even going to the restroom together." You wouldn't tea. Wang Dong's face flushed slightly as she discreetly glanced at Gaoyuan and replied, "Isn't it just to build our synergy for the matches? Don't spout nonsense." You wouldn't tea want Guna to hear that. She is famously protective of her partner. I heard that last time they faced a team, one of their members insulted Gaoyuan and ended up battered and bruised. If it weren't for the teacher intervening, it might have turned fatal. Gaoyuan cast a helpless glance at Wang Dong, questioning his pretense. Are you still pretending? Cultivating synergy? That might fool someone as naive as Xiao Xiao. But your intentions are clear. You seek to foster combat synergy, do you? You're simply coveting my stories. You incessantly refer to me as your boss and demand that I narrate tales. Earning money is becoming increasingly arduous. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Xiao Xiao quickly covered her mouth. She was well aware of Guna's formidable prowess, a 37th level soul master of the assault class. Even with her dual martial souls, she stood little chance against such strength. Chapter 57. A wager on the third day of the ranking competition. The matches of the top 16 to the top 8 took place in the morning and the afternoon, respectively. As anticipated, the strength of Group B was markedly superior to that of Group A, which saw only two teams advance to the quarterfinals, Wang Dong's team and Huang Chutian's team. In contrast, Group B boasted 6 teams in the top 8, 3 of which, including Guna, featured Soul Master-level warriors. During the round of 16, due to the overwhelming firepower of Huo Yuhao and Guna, they dispatched their opponents within 30 seconds, achieving the highest evaluation of strength, while Wang Dong's team secured the second position. The quarterfinals were next, and fortunately, Guna and Gaoyuan were not set to face each other just yet. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, a woman in her 30s appeared beside Shou-Yi. Had Guna and Huo Yuhao been present, they would have recognized her as their homeroom teacher. Mu Jin, Ms. Mu, I didn't expect only one team from your class to reach the top 8 this year, Zhou Yi remarked softly. Is that a challenge? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Mu Jin's smile grew broader. And what of it? This year, luck was on our side, with 2 teams making it to the top 8. They say Ms. Zhou's skills are exceptional, yet here we see only one team advancing. I've heard you're up for a senior professional title. I wonder if your team can clinch the championship? Zhou Yi felt a surge of irritation at Mu Jin's words. Strictly speaking, Gaoyuan and Wang Dong had little to do with her, so their advancement to the top 8 brought her no sense of achievement. What's wrong? Has Ms. Zhou lost her voice? Are you lacking confidence in your students? Mu Jin chuckled softly. Shall we place a wager? A wager? What could you possibly stake against me? Mu Jin's intent was clear, to provoke and humiliate Zhou Yi. Naturally, Zhou Yi's temperament would not allow her to back down, and she readily accepted the bet. Do you think your class is assured victory? I've heard you only have one student who has reached the 30th level, that is hardly superior to my class. Unperturbed by Zhou Yi's retorts, Mu Jin replied directly, a soul bone. Do you dare? Mu Jin had a fondness for Huo Yuhao and Guna, and secretly desired to gift a soul bone to these 2 girls after the competition. Aware of Huo Yuhao and Guna's relationship with Gaoyuan, she reasoned that regardless of the wager's outcome, as long as the soul bone ended up in Gaoyuan's possession, she would not suffer a loss. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted momentarily. However, Mu Jin added, regardless of who wins or loses, the soul bone must go to those kids. Do you accept the challenge? She had caught wind of a potential new class being formed at the academy, centered around Guna, Huo Yuhao, Gaoyuan, Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, and Li Zi, with Wang Yin as the homeroom teacher. She was concerned that if Zhou Yi refused to surrender the soul bone to Gaoyuan, it would be a significant loss. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your wager. Gaoyuan and his companions were entirely oblivious to the events occurring in the stands. Gaoyuan closed his eyes, quietly channeling his spiritual energy, while Wang Dong appeared lost in thought, his mind adrift. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao observed the members of other teams with keen interest, contemplating strategies for future confrontations. The morning matches swiftly concluded, prompting Gaoyuan and his group to organize themselves in preparation for the afternoon's contests. The first match of the afternoon featured the Guna team facing off against a rank 8 squad devoid of a Soul Master, resulting in a swift resolution of the battle. The second match pitted Wang Dong's team against the Wufeng team from the new student Class 9, marking the second team from Wufeng's class to advance to the top 8. As both teams entered the arena, the referee called for their attention. The 6 participants made their way into the Soul Arena, with Gaoyuan positioned at the rear of his team, while Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao stood at his left and right front, respectively, forming a triangular formation. The Wufeng team comprised 3 young women, one of whom, a blonde, took her place at the back, while the other 2 stood protectively in front of her. The girl with short red hair declared with pride, new student Class 9, Wufeng, level 25 assault-type Soul Master. Observing the ostentation from the opposing team, Wang Dong quickly responded. Wang Dong, level 27 assault-type Soul Master. The supervising teacher shot Wang Dong a disapproving glance. As it was customary to announce one team's members before proceeding to the other, which constituted a breach of protocol. However, he refrained from commenting further, deeming it a minor infraction. The girl with light green hair standing beside the red-haired girl gently spoke, new student Class 9, Niamin Yuner, level 24 agility-type Soul Master. Xiao Xiao, level 22 control-type Soul Master, she continued. New student Class 9, Ning Tian, level 31 auxiliary Soul Master. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi in the stands was taken aback. Her information was outdated. It seemed that Ning Tian had recently achieved the rank of Soul Master and acquired a Soul Ring. She had initially believed that only Guna from Class 9 was a Soul Master, only to discover another among them. Gaoyuan spoke softly, Gaoyuan. 36th level control system battle Soul Master. Wang Dong's pupils constricted. Indeed, Gaoyuan had made another breakthrough. Just a few days ago, he had been at the pinnacle of 35, and now he had ascended. A sense of melancholy washed over her, as it seemed the chasm between herself and Gaoyuan was widening. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 girls across from her were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed Gaoyuan belonged to the support system. However, before their astonishment could fully register, the teacher announced the commencement of the competition. Gaoyuan directly bestowed the enhancement effects of the 3rd soul skill upon Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong, then retreated to a corner to observe the unfolding spectacle. The supervising teacher felt a tinge of helplessness, for Gaoyuan consistently behaved in this manner. Even when others sought to confront him, he would simply cover his head and flee, his speed rivaling that of an agile Soul Master, leaving no one capable of pursuing him and rendering their efforts futile. Consequently, whenever they encountered Wang Dong's team, Gaoyuan was regarded as a mere specter. With a deft push of his toes against the ground, Wang Dong surged forward, his resplendent blue wings unfurling dramatically. Gaoyuan retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage soul guide, casually cracking them while admiring Wang Dong's martial spirit. It must be said that Wang Dong's martial spirit was truly captivating, drawing Gaoyuan's gaze for longer than intended. Alas, it was a pity that Wang Dong's battles were always so brief, leaving Gaoyuan yearning for more. Wufeng, with a delicate shout, exuded a wave of intense heat, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. Perhaps others did not notice, but Gaoyuan, whose own martial spirit was also a dragon, certainly did. Wufeng's figure elongated gracefully. Suspended in midair, she resembled a fully developed maiden of 16 or 17. Her skin shimmered with a rosy glow, starting from her face and enveloping her in delicate dragon scales that cascaded down her neck and shoulder, covering her entire left arm and hand. 2 pale yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her. In a swift motion, Wufeng appeared before Wang Dong, her left arm sweeping forward in a powerful strike aimed directly at him. Chapter 58, The Top 4. Facing Wufeng's assault, Wang Dong stood resolute. Empowered by the enhancements from Gaoyuan, he countered with a forceful punch. Meanwhile, a golden-haired girl had already summoned her martial spirit. A resplendent 7-colored pagoda adorned with jewels manifesting in her grasp. The 7 Treasures glazed tile was renowned for its speed. Instantly, 2 brilliant beams of light shot from the pagoda, striking Wufeng and Nanmen Yuner. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was not idle either. She called forth her 3 lives town soul cauldron. With a flash of dark light, the cauldron descended from the heavens. Its first soul ring activated, the tremor of the cauldron. This move was directed at the rushing Nanmen Yuner. As Wufeng charged at Wang Dong, Nanmen Yuner dashed towards Xiao Xiao, her speed remarkable, though not quite matching Gaoyuan's, yet she was undoubtedly the swiftest among their opponents. Behind Nanmen Yuner, a cluster of emerald green wings appeared, her hands transforming into a similar hue. With a single strike, she aimed for Xiao Xiao. However, just as her palm reached the air, Xiao Xiao's tremor of the cauldron was unleashed. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Xiao managed to retreat 2 meters, creating distance between them. What a close call. Thank goodness for Gaoyuan's full attribute boost. Otherwise, I might not have evaded that strike, Xiao Xiao mused inwardly, maneuvering the cauldron towards Nanmen Yuner. Currently, the 7 treasures glazed tile granted a 30% enhancement to Nanmen Yuner and Wufeng. In contrast, Gaoyuan's third soul skill provided an enhancement exceeding 35%. Xiao Xiao sensed that as Gaoyuan's soul power level increased, so too would the potency of this boost. After the radiant beams illuminated Nanmen Yuner and Wufeng, both exhibited a noticeable increase in speed. We must first eliminate that support-type soul master, Wang Dong shouted to Xiao Xiao. She nodded in agreement. You think you can succeed? Nanmen Yuner's speed surged further, even producing afterimages, her aura shifting dramatically. With a few swift movements, she evaded Xiao Xiao's cauldron, reappearing before her. Both palms accelerating towards Xiao Xiao. The second soul ring illuminated. The cauldron's rebound, just as Xiao Xiao activated her second soul skill. Nanmen Yuner felt an overwhelming sense of danger, causing her to momentarily hesitate. In that instant, the massive 3 lives town soul cauldron descended, blocking the path between Nanmen Yuner and Xiao Xiao. As the cauldron trembled violently, Ning Tian's voice resonated from afar. The 7 treasures are famed, the second said. Release. Instantly, the disorientation engulfing Nanmen Yuner dissipated entirely, allowing her to swiftly retreat and evade the attack. Wang Dong, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. At this rate, although they could match Wufeng and Nanmen Yuner, their endurance would wane over time. He resolved to swiftly deal with Wufeng. In that moment, his yellow and purple soul rings illuminated, invoking the light of the butterfly god. The visual impact of the Millennium's second soul skill was undeniably stunning. Yet Wang Dong did not intend to use this skill as his primary means of offense. The purpose of the light of the butterfly god was to obstruct Wufeng's movement. True to expectation, Wufeng halted momentarily to dodge Wang Dong's radiant strike, allowing him to charge forward with his wing blade. Wang Dong's martial spirit, the light goddess butterfly, possessed a quality slightly superior to Wufeng's fire dragon, and the age of the soul rings he absorbed was even greater, granting him enhanced abilities. His fierce assault left Wufeng in a defensive position, feeling somewhat constrained, as if her strength was rendered ineffective. The battle between the two was at a standstill. While Xiao Xiao managed to fend off Nanmen Yuner's attacks, she could not spare a moment to confront Ning Tian, and Wang Dong, despite maintaining the upper hand against Wufeng, felt his soul power depleting rapidly. Gaoyuan was overjoyed, witnessing a captivating spectacle as 5 beautiful girls engaged in a fierce brawl, a sight that was indeed a visual delight, though regrettably, Wang Dong was clad in male attire. Faced with the intense and precarious situation, Wang Dong found himself pondering whether to unveil his trump card. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Wu Feng seized the opportunity and lunged forward with a claw aimed directly at Wang Dong. Hastily, Wang Dong raised his arm to deflect the strike. Yet the searing dragon claw inflicted considerable harm upon his arm. Clutching the injured part of his arm, he quickly retreated to create some distance. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped Wang Dong, unmistakably the manifestation of Gaoyuan's second soul skill. A gentle warmth coursed through Wang Dong's body, and in the blink of an eye, the wounds on his arm had nearly healed. Wang Dong cast a grateful glance towards Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan parted his lips, and the shape of his mouth revealed that he was encouraging them. Ning Tian, upon witnessing the efficacy of Gaoyuan's treatment, felt a surge of anxiety. If this continued, their offensive maneuvers would prove futile. How could they possibly contend against an opponent fortified with such support? Yun Er, Wu Feng, target that support character, Ning Tian commanded, her voice ringing with urgency. Instantly, a cascade of golden light enveloped Nanmen Yun Er and Wu Feng. They swiftly distanced themselves from Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong, lunging towards Gaoyuan. Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, having reached a consensus. Why should they concern themselves with Gaoyuan? Their focus should be on Ning Tian, that wretched pervert. Even if these two were to join forces, they would not stand a chance against him. Suddenly, the large cauldron before Xiao Xiao split into 3, surging toward Ning Tian. Meanwhile, Wang Dong unfurled his wings and propelled himself toward her with clenched fists. Ning Tian sensed an impending crisis. Were they not supposed to assist the support character? No, it seemed he had declared himself a control type at the outset. As the two attackers closed in, Wu Feng and Nanmin Yunair had no time to defend themselves and opted instead to unleash their full might against Gaoyuan. On the field, only Gaoyuan was seen nimbly evading the assaults from Wu Feng and Nanmin Yunair. Though it appeared chaotic, anyone with a modicum of experience could discern that Gaoyuan was merely toying with them. Ultimately, the two assailants aimed at Ning Tian were intercepted by the referee, thereby sealing Ning Tian's fate in elimination. The remainder of the competition unfolded rather straightforwardly, with Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong each dispatching their respective opponents with remarkable swiftness. In the stands, Zhou Yi felt a pang of anxiety for the trio. If they could not overcome their current adversaries, they would stand no chance against the likes of Gu Na and her formidable team. However, fortune smiled upon them, and Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief his victory was secured. Subsequently, the tournament proceeded without further incident, culminating in the final four teams: Gu Na's team from Class 9, Wang Dong's team from Class 1, the Meijin Inai team from Class 2, and the Dai Huabin team from Class 5. Chapter 59, Meijin Inai, an interlude in the southeastern region of the Xing Luo Empire. Within the Yanqi mountain range, there lay a coal mine where a young man named Mei Shirlu toiled. As a coal miner hailing from a modest background, he had never even possessed a proper name, and the awakening of a martial spirit was a distant dream. As the process demanded at least 1 gold soul coin, a sum equivalent to his family's annual income. Tragically, his father succumbed to illness when Mei Shirlu was but 8 years old, leaving his mother to raise him alone until her untimely death at the hands of a soul beast during an attack on their village. In a desperate bid for survival, he sold himself to the coal owner. Due to his diminutive stature, standing at around 5'3", the owner bestowed upon him the name Mei Shirlu. The joy of finally having a name filled Mei Shirlu's heart. Names were reserved for those of status, yet here he was, a mere coal miner, blessed with an unfathomable honor. He worked diligently day after day, striving merely for sustenance. The food at the mine was not particularly palatable, often carrying a sour odor. Yet it was plentiful, enough to fill his belly, with no aspirations beyond survival, even if it meant living without dignity. His life took a turn when a woman clad in a floral dress appeared at the mine, tasked with preparing meals for the workers. Though her beauty was not conventional, her face adorned with freckles and features not particularly striking, Mei Shirlu beheld her as a vision of loveliness. In his eyes, the very freckles that others deemed flaws were transformed into marks of beauty. He fell hopelessly in love. It was the first time he had encountered such a captivating woman, and whenever his fellow workers spoke of her, a sense of unease washed over him, akin to watching a cherished treasure being toyed with by others. Mustering his courage, he inquired, "What is your name?" I have no name, but if you wish, you may call me Cui Hua," she replied, her face aglow with a smile that lit up her features. "Cui Hua, I am Mei Shirlu," he introduced himself, marking the beginning of their connection. His co-workers teased him, jesting about his choice, but Mei Shirlu merely smiled. To him, Cui Hua was beyond reproach, a precious being. Their relationship blossomed swiftly, as if they had known each other for ages despite only exchanging a handful of words. They wed, much to the delight of the coal owner, who saw Mei Shirlu as an asset. The child born from their union would belong to his estate. On their wedding day, Mei Shirlu indulged in copious amounts of the lowest-grade rice wine, becoming intoxicated, not solely from the alcohol, but perhaps also from the embrace of his beloved. Not long after, Cui Hua became pregnant. Hand in hand, they strolled through the coal mine. Mei Shirlu, a simple man, could only utter, "You are beautiful." Cui Hua's eyes sparkled with affection, rendering her imperfections inconsequential. Leaning against Mei Shirlu's shoulder, she whispered, "Beauty exists only because of you." He tenderly tidied her unkempt hair, brushing away the dust that clung to her, though his own hands were far dirtier, leaving her attire even more soiled. Yet Cui Hua bore no resentment, content to nestle against him. They were an ordinary couple, yet their love transcended the mundane. However, as fate would have it, calamity struck. Mei Shirlu fell gravely ill, plagued by a relentless cough, his lips stained with blood. Years of labor in the coal mine had taken a toll on his lungs. In his final moments, he grasped his wife's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, cherishing every fleeting second in this world, longing to hold on to her and their unborn child. The coal owner, moved by their profound bond, offered Cui Hua 2 gold soul coins, granting them their freedom. Cui Hua buried Mei Shirlu without a gravestone, too costly at 5 gold soul coins. Only a modest mound marked the resting place of her beloved, where her happiness was interred alongside him. Reluctantly, she departed the mine, not out of fondness for the place, but for the love she had lost. Alone, She journeyed to a small village where she gave birth to their child, pouring all her affection for Mei Shirlu into their offspring. She resolved to bestow a name upon her child, for after all, their father possessed one. She recalled the words she once spoke to Mei Shirlu, "Beauty exists solely because of you." For apart from Mei Shirlu, no one had ever praised her. Yet, she remained merely an uneducated lady. When she registered at the government office, she awkwardly scribbled the name Mei Jin and I. It was only after much effort seeking guidance from the learned villagers that she managed to learn those characters. With 2 golden soul coins, she purchased several acres of barren land, toiling with all her might, for it represented her hope. However, it seemed that fate was not particularly kind to her. A sudden plague swept through the village, claiming the lives of most, including her own. She was both unfortunate and fortunate, for she perished, yet her son survived. In her final moments, a smile graced her lips, for she knew she was about to meet the one she had longed for day and night. Her greatest regret was not being able to rest alongside him. At the tender age of 1, Mei Jin and I was taken in by a prominent local family who, due to various circumstances, had no sons of their own, though they found his name somewhat unappealing. They learned the story behind it from snippets within the village and decided to keep it as a token of ordinary people's love. Following his adoption, the wealthy family's fortunes flourished remarkably, and within a few years, they ascended to become one of the most esteemed families in the area. Meanwhile, Mei Jin and I awakened a powerful martial spirit known as the Iron Rooster, with innate soul power at its peak, a fact that delighted his adoptive family immensely. They regarded him as a lucky star, for his presence seemed to usher in a tide of prosperity. Moreover, with his exceptional innate soul power, there was a possibility of him reaching the ranks of Soul Douluo or even title Douluo with diligent cultivation. This prospect hinted at the family's potential rise to prominence within the Star Luo Empire. The wealthy couple shared the information they had gathered about Mei Jin's biological parents with him, seeking his opinion on whether he wished to change his name. He chose to retain it, believing that perhaps it was the only remnant of his birth parents' existence in this world. At the age of 12, he successfully broke through to become a soul master, and his family exerted considerable effort to secure an entrance ticket to Shrek Academy for him. "This is my story," Mei Jin and I stated quietly, leaving those who listened to his tale in profound silence. Chapter 60. The Top 4 Battle. It must be said that Shrek Academy's ability to generate revenue is truly exceptional. During the Top 4 Battle of the new student assessment, all students from the Outer Academy were given a holiday, and tickets for the event were openly sold, priced at 100 gold soul coins each. Within less than half an hour, 2,000 tickets had been sold out. The strength of this year's new students was remarkable, with each team in the top 4 boasting Soul Master level participants. It is noteworthy that even among 6th-tier students in the Outer Academy, the average soul power hovers around the Soul Master level. To enhance the spectacle of this competition, Shrek Academy specifically appointed a title Douluo level powerhouse as the referee, emphasizing that participants could go all out, with the Academy taking responsibility for any injuries or casualties that might arise. The first match of the top 4 battle featured Wang Dong's team against Dai Huabin's team. Gaoyuan was well aware of Dai Huabin, who was a year older than Huo Yuhao. As children in the Duke's estate, he had often found himself on the receiving end of Dai Huabin's bullying, and had, in turn, sent him fleeing in defeat. Thus, a deep-seated rivalry had formed between Gaoyuan and Dai Huabin, especially since he was the child of the one responsible for Huo Yuhau's demise. Gaoyuan, upon observing the results of the draw, cast a cold glance at Dai Huabin, who was seated in a distant corner. It was evident that Dai Huabin had not recognized Gaoyuan. Wang Dong, noticing the unsettling expression on Gaoyuan's face, which radiated an air of frostiness, hurriedly approached and grasped his arm with one hand, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Gaoyuan shook his head faintly and said, "In the match against Dai Huabin, none of you need to intervene. I will take them down alone." "Ah, but didn't you say?" Wang Dong hesitated, knowing full well Gaoyuan's strength. Yet the opponent also had a soul elder among them, one who possessed a top-tier beast-type spirit. "It's fine. Trust me." A faint smile appeared on Gaoyuan's face, though it was far from reassuring. Wang Dong could sense the subtle killing intent emanating from him and finally nodded. "Try not to take a life. Dai Huabin's spirit is the evil-eyed white tiger, and the family behind this spirit is the White Tiger Duke lineage of the Star Luo Empire." Gaoyuan nodded slightly, fully aware that publicly committing murder in such a setting would be ill-advised. Nevertheless, it was imperative to create an indelible memory for Dai Huabin. Meanwhile, sitting on the opposite side, Huo Yuhao, having glimpsed Gaoyuan's drawing results, recalled those indifferent eyes and frigid voice. Had it not been for her brother Gaoyuan's timely intervention, she might have perished long ago within the chilling confines of that duke's mansion. Although 5 years had elapsed and Dai Huabin's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation, the wounds of the past remained forever unhealed. Indeed, Dai Huabin was the youngest son of the Duchess and indirectly responsible for her mother's demise. It was he who had imprisoned sister Xiao Rou, who was meant to sever the poison afflicting their mother. Months had passed without news. How was sister Xiao Rou faring? The competing teams of Wang Dong and Dai Huabin entered the arena, preparing for the contest while sizing each other up. Gaoyuan, must it truly come to this? Wang Dong inquired with a hint of concern. Gaoyuan nodded slightly and said, "Aren't you curious about my true abilities? Allow me to demonstrate today." As he spoke, he turned back to Wang Dong and winked, adding, "Then you'll understand just how merciful I've been during our usual encounters." Wang Dong, slightly exasperated, rolled his eyes and thought to himself that he was perhaps overthinking things. Perhaps it would be better for Gaoyuan to face a thorough defeat. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. She was aware of Gaoyuan's plan, which seemed somewhat precarious. However, having heard Wang Dong mention that Gaoyuan had a personal vendetta against Dai Huabin, she decided it was best to let him take the stage. At that moment, the referee stepped onto the expansive arena, gesturing for both parties to enter the assessment area. Gaoyuan, accompanied by 2 others, strode in with great enthusiasm, yet this time, it was Gaoyuan who took the lead. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, though the majority were chanting the name of Wang Dong. Gaoyuan waved at Huo Yuhao, who was watching him from below the stage. Huo Yuhao returned his gesture with a sweet smile, though her desire to vanquish Dai Huabin on the arena was strong. Her concern for Gaoyuan's safety prevailed. The referee spoke in a hushed tone, reiterating the rules for the upcoming match. "You are well aware of the regulations, however. I shall repeat them. You may engage your adversary with full force without holding back. For those possessing flying-type martial souls, the maximum flight altitude is limited to 10 meters. Anyone removed from the competition arena will be deemed as having forfeited the match. Do you understand?" "Understood," both parties responded in unison. A chilling glint flickered in Gaoyuan's eyes, mirrored by Dai Huabin's own demeanor. As the legitimate son of the Duke of the White Tiger, though not the eldest, he had received the finest education from a young age. Naturally, he held a lofty view of himself, considering Wang Dong to be the only real threat among his opponents. Yet, even Wang Dong appeared to him as nothing more than a mere facade. The competitors were announced: Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Chuiji, with Dai Huabin's side clearly emanating hostility. Opposing them were Gaoyuan, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. The referee extended his arms and declared, "Take your positions at the edge of the arena. I will announce the start, and only then may you commence your attacks." Gaoyuan and his companions turned away and strode towards the edge, clearly disregarding Dai Huabin's team, their provocation unmistakable. How audacious. Is Wang Dong's team truly so arrogant as to overlook their opponents? Humph. They too possess considerable strength. I believe Dai Huabin's team is indeed more formidable. For Wang Dong's team is merely supported by an auxiliary soul. Have you not heard of that match? Gaoyuan's intervention decisively altered the tide of battle. Did you not witness the last match? Gaoyuan was pursued by 2 opponents, fleeing in panic. Amidst the chatter of spectators, few noticed a disheveled old man seated in a corner, gnawing on a chicken leg. 2 middle-aged men stood respectfully beside him, and had Gaoyuan been aware, he would have recognized them as the 2 esteemed deans of Shrek Academy, Qian Duo and Yin Xiaozha. Behind Qian Duo stood teacher Fan Yu. Yin Xiaozha regarded Gaoyuan with a gaze that held a mix of complexity. Soon, both sides arrived at the arena's edge, and the Duhan arena appeared vast, rendering their opponents diminutive in each other's eyes. The referee raised his right hand and then brought it down forcefully, declaring the start. The sound resonated in everyone's ears. Immediately after the signal, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao leapt directly off the Duhan arena, stunning everyone present, even momentarily halting the old man's gnawing on the chicken leg. The referee was momentarily taken aback, but since Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had already exited the arena, it was no longer his concern. Upon witnessing their actions, the anger in Dai Huabin's eyes intensified. This was an outright affront. Who dared to look down upon him, aside from that scrawny boy from years past? Chapter 61. 1 against 3. Despite the fury brewing within Dai Huabin, he did not falter. The trio maintained their formation as they charged toward Gaoyuan. With Dai Huabin shouting in a fit of rage, "White Tiger, merge!" A radiant golden light erupted from Gaoyuan, and the violet third spirit ring on him shone with a dazzling brilliance, activating his third spirit ability, the Golden Tree Oath. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power within his body, a slight smile graced Gaoyuan's lips as he softly uttered, Golden Dragon. Possession. A wave of intense golden light burst forth from him as he extended his arms and raised his chest, revealing layers upon layers of heavy scales that manifested across his body. His bones crackled audibly, and his muscles swelled dramatically, stretching his attire to its limits. Fortunately, Gaoyuan had already tailored a set of highly elastic clothing, preventing any rips. Once the martial spirit possession was complete, Gaoyuan emanated a profoundly intimidating aura, causing even the elder Xian, seated in the stands, to feel an acceleration in his blood flow and a heaviness in his breath. It was a sensation that compelled reverence, causing his martial spirit to tremble involuntarily. This was the suppression from a martial spirit. Elder Xian's martial spirit was the gluttonous divine ox, one of the most formidable beast martial spirits. Even Elder Mu's radiant sacred dragon could not instill such feelings within him. Those possessing beast martial spirits in the audience trembled, their expressions shifting dramatically. The trio, including Dai Huabin, who had initially approached Gaoyuan, also sensed this unparalleled aura of intimidation and quickly activated their martial spirits. Dai Huabin's golden hair instantaneously transformed into a striking mix of black and white, with white dominating, while several strands of black hair stood out prominently. On his forehead, 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line emerged, forming a prominent character for King. Yet, even in this state of martial spirit possession, Dai Huabin felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. Meanwhile, the 2 young women beside him underwent their own transformations. The girl on the left, named Zhu, sprouted pointed ears, her physique elongating and radiating a palpable sense of strength. The girl on the right exhibited even more peculiar changes. Her pink hair cascaded longer, resembling a flowing pink waterfall, and from her back emerged 2 long tails, exuding an alluring charm. Below in the audience, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were taken aback. Were they also twin martial spirits? And did they appear to possess the most elite beast martial spirits? Even the aura emanating from Guna's silvery dragon martial spirit seemed unlikely to surpass this. It should be noted that Guna had sealed part of her memory and transformed into a human to seek out Gaoyuan. Thus she was unable to unleash the full potential of her martial spirit. Currently, her martial spirit's quality was likely just slightly above that of Elder Mu's radiant sacred dragon. In that fleeting moment, the distance between the group had closed to 50 meters. With a powerful thrust of his feet, Gaoyuan surged forward, his colossal dragon form charging towards the 3 individuals. An additional layer of dragon scales emerged on his right arm, and he delivered a devastating punch aimed squarely at Dai Huabin, who was at the forefront. Dai Huabin hastily swung his arms to block the incoming blow, yet the newly manifested dragon scales seemed to enhance Gaoyuan's strength, akin to a deadly gauntlet. He was forcefully knocked back several meters, blood seeping from his arms. Zhu Lu's figure flickered as her speed surged, leaving behind a series of phantoms. For her martial soul was the Nether Spirit Cat, a formidable agile attack-type soul. Despite being under the oppressive aura exuded by Gaoyuan, her velocity astonished the onlookers. At that very moment, as Zhu Lu launched her attack, Dai Huabin adjusted his stance and roared, a brilliant white light converging above his head as his second soul ring ignited, sending forth a beam of white light towards Gaoyuan. Clearly, he sought to divert Gaoyuan's attention, thereby facilitating Zhu Lu's offensive. Simultaneously, Chuiji directed an enchanting skill towards Gaoyuan. However, it appeared to have little effect on him, not even causing the slightest hesitation. Upon realizing her charm skill had no impact, Chuiji felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, Gaoyuan was already charging towards her, driven by his personal vendetta with Dai Huabin, deeming it unnecessary to involve any unrelated parties. Thus, he resolved to cast this little fox off the stage first, as Gaoyuan skillfully evaded the light wave shot by Dai Huabin. He paid no heed to Zhu Lu's attacks, dismissing them as mere trifles. In a swift motion, his formidable dragon form appeared behind Chuiji. Before she could react, he effortlessly lifted her by the nape of her neck and hurled her off the stage. The sight of a Grand Soul Master being so easily cast aside left the audience in stunned silence. Wang Dong felt a chill of apprehension. He was relieved he had crossed paths with this formidable individual, realizing that any hope of overpowering him in the future was now extinguished. Xiao Xiao, astonished, whispered, "Class leader, did you know Gaoyuan was this powerful?" Wang Dong shook his head. "I had no idea. When we first met, he knocked me down without even using his martial soul. I thought he was just exceptionally fit, but it turns out he possesses another martial soul." Xiao Xiao, still shaken, asked, "Gaoyuan surely doesn't he hold grudges, right? I don't believe I've offended him much, but class leader, You should be cautious. You often bicker with him. And if he decides to retaliate, I want to be able to intervene. Wang Dong smiled wryly. Over the past 3 months, he had endured his fair share of beatings. Initially spared by Gaoyuan due to the kindness of providing him bedding. However, after Gaoyuan had him appointed class leader, it seemed that Knight had awakened a newfound delight in him for thrashing Wang Dong, who increasingly found himself on the receiving end of Gaoyuan's whims. Unwittingly relegated to the role of a punching bag, a predicament he bore alone. Once Chuiji had been ejected from the arena, her disqualification was promptly announced. She gazed helplessly at Gaoyuan, acknowledging the astonishing speed with which he had appeared behind her, surpassing even Zhu Lu's capabilities. When he had lifted her as if she were a mere chick, she attempted to resist, yet it only seemed to invigorate him further, tightening his grip around her neck. To avoid further suffering, she acquiesced, accepting her fate and being discarded like a small bird. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu exchanged startled glances at the sight of their teammates' expulsion, fully aware of Chuiji's strength. Dai Huabin spoke decisively. We must resort to our martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Lu nodded in agreement. With a fierce roar, Dai Huabin charged towards Zhu Lu, seemingly intent on preventing Gaoyuan from interrupting their combination. Gaoyuan patiently awaited their fusion technique, eager to strike at their hearts. With minimal obstruction, the pair drew closer, prompting even the supervising teacher to sigh. While Gaoyuan was undeniably powerful, the potency of their martial soul fusion should not be underestimated. Such arrogance could lead to folly. A glint of ferocity flashed in Dai Huabin's eyes as he unleashed a thunderous roar. With the sound, his form swelled, white fur intermingling with black stripes erupting from within. Zhu Lu, her teeth lightly biting her lip, enveloped in a faint black glow, floated toward Dai Huabin, arms outstretched in embrace. In that moment, the essence of the white tiger and the nether spirit cat fused seamlessly. A tremendous surge of soul power erupted from their beings. A harmonious blend of black and white light. Observing this display, Huo Yuhao clenched her fists, while Gunad gently wrapped her arms around Huo Yuhao, murmuring, "Have faith in Brother Gaoyuan." Indeed, Huo Yuhao responded, though her gaze remained fixed on Gaoyuan. Wang Dong stared blankly at the awe-inspiring spectacle of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, a sense of unease swelling within him. He felt the overwhelming might of their martial soul fusion technique, a realization that deepened his sense of inadequacy in comparison to Gaoyuan. Self-doubt crept into his mind as he lamented the widening chasm between their capabilities. The effects of a martial soul fusion technique are not merely additive. They yield results exponentially greater than the sum of their parts. In a world teeming with countless individuals, finding a partner with a compatible martial soul is a rarity. Even two individuals sharing the same martial soul might not achieve a successful fusion. In an instant, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu vanished from sight, leaving only a colossal white tiger on the stage. Its translucent form, white fur, black stripes, and piercing purple eyes fixated coldly on Gaoyuan. This was the greatest trump card of the White Tiger Duke's lineage, a well-known martial soul fusion. Thus, nearly every Duchess of the White Tiger hailed from the Zhu family. Except for one, the Duchess who had persecuted Huo Yuhan's mother, an exception born of a concubine to the previous emperor of Xinglua. Though she belonged to royalty, she had inherited her mother's martial soul. The Duchess's unique ability to perform a martial soul fusion with the White Tiger Duke led to her eventual marriage to him. The capability to harness a martial soul fusion is not easily attained, however, throughout the generations. At least one or two pairs of the evil-eyed White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat have managed to achieve this fusion. Dai Huabin was the sole individual of his generation capable of executing such a feat yet. The White Tiger did not immediately pounce. Instead, it prowled restlessly, seemingly in search of the perfect moment to strike decisively. Gaoyuan gently shifted his shoulders and beckoned towards the majestic White Tiger. The immense creature exuded an ethereal quality, appearing almost translucent, a manifestation of the surreal. As its colossal form crouched slightly, it launched itself into a swift leap. With its grand body soaring through the air, it raised its head in proud defiance, the arrogance of its lofty gaze commanding reverence and instilling a palpable sense of awe. Gaoyuan saw the White Tiger pouncing towards him. His right hand, no, his right claw, clenched into a fist as he unleashed an uppercut straight at the charging beast's head. The White Tiger seemed to sense the danger and attempted to dodge, but with no leverage in midair. Its movement resembled more of a playful kitten's stumble than an evasive maneuver. Sent flying, the White Tiger slowly rose again, shaking its head in disbelief at how easily it had been knocked back. Before it could recover, Gaoyuan lunged forward, a left hook, followed by a sweeping right kick. The tiger had no time to react, taking both blows squarely. "It's time to end this," Gaoyuan murmured softly. Rending sky claw. A surge of overwhelming dread coursed through the white tiger's body, leaving it trembling. Though Gaoyuan was only a soul elder, his rending sky claw was potent enough to wound even Ma Xiaotao, a soul emperor. The netherworld white tiger, despite its formidable power, was merely at the level of a soul ancestor. A direct hit would undoubtedly inflict severe damage, though the referee sensed a flicker of danger. He didn't believe Gaoyuan could unleash such a devastating attack. Yet, the claw struck true. Instantly, the fusion technique shattered. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu spat blood before collapsing onto the arena floor. The referee swiftly signaled the end of the match, and a healing-type soul Douluo rushed in to stabilize them. But how could their bodies withstand a strike capable of wounding a soul emperor? Though their lives were preserved, full recovery would require months of better-than convalescence. Victory goes to Wang Dong's team, the referee announced after confirming the duo's survival. "That little one is quite interesting," Elder Xian remarked between bites of a chicken leg. "Indeed. Who would have guessed he possesses a second martial soul?" Xian Duo mused, realizing the soul tool department had truly struck gold. A twin-souled individual, with his second being a top-tier beast soul. "No wonder, Fan, you had such sharp judgment." He cast an approving glance at the man. "Wow, Gaoyuan, you're amazing." Xiao Xiao gazed at him with admiration, though her eyes lacked the sparkle reserved for Wang Dong. "Just luck." Gaoyuan scratched his head, glancing at Wang Dong, who seemed unusually subdued. "Is this your true strength?" Wang Dong asked quietly. "Well, mostly," Gaoyuan replied, rubbing his nose guiltily. His fusion technique with Guna probably didn't count. "Oh." Wang Dong slumped onto a spectator chair, dejected. "Hey, class monitor, don't feel down. You're incredible too." Xiao Xiao consoled him. "Gaoyuan's just a freak of nature. Ignore him. Among our peers, you're already top tier." "Exactly. The stronger I am, the better our chances at the championship." Gaoyuan chimed in smugly. Wang Dong shot him a glare. "You just love bullying me." Gaoyuan blinked in confusion. Since when had he ever bullied anyone? Before he could retort, the referee's voice echoed across the arena. Due to Dai Huabin's team forfeiting after losing combat capability, they are ranked 4th. The remaining 3 teams will each receive 1 win. However, as Wang Dong's team defeated Dai Huabin's in direct combat, they are awarded an additional half-win. "Huh?" Xiao Xiao tilted her head. "What'd I say, half-win?" Wang Dong explained, "If all 3 teams end with 1 win and 1 loss, our half-win advantage secures us the championship." "Oh." Xiao Xiao nodded, though privately she doubted it mattered. With Gaoyuan's monstrous strength, Wang Dong's prowess, and her own hidden cards, victory was practically guaranteed. Meanwhile, Guna and Mei Jian's teams stepped onto the arena. The match was about to begin. Chapter 63, Steel Rooster vs. Guna, Part 1. State your names. The referee commanded. Freshman Class 9, Guna. Freshman Class 9, Huo Yuhao. Freshman Class 9, Li Zi. Compared to the previous match, the tension here was noticeably lighter. Freshman Class 2, Mei Jian. Freshman Class 2, Tang 1. Freshman Class 2, Shening. Take your positions. Await my signal. The 2 sides retreated. Guna studied her opponents. Intel gathered beforehand revealed Mei Jian's Steel Rooster martial soul, a mutated beast soul with metallic attributes, granting solid offense and defense. Tangwen wielded a hammer, likely a degraded variant of the Clear Sky Hammer. Chening's 9-colored Heartsy Lotus was a high-tier healing soul. The core of their team was Mei Jian, a soul elder whose 3rd soul skill remained unseen. Their battles had been swift, minimizing exposure, much like Wang Dong's team. At the referee's signal, the match began. Guna wasted no time. Silver dragon scales shimmered across her skin as her aura radiated regal dominance. Li Zi chanted softly, her 1st and 2nd soul rings glowing as she conjured several lychees. Tossing them to Huo Yuhao and Guna, she promptly exited the arena, aware that without soul tools, she'd only hinder them. Huo Yuhao's yellow and purple soul rings materialized, the latter glowing faintly as her spiritual detection sharing activated. Through it, Guna and Huo Yuhao observed their opponent's formation, an inverted triangle, with Mei Jian and Tangwen shielding Chening. Tangwen's hammer was bulkier than the Clear Sky Hammer's, yet devoid of its menacing presence. However, it is evident that this is an exceptionally advanced weapon spirit. At that moment, Mei Jian completed the manifestation of his weapon spirit, and a silver-gray comb appeared atop his head. His figure also grew considerably, exuding an innate mechanical aura. The weapon spirit of Mei Jin and I does not strictly belong to either the weapon or beast category, but resembles a mechanical life spirit that lies between the two. Brimming with mechanical elegance, Huo Yuhao and Guna sprang into action. Guna charged towards the three opponents with remarkable speed, while Huo Yuhao utilized her elusive shadow technique, her speed rivaling that of Guna. Although the new student assessment forbids the use of soul-guiding devices, it does not prohibit conventional weapons. Therefore, several steel balls suddenly appeared in Huo Yuhan's hand, one of the tactics she employed to achieve victory in her previous 1 versus 3 encounter, concealed projectiles. Since joining Tangmen, Huo Yuhan had learned various techniques from the sect, and her mastery of hidden weapons was particularly tailored to her strengths. Meanwhile, the massive hammer in Tang Wen's hand swung into action, leaping towards Huo Yuhan. The hammer, imbued with a sense of power, descended from above. However, with the aid of her mental perception, the threatening trajectory of the hammer became distinctly clear to Huo Yuhan. She slightly sidestepped, allowing the hammer to brush past her effortlessly. In an instant, Huo Yuhan's hands transformed into a lustrous white, channeling a subtle pulling force towards Tang Wen's hammer. Although this force was minuscule and seemingly inconsequential, Huo Yuhan's timing in executing the technique was impeccable, just as Tang Wen's hammer was about to make contact with the ground. The slight pull caused him to momentarily lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Yuhan delivered a swift kick to Tang Wen's back, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Despite his awkwardness, Tang Wen emerged unscathed from the tumble. With a roll, he regained his footing and rapidly retreated, distancing himself from Huo Yuhan. At the moment Tang Wen fell, a green light illuminated him, bringing a wave of relief as the abrasions from his fall began to heal under its glow. As Huo Yuhan and Tang Wen engaged, Guna brandished a flaming sword in her right hand, racing towards Mei Jin and I. The first soul ring of Mei Jin and I glowed. Iron Mountain Press. His back transformed, becoming as hard as steel, and his soul skill provided both defensive and offensive capabilities. Propelled by his immense stature, Mei Jin and I charged at Guna. Undeterred, Guna swung her sword towards Mei Jin's back. However, while the strike appeared light, it contained the ferocity of intense flames. Despite this, the blow failed to leave even a mark on Mei Jin's back. A grin spread across his face as he suddenly emitted a powerful crowing sound, causing his second yellow soul ring to illuminate. The overwhelming noise affected both Huo Yuhan and Guna, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Yet, Tang Wen and Mei Jin and I continued their assault without hesitation. Tang Wen swung his hammer once more towards Huo Yuhan, his first soul ring glowing anew. The hammer's head expanded slightly, and his aura intensified. Realizing she had no means to evade this strike, Huo Yuhan resorted to one of the 4 soul techniques imparted to her by her mentor, the soul impact. Immediately, Tang Wen felt as if his head had been struck by his own hammer, causing him to clutch his head and wail in agony. In that moment, Mei Jin's right hand morphed into a colossal chicken claw, striking at Guna. Guna, possessing formidable mental fortitude, quickly recovered from the shockwave produced by Mei Jin's crowing. She swiftly raised her elemental sword to shield herself. Nevertheless, the blow pushed her back several meters. Though the battle had only commenced for 2 or 3 minutes, the spectators could discern that it was a closely matched contest, with neither side holding a distinct advantage. Seated in the stands, Elder Xian's mind raced with countless thoughts. Both Guna and Mei Jin and I wielded top-tier weapon spirits. As for Huo Yuhan, he recognized her spirit as the rare Spirit Eye, a unique innate weapon spirit, and noted her soul power had already reached level 30, though she had yet to acquire a soul ring. Unbelievable. This cohort is truly filled with prodigies. Chapter 64. Iron Rooster vs. Guna, Part 2. Wang Dong observed the match from the stands, unable to suppress a chuckle, whispering to Gaoyuan beside him. Isn't that weapon spirit just a metallic rooster? Gaoyuan was also amused, yet he was a product of rigorous training and typically refrained from laughing aloud unless utterly unable to contain himself. On the stage, although Guna had been momentarily repelled by a single strike, she remained undeterred, her first spirit ring illuminating brightly. Elemental Tide. Instantly, the water elements surged upon the arena. Mo Jin and I felt a sudden lethargy, his expression morphing into one of astonishment, as he found himself seemingly submerged in an ocean, every movement met with insurmountable resistance. In the blink of an eye, an ice spear materialized in Guna's hand, and with a flick of her finger, it shot forth. Mo Jin and I hastily flapped his wings to shield himself, but the sheer magnitude of his iron wings only exacerbated the resistance. ultimately resulting in a solid impact from the ice spear. Fortunately, being a formidable iron rooster, his martial soul possessed an extraordinary hardness. So although the ice spear inflicted a sharp pain, it ultimately caused no substantial harm. However, amidst this exchange of blows, Imogen and I had begun to acclimatize to the water element-laden environment, minimizing its effects on his performance by altering his form. He merged his wings, wielding them like blades, and swung them towards Guna. As Guna retreated, her hands deftly conjured ice spears and fireballs that relentlessly hurled towards Imogen and I. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao, utilizing her elusive shadow techniques and keen observational skills, continuously drained Tang when soul power. As Huo Yuhao was a quasi-soul venerable and Tang when merely a level 25 great soul master, a significant disparity in their soul power existed. Before long, Tang Wen's offensive began to wane, instead finding himself spiraling in circles with Huo Yuhao. As he recognized that he could not resolve this troublesome young lady immediately and would have to await the outcome of Imogen and Guna's confrontation before addressing her. Gaoyuan sat comfortably on a chair at the edge of the arena, savoring the delightful crunch of sunflower seeds in his hands. As he leisurely cracked the seeds, he began to channel his soul power, reflecting on the considerable drain it had taken during the match. Nearly 80% of his energy had been expended on the spectral white tiger. Wang Dong, seizing a handful of seeds from Gao Yuan's grasp, momentarily disrupted the cheerful expression on his face with a hint of melancholy. In the process of reaching for the seeds, he inadvertently brushed against Gao Yuan's hand. Sensing the effortless flow of soul power that coursed into his being, in a hushed tone, he remarked, "Gao Yuan, I've heard that those with a high affinity for martial souls experience enhanced cultivation together. Perhaps we should train as a pair. It would expedite your recovery as well." Gao Yuan shifted his posterior slightly to one side, indignantly exclaiming, "You are merely coveting my body." Following this, he crossed his arms and continued, "You simply wish to grasp my hand." Wang Dong, incensed, found himself at a loss for words, turning his head away. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao gazed at the two in astonishment. The phrase coveting bodies and wanting to hold hands echoing in her mind. With a sorrowful expression, she looked at Wang Dong, thinking, "Class leader, I never imagined you to be such a person. I have misplaced my trust." Thus, a heartbroken girl, nay, a girl who had yet to begin a romance, emerged at Shrek Academy. Imogen, too, sensed the disparity. He realized that Guna's soul power level vastly surpassed his own. Although he was already a 33rd level soul master, Guna's power was evidently greater. He felt that if he continued to engage Guna in this manner, victory would be elusive. With a powerful push from his legs, Imogen soared 3 to 5 meters into the air, merging his claws, as his third soul ring erupted with brilliant purple light, executing a devastating attack. Upon witnessing Imogen's ascent, Guna felt a slight heaviness in her body, suspecting that his skill was indeed directional. Yet, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Guna's lips. It appeared she had successfully compelled the use of his third soul skill, and thus, the game was afoot. In the next moment, a small white sphere materialized in Guna's hand, and with a vigorous motion of her arms, she hurled it towards Imogen. The airborne Imogen felt a pang of concern upon seeing the approaching sphere. He detected no aura emanating from it, neither fireball nor water orb. However, adhering to a meticulous mindset, he flapped his wings vigorously, attempting to evade the small white sphere. Meanwhile, Guna remained stationary, popping 2 lychee fruits into her mouth and softly uttering, "Explode." Instantly, the small white sphere detonated before Imogen, enveloping the arena in a dazzling white light. Even the referee was taken aback. As a title Douluo, he found himself completely unable to perceive the situation amidst the luminescent mist. Simultaneously, Guna sprang into action, brandishing her fiery greatsword and lunging forward. Despite Imogen's formidable defensive capabilities, he was rendered blind within the light mist, flailing his arms and wings in a futile attempt to fend off Guna's assault. Observing this chaotic scene, Huo Yuhao, who was entangled with Tang Wen, seized the opportunity to launch a soul impact at Imogen. In an instant, Imogen found himself enveloped in a fog of confusion, his limbs slowing in response. Soon, he was drenched in blood. After a brief span of 10 seconds, the light mist dissipated, revealing Guna standing with her sword sheathed, while Imogen lay prostrate and battered on the ground. The referee swiftly approached, assisting Imogen off the stage for examination. Despite numerous wounds, none were fatal. Each strike had conveniently avoided vital areas. Imogen's injuries were significantly less severe than Daihua Bin's. Yet he would require a day or two of rest to regain his combat strength. The referee cast a glance at Guna and nodded slightly. A few healing soul masters arrived to tend to Mo-Ji-in, and he soon regained consciousness. With a complex expression, he gazed at Guna and murmured, "I concede." On the stage, Guna charged directly towards Tangwen. "We concede," Mo-Ji-in shouted. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao and Guna leapt back to create distance. Tangwen and Chen Ying, recognizing that their captain had spoken, signaled their surrender. They understood the stark disparity in strength between their team and Gunas, so their spirits were not unduly dampened. As they descended from the arena, Tangwen supported the recently upright Mo-Ji-in and remarked on his inability to recover strength in the short term. Given their capabilities, challenging Wang Dong's team seemed impractical. Mo-Ji-in wiped away the tears that streamed down his face, not due to his defeat at Guna's hands, but because the blinding light had overwhelmed him. Nonetheless, he sighed. "Let us forfeit. The gap in strength between us and Wang Dong's team is glaringly evident." "Captain, do not be too disheartened," Tangwen reassured him gently. "It is not your fault." Mo-Ji-in continued to weep, insisting, "I'm fine. Do not cry. Captain, there is no need for guilt." Tangwen and Chen Ying comforted him, witnessing their leader's tears. Mo-Ji-in internally protested, "I am not crying from defeat." That light was simply too blinding for anyone to withstand. Yet, he realized that no one would believe him, so he chose silence, quietly wiping his tears away. On the stage, Elder Xian sighed softly, reflecting, "Now I understand why old Mu painstakingly endeavored to retain these three individuals at Shrek Academy. With their presence, Shrek is poised for a century of prosperity." With that thought, he turned to leave. He had already gleaned much regarding Guna, Gaoyuan, and Huo Yuhao's abilities, and the revelations had left him profoundly astonished. The investment of 1 million gold soul coins and a soul bone was indeed justified. Gaoyuan, with his exceptional beast martial soul and remarkable physical prowess. Guna, who could command the elements of water, fire, and light, each mastery of such elements would be worthy of genius status. The quality of her fire element even hinted at surpassing the ordinary. Elder Xian now felt acutely aware of his narrow experiences, akin to a rustic who had never ventured beyond his village. The referee's voice resonated from the arena. Due to the forfeiture by Mo-Ji-in's team, the rankings are adjusted to third place. Guna's team and Wang Dong's team each receive 1 victory, as Guna's team triumphed over Mo-Ji-in's. The judges have decided to award Guna's team 1.5 wins. The next match will commence in half an hour. Both teams are advised to prepare. The audience murmured among themselves, lamenting the forfeiture by Mo-Ji-in's team and Dai Huabin's team, which had deprived them of numerous matches. They felt that their ticket prices had been squandered. Nonetheless, they consoled themselves with the high quality of the matches. Yet, they found it difficult to comprehend. In the first match, Gaoyuan effortlessly tossed an opponent out of the arena, followed by a series of strikes that felled a formidable feline adversary. The second match, though promising, was obscured by a thick veil of light, and when it dissipated, Mo-Ji-in appeared bloodied and subsequently forfeited. The audience could only wish to exclaim, "Refund." Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and remarked, "It seems they also possess 1.5 wins. Does that not imply that the victor of the next match will claim the championship?" Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiao cast a complex glance at Wang Dong before lowering her head. Chapter 65, Guna's team versus Wang Dong's team. The contestants ascended the stage. The referee called out punctually after a half-hour interval following the previous match. The 6 participants stepped onto the battle arena. Below, the audience voiced their grievances. Not against the 6 contestants, but against Shrek Academy itself. After enduring half an hour under the scorching sun, they were astonished to find that the ticket they had purchased for 100 gold soul coins did not even include a sip of water. The vendor pushing a cart to sell water demanded an exorbitant price of 10 gold soul coins. Yet, grappling with the sweltering heat and the pain of spending 100 gold soul coins on a ticket, they were reluctant to miss the ultimate championship showdown and had no choice but to grit their teeth and buy it. Wealthier classmates indulged in a few ice pops. But even the most inexpensive ones started at 20 gold soul coins within this spirit battle arena. Amidst the clamor of curses, the referee announced, "Contestants, please state your names." From the freshman class, Wang Dong, Gaoyuan, and Xiao Xiao stepped forward, all wearing friendly smiles, as they were quite familiar with Guna and her companions. From the 9th freshman class, Guna, Huo Yuhao, and Li Zi followed suit. After the 6 participants had introduced themselves, the referee signaled for them to step back. Once they retreated to the edge of the arena, the referee declared, "The match begins." The camaraderie among them did not lead to any reservations. Each competitor showcased their utmost prowess. After offering a few lychees to Guna and Huo Yuhao, Li Zi once again voluntarily leaped down from the stage. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao promptly activated her mental detection sharing. On Wang Dong's side, a dazzling spectrum of colors flashed as a pair of resplendent wings emerged behind him, indicating that he had completed his martial spirit manifestation. At this moment, Gaoyuan was not idle. He directly invoked the Golden Tree's oath upon his allies. Having completed the martial soul possession, Guna was the first to spring into action, eager to demonstrate her prowess alongside Huo Yuhao. After the Golden Tree's oath was established, Gaoyuan ceased to conceal his strength, manifesting the Golden Dragon King martial soul, enveloped by a layer of formidable dragon scales. Guna and Huo Yuhao charged unreservedly towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, intending to eliminate them first before confronting the more challenging Gaoyuan. At that moment, Xiao Xiao unveiled a flute, her second martial soul, the Nine Phoenix Flute. A yellow soul ring materialized beside her. Both Guna and Huo Yuhao were momentarily taken aback, another dual martial soul. Yet, their momentum did not falter. Guna summoned a blazing sword into her grasp. As Xiao Xiao placed the Nine Phoenix Flute to her lips, a magnificent melody resonated, causing Wang Dong and Gaoyuan to feel a sudden lightness. In contrast, Guna and Huo Yuhao furrowed their brows, sensing a notable decrease in their speed. Simultaneously, Guna conjured ice spikes and fireballs, launching them at the flute-playing Xiao Xiao. She deftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught, and although Guna's projectiles left Xiao Xiao somewhat flustered, they inflicted no significant harm due to the distance. A circle of azure light radiated outward from Guna's form. Wang Dong leaped into action, closing the 20-meter gap in a swift turn as his first soul ring glowed. And he unleashed a lateral guillotine strike toward Guna. As Wang Dong's strike entered the azure light, he suddenly felt a surge of force akin to a powerful gust of wind. Instantly, his form shifted, causing the attack to miss its mark. Guna seized this opportunity, propelling two ice spikes toward Wang Dong. Alarmed, Wang Dong recalled Guna's abilities to manipulate fire and water, and his previous encounter with the coal miner had revealed her capacity for light manipulation. However, he was unprepared for her mastery over wind as well. Yet, Wang Dong's martial soul was not to be outpaced in speed. In a split second, he twisted his body, spiraling sideways as the two ice spikes narrowly grazed him. Upon landing, he wasted no time, executing several agile leaps to create distance. You and Xiao Xiao handle Huo Yuhao. I will deal with Guna, Gaoyuan called out. Wang Dong regarded Gaoyuan with a complex expression before nodding in agreement. With a swift surge, Gaoyuan dashed towards Guna. Upon seeing Gaoyuan approaching, Guna delicately extended her small hand and pointed ahead, instantly conjuring two formidable ice walls before him. Gaoyuan, unhurried, deftly collided with the two icy barriers. Fortunately, Guna had yet to master the water element to perfection, allowing Gaoyuan to break through the ice walls, albeit with a touch of clumsiness. A flash of azure light flickered across Guna, and a shimmering blade of light shot towards Gaoyuan. In an instant, Gaoyuan's physique transformed, shifting from the Golden Dragon martial spirit to the Golden Tree martial spirit. His yellow soul rings immediately illuminated, manifesting the triple radiance. This was his sole offensive soul skill associated with the Golden Tree. The three luminous rings collided with the light sword launched by Guna, both dissipating into the air. Guna's first soul ring shimmered, activating the elemental tide. In an instant, Gaoyuan felt the immense pressure surrounding him, akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean, reminiscent of the previous battle. However, upon summoning the Golden Dragon King spirit, he unleashed a powerful punch. Although he remained somewhat distant from Guna, the sheer force of his strike dispersed the water elements surrounding him. Striding forward, Gaoyuan launched a claw attack towards Guna. She leaned back, and an ice sped gracefully caught her body, rendering Gaoyuan's direct strike futile. Simultaneously, an ice spear materialized in her hand, which she swiftly shot back at him. Instantly, a delicate layer of ice enveloped Gaoyuan's body. Gaoyuan stretched his arms, causing a myriad of tiny cracks to appear in the ice. Guna raised her hand, and a fireball shot forth from her palm towards Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan clenched his fist and launched a powerful strike towards the fireball. However, he had momentarily forgotten that Guna had mastered the fire element, especially after absorbing a drop of dragon's blood. Her control over fire had reached an impressive level, and the intensity of the fireball she unleashed rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the most extreme flames. A wave of heat radiated from his fist. Before he could regain his composure, Guna swiftly raised both hands, sending a barrage of fireballs and ice shards hurtling in his direction. Gaoyuan could only rely on his exceptional physical prowess, continuously pacing to evade the fireballs and ice spikes hurled by Guna. However, these fireballs and ice spikes were launched under the enhancement of Huo Yuhan's mental detection sharing, making it exceedingly difficult for Gaoyuan to evade all the assaults. Despite his remarkable speed, Gaoyuan was taken aback to discover the terrifying prowess of Guna, who had always been clinging to him. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, executing a descending claw strike aimed at Guna. A faint smile graced Guna's lips as her figure suddenly vanished from sight. "Brother Gaoyuan." A gentle voice floated from behind him. Gaoyuan looked back in alarm, only to find Guna had already appeared behind him. With a gentle kick, she sent him tumbling to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Spatial ability. This power had been demonstrated by Guna when she and Gaoyuan faced Ma Xiaodao, though at that time she merely used her spatial ability to deflect the fireball aimed at them. Little did he expect that she had swiftly mastered the art of teleportation using her spatial prowess. Gaoyuan exerted strength in his waist and effortlessly rolled back to his feet. Fortunately, the defensive prowess of the Golden Dragon King martial soul remained formidable. Although Guna's fireball, akin to the most intense flames, had indeed inflicted some harm, the extent of his injury was no more severe than a minor burn. Guna covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "It brings me a certain joy to see Brother Gaoyuan in a bit of a predicament." Gaoyuan brushed the dust from his face, acutely aware that his recent fall was indeed quite embarrassing. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, leveraging the formidable power of his martial soul, along with Xiao Zhao's support and the remarkable offensive and controlling capabilities of the 3 lives soul-destroying cauldron, posed significant challenges for Huo Yuhan. Huo Yuhan, utilizing her elusive shadowy mirage and various concealed weapon techniques, was barely managing to fend off their relentless assaults, revealing her own struggles. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Dong noticed Gaoyuan's unfortunate predicament in his duel against Guna, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, so you too can face adversity. Dear Sister Guna, please, do intensify your efforts." With a mindset akin to that of an onlooker, Wang Dong had no intention of intervening on Gaoyuan's behalf. After all, it was a conflict between a married couple. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Why not let Huo Yuhan have a turn as well? To witness the two of them unleash their fury upon Gaoyuan. However, this notion vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Gaoyuan began to pace slowly, searching for the most opportune moment to launch his attack. He was acutely aware that harnessing the power of space was a considerable drain on soul energy, and given Guna's current reserves, it was uncertain whether she could invoke it once more. Guna, seemingly attuned to Gaoyuan's thoughts, remained unhurried, as he had overlooked a crucial detail. The soul energy within her was in a perpetual state of circulation. Her body functioned akin to an automatic cultivation device. As long as she drew breath, her soul energy would continue to operate autonomously. The soul energy she expended was recuperating at an astonishing rate. The audience below was moved to tears, for they were finally witnessing a truly spectacular match. This time, there was no overwhelming dominance or shimmering barriers, allowing them to perceive every movement on the field with crystal clarity. Gaoyuan seemed to sense a hint of unease. As Guna's soul energy was recovering at an astonishing pace, he could no longer afford to delay. With a sudden push of his foot, he found himself making no progress, instead sinking into a quagmire beneath him. The mastery of earth elements. Gaoyuan cast a surprised glance at Guna, who regarded him with a smile. Yet her hands remained in motion, sending an ice spear hurtling towards his leg. However, the ice spear struck with force against a large cauldron. It was Xiao Zhao who, after gaining a slight upper hand in her struggle with Wang Dong and Huo Yuhan, had been observing Gaoyuan's predicament. Despite Huo Yuhan holding an advantage in soul energy, she still maintained a considerable endurance in the face of adversity. Upon witnessing Gaoyuan's situation, she summoned her 3-life soul suppression cauldron to assist him in deflecting the attack. Gaoyuan extricated his leg from a puddle of mud. Casting a grateful glance at Xiao Zhao, he found his foot ensnared in the mire once more. Gaoyuan cast a somewhat speechless glance at the laughing Guna, who was clutching her belly in amusement. He could only lament his inability to soar through the skies. However, his extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly regain his composure. In an instant, he retrieved several wooden planks from his storage soul guide and cast them onto the ground. After freeing himself from the muck, he stood upon the planks, with the delightful Xiao Zhao valiantly shielding him from the fireballs and ice spikes hurled by Guna. Gaoyuan once again soared into the air with the aid of a wooden plank, an overwhelming force emanating from him, unmistakably his innate domain, the blood golden dragon. Beneath this tempestuous aura, Guna too sensed a feeling of being subdued. Gaoyuan swung the tail of the golden dragon towards Guna. Within the realm of Gaoyuan's extraordinary talent, Guna's perception and agility were severely hampered. Despite her utmost efforts to evade the strike, she was nonetheless struck by the immense tail of the dragon. However, although Guna was not particularly renowned for her physical prowess, it did not imply that her physical capabilities were weak. After placing 2 lychees into her mouth, her aura intensified. A long spear, imbued with the essence of flames, materialized in her hand. She had realized that a weapon's efficacy increases with its length. Her previous preference for conjuring a fiery sword stemmed from her belief that swordplay appeared more elegant. As she wielded the spear, Guna exuded a heroic spirit, her brow revealing the determination of a formidable woman. Gaoyuan wielded his claws as if they were blades, engaging in close combat with Guna. Before long, he discerned an unsettling reality. While the spear posed little threat to him, Guna's blazing lance was another matter entirely. The weapon was imbued with an elemental fire that surpassed the ordinary, inflicting burns upon his flesh. He harbored a deep-seated fear that unleashing his full strength might inadvertently harm Guna, compelling him to temper each strike. In no time, several distinct burns marred his skin. Guna, possessing the ability of mental detection, could almost foresee the timing and direction of his every move. She merely needed to parry with her spear to inflict damage upon him, for his only weapon was his claws. Moreover, the sky-tearing claw was a skill he was reluctant to employ. Its formidable power was beyond his current level of soul energy control. It would likely be a challenge until he reached level 50 to master that skill's might. Consequently, during each encounter with Guna, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Gaoyuan felt a sense of helplessness prior to his ascension to divinity. He had been unrivaled in the art of swordsmanship. Had he known, he would have chosen a sword-type soul weapon. Regrettably, he was unable to unleash his full mastery of sword techniques. No more, no more. Gaoyuan waved his hand, expressing his frustration. Indeed, he felt stifled. Just as he was engaged in a spirited exchange with Guna, the ground suddenly transformed into a quagmire, and a barrage of fireballs and ice shards came hurtling toward him. His storage soul tool had been depleted of wooden boards. Each time he threw one down, a fireball would immediately follow, not aimed at him, but rather at the board itself. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exchanged knowing smiles as they observed Gaoyuan's predicament. Witnessing Guna's elusive tactics was truly admirable. Losing to someone of her caliber was no disgrace. However, they lamented that they would still have to answer to Zhou Yi afterward. Chapter 66. The experimental class. After Wang Dong's group conceded, the referee hastily took the stage, casting a complex gaze upon the 3 participants. As a titled Douluo, he could discern the intricacies of Gaoyuan and Guna's duel, although Gaoyuan appeared to be at a disadvantage. Should he employ the technique he used against the nether white tiger, the outcome might have been unpredictable. Guna, on the other hand, seemed to have conserved her strength, implying that she likely had additional strategies in reserve. It was worth noting that even a soul ancestor might struggle to defeat either of them individually. And should they join forces, they could potentially contend with the Soul King. However, as a titled Douluo, the referee quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of distraction, revealing a wry smile. Well done, all of you. He paused before announcing, now, I declare that the champions of this freshman elimination tournament are Guna's team. The referee raised his right hand dramatically, pointing at Guna, Huo Yuhao, and Li Zi, exclaiming, let us give the warmest applause to these 3 outstanding newcomers. The arena erupted with thunderous applause. Although the final match did not manifest as a life-or-death struggle, these 6 students still delivered an exceptionally thrilling contest. Zhou Yi, watching from the stands, felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite her confidence in Gaoyuan, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao's abilities, she recognized that they had indeed been defeated. The 2 formidable soul masters, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, had failed to neutralize Huo Yuhao swiftly, instead becoming ensnared in a war of attrition, leaving Gaoyuan as their sole hope for victory. In the confrontation between Gaoyuan and Guna, Zhou Yi observed that Guna had maintained dominance over Gaoyuan throughout the match, leading her to conclude that their loss was not without merit. It was a clear reflection of their respective strengths. Although Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao did not emerge as champions, they harbored no significant regrets. Acknowledging Huo Yuhan's formidable prowess which had allowed her to withstand their combined onslaught without succumbing, Wang Dong believed that even should he have unleashed the Haotian hammer, it would not have substantially altered the course of the battle. Guna and Huo Yuhao, hands on their hips, approached Gaoyuan with playful smiles, saying, "Have you come to appreciate our prowess? You must heed our words from now on, understand?" All right. You two are the most formidable." Gaoyuan affectionately ruffled their hair. Huo Yuhao added, "And you must refrain from flirting with others, understand? One sister like Guna is more than enough." Gaoyuan gently caressed Huo Yuhan's delicate face and nodded earnestly. The referee, observing the scene, was rendered speechless by the public display of affection. At that moment, the referee summoned the 4 teams that had made it to the finals, although only Cui Yiji from Dai Huabin's group took the stage, as Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, despite having regained consciousness, were still confined to their beds. Then, Yin Xiaozhe, alongside Qian Duo, led the Shrek Academy officials onto the Soul Battle platform. They surveyed the students before them, donning smiles of apparent satisfaction, though the authenticity of such sentiments likely resided solely within Yin Xiaozhe's heart. As the dean of the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaozhe stepped forward and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I trust you are all aware of the rankings from this freshman assessment. Following unanimous agreement from our leadership, the first place goes to Team Guna, second place to Team Wang Dong, and third place is jointly held by Team Meijin and I and Team Dai Huabin. As for the reason behind the tie, I believe it is clear to all." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Now, I shall announce the rewards for the top 3 teams. First, the Soul Ring Reward. Each member of the top 3 teams may apply to the school for assistance in acquiring a soul ring that is most suitable for their capacity and longevity." This announcement elicited cheers from the audience, yet it held little allure for Guna, Huo Yuhao, Gaoyuan, and even Wang Dong. Yin Xiaozhe pressed on. In light of the exceptional performances of Team Wang Dong and Team Guna during this assessment, the Academy has decided to grant them a special reward, the details of which will remain confidential. There were no objections regarding the special recognition for these 2 teams, as their demonstrated prowess was markedly superior to that of their peers. "Very well, you may return to your teams," Yin Xiaozhe concluded. The students suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, many of their fellow freshmen had gathered at the assessment venue. They promptly returned to their respective classes. After handing the microphone to the academic director, Du Weilin, Yin Xiaozhe vanished in an instant. Du Weilin took the microphone and first passed it to Qian Duo, who then proceeded to deliver a series of rather uninspired promotional remarks about the Soul Guidance Department and urged the students to dedicate themselves to their training. Having concluded his speech, he too disappeared. Du Weilin took the microphone once more and stated, "This year as freshmen surpass all previous cohorts, and I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. I shall not dwell on words. Now, I will announce the list of core disciples." At that moment, the Shrek Square fell silent, for attaining the status of a core disciple signified greater privileges and benefits for all students entering Shrek Academy. Du Weilin opened the folder in his hand and read aloud, "By collective resolution of the Academy's leadership, the following individuals have been awarded core disciple status in this freshman assessment: Guna, Huo Yuhao, Li Zi, Gaoyuan, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Mei Jin and I, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Tangwen, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, Ning Tian." Some cheered while others sighed in resignation. However, the outcome was set, and they possessed no power to alter it. In his contemplation, Gaoyuan realized that the list of support players was exceedingly sparse, with one notable exception being Chen Ing from the Team Cole only because of Mud, a remarkably powerful healing soul master. However, her true potential could not be realized on the competition stage. If one were to speak candidly, Gaoyuan believed that this support soul master had a significant advantage over Tang when in numerous scenarios. Du Weilin continued, acknowledging that while some students in the new student assessment displayed a lack of talent and capability, others excelled remarkably. Consequently, it was decided to grant them the temporary status of core disciples, with the opportunity to become official core disciples after a year, contingent upon passing the evaluation. The list included Cui Yiji, Huang Chutian, Nanmin Yuner, and Chen Ing. Upon the announcement, those bestowed with the temporary core disciple status erupted in cheers, which were soon interrupted. "Ahem, please quiet down, students," Du Weilin interjected. "The Academy has resolved to reform the educational program for this cohort, establishing an experimental class in addition to the existing 4 classes, with a total of 20 students in this new class. Thus, this year's new students will be divided into 5 classes: Class 1 for Assault and Control Systems, Class 2 for Agile Attack and Defense Systems, Class 3 for support systems, Class 4 for food and healing systems, and the experimental class encompassing all systems. The students in attendance exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the academy's intent. Du Weilin continued. The experimental class will be guided by our esteemed theoretical teacher, Wang Yin, as the head instructor, with the original class teacher of the champion team from the new student assessment, Teacher Mu Jin, serving as the assistant instructor. The student list is as follows: Gu Na, Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Li Zi, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Lan Luluo, Lan Susu, Cole only because of mud, Tang Wen, Shening, Chui Yiji, Huang Chutian, Nanmin Yuner, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Zhou Xiqing, and Long Xianyue. The teachers, evidently privy to the academy's plans for the experimental class, had heard that this initiative was proposed by the experienced Wang Yin, who aimed to achieve a 100 promotion rate for internal students. The students below began to murmur among themselves. Wang Dong, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Gaoyuan, why establish an experimental class with various types of soul masters in one class? How will the teaching be organized? Before Gaoyuan could respond, Xiao Xiao interjected, "Oh, come on, class leader. How could you not understand? As soul masters, collaboration is essential. We must comprehend the roles of different soul masters, and practicing together will enhance our efficacy." Wang Dong looked at Xiao Xiao, bewildered, murmuring, "Is that true? Who cares if it's true? At least we won't be separated. Wait, no, the two of us in control and assault systems, we really didn't need to be divided." Xiao Xiao found herself entangled in her own thoughts. Whatever, my friends won't be attending classes anyway. Who in their right mind pays attention in class? Do you? Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao simultaneously shook their heads, declaring, "We won't be listening." Indeed, who would be so diligent as to attend class? Gaoyuan teased. "Is it only the earnest who attend?" Wang Dong retorted. "Pathetic," the three chimed in unison. Chapter 67. Two soul bones. Du Weilin observed that the discussions below had subsided and resumed speaking. Those who did not enter the experimental class need not feel disheartened. Additional experimental classes may be established in the second year based on circumstances. Of course, the existing experimental class is also fluid, ensuring everyone has a chance. He concluded. That will be all for today. Wang Dong's team and Gu Na's team, please come forward. The other students should return to their designated classrooms as per the new classifications. After finishing, Du Weilin turned and departed. The six followed him to the faculty office area. As the director of education, Du Weilin's office was naturally situated on the top floor of the administrative building, spacious and filled with numerous bookshelves, though devoid of decorative items. Du Weilin smiled slightly and gestured to the sofa, inviting them to sit. "You have certainly surprised both me and the Sea God Pavilion today," he remarked, as a brilliant gem sparkled in his right hand, transforming into a pouch. "As I understand it, you should be quite familiar with this. So I leave the distribution of this reward to you." With a knowing glance toward Gu Na, Huo Yuhao, and Gaoyuan, he handed the pouch to Gu Na. "This has been specially requested for you by the esteemed Xian Lao of the Sea God Pavilion. How you choose to allocate it is entirely up to you." Next, he produced a red card, which he handed to Wang Dong. "This serves as your bonus. It contains 2 million gold soul coins." Wang Dong accepted the red card, saying little in response. Gu Na opened the pouch, and 2 luminous orbs appeared unexpectedly before them, one emanating a soft blue glow and the other a gentle yellow light. These were 2 small soul bones, seemingly unremarkable, yet radiating a potent wave of soul energy. "Is this a soul bone?" Wang Dong stammered, suddenly feeling that the red card in his hand had lost its allure. After all, soul bones were 100 times more precious than soul rings, and only high-tier soul beasts were likely to possess them. Indeed, soul bones were guaranteed to emerge from soul beasts aged 10,000 years or more. Wang Dong was once again astonished by the financial might of Shrek Academy. However, Gaoyuan furrowed his brow. As he understood the implication, Shrek Academy was intent on firmly securing him and his companions within their ranks. Yet, 2 soul bones as a means of binding them felt rather trivial. Du Weilin smiled slightly, saying, "I trust you did not expect to receive 2 soul bones. However, among you 6, it is impossible for each to have one. Do not allow this soul bone to affect your friendships and romances." Huo Yuhao and Gu Na's faces flushed slightly, casting shy glances at Gaoyuan. Du Weilin continued, "Allow me to briefly introduce these 2 soul bones. The first, radiating yellow light, is a left leg bone derived from the sky bright demon leopard, usable by both assault and control systems. The other, glowing with white light, is a right arm bone from the Ice and Snow Magic Wolf. As you may know, different soul masters will acquire distinct abilities upon absorbing soul bones. So the distribution is entirely yours. He added, if you decide how to allocate them, you may absorb them here, as it is absolutely safe, after all. A man without guilt may bear the weight of wealth. With that, Du Willen turned to leave. Li Zi was the first to speak up. I contributed the least this time, so I want to take a soul bone. But please allocate me a larger share of the soul coins. She smiled sweetly, stepping back from the contention for the soul bones. I don't need one either. I didn't contribute much in this competition. Xiao Xiao also opted out of the soul bone dispute. Wang Dong shrugged dismissively, stating, I have no interest in these two soul bones. I shall pass. Gaoyuan looked at the few individuals with a sense of helplessness, wondering why they were all so modest. With only Gaoyuan, Gu Na, and Huo Yuhao remaining, what was there to compete for? After all, they were all one family. Gaoyuan spoke up, what you are doing is not acceptable. You should be aware of my relationship with Gu Na and Huo Yuhao. I suggest we form just one group. With that, Gaoyuan reached for the soul bone of the empty Ming magic leopard, declaring, this is what we shall take. As for the golden soul coins, let the four who did not receive a soul bone divide them equally. He then tossed the soul bone to Wang Dong, disdainfully adding, these two soul bones do not match my martial spirit. You can decide what to do with them. He then took the red card and effortlessly withdrew 500,000 golden soul coins. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, perplexed about how to allocate the resources. Let us give it to Xiao Xiao. I have no use for it. The left leg bone should provide a speed-enhancing soul skill. But as someone with a flying martial spirit, that would be somewhat redundant. After saying this, Wang Dong tossed the soul bone to Xiao Xiao and imitated Gao Yuan's actions to withdraw 500,000 golden soul coins. Though he directly transferred it to Gao Yuan's card, considering it a payment for 4 months of storytelling. After all, that rascal Gao Yuan had already raised his fees, claiming his soul power had surged, and time had become more precious, thus necessitating the price hike. After a round of haggling, they settled on a monthly rate of 120,000 golden soul coins. Do not be shy about that soul bone. It is Ice attribute, perfectly aligned with your second martial spirit. The voice of Tian Ming suddenly echoed in Huo Yuhan's mind. Huh, all right, Huo Yuhan replied to Tian Ming. But before she could speak, Gu Na handed her the soul bone and, imitating Gao Yuan, withdrew 100,000 golden soul coins. She felt that even though the soul bone was given to Huo Yuhan, they were all family now, and thus had already benefited greatly. This soul bone was at least 50,000 years old, worth several million or even tens of millions of golden soul coins on the market. Liz happily accepted the red card, withdrew the remaining funds, and was astonished to find 90,000 golden soul coins. She looked at Gu Na and Gao Yuan with immense gratitude. The group wasted no time and immediately absorbed their soul bones. After the absorption, Huo Yuhan found an excuse to pull Liz away, as she would soon be heading to the extreme north with Gao Yuan. This departure might be lengthy. Thus, she wished to grant Gu Na and Gao Yuan some time alone. Meanwhile, Wang Dong was reluctantly dragged away by Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao sighed inwardly, reflecting on how the class leader truly lacked emotional intelligence. Clearly, the couple desired solitude, yet he insisted on tagging along. Thoughts of longing and hand-holding flooded Xiao Xiao's mind. Hand in hand, Gu Na and Gao Yuan strolled through the campus, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, and this sensation felt quite pleasant. Nar, Gao Yuan spoke. I wish to see how you forge soul-guiding armor. May I? Of course, Gu Na replied, leading Gao Yuan toward the soul-guiding area. Possessing considerable talent in soul-guiding devices, she had been accepted as a student in that discipline and even had her own small laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, they found a single table, several metal pieces, and a few core formations. Further inside, there was a sizable blacksmith's bench accompanied by a massive hammer. Gao Yuan stepped forward and lifted the iron hammer, sensing its considerable weight, likely exceeding 100 pounds. Do you usually forge with this hammer? He inquired, setting the hammer down. He pulled a chair closer and gently placed Gu Na upon his lap. Gu Na nestled against him, offering a soft nod in response. As he caressed her delicate little hand, he asked, You can call on me whenever you need forging done. I possess great strength and am unafraid of exertion. Forging is indeed a skilled craft, Gu Na replied softly. Then will you teach me? He pressed. Well, oh, you foolish brother, you're hopeless. Gu Na huffed, playfully shoving Gao Yuan away. Gao Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment, never expecting that he truly possessed no talent for forging whatsoever. Before him lay 50 or 60 pieces of metal, irreparably damaged by his attempts, and Gu Na felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. After all, these were purchased with her precious golden soul coins. The price of such a quantity of metal could easily buy an entire room filled with sweets. She had made a significant commitment to acquire these materials, and now they lay shattered by Gaoyuan's hands, necessitating her to painstakingly reforge them. It felt like a futile endeavor. Gu Na gently placed the ruined metal on the anvil, hammering it with care, murmuring to herself, "You see, the force must be applied in this manner. Do not rely solely on brute strength. Leverage is key. Each strike must neither be too heavy nor too light." Gaoyuan stood beside Gu Na, quietly listening to her incessant murmurs. He observed the droplets of sweat on her face glistening under the sun, evoking the manifestation of his golden tree. As both the second and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously, Gu Na felt a lightness in her body. Turning to Gaoyuan, she bestowed upon him a sweet smile before resuming her rhythmic hammering on the metal. After an unwavering 300 strikes, neither more nor less, a piece of metal was expertly forged, while Gu Na had become thoroughly drenched in perspiration. Gaoyuan gently embraced Gu Na from behind, planting a soft kiss on her neck, and inquired, "Is each piece of that breastplate crafted in this manner?" Gu Na, somewhat reluctant, attempted to push Gaoyuan away, but to no avail. Frustrated, she retorted, "I've just finished sweating. I'm all dirty." "Not at all. I rather adore your unkempt state," Gaoyuan replied, producing a handkerchief to delicately wipe the sweat from Gu Na's face. Gu Na, in a moment of surrender, leaned against Gaoyuan's chest. Disregarding the dampness of her skin, she softly explained, "You must wear that breastplate. Every piece was forged by my hand. Once you grow stronger, I shall craft an even finer suit of armor for you." "Indeed, I will wear the armor you create for me close to my heart," Gaoyuan responded, seated on a chair as he gently massaged Gu Na's arms. Chapter 68. Homeward bound the boy, clad in a light blue robe, appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, standing nearly 1.80 meters tall, which is considerable even among adults, and his visage was notably handsome. A girl, seemingly younger than the boy, clung to his back. She wore a delicate white top and black trousers that accentuated her long, supple legs, creating a striking aesthetic. The girl raised her hand, revealing a handkerchief, and gently wiped the boy's forehead, which was devoid of sweat, murmuring, "You've worked hard, brother Gaoyuan." Gaoyuan cast a glance at Huo Yuhao, who was resting on his back, and remarked, "If you feel weary, you can simply walk on your own." "No. I wish for my brother Gaoyuan to carry me," Huo Yuhao replied, resting her head against his back and softly reflecting, "We are heading home. Indeed, we are returning home." This home was clearly not the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, but rather the quaint little courtyard they had purchased in Shrek City. They had resided there for a good 4 or 5 years, and having not returned in over a year, they truly longed for it. The day after the class division, Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao submitted their leave applications without any issues, and their requests were promptly approved. They were preparing to embark on their journey to the far north. On the day of the class division, a small incident occurred. After Gu Na separated from Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao, teacher Mu Jin approached Huo Yuhao, presenting her with 2 soul bones, claiming they were won from a bet with Shou Yi, instructing her to accept them. Huo Yuhao, somewhat dazed, received the 2 soul bones, her mind momentarily blank. She was acutely aware that Gaoyuan had sold his only soul bone to acquire 2 recommendation letters to accompany her to Shrek Academy. Yet, here she was, having gained 4 soul bones after merely participating in a few competitions. Just as she was about to decline the gift, teacher Mu Jin had already turned to leave, leaving her with a parting remark, "I will be your deputy class teacher from now on, so make sure to study diligently." Huo Yuhao genuinely admired teacher Mu Jin. Her teaching methods were scientific, tailoring study plans to suit individual students and proactively engaging with those who made mistakes to assist them in overcoming their challenges. Perhaps teacher Mu Jin was not the one with the highest promotion rate, but she certainly held the best reputation. Almost no student from the newly formed Class 9 spoke ill of her. Gazing at the soul bones in her hand, Huo Yuhao felt a profound sense of gratitude. One of the soul bones could not, strictly speaking, be classified as a true soul bone. It had been procured through a particularly cruel method, involving the slaughter of 100 creatures within half an hour, using secret techniques to summon their soul rings into a single bone. The success rate of this method was a mere 10%. Its function was straightforward. It provided a 5% enhancement to soul power. While this increment may seem modest, Its significance would become apparent as one's level increased. Most importantly, this soul bone possessed fusion properties, allowing it to merge with other soul bones. And it was a left arm bone. The other soul bone, obtained from the Ku eel lizard, was a right arm bone, seemingly leaning towards poison attributes, potentially granting a toxic skill. When Guna returned to the dormitory, Huo Yuhao called for Liz and Guna to discuss the allocation of these soul bones. For reasons unknown, Guna displayed no interest in the soul bones, even expressing a degree of aversion, ultimately opting for none. Thus, Huo Yuhao claimed the secret technique soul bone, while Liz received the Ku eel lizard soul bone. After absorbing the secret technique soul bone, Huo Yuhao felt a breakthrough in her soul power, though without acquiring a soul ring, the exact extent of her enhancement remained uncertain. Pushing open the gate to the courtyard, Huo Yuhao leapt down from Gaoyuan's back, expecting the courtyard to be covered in dust, yet it appeared quite clean, suggesting someone had been maintaining it regularly. It seems that Sister Xiaoro often comes to help us keep the courtyard tidy, Huo Yuhao remarked, admiring the pristine surroundings. Sister Xiaoro was the little maid entrusted to care for Huo Yuhao when Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao were acquiring their first soul ring. Upon leaving the duke's residence, Gaoyuan had brought her along and subsequently freed her, as a gesture of gratitude for her assistance with Huo Yuhao, despite her newfound freedom. Sister Xiaoro chose to accompany them to Shrek Academy. I wonder if Sister Xiaoro has had a boy or a girl, Gaoyuan mused while seated in a reclining chair, gazing at the sky. I don't know. Let's go find her later, Huo Yuhao replied, pulling a fresh orange from her storage soul guide, peeling it, and offering half to Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan took a bite of the orange, and in an instant, his face flushed crimson, for it was exceedingly tart. He glanced at the composed Huo Yuhao, bewildered by how she could consume such a sour fruit. Let us take a brief respite before we seek out Sister Xiaoro, he suggested, nodding as he discreetly concealed the remaining orange. Upon their arrival in Shrek City, Xiaoro had established a tofu business, earning her a reputation as the renowned tofu fairy in the area. 2 years prior, she had found her beloved. And by the time they departed Shrek City in search of dreams, Xiaoro was already 5 months pregnant. Sighing softly, Huo Yuhao gazed wistfully at the sky. Aware of her own limitations, she bore the weight of her mother's vendetta and the aspiration of achieving divinity. Since gaining the companionship of Tianming, their conversations had become frequent. Tianming had also shared insights regarding the path to becoming a deity, inspiring Huo Yuhao to strive diligently for her sake. Although Tianming had not fully divulged her intentions, hints suggested she sought other spirit beasts to serve as her martial soul, thus forming her own wisdom soul ring. The burdens of her mission had only intensified. Gaoyuan gazed at the slightly cherubic face of Huo Yuhao and remarked, the missions of individuals differ. We ultimately bear our own responsibilities. Sighing, he added, I shall go prepare the meal. Do lend me a hand. Huo Yuhao took hold of Gaoyuan, who was reclining languidly in the chair, and together they made their way to the kitchen. Gaoyuan was tasked with washing the vegetables, while Huo Yuhao took on the responsibility of stir-frying. Before long, a delightful array of delectable dishes graced the dining table. Gaoyuan sat at the dining table, lifting a piece of meat and placing it into his mouth, exclaiming in delight, Indeed, my Yuhan's cooking is truly exceptional, far superior to the cafeteria of Shrek. Huo Yuhao cast him a sidelong glance and quietly remarked, Who belongs to you? As Gaoyuan ate, he remarked, At that time, your aunt entrusted you to me with her own hands, thus acknowledging our engagement. We are bound by parental decree in the words of a matchmaker, and there will be more to come. Listening to Gaoyuan's nonsensical chatter, Huo Yuhao felt her cheeks flush as she delicately picked at her food. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked a familiar figure. Sister Xiaoro. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Huo Yuhao rushed forward to embrace her. It was indeed Xiaoro, who had become an integral part of Huo Yuhao and Gaoyuan's lives over the years. Gaoyuan, when did you return? Xiaoro exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, her enthusiasm startled a small child she was carrying on her back, causing the little one to wail loudly. Quickly, Xiaoro set the child down and gently cradled them, soothing them with tender movements. We just got back today, Gaoyuan interjected. Is this your child? Gaoyuan gazed at the adorable child cradled in Xiaoro's arms and inquired. Ah, a little girl, nearly a year old now, Xiaoro replied, her eyes sparkling with joy, revealing her contentment. Indeed, how time flies. It has been over a year since we parted ways. Gaoyuan took the child from Xiaoro, playfully engaging her while reflecting on the passage of time. Yes, you mentioned your quest for soul rings. I never anticipated it would extend beyond a year. Were you successful? Xiaoro asked. Huo Yuhao pulled Xiaoro to the dining table, offering her a set of chopsticks and a bowl. We have been quite fortunate. We are now enrolled in Shrek Academy, having taken a leave of absence. Upon hearing that both Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao had joined Shrek Academy, Xiaoro beamed with delight. That is splendid news, she exclaimed. And what of you, Sister Xiaoro? Are you still selling tofu? Oh, that is a thing of the past. The father of my child has found a new job, earning 3 to 5 gold soul coins a year, which suffices for our family. My current role is to care for our child and look after my in-laws, Xiaoro replied gently, gazing fondly at the little one. Our family lacks formal education, and we have yet to name her. We simply call her Anir. Perhaps you could assist in naming her? Huo Yuhao scrutinized the charming girl, her round, delicate face glowing with innocence. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, how about Mei Xiaomei? I recall your brother-in-law's surname is Mei, is it not? Indeed, indeed. The child's father is indeed surnamed Mei. Let us name her Xiaomei, then. Now she has a name, Xiaoro said, playfully caressing the child's cherubic face. It seemed that Xiaomei understood she had been given a name, for she erupted into joyous laughter. Gaoyuan retrieved a red envelope from the storage soul guide, containing 10 golden soul coins, and gently placed it in Mei Xiaomei's hands, whispering, this is a gift from your uncle. Mei Xiaomei beamed as she gazed at Gaoyuan. Noticing the envelope, Xiaoro quickly interjected, this is too much. I appreciate the sentiment, but the envelope is unnecessary. Ah, how can that be? This is a token for my dear Mei. I wasn't there when she was born, so I must make amends now, Gaoyuan declared, lifting Mei Xiaomei into the air, eliciting joyous laughter from her. Indeed, indeed, Sister Xiaoro, this is our heartfelt gesture. Let the child accept it, Huo Yuhao chimed in. Reluctantly, Xiaoro acquiesced. Chapter 69, Departure, Destination the far north at Shrek Academy. Wang Dong lay in the empty dormitory, staring blankly at the ceiling. Today, Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao had departed, having taken leave to assist Huo Yuhao in acquiring her third soul ring. Witnessing Huo Yuhao and Guna poised to become soul masters left him feeling hollow. Indeed, he was a genius, yet he pondered why the chasm between himself and Gaoyuan, Guna, and Huo Yuhao seemed to widen with each passing day. Turning his head, he gazed at Gaoyuan's unoccupied bed. A sharp pang of sorrow struck him. He could not fathom why he felt as though he had lost something significant. Over the past 3 months, he and Gaoyuan had been inseparable, and for reasons unknown, Gaoyuan had become an integral part of his life. Wang Dong scratched his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Surely, it was the spirit fusion that was causing this. How wonderful it would be if he could also experience soul fusion with Gaoyuan. After Xiaoro stayed for a meal, she took her leave with Mei Xiaomei, wearing an expression that conveyed her understanding. Huo Yuhao, catching Xiaoro's gaze, felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling her earlier slip of suggesting that Mei Xiaomei call her aunt. Once Xiaoro had departed, Huo Yuhao and Gaoyuan tidied their room, noting that dusk had fallen. Gaoyuan lay on his bed, quietly gazing out the window, lost in contemplation about the events to come. He was perplexed as to why Wang Dong and he possessed a martial soul fusion technique. Was it the handiwork of Tang San? Previously, the fusion technique between Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong was likely orchestrated by Tang San as well. Was he now the focus of their attention? He wondered what Wang Dong was doing at that moment. She would typically be recounting stories to him at this hour. While Gaoyuan was still lost in his musings, the door to his room swung open, revealing Huo Yuhao, still clad in her pajamas and with sleepy eyes, standing at the threshold. Little Yuhao, what is it? Gaoyuan asked, noticing her appearance. After closing the door behind her, Huo Yuhao leaped onto Gaoyuan's bed and exclaimed, I want you to hold me while I sleep. Guna said she had slept with you, and that it was particularly delightful. I want to try it too. Before Gaoyuan could protest, she nestled into his arms, her small head rubbing against his chest. Huo Yuhan's long hair brushed against his nose, causing a ticklish sensation. Since they had already established their relationship, there seemed to be no harm in sharing a bed. Embracing her, Gaoyuan gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found Huo Yuhao, smiling blissfully as if caught in a delightful dream. With a resigned shake of his head, he gently roused her. The plans of the day begin in the morning. Rise, and let's practice. Once we finish, we shall set forth. With a reluctant groan, Huo Yuhao turned to stand, her back to Gaoyuan as she began to change clothes. Is this something I can watch? Gaoyuan could not help but blush, a trickle of blood escaping his nose. He hurriedly covered his face and exited the room, calling out, Sister, you must be mindful of the differences between men and women. Observing Gaoyuan's flustered demeanor, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, her brother Gaoyuan was still a naive young lad. After freshening up, The two donned loose-fitting attire. Huo Yuhao practiced the Tang sect's purple extreme demon eye, while Gaoyuan took out a wooden sword to refine his swordsmanship. He realized that the Douluo Continent was far too comfortable, so much so that he had grown complacent. Given the unique nature of martial souls in this world, mere meditation could yield significant benefits. Consequently, the inhabitants of Douluo often overlooked the cultivation of their combat skills. After all, enhancing one's soul power was far simpler than developing unique swordplay or techniques, especially if one's martial soul was not a sword or blade. His excessive reliance on martial souls had led to the neglect of his previous sword techniques, and his battle with Gu Na had illuminated this issue for him. It seemed as though he could not fight without those two martial souls. Was this truly himself? It was evident that it ought not to be so. On the day of the competition, he sought a sword to confront Gu Na, yet his storage soul tool yielded not even a single sword. Thus, he was forced to engage Gu Na's fiery sword with his claws, resulting in a disadvantage. His claw techniques relied solely on battle experience, lacking any structured form. Seeing Gaoyuan gracefully wielding the wooden sword, Huo Yuhao grew curious. "Gaoyuan, what are you doing?" "I'm practicing swordplay," he replied, executing a thrust. "But why practice swordplay when your martial soul is not a sword?" Huo Yuhao questioned, puzzled. "Don't you think wielding a sword looks impressive? Just imagine Gu Na on the stage, holding a sword with one hand. How magnificent she appears. Her martial soul manifests as such, so I thought I would mimic that elegance." Gaoyuan explained, as it was too tedious to elaborate further. "Can I learn as well? I could craft a sword-shaped soul tool for you in the future." Huo Yuhao found his reasoning compelling and inquired. "Of course. Come, I shall teach you." Gaoyuan responded, tossing her another wooden sword. Swordplay consists of 8 primary techniques: thrusting, slashing, lifting, hanging, clouding, dotting, bursting, and intercepting. The most crucial aspect lies in the wrist's force application. Let me first teach you these foundational movements. Gaoyuan patiently began to instruct Huo Yuhao, methodically guiding her through each technique. Gaoyuan grew increasingly frustrated as he observed that it took him 2 full months to master these movements, while Huo Yuhao was able to perform them with remarkable proficiency after just 1 morning of practice. Once Huo Yuhao had gathered her belongings, she wrapped her arm around Gaoyuan and they departed from the small courtyard, embarking on their journey to the far north. With a hint of reluctance, Huo Yuhao cast a wistful glance back at the courtyard, a place that held the happiest memories of her life since birth. Gaoyuan gently embraced Huo Yuhao and remarked, "We shall return." The two of them departed the city, journeying northward under the guidance of Sister Tianming. Long before they learned of their impending arrival in the extreme northern lands, Huo Yuhao had already begun her preparations. Her storage soul guide contained several sets of blankets, numerous thick garments for changing, as well as essential supplies. With the assistance of Kaitu, she even crafted several milk bottles, soul guides designed for the restoration of soul power, and 2 level 3 flying soul guides. Gaoyuan often jested that he was akin to a doting mother, so much so that he seemed ready to uproot the entire household at the slightest opportunity. Huo Yuhao merely responded with a few exasperated glances, for this marked the first genuine journey they embarked upon together. Their previous excursion to the Stardow Forest had been a brief round trip of less than a day, although Gaoyuan's tendency to dawdle had prolonged their adventure. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them as they encountered Sister Tianming, a wisdom soul ring of 1,000,000 years, which could only be described as serendipitous. Chapter 70. The 3 sovereigns of the extreme north. As Gaoyuan was evidently unfamiliar with the terrain, they relied on Sister Tianming's guidance to navigate northward. Luckily, both of them were equipped with flying soul guiding devices, allowing them to cover a distance of over 1,000 kilometers in just 4 to 5 hours of travel. Thus, the nearly 8 to 9,000 kilometers to the extreme north was not overly daunting for them. Their journey was marked by leisurely stops, affording them the opportunity to admire the scenic vistas and immerse themselves in the cultural nuances of the regions they traversed, instilling a sense of vacation in their travels. Nevertheless, Gaoyuan insisted on practicing swordplay with Huo Yuhao daily. Although she did not primarily pursue the path of the sword, the benefits of physical conditioning were undeniable, and enhancing her close combat skills proved advantageous. As they progressed further north, the chill in the air intensified. Both Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao donned the cotton garments they had prepared in advance, feeling the biting cold winds. Huo Yuhao tugged at her sleeves and nestled closer to Gaoyuan, softly remarking, "Indeed, we are in the extreme north. It is truly frigid." Having reached the outskirts of this frigid realm, they opted to continue their journey on foot, for the harsh winds during flight were quite unbearable. Gaoyuan retrieved a hand warmer, a soul guide device designed for heating, classified as one without a specific rank. Once infused with soul power, it radiates warmth for approximately 3 to 4 hours. Frankly speaking, this soul guide is somewhat superfluous, as ordinary soul masters find little utility in it. The emitted heat is rather modest, rendering it less effective than directly utilizing soul power for warmth. Moreover, it remains unaffordable for the average person. Gaoyuan placed the hand warmer into the somewhat icy hands of Huo Yuhao. When did my brother prepare this? Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise, feeling the warmth radiating from the device. It was given to me by Wang Dong. I never expected this seemingly trivial item could prove useful, Gaoyuan replied. When he had contemplated withdrawing from Shrek Academy, he had gifted Wang Dong a soul guide he had crafted himself, only for Wang Dong to return the favor the next day by handing him this hand warmer. All right, enough with the display of affection, Tianming interjected, unable to endure the sight of the two embracing so intimately. Gaoyuan is robust. There's no need to worry about him. Xiaoyu, you should remove your clothing, she instructed. Huo Yuhan's face flushed crimson as she protested. In this freezing weather, I would surely freeze to death if I took off my clothes, and besides, Gaoyuan is right here. Oh, but you seemed quite at ease changing clothes in front of Gaoyuan the other day, Tianming teased, causing Huo Yuhan's cheeks to redden even further. Gaoyuan gazed at the blushing Huoyan in his arms, puzzled by the sudden hue on her cheeks, and inquired, Did Tianming say something to you? Huoyan nodded, replying, Brother Gaoyuan, please wait over there for a moment. Sister Tianming seems to want me to change my clothes. Oh, then go ahead and change, Gaoyuan remarked as he kindled a small fire and moved aside to survey the surroundings. Sister Tianming, growing impatient, urged, Hurry up. You need to strip down so I can assist you. Otherwise, with your petite frame, you might end up as an ice sculpture. Is it really that cold? Huoyan asked while removing her thick cotton clothing. Can you handle it, Brother Gaoyuan? Pfft, that silly little pervert is of no concern. His physical constitution is beyond your imagination, Sister Tianming languidly responded from her serene pool in the sea of consciousness. As Huoyan was left in her undergarments, she inquired, Is this acceptable? Sister Tianming nodded, stating, Although it would be more effective if you removed everything, this will suffice. Shivering from the cold, Huoyan urged, Please hurry. If we delay any longer, I might freeze to death. Look at you, so pitiful, Tianming scoffed. Then a soft golden glow emanated from her head, enveloping her in warmth. Huoyan couldn't suppress a soft moan, prompting Gaoyuan, who was observing from a distance, to glance over in confusion. Upon seeing her in only her undergarments, he hastily turned away, touching his nose, relieved that he didn't suffer a nosebleed this time. Noticing Gaoyuan's gaze, Huoyan quickly donned her clothes, disregarding the thin, membrane-like layer on her body, and called out, Brother Gaoyuan, I'm ready. Gaoyuan turned back once more to see that Huo Yuhao was already fully dressed, and he felt a sense of relief. He approached her and inquired, What were you just doing? Huo Yuhao twisted toward Gaoyuan's waist, but unfortunately, her thick clothing prevented her from grasping anything substantial. Humph, pretending to be a paragon of virtue while sneaking glances at me, Huo Yuhao retorted indignantly. No, I am a good person. Do not slander me, Gaoyuan replied without hesitation, taking Huo Yuhao by the hand and leading her away. Hey, wait. You're going the wrong way. It's over there. Huo Yuhao pointed in the opposite direction. After swatting away a snow demon wolf with a swift motion, Gaoyuan dusted off his hands and casually wiped them in the snow. Impressive, he remarked as an ethereal silhouette of an ice silkworm materialized beside them, representing Tianming. Huo Yuhan's mental prowess had already reached a commendable level. When Tianming became her wisdom spirit ring, it sealed away a significant portion of its cultivation, 8 layers in total. Now, the first layer had been fully unsealed, and the second was partially released. After absorbing Tianming's energy, Huo Yuhan's mental strength had grown immensely. Before their journey to the northernmost land, Tianming had transformed her mental sea, which now featured beaches, mountain peaks, forests, icy plains, and grasslands, providing a lively abode for Tianming. Had it not been for the impending dangers of venturing deeper into the northernmost land, Tianming would have preferred to remain within Huo Yuhan's mental sea. Just average. Gaoyuan waved dismissively as he dragged the corpse of the snow demon wolf back to their temporary dwelling in a cave, where he joyfully prepared a feast of roasted meat. Observing the two engrossed in their meal, Tianming cleared her throat and spoke. Our objective this time is to confront one of the 3 great kings of the northernmost land, the Ice Emperor. I trust Gaoyuan is somewhat familiar with this? Tianming tilted her small head in Gaoyuan's direction. Indeed, he nodded, indicating for her to continue. When I fused with Xiao Han to grant her a wisdom spirit ring, I provided her with a vacant martial spirit slot, which fortuitously aligns with the ice attribute. Thus, it is undeniable that the ultimate ice would be the most suitable for Huo Yuhao. Tianming glanced at Huo Yuhao, feeling a general sense of satisfaction with the girl. If only I could feed some dog food to my nearly century-old single ant, she mused. The three great kings of the northernmost land include the Ice Empress, born of nature, who has attained an astonishing cultivation of 690,000 years, the Ice Emperor, our target, a 39,000-year-old Ice Sapphire Emperor Scorpion, and lastly, the Titan Snow Demon King. Tianming paused before elaborating. The reason we aim for the Ice Emperor is that, barring unforeseen circumstances, she is likely to face a formidable tribulation soon, making her the most amenable target. Why is that? What is a tribulation? Huo Yuhao inquired, evidently unfamiliar with the concept. Once soul beasts succeed 100,000 years, they can choose to transform into human form or continue their cultivation. Should they choose the latter, they will inevitably face a tribulation. If they successfully navigate this trial, they can continue to cultivate for another 100,000 years, as their cultivation nears 200,000 years. They will confront another tribulation, which becomes increasingly powerful, Tianming explained. After surpassing 100,000 years through a tribulation, they can no longer take human form. Tianming added. Of course, there are exceptions. Certain rare treasures can assist some fierce beasts in transforming, but generally, those over 100,000 years are termed ferocious beasts. Oh, I see. So the Ice Empress is also nearing her tribulation. Why don't we target her instead? Huo Yuhao asked, gnawing on her roasted meat. Suspecting that perhaps Tianming had a closer relationship with the Ice Emperor. To Tianming's surprise, a rare blush appeared on her snow-white face as she replied, Firstly, I am not well acquainted with the Ice Empress, and she is exceedingly cold and proud, making it nearly impossible for her to become your martial spirit. Secondly, regarding my relationship with the Ice Emperor, Huo Yuhao suddenly realized, are you and the Ice Emperor close friends? Tianming felt a bit embarrassed but nodded. Close friends? That is a thought I scarcely dare entertain. Back in the day, she pursued me to become her reserve food. This matter is of little importance. We must consider how to persuade the Ice Emperor to willingly become your wisdom spirit ring, Tianming stated. When faced with challenges, we must adapt and reason with her. Gaoyuan suggested. That seems to be the only way. Let us proceed north. That individual resides at the core of the northernmost land, Tianming decided. Noting that the two had nearly finished their meal. All right, Huo Yuhao nodded, tidying up before grasping Gaoyuan's hand as they continued northward. Tianming, observing their closeness, expressed her envy, wishing she too could hold hands with the Ice Emperor. The biting cold wind stirred the snowflakes on the ground, sending the hardened flakes swirling through the air. In the evening, Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao sat side by side on a small hill, gazing at the dazzling aurora above. The vibrant colors entranced Huo Yuhao, prompting her to exclaim, It's so beautiful. As they admired the scenery, Gaoyuan held Huo Yuhao tighter, saying, Indeed. Such beauty is worth the journey. Lost in thought while watching the aurora, Gaoyuan remained contemplative. Huo Yuhao leaned her head against him, her warm little hand clasping his rougher one as she remarked, I read that the aurora symbolizes ethereality, beauty, magic, and wonder. Ancient peoples believed that those who witnessed the aurora were blessed by the heavens. Gaoyuan turned to Huo Yuhao and gently tapped her forehead. The aurora symbolizes rebirth and beauty, much like Mei Xiaomei, who embodies a new life and represents the future. Perhaps our journey through life is not always smooth. Yet I shall strive to live my life well, for my mother and my brother. Huo Yuhao trembled slightly, gazing at the aurora above, as if her mother were watching over them from the heavens. Indeed, everything will turn out well. At this moment, even Tianming, who floated behind them, remained silent, quietly observing the aurora. She had witnessed this spectacle countless times, yet this time she found herself momentarily entranced, lost in thought. Huo Yuhan's cheeks flushed, dreaming of the future. Once we avenge our mother, the three of us, you, me, and Gu Na, will find a secluded paradise to retreat to, living our own simple lives, and perhaps raising a few plump children. Gaoyuan nodded, fully aware that Huo Yuhan's quaint wish was likely unattainable. Yet he did not wish to shatter this lovely girl's dream of life. We shall build a small courtyard with our own hands, cultivate a few acres of land. And when we grow old, we will cuddle together, watching our children flourish. 2 days passed, and the pair had ventured deep into the far north. Sitting upon the snowy ground, Huo Yuhao held a ration, gnawing at it with her teeth for quite some time until she finally managed to break off a piece, placing it in her mouth to let it melt before slowly chewing. The frigid weather had rendered the food hard as stone. And now they were deep within the extreme north, where dangers multiplied, with ancient soul beasts lurking at every turn. Fortunately, Tian Ming, being of a spiritual nature, wielded formidable mental strength, helping the two evade considerable trouble. Tian Ming spoke. "We are nearly at our destination, Xiao Han. You must endure. I will temporarily retract my remnants and release my aura to attract the Ice Emperor." Gaoyuan nodded and said, "Indeed." Huo Yuhao also nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth, and Huo Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of mental fatigue enveloping her. Gaoyuan gently supported the trembling form of Huo Yuhao. From her, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerged in a splendid display. The purple soul ring began its transformation, shifting from purple to black, then to red, and finally to an immaculate white, which radiated a lustrous glow that pulsated softly around her. In the core region of the extreme north, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers, a terrifying mental force erupted from Huo Yuhan's feet, radiating outward. Instantly, the light in the sky seemed to be obscured, and a low rumble of thunder echoed ominously in the darkened heavens. At the same moment, Huo Yuhan's body turned a brilliant gold. The pristine white soul ring shattered with a resounding crack, revealing a brilliant golden soul ring that stood apart from all others. Huo Yuhao felt an overwhelming urge from her first soul ring, a century-old ring, to submit. The golden radiance enveloped her, imparting a unique sensation. She vowed that one day, she would become powerful, possessing the utmost strength in the world, determined that no one would ever harm those she cherished most again. She could not bear to experience the loss of loved ones any longer. Tian Ming sensed the shift in Huo Yuhan's mindset and smiled slightly, thinking, "Silly girl. Your Gaoyuan brother is far more formidable than you realize. With that martial soul, he cannot possibly be an ordinary person." This thought led her to recall the silvery figure deep within the Star Doe forest and the presence of Gu Na beside Huo Yuhao. Their energy seemed. Could it be? Tian Ming hastily cast aside her chaotic thoughts and resumed her actions. 8 beams of golden light erupted from Huo Yuhao, converging to form an immense golden figure, resembling Gaoyuan. A powerful intent spread forth, accompanied by a resonant voice that commanded, "Ice Emperor, come forth." An unparalleled pressure emanated with the sound, reminiscent of the formidable aura Gaoyuan had unleashed when he had previously dazzled Tian Ming. Though Tian Ming's formidable mental strength allowed her to emulate this release, it still lacked the authentic essence of Gaoyuan's true power. Gaoyuan gazed speechlessly at Tian Ming, who was using him as a shield, and let out a resigned sigh. After uttering those words, Tian Ming's form expanded slightly, a manifestation of her spiritual power that bore an uncanny resemblance to physical reality. Standing against the biting cold, she exuded an air of mastery. Her body, radiating a golden light, stood out vividly amidst the snowy expanse. Tian Ming appeared utterly unperturbed, calmly enduring the icy winds that coursed through her, remaining motionless. After all, being a manifestation of spiritual energy, she felt no chill. Besides, would the ice silkworm fear the cold? Meanwhile, the icy plain stirred as a multitude of soul beasts, some ancient and venerable, fled in terror from her oppressive aura, their singular thought, to escape. In a direct confrontation, Tian Ming might find herself at a disadvantage against a 10,000-year soul beast, yet within the realm of spiritual power, she was unparalleled. Among all the soul beasts in Douluo Continent, if she claimed the second position, none would dare assert themselves as first. At that very moment, over a third of the extreme northern territory lay shrouded in her pressure and perception, and she sensed countless soul beasts scattering in fright. A flicker of joy arose within her. Devoid of such distractions, her eventual fusion with the Ice Emperor would encounter far less complication. Chapter 72, The Ice Emperor Part 2. Despite her seemingly immovable stance, Tian Ming was internally anxious. Though she possessed a cultivation of 1,000,000 years, she was still inferior in bloodline. As a 1,000,000-year soul beast, she had no offensive skills. The Ice Emperor's ice blue Emperor Scorpion feasted upon her ice silkworm kin, which only heightened her trepidation. She knew the Ice Emperor would come, for she had just released a trace of her essence alongside her pressure. The Ice Emperor had sustained damage to his spiritual core during his breakthrough through the tribulation of 300,000 years, making a leap to 400,000 years virtually impossible. Tian Ming, however, was the ideal remedy, which led the Ice Emperor to pursue her relentlessly, seeking to imprison her as his time drew near. As time passed, Tian Ming appeared calm, yet inside, she was anything but. Gaoyuan, on the other hand, busied himself with provisions, breaking them into small pieces to feed to Huo Yuhao. Observing their leisurely demeanor, Tianming silently scoffed. Suddenly, the previously dim sky erupted in a vibrant emerald light, racing towards the two like a comet. The emerald luminescence halted several kilometers away from them. Tianming? A clear voice rang out. I never expected you to still be alive. The emergence of this voice was accompanied by a terrifying sound wave that sent the snow on the ground flying several meters into the air, leaving a tranquil space within 100 meters around the trio, shielded by Tianming's immense spiritual energy. Haha, you're still alive. How could I possibly perish? Tianming's soft voice echoed, causing Huo Yuhao and Gaoyuan to shiver, their skin crawling at the sound. When had they ever heard her speak in such a tone? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yet, it was the subsequent words that left them utterly stunned. I once vowed that if I were to survive, I would become your companion. Holy moly! Huo Yuhao and Gaoyuan exclaimed in unison. As an image of a figure flashed through Huo Yuhan's mind, she glanced at Gaoyuan with a peculiar expression and whispered, You wouldn't be learning from Tianming, would you? Gaoyuan expressed his puzzlement in a hushed tone, asking, Why imitate her? No, it's nothing, Huo Yuhao replied, refraining from elaboration. She took a few pieces of previously broken dry rations from Gaoyuan's hand and placed them in her mouth, allowing them to dissolve slowly. Tianming, you seek death. A sudden murderous intent emerged in the crisp voice of the Ice Emperor, immediately locking onto Huo Yuhao with an overwhelming pressure. Since Tianming was merely a spiritual incarnation, targeting her effectively meant targeting Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao was startled by the sudden pressure, but it dissipated almost instantly. Are you brave? Gaoyuan's cold voice resonated, the suppression from his bloodline firmly pinning down the Ice Emperor. Who are you? The Ice Emperor's voice rang out again, as she sensed an unparalleled aura emanating from Gaoyuan, akin to that deep within the Douluo forest. She was certainly aware of the terror associated with that aura, as it belonged to the master of spirit beasts. Thus, her demeanor towards Gaoyuan starkly contrasted with her attitude towards Tianming. You will come to know who I am in due time. For now, let Tianming explain, Gaoyuan remarked, casting a glance at Tianming that seemed to caution her against reckless behavior. Tianming blinked at Gaoyuan, signaling her understanding. I have lived for nearly a century, spending most of that time in slumber. Deep within my heart, the only trace that remains is you. Cough, cough. Tianming glanced at Gaoyuan, who interrupted her, then continued, Ice Emperor, I am aware that your time is drawing near, perhaps within the next century. Should you fail to transcend this limit, your fate is unequivocally to be obliterated within this vast world. Tianming's sweet voice resonated. Huo Yuhao was taken aback when Tianming spoke to her. It was always with an air of dominance, not this petite and delicate demeanor. Indeed, the books do not deceive. Women are ever so changeable. So, came the Ice Emperor's cold voice from afar, though the murderous intent was less pronounced. I have discovered an alternative method to transcend the limit, Tianming declared. What? Suddenly dust, no. Snow was kicked up before them. In an instant, a verdant figure materialized before the group. A beautiful scorpion appeared, not as large as one might imagine, yet still around 1.5 meters in length. The fusion of beauty and scorpion was strangely harmonious upon the Ice Emperor. What method? A voice emanated from the exquisite scorpion. Divine creation, Gaoyuan replied. Divine creation? The Ice Emperor's voice conveyed a mix of confusion, curiosity, disdain, and intrigue. Indeed, divine creation. Surely, you know that becoming a deity dispels all limitations, Tianming explained. The Ice Emperor did not respond, but regarded the ethereal figure with a look of incredulity, fully aware that it was not Tianming's true form, merely a projection. Yet, Tianming was undeterred by the Ice Emperor's gaze and continued, For spirit beasts, achieving divinity is impossible. Perhaps you have not sensed it, but as a spirit beast of 1,000,000 years, I can feel the world's constraints. It forbids spirit beasts from ascending to godhood. Thus, our goal of creation must lie with humankind. Do you think it is easy for humans to become deities? The Ice Emperor's voice dripped with impatience as she utilized her mental prowess to locate Tianming's true form, intent on devouring her. As for the two humans present, she was indifferent, willing to spare one, especially since one of them bore the aura of the entity from the Douluo forest, which she wished to avoid entangling herself with. Save your energy. Strictly speaking, I have already perished. I have become the soul ring of the girl before you, Tianming stated, as two soul rings materialized behind Huo Yuhao, the second emitting a faint golden glow. You, how could you? The Ice Emperor's voice was laced with shock and despair, realizing that her survival was now hopeless. Indeed, I have become her soul ring, a ring of wisdom. Tianming recounted her millennia of experiences to the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor was astonished. She had not anticipated that her designated reserve would be consumed by the miscreants of the Douluo forest for over 10,000 years. You know what the limit means for us spirit beasts. Therefore, when I sensed my limit approaching, a wild thought emerged in my mind. Divine creation. Tianming's gentle voice resonated. Yes, divine creation. Through countless iterations, I discovered a method to retain our consciousness while becoming a soul ring. Huo Yuhao became my host, and I became her wisdom soul ring. Is this true? The Ice Emperor gazed incredulously at Huo Yuhao. My consciousness can still communicate with you. Is that not the most compelling evidence? What if she cannot ascend to divinity? The Ice Emperor rapidly regained her composure. She will undoubtedly ascend. Gaoyuan declared with an undeniable tone. Tianming added, do you recall events from 1,000 years ago? The Ice Emperor replied, precisely. That individual who ascended to godhood possessed inferior talent and martial spirit compared to Yuhao, yet they became a deity. Why can't Yuhao? Tianming continued. The Blue-Silver Emperor certainly pales in comparison to the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and the Haoyan Hammer and Lingmu, both top-tier martial spirits, should be evenly matched. At this juncture, she paused briefly before continuing. Furthermore, a millennium ago, do you remember the two little pets that guarded the core area of the Douluo forest? They sacrificed themselves to the one who ascended a millennium ago, and they have since become eternal beings. Despite not retaining their consciousness upon sacrifice through divine power, they were revived. Ice Emperor, do not hesitate. Only a divine life is truly infinite. Tianming's gentle voice was laced with determination. The Ice Emperor fell silent, and Tianming seized the moment. I too am reluctant to pursue this ethereal method, yet as a spirit beast. The yearning for boundless life is something I believe you can understand. It is worth the gamble. Thus, I chose to become a wisdom soul ring, and I am determined to use my power to assist her in achieving divinity. Indeed, I am considered worthless. In the eyes of all you ferocious beasts, I am merely reserved food. However, I possess 1,000,000 years of cultivation. I grant her 4 soul abilities and a martial spirit slot. With my assistance, why can she not become a deity like that individual from a millennium ago? The Ice Emperor remained silent, yet it was evident that she was wavering. For spirit beasts, the allure of eternal life was indescribable. What are your odds? The Ice Emperor finally spoke. If it were solely up to me, less than 30%, however. With that youth beside me, 70%. If you join us, my answer is 100%. Tianming's voice brimmed with confidence. The Ice Emperor regarded Gaoyuan thoughtfully, sensing the terrifying aura that enveloped him. Undeniably formidable. Very well, I shall gamble with you. The Ice Emperor declared, but I have one query. What? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's agreement, Tianming felt a surge of joy and gently inquired, why did you not choose that young man? It appears that his potential for divinity is significantly greater. The Ice Emperor responded, well. Tianming was at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly reveal to the Ice Emperor that she had been dismissed, could she? What is rightfully mine will ultimately be mine, and what does not belong to me will never be mine, Gaoyuan declared. I assure you, Yuhao will undoubtedly ascend to divinity. The Ice Emperor regarded Huo Yuhao with an expression of peculiar intrigue. Are you certain you can guarantee that I will retain my conscious awareness? Absolutely. Then let us commence. Huo Yuhao was momentarily stunned. She recalled Tianming mentioning several times that her second martial soul would be formidable. Could it be the Ice Emperor Scorpion before her? Wait a moment. Please tend to the surrounding environment. Do not allow any extraneous disturbances to disrupt us. Moreover, extend greetings to your kin, as you are the leader. And it would be rather abrupt to leave without notice, Tianming suggested. Yet before she could finish, the Ice Emperor had already dashed out, engaging the soul beasts within a 100-mile radius. In no time, the area was rendered lifeless, devoid of any vitality. Chapter 73. Love Beyond Species and Gender. Can we begin? The Ice Emperor, upon realizing that Tianming had transformed into a soul ring, understood that her hopes of transcending her limits were futile. Although the divine creation plan seemed somewhat audacious, it also instilled within her a rare excitement. At the final moments of her existence, why not gamble at all? Very well. Release your spiritual essence, Tianming instructed. Without hesitation, the Ice Emperor complied, for she was that kind of being boldly pursuing her convictions without hesitation, especially since her years were numbered. Her crystalline yellow eyes gradually shifted to a deep emerald green, and the long tail of the Ice Emperor Scorpion arched upward. A gentle emerald halo began to pulse from the base of her tail, ultimately coalescing at the tail's tip. With a flash of emerald light, a small ice sphere detached, representing her spiritual essence. As the Ice Emperor Scorpion lost its spiritual core, its eyes dimmed, devoid of luster. Tianming exhaled deeply, relieved. For she understood that the Ice Emperor's willingness to release her spiritual essence signified the success of their endeavor. The golden light of Tianming surged forward, enveloping the emerald glow within as it swiftly returned to Huo Yuhan's body. So cold, Huo Yuhan shivered, having lost the protective embrace of her remnants. Gaoyuan channeled his soul power into Huo Yuhan's body, aiding her in resisting the chill. Tianming, your choice is quite intriguing. You possess a keen eye. This little one's sea of consciousness is remarkably expansive, rivaling that of even the 100,000-year soul beasts. The Ice Emperor remarked with a hint of satisfaction as she observed the hills, beaches, ice fields, and hot springs within Huo Yuhan's consciousness. Hee, that is indeed my accomplishment. Little Yuhan already has commendable physical prowess, and with her innate full soul power, she has absorbed nearly 10% of my mental energy. Once she matures to the point where she can fully absorb my sealed power, achieving divinity will be effortless, Tianming stated with a sense of pride. However, despite her excellent physique, it is somewhat unrealistic for her to withstand my soul rings at this stage, the Ice Emperor interjected. Fully aware that Tianming surely had a method for sealing her power, yet she chose not to voice it. Xiao Bingbing, don't be hasty. If you were to perish, it would indeed be impractical for her to absorb your soul rings, but you are still very much alive. With me here, you needn't worry, simply follow my guidance. Tianming gently reassured the Ice Emperor, who was currently enjoying a hot spring in her sea of consciousness. Can you even consider Xiao Bingbing as your reserve food? The Ice Emperor scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at her. Tianming, the ice silkworm, chose to overlook the disparaging glance and said, Little Yuhan, stop being so cozy with your elder brother Gaoyuan and come in to meet some new faces. Ugh, Huo Yuhan reluctantly leaned against Gaoyuan's embrace, saying, I'll just go in to greet the Ice Emperor and the others. With that, her consciousness returned to her own sea of consciousness. Come, let me introduce you. This is the second of the three great kings of the extreme north, Xiao Bingbing. You may call her the Ice Emperor Scorpion. And this is Huo Yuhan, the target of our divinity project, with her innate full soul power and her first martial soul being the spiritual attribute martial soul, Lingmu, which I have unlocked. Before Tianming could finish, the Ice Emperor, transformed into a big sister, affectionately reached out to ruffle Huo Yuhan's little head. What a lovely little sister. I wish I could pat your head while outside. From now on, you can call me Ice Jia, she said. Huo Yuhan obediently nodded and called out, Ice Jia. Yes, very good, the Ice Emperor cooed. Ahem, could you please not ignore me? Tianming said with a hint of melancholy. Go on, the Ice Emperor replied with a dismissive tone, before conjuring a long bench in the sea of consciousness and engaging Huo Yuhan in conversation. Tianming sighed helplessly. She has awakened the ice attribute martial soul from me, but that martial soul currently requires a primary soul ring, which means you will become her second martial soul's primary soul ring, resulting in her second martial soul being the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Oh, I see. Does little Yuhan like the idea of me being your second martial soul? The Ice Emperor asked, gently tousling Huo Yuhan's hair. Having grown increasingly fond of the innocent girl after their conversation, I like it, Huo Yuhan nodded affirmatively. Then you must hold on. The fusion process can be quite painful. The Ice Emperor warned. I'm sure I can handle it, Huo Yuhan declared, shaking her little fist. What a confident little one, the Ice Emperor commented. Well, we are still in the core area of the extreme north, but with the Ice Emperor's presence here, there is little to fear, unless the Snow Emperor comes personally. Xiao Bingbing, is it true that you have a fondness for the Snow Emperor? Tianming asked with a tinge of jealousy. Humph, the Ice Emperor shot Tianming a glare. Is it permissible for you to have feelings for me, but not for me to like the Snow Emperor? Although Huo Yuhan had sensed Tianming's affection for the Ice Sister, she was astonished to discover that the Ice Sister also had someone she admired. You know, for us soul beasts, time stretches infinitely, so gender and race pose no barriers. The most crucial factor is the resonance of our souls. My admiration for the Snow Emperor is not without reason, the Ice Emperor seemed to explain to Huo Yuhan, while also attempting to dissuade Tianming. However, Huo Yuhan was even more shocked. Could it be that the Snow Emperor was also a sister? I adore you. Transcending race and gender. Even though the Ice Scorpion clan regards us ice silkworms as food, my feelings for you remain unchanged. Tianming nearly screamed this proclamation, but her tone softened afterward. Regardless of your feelings for me, I have always cherished you. After uttering this, Tianming appeared to have exhausted all her energy. Taking a deep breath, as if such an action could soothe her emotions despite the absence of the need for breathing in the sea of consciousness. Once her feelings settled, Tianming addressed the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor, I will share the fusion method with you, and we can discuss it in detail. Instantly, the sea of consciousness fell silent, leaving only Huo Yuhao and a small orb emitting a grayish glow, which experienced a barely noticeable tremor. Before long, both the Ice Emperor and Tianming returned. The Ice Emperor, frowning, sighed deeply. Although the chances of success are incredibly high, almost guaranteed, the pain that little Yuhan will endure will be quite formidable. Therefore, I suggest altering the order of fusion. We must first strengthen her physique. While her current condition is commendable, it is still insufficient. Far from it. After enhancing her physique, we can proceed with the fusion. Since it is a wisdom soul ring, I must transfer as much of my power as possible to little Yuhan. So, what do you mean? Tianming inquired. First the bones, then the soul, and finally the rings, the Ice Emperor stated. Your method is commendable, but it underestimates the overwhelming nature of my soul power. While it may not directly shatter little Yuhan's body, it will certainly cause her immense suffering. The Ice Emperor took Huo Yuhan's little hand and gently rubbed her head, softly saying, Sister does not want you to suffer. Huo Yuhan looked at the Ice Sister before her with gratitude. Xiao Bingbing, I didn't expect you to trust me so much. This decision will directly jeopardize your physical form, leaving you with no retreat. I am truly touched. Tianming spoke tenderly. Leave me be. I merely wish to alleviate my little sister Yuhan's suffering. This has nothing to do with you, so stay as far away as possible, the Ice Emperor replied coldly. I understand, Tianming said, gazing affectionately at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor dismissed her and patiently addressed Huo Yuhan. Little Yuhan, you should know that 100,000-year soul beast will inevitably possess a soul bone. And I am no exception. Although I have cultivated for nearly 400,000 years, I cannot divide my soul bone into multiple pieces, meaning you will receive a 400,000-year soul bone. Huo Yuhan was momentarily stunned. The prospect of acquiring a 400,000-year soul bone was something she had never dared to imagine. Her expectation for her third soul ring was merely a 1,000-year soul ring. Ignoring the dazed Huo Yuhan, the Ice Emperor continued. I sense that you already possess 2 arm bones. Among the 6 major soul bones, the head and torso bones are the rarest. However, since your first martial soul is of the spiritual attribute, I believe it would be best for you to acquire a spiritual head bone. Therefore, the soul bone I bring for you will be the torso bone. You should first fuse the torso bone. Afterward, your physical condition will significantly improve, making it much easier to fuse with my soul power and soul ring. Huo Yuhan nodded, feeling deeply moved. The Ice Sister's willingness to first give her a soul bone meant she would have to sacrifice her own body, leaving no escape route. Ice Sister, how can I assist you? She asked. Huo Yuhan found herself at a loss for words at that moment. The Ice Emperor spoke, because I am doing this willingly. The fusion of the soul bones should not pose significant issues. However, considering that this is a soul bone of 400,000 years, the advantages it brings are immense. Therefore, during the fusion process, I will replace your ribs, sternum, and other bones entirely. This will allow me to retain my strength to a greater extent. But you will have to endure the excruciating pain of bone rebirth. Of course, you may also choose to relinquish a portion of your power, which would alleviate much of the suffering if no replacements are made. Without a moment's hesitation, Huo Yuhan replied, I can do it. Ice Sister, do not waste your strength. The Ice Emperor smiled gently, stroking Huo Yuhan's head and said, What a strong and admirable girl you are. Since that is the case, let us not delay any further and begin. Chapter 74. Fusion. Huo Yuhan nodded vigorously, declaring, Let us begin. No sooner had she spoken than a wave of chilling energy coursed through her entire body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Tianming leaped from Huo Yuhan's sea of consciousness and addressed Gaoyuan, saying, We are commencing the fusion of the second spirit. I leave the situation outside in your capable hands. Gaoyuan nodded gently, embracing the trembling form of Huo Yuhan, while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. In a swift motion, Tianming returned to the sea of Huo Yuhan's consciousness. The Ice Emperor was imparting wisdom to her, stating that the process of fusion would be protracted, yet she must not succumb to unconsciousness. At that moment, Huo Yuhan found herself rendered speechless by an icy chill, only able to nod vigorously in response. A brilliant emerald light surged within the depths of her mental realm, transforming her eyes into a striking shade of green. Tian Ming stood by, merely an observer, acutely aware that she could offer no assistance at this critical juncture. Gaoyuan sensed Huo Yuhan's condition and gently infused a stream of soul energy into her body, alleviating her pain. Two beams of emerald light shot forth from Huo Yuhan's eyes, striking the body of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion with precision. Its form trembled violently. In an instant, the tail of that creature transformed into a vivid, dripping shade of dark green, swiftly curling to fiercely pierce Huo Yuhan's body. Huo Yuhan's delicate frame shuddered intensely as she experienced an indescribable agony and chill. The pain, stemming from her nerves, was excruciatingly unbearable. Huo Yuhan's mouth fell open in shock, her petite face etched with expressions of torment. Gaoyuan, perceiving the situation, retrieved a piece of cotton cloth and gently inserted it into Huo Yuhan's mouth to prevent her from inadvertently biting her tongue amidst her suffering. Although Huo Yuhan had mentally prepared herself, when the agony truly descended, even though her body had grown somewhat numb in the frigid environment, there was still a fleeting moment that rendered her breathless. Gaoyuan silently summoned the golden tree, casting a golden light upon Huo Yuhan, akin to a mother's gentle hand soothing her suffering. Gradually, Huo Yuhan's body acclimated, greedily drawing upon Gaoyuan's restorative power. The Ice Emperor spoke. Yuhan, brace yourself. The fusion of the soul bone is about to commence. Despite enduring immense agony and the tumultuous upheaval in her spiritual sea, Huo Yuhan exhibited no signs of collapse. Observing this, the Ice Emperor felt a wave of relief, astonished by the young girl's resilience. As Gaoyuan's healing energy enveloped Huo Yuhan, her pain diminished somewhat, causing her chest to rise and fall violently as she gasped for the frigid air. The cotton garment she wore, saturated with her perspiration, became fragile in the icy atmosphere, ultimately disintegrating under the radiant green light emanating from her. Startled, Gaoyuan found himself surrounded by a blinding whiteness. He hastily retrieved a blanket from his storage soul guide, laying it upon the ground. Without concern for anything else, he gently placed Huo Yuhan on the blanket before turning away to attend to the blood streaming from his nose. In this frozen realm, even a fleeting moment could cause blood to congeal into ice. The green light began to traverse Huo Yuhan's waist, alleviating the spasms of pain wherever it spread. Huo Yuhan gritted her teeth, enduring, while Tian Ming continuously soothed her spirit, employing her vast mental power to mitigate Huo Yuhan's psychological torment. After the green light coursed through Huo Yuhan's torso, it signified the impending completion of the soul bone absorption. The soul bone manifested from the Ice Emperor's essence was vastly superior to those acquired through hunting. She had condensed nearly all her energy within this soul bone, though some residual energy remained. With a hint of regret, the Ice Emperor glanced at her surplus energy, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Huo Yuhan's right arm bone, the right arm bone of the Ice Snow Magic Wolf. "Little Yuhan," she began, "I possess some additional energy. Shall I refine that right arm bone for you? Its age could significantly increase, perhaps even reaching 100,000 years, though it may entail some discomfort." Without waiting for Huo Yuhan's response, she commenced the transfer of her remaining energy towards Huo Yuhan's right arm. Given that the arm bone itself bore an ice attribute, albeit not of the utmost purity, it belonged to the same origin. Under her refinement, the energy contained within that soul bone surged exponentially. Gaoyuan gazed at the diminutive ice figure before him, a palpable sigh of relief escaping his lips as the incessant nosebleeds finally ceased. Huo Yuhan's body trembled incessantly, the layer of ice formed from her perspiration appearing perilously close to fracturing. "Ah, it seems we have succeeded," the Ice Emperor's voice resonated. "Our initial endeavor has largely borne fruit. The soul bone has been successfully constructed." However, Huo Yuhan's vital energy surged at an astonishing velocity, a necessary phase in the absorption of the soul bone. Yet, given that it was a soul bone of 400,000 years, the rapidity of her energy flow was nothing short of remarkable. Each tumultuous wave of energy striking her organs was swiftly mended by Gaoyuan's golden tree. Initially, Tian Ming and the others had intended to utilize their spiritual essence to safeguard Huo Yuhan's internal organs, but it now seemed unnecessary. The passage of time felt interminable. From the moment the verdant light infiltrated Huo Yuhan's being to its complete absorption, a full 2 hours elapsed. Her vital energy continued to ebb and flow for over an hour, and it showed no signs of abating. That hour, for Huo Yuhan, was the most excruciating. as she transitioned from mere pain to an unbearable oscillation between extreme cold and intense heat. Time stretched on, and Huo Yuhan's mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance for her mother. She yearned to grow stronger, to the point where she could protect her elder brother Gaoyuan. She aspired to ascend to divinity, ensuring that she would not disappoint the hopes of Tianming and Sister Bing. Despite the agony that ravaged her body, to the astonishment of the Ice Emperor and Tianming, her spirit showed no signs of fracturing. Gaoyuan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. He had maintained the second soul skill of the Golden Tree for a full 3 hours. However, witnessing the improvement in Huo Yuhan's appearance under the enhancement of his second soul skill made it feel worthwhile. From daylight to dusk, and then from night back to day, Huo Yuhan's vitality had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to before. In terms of physical prowess, she was now on par with the formidable beast spirit soul kings and even soul emperors. Her muscles, bones, and internal organs had all grown stronger through repeated trials. Ultimately, the layer of ice enveloping her shattered amidst a painful tremor. Gaoyuan took the liberty of clearing the shattered ice from Huo Yuhan's body and covered her with a warm blanket. After all, she was already his wife, and such acts seemed only reasonable. He repeatedly reassured himself and began to absorb the soul power from the bottle with a sense of contentment. The voice of the Ice Emperor resonated within Huo Yuhan's mental sea, stating, "I have infused most of my energy into this soul bone. However, I have also sealed some excess energy within your marrow. As your strength increases, you will gradually absorb it." The Ice Emperor's tone was gentle. She was growing increasingly fond of this younger sister, Yuhan, who was talented, diligent, and possessed a resilient spirit. If such a person could not ascend to divinity, she wondered who else would be worthy. What remained was the process of integrating the soul bone with your own skeleton. Do your best. I believe in you, encouraged the Ice Emperor. Moreover, your brother Gaoyuan has been watching over you the entire time. He truly dotes on you. The Ice Emperor's words made Huo Yuhan feel a bit shy, yet she was more touched. She could sense that the alleviation of her suffering stemmed from Gaoyuan's golden tree martial spirit. All right, Yuhan, give it your all, the voice of Tianming chimed in. The relationship between Tianming and the Ice Emperor had thawed considerably, especially after Tianming had shared much gossip about Huo Yuhan and Gaoyuan during Huo Yuhan's ordeal. Surely, there was no one in the world who did not indulge in gossip, right? In the midst of their mutual curiosity, the bond between Tianming and the Ice Emperor had softened. Chapter 75. I love you too, Ich. This was the sensation experienced during the fusion of the soul bone with her own skeletal structure. The feeling was even more unbearable than the alternation of hot and cold. Huo Yuhan could feel every bone and muscle in her torso igniting with an intense itch. In that moment, she harbored a singular thought, to tear herself apart. Her body began to writhe uncontrollably, and the blanket covering her slipped away as she continued to twist. Gaoyuan remained with his eyes closed, absorbing the soul energy from the bottle, when he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance from Huo Yuhan by his side. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a blinding white expanse, yet he had grown accustomed to such sights. It was no longer easy for him to bleed from his nose. Hastily, he lifted the blanket and draped it over Huo Yuhan. However, her incessant writhing made it impossible to cover her properly. At that moment, Huo Yuhan's spiritual sea experienced violent turbulence, and the Ice Emperor's spiritual essence trembled in unison. For what Huo Yuhan was enduring, the Ice Emperor was also experiencing. Tianming stood vigilant, aware that the Ice Emperor had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had faced countless adversities. Thus, there was no need for concern on her part. Yet, Huo Yuhan was still so young. What hardships had she truly encountered? If Huo Yuhan's spiritual sea were to shatter once more, Tianming would act without hesitation. Yuhan, Mother is so happy to see you grow up with innate full soul power. Mother is so happy, but I am sorry. Mother, cough cough. I cannot witness your growth. I cannot see you marry. I am not blessed. The only one I love is you. As long as you remain safe, I will smile as I depart. Tears streamed down Huo Yuhan's cheeks. She sought vengeance to restore justice for her mother, to make those who had wronged her mother pay dearly. This fervent obsession gradually subdued the overwhelming itch that had pervaded her body. Mother, for you, I must survive. Gaoyuan, for my brother, I must survive. Guna, for my sister, I must survive. Tianming, for Sister Tianming, I must survive. Ice Emperor, for Sister Bing, I must survive. Tianming gazed in astonishment at the once turbulent sea of consciousness, which was now gradually regaining its calm. A voice, unnoticed by anyone, echoed softly. This little girl possesses an extraordinary will. As time flowed on, success was within reach. The agonizing sensations began to fade, and Huo Yuhan's body gradually settled into tranquility. After enduring such prolonged suffering, both her spirit and body were utterly exhausted. It was her inner conviction that had sustained her. And now the fusion of the soul bone had concluded, laying the essential groundwork. She opened her weary eyes and beheld Gaoyuan seated nearby. Absorbing the soul energy from the bottle, she could sense that during this time, he had persistently repeated the process of assisting her in restoring her soul power. Though she could not fathom how many times he had done so, Gaoyuan sensed that Huo Yuhan had awakened and gently inquired, "Did it succeed?" "Yes. I have completely absorbed the soul bone," came Huo Yuhan's weak voice. Observing Gaoyuan's back turned towards her, she curiously asked, "Brother Gaoyuan, why are you turning away from me?" "Well, you should rest for a while," Gaoyuan replied evasively. He realized that Huo Yuhan might not yet be aware of her state of undress. He busied himself with kindling a fire and preparing a pot of meat soup. Huo Yuhan chose not to press further and soon drifted back into a deep slumber beneath the covers. After a considerable pause, the voice of the Ice Emperor resonated in Tianming's ear. "I never expected that little Yuhan could endure so much and absorb all my power." Tianming chuckled softly, replying, "To be honest, I, too, did not foresee her spirit being so resilient. With us as her foundation, her future growth will be considerably more effortless." After a moment's reflection, Tianming turned to the Ice Emperor and said, "Let us begin the fusion of our martial souls. I shall safeguard her and not disturb little Yuhan." Allowing her to rest peacefully, the Ice Emperor nodded, casting a glance at Huo Yuhan, who was still lost in dreams. Subsequently, a brilliant white light erupted from beneath Huo Yuhan, enveloping her entire being in a radiant embrace. The body of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion gradually grew ethereal, bursting apart and transforming into wisps of icy mist that melded into Huo Yuhan's form. Tianming unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, protecting Huo Yuhan's sea of consciousness to ensure she would not awaken. A golden halo began to manifest as the white light formed from the icy mist. Guided by Tianming's spiritual force, slowly integrated into Huo Yuhan's essence. After a prolonged moment, Huo Yuhan opened her eyes, drawn by a delectable aroma wafting through the air. Her stomach rumbled insistently with hunger. She turned to Gaoyuan beside her and flashed a gentle smile. In the next instant, realization struck her. She was entirely unclothed, with only a blanket draped over her. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she recognized that her garments must have been torn during the fusion with the soul bone, which implied Gaoyuan noticed that Huo Yuhan had awakened and turned his body away, urging her, "Please hurry and get dressed. Come over for breakfast." Huo Yuhan, blushing, glanced at her own figure, astonished by the transformation she had undergone. Her physique was remarkably harmonious. Although her muscles were not exceptionally robust, they exhibited a certain definition. Her skin had taken on a luminous, jade-like quality. It appeared as though her body had evolved from that of an 11 or 12-year-old to that of a 15 or 16-year-old. If she were to return to school, her classmates would undoubtedly fail to recognize her. She hastily quelled her wandering thoughts, retrieving a set of clothes from her storage soul guide and dressing discreetly beneath the covers. Timidly, she approached Gaoyuan, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had seen her in her entirety just moments ago, despite having grown up together. They had never encountered such an open and candid moment before. Gaoyuan handed a bowl of savory meat soup to Huo Yuhan. "Give it a try." "I'm not much of a cook, so make do with it," he said, breaking the silence. Huo Yuhan accepted the bowl and took a gentle sip. Indeed, it was rather ordinary. In the culinary realm, Gaoyuan could not quite measure up to her. As she sipped the soup, she leaned her body against Gaoyuan's back and murmured, "Thank you." Gaoyuan turned to look at Huo Yuhan. Mustering her courage, she continued, "Thank you for your unwavering companionship. When I was merging with the soul bone just now, I could feel your constant care." At this thought, Huo Yuhan's ears flushed with a rosy hue. Gaoyuan gently brushed past Huo Yuhan's hair and said softly, "You're welcome. I love you." "I love you too," she replied. Huo Yuhan had so much to say to Gaoyuan, yet words failed her. She could only cradle the bowl of meat broth and sip quietly. "You must have successfully obtained your second martial soul by now. What does its soul skill look like?" Gaoyuan asked, watching as Huo Yuhan replenished her strength. Allow me to answer that." A small white scorpion materialized beside Huo Yuhan, none other than the newly fused Ice Empress. "Oh, you've just completed the fusion. Yet your energy seems remarkably intact," Gaoyuan remarked with surprise, glancing at the tiny scorpion. He had assumed such a fusion would drain one's spiritual essence. requiring a period of rest for recovery. Ice Empress, sensing his puzzlement, softened her tone. Normally, this fusion would indeed deplete my spiritual essence. But Tianming's mental strength far surpassed my expectations. With her assistance, my spiritual reserves remained largely untouched. I see, Gaoyuan nodded before continuing, then. Enlighten us about the soul skills you've brought. Huo Yuhao also gazed curiously at Ice Empress, eager to learn about her newfound abilities. Having had no time yet to explore them herself, with a proud flick of her tiny pincers, Ice Empress declared, First, Yuhan's second martial soul is my true form, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Fearsome indeed, she'll understand once she wields it. Next is the most crucial, the Soul Ring. A staggering 400,000, your Soul Ring. Originally 399,000 years, but with Tianming's aid, it crossed into the 400,000 year threshold. Well, it seems Tianming isn't entirely useless after all, Gaoyuan teased, knowing full well Tianming could hear him. I am quite formidable. A golden light shimmered beside Huo Yuhao, materializing into a small ice silkworm. TCH, it's still my own prowess that matters. Don't interrupt, Ice Empress huffed. That 400,000, your soul ring grants 2 soul skills, 1 offensive, 1 defensive. You'll experience their effects firsthand soon enough. She then added with a touch of pride. As for the soul bone, the torso bone also bestows 2 skills. One is a domain-type ability, the other an attack skill synergized with the domain. Her tone shifted slightly regretful. However, these skills are immensely powerful and will drain your soul force considerably. At your current level, cycling through all 4 in succession would be nearly impossible. For skills, Huo Yuhao gasped in awe. 3 of them possessed offensive attributes, a tremendous boon for her. Her Spirit Eye's first 2 soul rings had only 1 attack-type skill, Soul Impact, which risked backlash against stronger opponents. Now, with these new abilities, she could finally stand alongside Gaoyuan in battle. The next time they encountered that red-clad madwoman, she could aid Gaoyuan and Gu Na. Ice Empress chuckled. Compose yourself, the benefits don't end there. Remember your right arm bone? I refined it slightly. It's now 100,000, your soul bone as well. W what? Also 100,000 years. Overwhelmed with joy, Huo Yuhao struggled to articulate her thoughts. The earlier agony seemed trivial in comparison. Indeed, though elevated to 100,000 years, it retains only 1 soul skill, but quite different from the original. Ice Empress winked, revealing her surprise, channeling soul force into her right arm. Huo Yuhao summoned a crystalline ice sword, its blade radiating an aura of extreme cold, the essence of ultimate ice. Even Gaoyuan shivered involuntarily at its chilling presence. Tianming mentioned you've been learning swordplay from Gaoyuan, so I tailored this skill accordingly. Do you like it? Ice Empress chimed. I love it. I love it so much. Tears welled in Huo Yuhao's eyes. This was the finest gift she'd ever received. No need for tears, just glad you're pleased. Flustered by her emotional outburst, Ice Empress fumbled for words. And no, I'm just overwhelmed. Thank you, all of you. Nestling against Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao wiped her tears. Sister Ice, Sister Tianming, Brother Gaoyuan, having you all is the greatest blessing. Amid her elation, realization struck. Wait, I haven't acquired the 3rd soul ring for my Spirit Eyes yet. Tianming interjected. After Ice Empress enhancements, your physique has improved dramatically, coupled with your mental fortitude. I believe you're ready for a 10,000 year soul ring. A 10,000 year ring? Gaoyuan frowned. Isn't that too risky? Huo Yuhao smiled, gently cupping his face. Trust me. Precisely. And with me here, nothing will go wrong, Tianming declared confidently. Very well. What about your Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion? Will you seek rings for it? Gaoyuan, being a twin-souled practitioner himself, understood the conventional wisdom. Delay rings for the 2nd soul to secure higher tier ones later. Yet Xiao Xiao's example had shown another path, cultivating both souls simultaneously for faster advancement, albeit with less extreme ring configurations but greater versatility. I'll follow your path. Focus on Spirit Eyes first, then add rings to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion later, Huo Yuhao decided. This way, I can minimize its use and avoid exposing that absurd first ring. She cast a grateful glance at Ice Empress, who proudly waved a pincer. Still, don't hesitate to wield your 2nd soul when needed, Tianming interjected. Why ask that? Huo Yuhao blinked. Have you forgotten me? With my power, you can alter your ring colors at will. Remember your 1,000 year 2nd ring? Tianming teased. Oh, Right. Come, we should begin hunting for your third ring. A 10. 000. Your mental type soul beast 1T be easy to find, Gaoyuan said, rising and dusting snow from his clothes. Nodding. Huo Yuhao packed her belongings and instinctively activated spiritual detection sharing. Both froze in astonishment. Previously, her detection range had spanned only 300, 500 meters, extending to a kilometer in one direction. Now, its omnidirectional reach neared a full kilometer. How is this possible? Gaoyuan gazed at Huo Yuhao with a hint of surprise. However, the ethereal Tianming, appearing beside them, proudly elucidated, during the fusion process. I took the liberty of expanding Yuhan's sea of spirit. Now it has nearly doubled in size, allowing her second spirit ring to exhibit effects akin to that of a 10,000-year-old. Listening to Tianming's explanation, Gaoyuan affectionately ruffled Huo Yuhan's small head, saying, "You've worked hard." Huo Yuhao smiled, enveloped in a singular sensation, happiness. Dressed in thin garments, she stood in stark contrast to Gaoyuan's heavy winter coat. After all, how could the bearer of the extreme ice martial soul fear the cold? The uniquely paired duo strolled across the icy plains of the far north, making their way toward Shrek Academy while simultaneously searching for a suitable soul beast for Huo Yuhan's third spirit ring. On the opposite side of the ice field, three figures hurriedly traversed the desolate expanse of the far north, clad only in light clothing, seemingly unperturbed by the biting chill. Each of their appearances was distinct. The leader bore a heavy beard, his sunken eyes deeply embedded in his gaunt cheeks, exuding an aura of desolation. The second figure appeared somewhat younger and possessed an ordinary visage, though his prominent nose and slightly pointed ears lent him an air of peculiarity. The final individual, stout and rotund, not on a piece of animal limb, revealing the 5 fingers at the end of the appendage upon closer inspection. Despite their diverse styles, the one unifying trait among them was the palpable aura of malevolence that surrounded them. "Brother Gaoyuan, there's another corpse ahead," Huo Yuhao exclaimed, pointing towards a fallen soul beast in the distance. She could discern a purple spirit ring hovering above the carcass, indicating it had been slain not long ago. Gaoyuan ascended to investigate, and it was much the same as a few days prior. The corpses of these soul beasts were remarkably intact, with the sole exception of their hearts. Huo Yuhao had completed her martial soul fusion 2 days ago, and during this time, they traversed the icy plains while searching for suitable soul beasts, having discovered no fewer than 50 corpses, some belonging to soul beasts, others to humans. The corpses of the soul beasts were uniformly devoid of hearts, with all other parts remaining intact. Today, they stumbled upon the solitary corpse bearing a floating soul ring, indicating that the group responsible for slaying the soul beast was not far off. The human remains, however, were far more gruesome, missing both brains and limbs. Initially, they surmised that the humans had been devoured by the soul beasts, yet each human corpse was accompanied by a soul beast body nearby, and the manner of death appeared strikingly similar. They began to entertain a chilling hypothesis. Perhaps these individuals had not fallen victim to soul beast attacks. It is crucial to understand that in these desolate regions, the most perilous threats are often not the soul beasts, but rather other humans. Consequently, they proceeded with heightened caution. Despite their intent to circumvent danger, they encountered yet another corpse of a soul beast adorned with a soul ring. Huo Yuhao whispered, "Gaoyuan, we must remain vigilant. These individuals seem exceedingly brutal." Gaoyuan gazed at the lifeless body before him, nodding slightly as he spoke. "We must remain vigilant. Activate your mental detection share at all times, and observe our surroundings as thoroughly as possible." With that, the two of them resumed their journey, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, paying closer attention to the environment around them. "Boss, it seems we've been discovered," a voice echoed in Gaoyuan's ear. This voice was not intended for conversation, yet it seemed to deliberately reach his ears. From behind, the voice originated from the rear. Gaoyuan swiftly pulled Huo Yuhao close and leaped into the air, the flight-type soul guidance device on his back instantly activating as they fled forward. According to Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, the area behind them for nearly a kilometer should have been completely empty, yet a voice reached them. This could only mean one of two things. Either the person's spiritual power far surpassed Huo Yuhao's, allowing them to evade her detection, or they had already spotted the duo from beyond the range of her spiritual detection sharing and deliberately taunted them. In either case, the conclusion was the same. This person's strength far exceeded theirs, and worse, they were not alone. At least 2 others lurked nearby. Do these 2 really think they can escape? A different voice sneered. "Boss, leave them to me," a third voice chimed in, dripping with hunger. "It's been so long since I've tasted such fresh prey, those well-toned muscles." And that untouched little girl, oh, they must be absolutely delicious. 3 figures streaked across the sky like meteors, cutting off their path. Clad in tattered black robes stained with blood, the trio loomed before them. Gaoyuan halted, pulling Huo Yuhao to a stop, and, upon discerning the figure before them, coldly remarked, "A malevolent soul master?" Malevolent soul masters constitute a rather peculiar category of soul masters within the realm of Douluo Continent, notorious for their wicked martial spirits and even more brutal cultivation methods. Among the 3 Douluo preceding them, one practiced the gruesome art of consuming hearts for cultivation, another feasted upon human flesh, and the last thrived by siphoning blood. The cultivation methods employed by malevolent soul masters are malevolent indeed, and their tactics are exceedingly ruthless, rendering their soul skills nearly impossible to defend against. One of them let out a sinister chuckle, declaring, "I find your bodies quite appealing. I shall gladly accept them." Before Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao could react, a terrifying black giant python ascended into the sky as a dense shroud of black clouds began to coalesce overhead. A resounding roar echoed, and in an instant, Gaoyuan completed the manifestation of his martial spirit. Huo Yuhao, showing no hesitation, retrieved her meticulously prepared 3rd-level fixed soul guidance device and directed it towards the ominous serpent. However, as the fixed soul guidance cannonball neared the colossal black python, the very fabric of space began to warp. It was not the force of spatial power at play, but rather an immense surge of soul power compressing the space around it. In an instant, the cannonball was crushed to dust by this overwhelming soul energy. 9 soul rings, shimmering in hues of purple and black, materialized around the figure. A tidal Douluo, a malevolent soul master of tidal Douluo caliber. Gaoyuan inwardly exclaimed in dismay. Both he and Huo Yuhao were among the most formidable beings of their caliber. However, in the presence of a tidal Douluo, they paled in comparison. Moreover, this adversary was an evil soul master, whose methods were often enigmatic and unfathomable. Yet, with no alternative, Gaoyuan propelled himself forward, his body akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards the ominous black serpent, his claws extending to unleash the tear of heaven. Remarkably, the tidal Douluo perceived the might of this attack. Yet a sinister chuckle escaped his lips, for despite its formidable nature, it was trivial in the face of overwhelming power. The serpent, with a flick of its tail, struck out towards Gaoyuan. Simultaneously, Huo Yuhao unleashed the skill bestowed upon her by her Ice Emperor's 10,000-year spirit ring, Ice Emperor's Claw. Her hands and forearms instantaneously hardened, transforming into claw-like appendages, enveloped in a layer of diamond-like crystal. Guided by her flying soul device, she charged at the colossal serpent, wielding her claws as weapons. However, before either of them could even make contact with the beast, they were swept away by its tail, sent flying several dozen meters, and ultimately tumbled across the ground for more than 10 rolls before regaining their footing. Gaoyuan surveyed the situation before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Was it truly his fate to perish here? He turned to look at Huo Yuhao, who lay on the ground with blood still staining the corner of her mouth. And it seemed he had made a silent resolve. "Yuhao, are you all right?" Gaoyuan stumbled to his feet and rushed to her side, inquiring with concern. "I'm fine." "Focus on the enemy," Huo Yuhao replied, her gaze fixed on the distant giant python. TSK, your bond is indeed profound. Fear not, for I shall ensure you reunite within my belly. Chapter 78. Who art thou? Gaoyuan swiftly pulled Huo Yuhao and soared away into the distance. "Humph. Overestimating your own abilities," a sinister voice sneered. At that very moment, an inky shadow, moving with uncanny speed, lunged toward Gaoyuan's back. Gaoyuan's eyes flashed as he swiftly turned and threw a punch to meet the oncoming shadowy figure. A tremendous force surged forth, instantly sending Gaoyuan's body flying back dozens of meters. "Xiao Yuhan, hand over control of your body to me," Tian Ming's voice echoed in Huo Yuhao's mind. Huo Yuhao nodded without hesitation, relinquishing control to Tian Ming. At this moment, the 2 humans and 2 beasts were bound together like grasshoppers on a single string, their fates intertwined, rising and falling together. Bing Di knew her combat style relied heavily on close-quarters combat, so taking control of Huo Yuhan's body would be futile. But Tian Ming was different, her strength lay in spiritual power. Even a tidal Douluo might not necessarily possess formidable spiritual defenses, so entrusting Tian Ming with control gave them a fighting chance. Suddenly, a golden light gleamed in Huo Yuhan's eyes. Within Huo Yuhan's spiritual sea, 4 of the 8 seals had already shattered. Tian Ming summoned the power that had been sealed away. Instantly, Huo Yuhan's second soul ring ignited, releasing a nearly tangible spiritual assault that struck the tidal Douluo head-on. "Damn brat. The titled Douluo felt as if his skull had been smashed by a hammer weighing 100,000 pounds. His head throbbed with unbearable agony. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Seizing the opportunity, Gaoyuan activated his flight-type soul tool and lunged forward, delivering a vicious claw strike to the Douluo's head. Simultaneously, the Golden Tree's first soul skill activated triple rings. 3 radiant rings pierced through the Dark Soul Master's body. The Golden Tree seemed to awaken with vitality, greedily devouring the malevolent energy emanating from the evil Soul Master as if it were the finest nourishment. Gaoyuan felt an incessant flow of murderous intent from the evil Soul Master being transformed into his own soul power by the Golden Tree within him, even suggesting a potential breakthrough in his soul power level. However, he could not afford to dwell on this now. Seizing the opportunity while Tianming launched an attack on the titled Douluo, he aimed to eliminate the evil Soul Master. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared before Gaoyuan, 2 individuals from the group who had refrained from engaging. The third one is also ineffective, one of the figures remarked disdainfully, and immediately a surge of soul power was directed at Gaoyuan. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was once again sent flying. The soul rings of the 2 figures became visible, rivaling those of the first titled Douluo, both of whom were also titled Douluos. A chill ran through Gaoyuan's heart as he pivoted midair, soaring directly towards Huo Yuhao. Tianming, you must take control of Huo Yuhao's body and flee. Return to Shrek City, where the evil Soul Masters dare not act recklessly. Gaoyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke. As he uttered these words, he removed a ring that he had always worn on his hand. This was a keepsake left to him by his father, containing all his possessions to date. He grasped Huo Yuhan's hand and slipped the ring onto her delicate finger. Live well, Gaoyuan gently urged. But what about you? Tianming's voice resonated. Gaoyuan cast a somewhat desolate glance at the 3 Douluo and remarked, You may leave. I can hold them off. Tianming's voice quivered slightly. There is no time for further words. I entrust you with Yuhan. Gaoyuan gently pushed Huo Yuhan's body, realizing the gravity of the situation. Tianming turned back to look at Gaoyuan, a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes. Yet, with a resolute bite of her lip, she soared into the air. Perhaps bolstered by Tianming's formidable power, the 2 might have stood a chance against a single titled Douluo, but they were faced with 3. Moreover, the strength of the other 2 was entirely on par with that of the Black Python Douluo. Although Tianming was uncertain of the means by which Gaoyuan intended to thwart the 3 titled Douluo, she had no choice but to place her trust in his words. Meanwhile, in the sea of consciousness, Huo Yuhao had already succumbed to tears, pleading with Tianming to release her, insisting that she would not flee alone. However, what everyone failed to notice was that a faint gray light emanated from Huo Yuhao, darting towards Gaoyuan, only to vanish in an instant. The 3 black-robed evil spirit masters observed Huo Yuhao's flight with an air of amusement, a smirk playing on their lips. Is this what they call love? They sneered. They were in no rush, for their greatest pleasure lay in witnessing the despair of their victims before death, a veritable delight for them. The sight of desperate struggles and the poignant sighs of those facing their end was, in their eyes, an exquisite spectacle. Gaoyuan straightened his posture and gazed at the trio before him, clutching a faint glimmer of golden light in his hand. His eyes betrayed a palpable disdain and hatred towards the 3 individuals. I am truly sorry, he thought. It seems I am ultimately unable to fulfill my mission. I hope that Huo Yuhao can live on well, and also Guna. Memories of his time in the Douluo Continent flashed through Gaoyuan's mind like a fleeting panorama. He felt a deep reluctance to part from this world, for it harbored those he genuinely wished to protect. Yet, do you truly believe you can escape? The leader of the cloaked figures surged forward in the direction where Tianming and the others had departed. A radiant golden light suddenly erupted from Gaoyuan, emanating an aura that seemed alien to this world. His body grew at a visibly astonishing pace, and his gaze gradually became more vacant. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it could have been merely a fleeting moment. Gaoyuan transformed from the appearance of a youth into that of a middle-aged man, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with an icy detachment. Stop! Gaoyuan's authoritative voice resonated, and in that instant, the cloaked figure appeared to be weighed down by an immense force, rendered utterly immobile. When Gaoyuan arrived at the Douluo Continent, he chose to seal away his divine powers and consciousness. However, at that moment, he could no longer restrain himself. He had touched the very seal he had placed on his strength. He understood that the moment he wielded this power would signify the conclusion of his journey on the Douluo Continent. The 3 sinister soul masters clad in black robes stared at Gaoyuan as if they had encountered a phantom, bewildered by how this seemingly trifling 3-ringed individual could suddenly emanate such a terrifying aura. The leader among them, whose soul power had surpassed level 95 long ago, had never experienced such a sense of helplessness even when facing a limit Douluo. A chilling thought immediately surged into their minds. God. Surely, only a deity could exude such a horrifying presence. Before Gaoyuan, they felt as insignificant as mere ants. Gaoyuan gently raised his right hand, and just as he was about to bring it down, 3 bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, instantly obliterating the 3 figures cloaked in black. Gaoyuan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon a young man clad in white robes in the distance. Suddenly, a divine power enveloped the youth, and a chilling voice echoed, "Who art thou?" In chapter 79, is that true? Guna, seated in the classroom and listening to Wang Yan's eloquent discourse, found her mind drifting. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her as she stared out the window, lost in thought. Wang Yan, noticing Guna's distraction, chose not to comment further, recognizing that the knowledge being imparted held little significance for her current level of understanding. Abruptly, a pang of anguish gripped Guna's heart, compelling her to clutch her chest as she sensed Gaoyuan, seemingly miles away, wielding the martial spirit of the Golden Dragon King. Ever since she and Gaoyuan had formed a martial spirit fusion technique, she had been able to distinctly feel his utilization of the Golden Dragon King's powers, regardless of distance. During Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhan's journey to the far north, she had sensed his use of the Golden Dragon King's martial spirit multiple times. Yet none had caused such a heart-wrenching sensation. Worry clouded Guna's eyes. Had something unfortunate befallen him? Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, Wang Dong experienced a sudden flutter in his heart, inexplicably reminded of his roommate who had departed nearly a month prior. Beside a girl lying on her bed were 2 diminutive phantoms, one resembling a small silkworm and the other a tiny scorpion. At last, after 5 days and nights of travel, we have returned to Shrek City. Tianmeng's voice conveyed a hint of fatigue. The Ice Emperor gazed compassionately at Huo Yuhan, who lay sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber, and remarked, "I never anticipated that Gaoyuan could indeed thwart those 3 malevolent soul masters. I wonder how Huo Yuhan will react upon awakening." Sighing, the Ice Emperor continued, "That little girl has worn herself out these past few days. I employed a few subtle tactics to ensure she could rest properly." Tianmeng glanced at the Ice Emperor, her expression tinged with helplessness. As they departed, they had sensed a formidable wave of soul power behind them, accompanied by a hint of natural energy, yet they dared not linger, aware that a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Observing Huo Yuhan, whose brow was furrowed in her sleep, the Ice Emperor sighed again, pondering how to broach the subject with her upon awakening. If all goes well, Gaoyuan should be. Tianmeng also felt a sense of helplessness, recognizing that they had indeed exchanged Gaoyuan's life to save their own. Upon Huo Yuhan's awakening, we must persuade her earnestly. If she were to suffer any misfortune, Gaoyuan's sacrifice would be in vain. Before leaving, he entrusted her care to us, Tianmeng declared. After a full day of slumber, Huo Yuhan finally stirred. Sitting quietly on the bed without uttering a word, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls that had slipped from their string, falling upon the bed. As she surveyed the familiar surroundings, her heart ached. This was the small courtyard where she had spent 5 years with Gaoyuan. The decorations within evoked memories of the young boy who had once shielded her. Once again, she felt utterly inadequate. This had always been the case, in her youth and now. Why had she persistently hidden beneath the protective wing of Gaoyuan? If not for her, her elder brother would not have left the duke's estate. If not for her, he would not have ventured to the far north or encountered those 3 sinister soul masters. Though she struggled to accept it, she knew deep down that her beloved Gaoyuan might never return. "Yuhan, do not torment yourself thus." Tianmeng's voice broke through her reverie. "I understand your heart aches, but do not subject yourself to this suffering. Please, eat something." "Indeed, little Yuhan, if Gaoyuan were to see you in this state, it would surely sadden him," the Ice Emperor chimed in. Both of them, unaccustomed to comforting others, endeavored to soften their tones. Huo Yuhan gazed at the ring adorning her finger, aware that it was the very ring her elder brother had never removed, a keepsake from his father. The sight of the ring stirred memories of when she was 7 years old, the moment Gaoyuan had produced a foundational guide to soul tools from within it, initiating her arduous journey into the world of soul tool mastery. Gaoyuan is truly a fool. Despite his own inability to learn, he insists that I must, employing the most rudimentary methods to compel me to memorize passages. If I falter, he resorts to striking my hand. Yet, each time, he raises his hand high and lets it fall gently, as if he has never truly inflicted pain upon me. Nevertheless, he remains a foolish and wicked elder brother. Reflecting on that year when I was 8, I recall my first encounter with a picture book, captivated by the touching stories and exquisite illustrations. Instead of studying the Soul Guide, I secretly indulged in the book, only to have many confiscated by Gaoyuan when he discovered my secret. Fortunately, my allowance was ample. At 9, I remember an incident when he removed his storage Soul Guide while bathing. Curiosity led me to inspect its contents, and indeed, Gaoyuan was not as serious as he pretended, while he chastised me for my obsession with picture books. His storage was filled with martial arts novels and a few magazines featuring provocatively dressed women. He wore a facade of propriety, yet secretly harbored such tastes. I vividly recall the moment Gaoyuan realized I had peered into his storage Soul Guide, and Huo Yuhao could not suppress her laughter. It seemed from that point on, Gaoyuan never parted with his storage Soul Guide, not even during bathing. Tianming and Bingdi observed Huo Yuhao, who had recently been weeping profusely, suddenly break into laughter, intensifying their concern. But did you know, upon discovering your fondness for sheer black stockings, I too secretly purchased several pairs, intending to wear them for you? Alas, it appears you shall not have the pleasure of seeing them. Wiping her tears, Huo Yuhao infused her soul power into a ring, just as she had done 3 years prior, and beheld the millions of gold soul coins Gaoyuan had saved for them, warming her heart. For she knew he had prepared for their future training needs. She spotted the confiscated picture book tucked away in a corner and felt a pang of regret. Had she applied herself to her studies back then, she might have spared Gaoyuan considerable worry. Finally, her gaze fell upon the small, broken pieces of dry rations he had prepared, and she could no longer hold back her tears. It was in the extreme north where Gaoyuan, witnessing her struggle to chew the hard rations, had used his strength to break them into manageable pieces for her ease of consumption. Tianming and Bingdi rushed to comfort Huo Yuhao as she cried, "Little Yuhao, do you know? After ascending to divinity, one can resurrect the deceased." Bingdi's voice whispered in her ear. Huo Yuhao looked up at the little scorpion, stunned as if struck by lightning. "Is it true?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Indeed, it is true. It is said that a deity from 10,000 years ago once resurrected a departed soul. The power of the divine is formidable. You must not lose hope. Gaoyuan sacrificed himself for us, and we must live on for his sake." The little scorpion gently patted Huo Yuhao's head. Chapter 80. I am the heavenly Tao. Who are you? Gaoyuan's gaze fixed upon the young man in the white robe. "I am the heavenly Tao." The voice emanating from the diminutive figure was incongruous with his appearance, imbued with a sacred authority. "Humph, what a charade," Gaoyuan retorted, pointing at the young man, his fingertip gathering divine power. "I shall grant you another opportunity for self-introduction." Typically, he would eliminate those who dared mock him. Yet he was on the verge of departing Douluo Continent, and this youth seemed formidable. By Douluo God realm standards, he was at least a divine king. If he could be persuaded to protect Huo Yuhao and the others in his stead, it might prove to be a wise choice. The young man in white, upon witnessing the divine power converging at Gaoyuan's fingertip, was overcome with emotion, kneeling before him and bowing deeply in reverence. Taken aback, Gaoyuan pondered the lack of stature among the divine kings of the Douluo world. With just a gesture, they were reduced to such humility? Truly, this young man embodied the heavenly Tao of this realm. The white-robed youth, tears brimming in his eyes, pointed towards a mountain peak, and in an instant, a divine thunderbolt struck down. Gaoyuan beheld the celestial thunder, and with his prowess, he discerned that this bolt was devoid of any divine or soul power, as if it were simply meant to exist in that moment. This was the essence of the heavenly Tao. Observing this, Gaoyuan nodded and, with a flick of his divine energy, conjured a chair and seated himself, inquiring, "The heavenly Tao is inherently devoid of consciousness. Why do you differ?" The young man, who claimed to embody the heavenly Tao, spoke reverently. "The lesser Tao, like the heavenly Taos of other realms, operates without consciousness throughout the cosmos. However, tens of thousands, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of years ago, during a cataclysmic explosion in the divine realm, a fragment of divine awareness fused with the essence of my lesser Tao, thus granting it consciousness. Then, why have you manifested here today?" Gaoyuan's gaze sharpened upon the youth. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed deity. Since sensing a trace of your divine thought entering the Douluo Continent over a decade ago, I have diligently sought you. Upon perceiving your presence today, I hastened to arrive." The young man elucidated. "Oh, I see. Come forth, Ilex." Gaoyuan cast a glance at the gray aura that lingered at his waist. Instantly, The gray luminescence that had just concealed itself around Gaoyuan began to coalesce, forming a grayish silhouette. With a flick of his finger, Gaoyuan infused a surge of pure divine power into the gray figure. The gray figure couldn't help but utter a gasp, as it felt itself healing at a visibly rapid pace. Take a moment to truly experience this divine energy. For you, it is akin to a miraculous transformation. Gaoyuan's voice echoed. Ilex offered no response, instead immersing himself in the sensation of his own metamorphosis. Gaoyuan turned around and gazed at the respectful figure of the young man who called himself the Heavenly Path, inquiring, "What business do you have with me?" The young man, with a voice tinged with emotion, replied, "I have a matter to request. Ever since I became conscious, I have diligently devoted myself to the elevation plan of the Douluo Continent. You must know that for the Heavenly Path, the overall elevation of the continent is the paramount objective." To Gaoyuan's astonishment, the young man, who identified himself as the Heavenly Path, began to weep copiously, exclaiming, "It was 10,000 years ago. Is this true?" Gaoyuan's cold voice interrupted, for he had not anticipated such a method existed. "Indeed, esteemed deity, otherwise. Why would the Sun and Moon continent have collided with the Douluo Continent 4,000 years ago? There is a reason for everything. That colossal impact resulted in the deaths of billions," the Heavenly Path explained. "Yet, I can only be confined to this realm of the Douluo Continent, rendering me powerless. Thus, I can only concentrate the fortunes of the continent into a single individual, as you must also be aware." After comprehending that divine power, Ilex quietly listened to the discourse of the young man in white who referred to himself as the Heavenly Path. Due to the constraints of the rules, I have little time left to remain in the Douluo Continent, Gaoyuan sighed. "Esteemed deity, I possess a method to help you reseal your divine consciousness. Behold this," the young man said, presenting a lotus flower before Gaoyuan. Gaoyuan cast a glance at the lotus flower, exclaiming in astonishment, "The 9 nether-color lotus? With this, a renewed sealing is indeed feasible. This treasure, acquired by the Taoist during his travels across the world, is surely of significance to the supreme deity." A hint of pride flickered across the young man's face. "In that case, I shall graciously accept it." With a flick of his hand, the colorful lotus vanished from sight. "Now, it is time to discuss how you wish for me to assist you." The Taoist had no other requests, merely hoping that the supreme deity would take the daughter of destiny to the divine realm to aid in resolving his fundamental issues. The Heavenly Path spoke respectfully, "If possible, I hope the supreme deity will refrain from meddling in the conflicts among the 3 great nations of the continent, allowing events to unfold naturally and hastening the completion of unification." Gaoyuan cast a glance at the Heavenly Path and inquired, "Is the Holy Spirit sect also beyond reproach?" No, as the Soul Master, you may act as you wish. They are merely his minions, not worthy of lament." The Heavenly Path hastily clarified. "Very well," Gaoyuan said, narrowing his eyes as he turned his attention to Ilex. "Have you achieved understanding?" "I have experienced moments of enlightenment, yet remain ensnared in confusion." Seeking the divine's clarification, Ilex revealed, a hint of madness glinting in his gaze, for the divine power he had just encountered had utterly dismantled his prior conception of deities. "Then I shall pose a question. What is a god?" Gaoyuan asked. "One who can grasp the sun and moon, plucking the stars from the heavens with ease." Ilex articulated his previous thoughts, though uncertainty now clouded his conviction. Not so. They are ultimately human, merely possessing greater strength. They are not gods, but formidable individuals. Including Tang San, he remains human. After all, Gaoyuan remarked with keen interest as he regarded Ilex. "And what, then, constitutes a god?" Gaoyuan remained silent. With a mere flick of his hand, a dark fissure emerged, leaving Tiandao and Ilakusu in utter astonishment. Within that chasm, their perception was void, devoid of time, space, and elements. It was an absolute nothingness. Ilakusu murmured, "Is it truly achievable?" The figure within the painting, "I have liberated myself from the canvas, becoming the one who wields the brush." The figure within the painting, ha 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 ha. "I comprehend now. We are but mere figures within the art. Ha 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 ha. What significance does immense power hold? Even if one grasps the sun and moon and plucks the stars, what does it matter? A mere tear from the brush wielder, and the artwork ceases to exist. So this is divinity." Ilakusa chuckled with a hint of exhilaration, his eyes betraying a touch of madness, as he sensed a profound epiphany dawning upon him. Gaoyuan gazed at the fervent Ilex and remarked, "The profound truths of the universe cannot be grasped in a mere moment. Ultimately, one must come to comprehend them through personal reflection." The divine being then extended a small pouch, saying, "This is a token of the minor path. As long as you gently squeeze this pouch, I shall be able to perceive your essence." Gaoyuan nodded and put it away. The small path then took the lead. "Oh, by the way, remember to take the storage soul guide devices from those evil soul masters. There may be surprises." After speaking, the figure in white vanished without a trace. Glancing towards the direction where the heavenly Tao had disappeared, Gaoyuan then turned his gaze to the somewhat excited Ilex beside him. Gathering a shard of divine power at his fingertips, he said, "Keep this divine power safe. It will be of use in the future." As he spoke, the divine power flew towards Ilex. "I have one request for you. Protect Yuhuan until she ascends to divinity. Is that agreeable?" Gaoyuan asked Ilex. "The divine being imparts profound truths. I am immensely grateful and shall comply without hesitation," Ilex replied, still immersed in the astonishment from earlier. "Since that is settled, I trust you are wise enough to discern which words ought to be spoken and which should remain unuttered," Gaoyuan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Ilex. "Go now. Reassure Yuhuan of her safety. I shall return in a few days." Chapter 81. Storage Soul Guide Devices. Watching Ilex's figure gradually fade, Gaoyuan casually waved his hand, and the 3 storage soul guide devices of the evil soul masters found their way into his grasp. He was too disinterested to investigate their contents, after all. Since that little heavenly Tao mentioned surprises, the items should be of considerable worth. He searched for a cave nearby, gazing at the 9 nether colorful lotus in his hands. As the scribe, how could he linger within the painting for long? He now sensed that all things around him were repelling him. The most pressing task was to complete the sealing of his divine power and divine consciousness. Sitting cross-legged, the 9 nether colorful lotus appeared before him. As a surge of divine power slowly infused into it, 3 days had passed, and Gaoyuan had maintained his cross-legged position for a full 3 days. During this time, with the aid of the 9 nether colorful lotus, he sealed his divine power within his Pantheon, feeling his body return to its former state before arriving in the extreme north, finally revealing a faint smile. Through his exchanges with the heavenly Tao, he learned that the collision between the Sun-Moon continent and the Douluo Continent 4,000 years ago was not a natural occurrence, but rather orchestrated by someone, or perhaps a deity pulling the strings behind the scenes. This so-called deity was also watching over the entire Douluo Continent. Gaoyuan's martial soul was derived from a sealed object in the divine realm. However, the heavenly Tao possessed limited knowledge regarding matters of the divine realm. According to the heavenly Tao, the moment he first unleashed his golden dragon martial soul 5 years prior, he had already drawn the attention of the Douluo divine realm. This ripple, in fact, was sensed by the heavenly Tao, which had aided him in concealing his actions from divine scrutiny all these years. Initially, Gaoyuan felt a sense of gratitude towards this assistance. However, upon discovering that Wang Dong's fusion with his martial soul was orchestrated by the same entity, his gratitude dissipated into thin air. Gaoyuan inquired of the heavenly path whether it was aware of the identity of Wang Dong's daughter, to which the heavenly path defiantly retorted that the tale of the devoted daughter was not lacking in merit. Despite its resilient demeanor, the heavenly path's obstinacy was merely a surface trait. The rest of its essence was decidedly pliable. Yet, these matters belonged to a bygone era. Although Gaoyuan felt a sense of discontent, he was powerless to alter the situation, for the heavenly path was impervious to destruction. Save for the complete annihilation of this world, it was conceivable to obliterate its consciousness, but upon further exploration, Gaoyuan discerned that a fragment of divine awareness, dating back millennia, had long since amalgamated with the primordial forces of the Douluo Continent. Unless he were to obliterate the entire Douluo Continent, given sufficient time, that consciousness would inevitably re-emerge. As for the destruction of the Douluo Continent, that was preposterous. Although he could easily accomplish such a feat, for him, dismantling a world was akin to tearing a canvas. It was evidently not a course he would pursue. The sole regret in this endeavor was Ilex. Gaoyuan had already sensed a trace of Ilex's divine essence lingering within him, a testament to Ilex's desire to assist him in times of peril. Consequently, he bestowed upon Ilex a modicum of fortune. His initial intention was to enlist the aid of one of the 3 malevolent soul masters to aid in the reconstruction of Ilex's corporeal form, allowing him to serve as a guardian for Huo Yuhao in his absence. While it was likely that Ilex's strength would not rival that of the Douluo deities, traversing the Douluo continent would pose no significant challenge. However, who could have anticipated that the heavenly path would unleash 3 bolts of lightning? reducing those unfortunate souls to mere ashes. Lacking a physical body, although Gaoyuan possessed the divine power to fashion a new form for Ilex, the endeavor would demand considerable time, akin to making minor adjustments to an existing painting versus creating an entirely new figure upon the canvas. He was uncertain if he could endure long enough to assist Ilex in forging a new body. Thus, he chose not to broach the subject, hoping for a future opportunity to lend his aid. Having clarified certain matters, Gaoyuan proceeded to examine the 3 storage soul tools before him. Each of these tools possessed a commendable level of quality. While others might not fully appreciate their significance, Gaoyuan understood that storage soul tools were categorized by rank, determined not by the capacity of their storage space, but rather by the grade of the soul tools they could encapsulate. Indeed, soul tools ranked 8 or lower could be stored within any storage soul tool, whereas those ranked 8 and above imposed stricter requirements. Utilizing a tool of insufficient caliber could either damage the superior soul tool or shatter the inferior storage device. Thus, storage soul tools were classified into 3 tiers: ordinary, 8th rank, and 9th rank. The implications were straightforward. Thus far, no 10th rank soul tools had been discovered. Among the 3 storage soul tools in Gaoyuan's possession, 2 were of the 8th rank and 1 of the 9th rank. The 2 8th rank storage soul tools commanded prices exceeding 1 million gold soul coins at auction, while the 9th rank tool was a coveted item, valued beyond mere currency. Gaoyuan infused his soul power into several storage soul guides. Although these 3 soul guides were originally sealed, rendering them impervious to external scrutiny, he had long since dispelled the seals upon acquiring them. Upon channeling his soul power into the 2 8th grade storage soul guides, he felt a tinge of disappointment. While there were indeed a few scattered gold soul coins and 2 soul bones that appeared to be over 10,000 years old, both bones were heavily tainted by the aura of evil soul masters. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary soul master to absorb them unless the malevolent essence was purged. Gaoyuan suddenly realized that during his battle with those 3 malevolent soul masters, the Golden Tree martial spirit exhibited a remarkable efficacy against the aura of the evil soul masters. He closed his eyes to sense the fluctuations in his soul power. And indeed, he had broken through, reaching the 37th level. Gaoyuan grasped one of the soul bones and summoned the extraordinary Golden Tree. A beam of golden light illuminated the soul bone, and in an instant, the Golden Tree seemed to come to life, eagerly drawing forth the malevolent energy from the soul bone. Ultimately, this energy transformed into a gentle stream of soul power that flowed into Gaoyuan's being. After the purification by the Golden Tree, the soul bone revealed its true form, the left leg bone of a 30,000-year-old Gale Shadow leopard. Gaoyuan, resolute in his determination, decided to leave no stone unturned and proceeded to purify another soul bone. This particular piece was a skull of a tiger leopard beast, estimated to be around 20,000 years old. Gaoyuan contentedly stored away these 2 soul bones. The storage soul guide still contained some nauseating severed limbs and remains, which he decisively incinerated with a single flame. Gazing upon the final 9th tier storage soul guide, Gaoyuan finally comprehended the thrill of unboxing mysteries. With a wisp of soul power infused into the device, he found only one item inside, a wooden pedestal inlaid with at least 100 gemstones of various hues. Upon this modest wooden base, a swirling mass of white mist hovered, restless and condensed, as if struggling to break free. Beneath it, the wooden pedestal continuously emanated a faint golden radiance, enveloping the turbulent mist and preventing its escape. Chapter 82. Yes, I have returned. Although Gaoyuan's understanding of soul-guiding devices does not surpass that of Huo Yuhao, he possesses a considerable knowledge of their varieties. Being one of the elite candidates in the Extreme Individual Soldier Program within the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. This is a ceiling-type soul-guiding device. Although he is not entirely certain of its name or specific grade, it is evident that this 9th-level storage soul-guiding device contains but a single item, indicating that it has been meticulously tailored for this ceiling-type soul-guiding device. A sudden thought flickered in Gaoyuan's mind. Could it be? However, his understanding of the Douluo Continent paled in comparison to the Ice Emperor and Dreams, 2 ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, he decided to stow away his belongings and prepare to return to Shrek Academy. In a quaint courtyard nestled on the outskirts of Shrek City, Huo Yuhao retrieved a plate of dumplings from the refrigerator, which she had prepared the previous day. Most likely, they were made for Gaoyuan, as she was well aware of his fondness for her dumplings, particularly those filled with chives and eggs. She harbored hopes that Gaoyuan would return to this little courtyard, Entering the kitchen, she ignited the stove, boiled water, and immersed the dumplings. She only cooked 5, as her appetite was quite small, perhaps a reflection of her petite stature or perhaps due to her melancholic mood. Once the dumplings were ready, she sat alone in the kitchen, consuming them. Her mouth was not large, yet the dumplings were sizable, for Gaoyuan had once remarked that one must take large bites to truly savor the dumplings. Since awakening, aside from her curiosity regarding becoming a deity to resurrect the deceased, Huo Yuhao had scarcely uttered a word. The Ice Emperor and Dream observed her distress, feeling helpless as to how to console the young girl before them. Meanwhile, the gray bead residing within Huo Yuhan's spiritual sea trembled, having forgotten an important matter. It had returned to Huo Yuhan's spiritual realm even before her awakening, yet she had still been in slumber. Thus, it began to contemplate the fragment of divine power bestowed upon it by Gaoyuan and became engrossed, forgetting to deliver a message of reassurance. It had just awakened and overheard Dream and the Ice Emperor mention that Huo Yuhao had remained in this state for a day and a night. Oh no, that person is formidable, a frail voice echoed in Huo Yuhan's mind. She paused, rubbing her eyes, doubting whether she was merely imagining things. She returned to her spiritual sea. Grayness engulfed her, and the gray bead, which had once been immersed there, had vanished, replaced by an elderly man draped in gray robes. A soothing wave of coolness enveloped Huo Yuhao, soothing her despondent feelings. Cheer up, young lady, the aged yet clear voice resonated within her spiritual sea, audible even to Dream and the Ice Emperor. Giving Gaoyuan's previous advice to disregard the gray bead, Dream remained vigilant, watching the figure of Ilex. I assure you, your brother Gaoyuan is alive and thriving. He will return here shortly, Ilex's aged voice reverberated in Huo Yuhan's mind. Who are you? Dream and the Ice Emperor exchanged puzzled glances at the elder in gray robes. My name is Ilex. As for my past, I wish not to elaborate, he replied. Ilex? Huo Yuhao inquired curiously, for he had declared Gaoyuan's safety. How do you know my brother is safe? When Dream controlled your body to depart, I left a fragment of my consciousness with Gaoyuan. Just as those 3 malevolent spirit masters were about to attack him, a passing powerful being intervened and vanquished them, thus saving Gaoyuan. Ilex patiently explained, acknowledging that it was not a mere fabrication, for indeed, that being was a formidable expert. Consciousness. Dream immediately grasped the crux of the matter. You mean you are? The elder's voice carried a hint of disdain. I should not belong to this world. Upon my demise, my soul's power was so immense that it tore through space, bringing me here, where I fortuitously encountered little Yuhan and you, the large insect, merging together, which captivated my attention. What large insect? I am not. Before Dream could finish, Ilex continued. I have left but a fragment of my consciousness and may reside in your spiritual sea for the foreseeable future. Rest assured, I bear you no ill will. It seems I shall be unable to part from you. His tone softened considerably. I will endeavor to assist you. Ilex felt immense gratitude for the fragment of divine power bestowed by Gaoyuan, who had also helped repair his own consciousness. Thus, he resolved to reciprocate and lend Huo Yuhao a helping hand. He had just sensed Huo Yuhan's memories, realizing that her accumulation of hatred ran deep, yet under Gaoyuan's influence, it had improved significantly. Nevertheless, it was still not a trivial matter, and he would need to exercise caution in the future. Ilex detected a familiar figure approaching from a distance, leaving her with the words, Your brother Gaoyuan is returning. Instantly, he transformed back into a gray bead, quietly residing within Huo Yuhan's spiritual sea. The grayness in her spiritual sea receded like a tide, restoring everything to normal in an instant. Huo Yuhao awakened from her spiritual realm. Why have you eaten so little? A familiar and melodious voice resonated. Huo Yuhao seemed to have cried all her tears for now. She could shed no more. She lifted her gaze towards the figure at the door, radiating the breath she had longed for day and night, and without a second thought, she dashed forward, burying her head in Gaoyuan's chest, her voice trembling as she asked, You really have returned? Yes, I have returned. Gaoyuan gazed down at the trembling Huo Yuhao and gently inquired, Did that elder Ilex not convey any messages of reassurance to you? The gray bead in Huo Yuhan's spiritual sea quivered slightly. Huo Yuhao nodded, replying, Elder Ilex is the old man named Ilex. He told me you were safe. Yet, at this moment, she still clung to Gaoyuan, unwilling to let go. She lightly rose on her toes, their lips meeting in a kiss. Tears finally flowed down her cheeks indeed. They were salty. After a long while, Huo Yuhao nestled in Gaoyuan's embrace and said, From now on, you must not leave me to face things alone, all right? Gaoyuan nodded, though he felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he would make the same choice again should a similar situation arise. Who saved you? We must repay him in the future, Huo Yuhao softly inquired. Yes, it was Elder Ilex. Do you know he is incredibly powerful? Huo Yuhao furrowed her brow. Listening to the starkly different narratives presented by Gaoyuan and Elder Ilex, her small head filled with profound confusion. Chapter 83. The Divine Creation Plan and a Personal Touch? Hey, Elder Ilex, come out and clarify. Little Yuhan's voice echoed in her spiritual sea. Elder Ilex had told Huo Yuhao that a mysterious, powerful figure had saved Gaoyuan. Yet Gaoyuan claimed that Elder Ilex had assisted in countering the three malevolent spirit masters. A shadow gradually emerged from Huo Yuhan's mind, materializing into a figure clad in gray robes within the room. Elder Ilex, I can't thank you enough. Gaoyuan observed with astonishment as Ilex seemingly emerged directly from Huo Yuhan's sea of consciousness. He hurriedly approached, sincerity etched across his face. Upon noticing Gaoyuan's subtle gesture, the elder coughed awkwardly and admitted, in that case, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, it was the fragment of my spiritual essence that rescued Gaoyuan. It is truly as such. Huo Yuhao cast a grateful glance at Ilex and addressed Gaoyuan. Elder, he has saved your life this time, which, in turn, has also saved mine. We must repay him in the future. No, it is unnecessary. Elder, he hastily waved his hand, acknowledging that Gaoyuan had already bestowed upon him much. Initially, Gaoyuan had utilized divine power to help him reconstruct his spiritual essence, which now could be deemed equivalent to that of the so-called gods of Douluo Continent. Furthermore, he had left behind a fragment of divine power, which, although it would prove invaluable in the future, was already immensely beneficial to him in the present. I have also acted out of concern for Xiao Yuhan. After all, I am currently residing within her sea of consciousness. Consider this as payment for rent, Elder E remarked, directing his gaze towards the two. How can that be? Huo Yuhao insisted. We will certainly assist you in the reconstruction of your physical form in the future. Her face was resolute. For the Sea of Consciousness already housed the Ice Emperor and the Dreaming Sky, in the addition of Elder E. Although both the Ice Emperor and Dreaming Sky were female, the presence of an elderly gentleman felt somewhat peculiar, despite his age. Seeing Huo Yuhan's unwavering determination, Ilex chose to refrain from further comment. Gaoyuan deftly shifted the topic, revealing an extraordinary ceiling platform shrouded in white mist from the 9th-level storage soul guide. Do you recognize this? He inquired, although Huo Yuhao shook her head. It was evident that Gaoyuan was not addressing her, but rather seeking insight from Ilex and the Ice Emperor, Tianming, among others. By heavens! A crisp voice echoed. Is this not the embryo of a 100,000-year soul beast? Tianming, transformed into a petite ice silkworm, was visibly stunned, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that this creature possessed ice attributes. The Ice Emperor, having overheard the conversation, emerged to gaze at the ceiling platform before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. 100,000-year soul beast embryo. The thought ignited a fervor within Gaoyuan, for he was aware that Huo Yuhao would acquire a soul spirit, the Snow Empress, the foremost among the three great kings of the extreme north, who was indeed sealed within an embryo. Indeed, I can sense it. This is unmistakably the embryo of a 100,000-year soul beast at the moment of its transformation into corporeality. Tianming's voice exuded excitement, for what did this signify? It heralded the potential for a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. As for compassion within the ranks of soul beasts, those ferocious creatures had never broached the subject of mercy when considering her as sustenance. The 100,000-year soul beasts, and even some 10,000-year soul beasts, had not hesitated to capture her, disregarding their kinship as soul beasts. The Ice Emperor, too, felt a flicker of intrigue. For she understood the implications of a 100,000-year soul beast embryo. It greatly enhanced their probability of success in the divine creation plan and significantly increased their chances of attaining immortality. As for the notion of camaraderie within the soul beast faction, that was a jest. Soul beasts thrived on the principle of the survival of the fittest. During her hunts, she never contemplated whether her prey belonged to the same category. As a superior soul beast, she never considered herself aligned with the lesser creatures. Nonetheless, she sensed a fleeting familiarity in the presence of the embryo, though it was but a transient feeling. Huo Yuhao cast a sympathetic glance at the embryo. What shall we do now? Tianming surveyed the four individuals beside her, considering the Ice Emperor as one among them. Gaoyuan found himself at a loss, pondering the implications of the Snow Empress's potential identity. Elder E shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, if you wish to absorb it now, I can certainly break it open. However, this could very well result in the wastage of a soul ring. Though Huo Yuhao possesses commendable physical prowess, Absorbing a soul ring of 100,000 years remains an arduous, if not impossible, task. Tianming nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the reality that for Huo Yuhao, the absorption of such an ancient soul ring was nearly unattainable. Moreover, a 100,000-year soul beast of the ice attribute was a rare find. It seemed that the most judicious choice would be to defer the absorption until Huo Yuhao reached the 8th or even 7th ring. With the support of Tianming and the Ice Emperor, they felt confident that when Huo Yuhao attained the rank of Soul Sage, she would undoubtedly be able to absorb the 100,000-year soul beast. At that juncture, the voice of the Ice Emperor broke the contemplation, suggesting, "Why not consider incorporating it into our divine creation plan? I believe that the benefits would far exceed those of merely absorbing a soul ring and a soul bone." After a brief pause, the Ice Emperor continued, "Given that it is of the ice attribute, and considering that those 3 malevolent soul masters encountered us in the extreme north, it is quite likely that their mission revolves around this embryo." A hint of pride flickered across the Ice Emperor's face as she asserted, "In the extreme north, I hold a modicum of influence. I am confident in my ability to persuade it. Furthermore, that small expanse of land is familiar to me, and I have some rapport with several soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Extending a helping hand to them is certainly feasible." Gaoyuan found himself somewhat in agreement with the Ice Emperor's statement, nodding thoughtfully. After all, if it truly were the Snow Emperor, such a notion appeared more reasonable. Moreover, hadn't the Ice Emperor professed her fondness for the Snow Emperor? Yet, this circumstance seemed to cast a shadow of pity upon Tianming. On the other hand, Huo Yuhao displayed a hint of reluctance. Her mind was already occupied by 3 entities, and the thought of adding another made her feel as though they could easily form a mahjong table. Why was there no game for 5 players? She protested inwardly. However, gazing upon this embryo, her hesitation grew. She pondered whether a 100,000-year soul beast ought to be classified as a mere soul beast, for they possessed human-like thoughts, emotions, and intellect. They were no longer the primitive beasts driven solely by base desires. From the perspective of sentient beings, she found herself growing sympathetic, especially since her mind already housed 4. One more hardly seemed excessive. Yet she quickly chastised herself, fearing it would transform her into the saint her brother Gaoyuan had described. Dismissing such considerations, she reflected that becoming a wise soul ring might allow for a greater inheritance of the soul beast's innate power, possibly accelerating their growth. She realized her own weakness. While Elder Yi could rescue Gaoyuan once, could he do so repeatedly? She resolved to become stronger. Yes, she must grow stronger. Thus, it seemed feasible to integrate this 100,000-year soul beast into Tianming and the others' divine creation plan. Chapter 84, The Snow Emperor, Part 1. Why not attempt to communicate? Huo Yuhao suggested. Tianming and the Ice Emperor exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Elder Yi then spoke. "If that is the case, I shall commence." A gray-golden light emanated from his hand, slowly infusing the wooden pedestal. A slender crack quietly appeared upon the ceiling platform, and with a sharp crack, the entire platform shattered instantaneously. In that moment, the temperature in the room plummeted at an astonishing rate. As Elder Yi waved his hand, the room seemed to be transported to another realm, isolated from the outside world, and vice versa. Meanwhile, far away in the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Mu reclined on a wooden lounge chair, his brow furrowed. He had just sensed the presence of a ferocious beast, one of considerable cultivation, manifesting momentarily within Shrek City, only for it to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. Could it be age was catching up with him? Elder Mu shook his head and continued to squint. Lost in thought, a piercing voice, laced with boundless fury, echoed, "Lowly humans, perish. All of you shall die." In the next instant, a blinding white light enveloped Gaoyuan, Huo Yuhao, and Alake's alike. Even Gaoyuan felt a chill run down his spine, while Huo Yuhao was overwhelmed by the sensation of cold. Ever since merging with the Ice Emperor Scorpion, she had forgotten what cold felt like. Now she was reminded of the frigid desolation she had experienced before the fusion. With a wave of his right hand, Elder Yi unleashed a mental force that seized the white figure with an iron grip. At that moment, a voice filled with shock rang out. "It's you. It's truly you. The Snow Emperor." The white figure paused, recognizing the voice. The Ice Emperor surged forward, gazing intently at the figure and the familiar aura, knowing that before her stood the Snow Emperor. "Swear, do not act impulsively. We are here to rescue you." The Ice Emperor gently urged the white figure. Turning to Elder Yi, she requested, "Elder Yi, please release her momentarily. I wish to speak with her. Elder Yi, confident in his ability to handle the situation, complied without further ado, loosening the mental grip he had on the Snow Emperor. Tianming stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the ceiling platform contained none other than the Snow Emperor, the foremost among the three kings of the extreme north. She needed no further proof. The overwhelming chill emanating from the white figure, far surpassing that of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, was sufficient evidence. In this world, only the Snow Emperor could rival the Ice Emperor Scorpion's ultimate ice. Gaoyuan sat quietly by the table, observing their interaction. Binger, what is the situation with you? How did you? A cold voice emerged. Was it them? Have they transformed you into a soul ring? No, I did it voluntarily. The Ice Emperor waved her small pincers and said, with the end approaching, I realized I couldn't break through, so I thought of creating a deity for fun. That is our goal. She pointed at Huo Yuhao, who was seated nearby. Hello, I am Huo Yuhao. She introduced herself nervously. The white figure did not glance at her, gradually manifesting a breathtaking visage with exquisite features and an astonishingly perfect figure. An unparalleled and independent ice beauty appeared before everyone. She gently caressed the ethereal image conjured by the Ice Emperor, her eyes devoid of any coldness as she said, Did you not say that capturing that ice silkworm would allow you to break through? We can search together. Why entertain such absurd notions of creating a deity? Tianming awkwardly interjected, feeling embarrassed to be openly desired. The Ice Emperor then narrated their entire deity creation plan to the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor pondered and nodded thoughtfully. So, it seems your plan is not devoid of possibility. But you have yet to explain why you wish to undergo a remaking. How did you come to this decision? The Ice Emperor curiously gazed at the Snow Emperor. With a sigh, the Snow Emperor replied, Do we not share a plight? I too am nearing my limit. Before reaching it, I sought you out. When I proposed we search for that ice silkworm together, I had already resolved to begin anew. Casting a glance at Tianming, the Snow Emperor continued, At that time, I inadvertently acquired a polar lotus, a rare treasure indeed. However, it does not assist in breaking limits. It merely enables us soul beasts who have surpassed 100,000 years to compress our powers and start anew. I had hoped to begin my remaking once you acquired the ice silkworm. The Snow Emperor paused, stroking the Ice Emperor's small head, and added, Unfortunately, you rejected me. So I commenced my remaking directly. During the process of transforming into human form, I was discovered by 3 vile individuals and sealed away. The Ice Emperor regarded the Snow Emperor with a complex expression, surprised that the latter had begun her remaking after seeking her out. Then, Snow Emperor, I sincerely invite you to join our deity creation plan. The Snow Emperor glanced at Huo Yuhao with interest and inquired, Is this your host? Are you residing within this human's body? Huo Yuhao nodded, stating, Yes, or rather, I am the target of their deity creation plan. The Snow Emperor looked from the Ice Emperor to Huo Yuhao, and after a moment's struggle, declared, No, humans are not to be trusted. Just as she spoke, Elder Yi's divine power had already sealed the Snow Emperor. Perhaps Elder Yi was not at his peak, but his strength was still comparable to an ordinary level 2 deity. How could the Snow Emperor resist such power? Are you threatening me? A chill enveloped the Snow Emperor, and horrifying soul power surged from her, warping the very fabric of space. Stop! The Ice Emperor rushed forward, turning to Elder Yilek. Elder, do not act rashly. Binger, why must you act this way? That person has humiliated me. I must kill him. The Snow Emperor glared angrily at the figure in gray robes far away. Elder Yilek. Wait. From an objective perspective, he is still your savior. The Ice Emperor recounted how Elder Yi had slain the 3 evil soul masters. Moreover, it would not be easy to kill him. He is a genuine deity, albeit from another world, now residing within Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. Despite his appearance, he is quite amiable. Although the Ice Emperor had only known Elder Yi for a day, or rather a few hours, she was determined to advocate for him, not wishing to see the Snow Emperor fade from existence. Swear, do you truly not wish to walk the same path as me? The Snow Emperor smiled bitterly, saying, Whether I wish to or not, what difference does it make? Your situation is different from mine. With the power of the Polar Lotus, I have suppressed my strength within the primal force. As I undergo remaking, this power will gradually be released and reabsorbed by my human form. But do you believe this human can withstand my already compressed primal force? Moreover, at that time, you had Tianming preserving a vacant spirit soul position for you, allowing you to merge. But now, where is there space for me? The Snow Emperor gazed longingly at the Ice Emperor, gently patting her small head. Turning to Elder Yilek, she declared, If you desire my soul ring and bone, then come and take them. Though I may be no match for you, I shall not surrender easily. Chapter 85, The Snow Emperor, Part 2. The Snow Emperor understood she might not defeat the man in gray robes before her. Yet her pride would not allow her to be slaughtered without resistance. Elder Yilek remained silent, hovering in the air, observing the exchange. Is there truly no way out? The Ice Emperor fretted. Tianming spoke up. If the Snow Emperor can control her power well, guided by my mental strength, it may allow her to become the second soul ring of the Ice Abyss Emperor Scorpion, preserving her intelligence. Then let us proceed. The Ice Emperor urged eagerly. However, the Snow Emperor's realm exceeds yours. Merging with your spirit soul might lead to mutual rejection, and that is no trivial matter, Tianming retorted. Casting a sidelong glance at the Ice Emperor, the Ice Emperor fell silent, uncertain of her next step. Perhaps before merging with Yuhan, she could have offered her spirit soul vacancy to the Snow Emperor, but that was no longer possible, as Tianming's Ice Spirit Soul had entirely fused with her power. Forcing a separation would lead to a disastrous outcome. Do you trust me? Elder Yi, who had been silent, finally spoke. I might have a way to help you resolve this issue. If you are willing to trust me, we can give it a try. Really? The Ice Emperor gazed at Elder Yi with excitement. When have I ever deceived anyone? However, Elder Yi's face flushed after speaking. He had told quite a few lies today. All well-intentioned. The Ice Emperor clung to this glimmer of hope, exclaiming, Elder, please help Schwer. In her current state, it is impossible for her to continue transforming. Reverting to a soul beast would not allow her to survive the great calamity. Elder Yi remained silent, glancing at the still wary Snow Emperor and said, If I desired your soul ring and bones, I could simply take them by force. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor said nothing more. This was the first time in her life she felt so powerless, having her transformation interrupted by treachery and now facing an overwhelming opponent. She could only nod, although proud. She understood she was as defenseless as an ant in Elder Yi's presence, easily extinguished. Who would wish to perish if they could survive? Release your spiritual essence. The ancient voice of Elder Yi echoed once more. This time, the Snow Empress did not hesitate. A brilliant core of snow-white energy erupted from her forehead. With her long, pure white hair and ethereal sky-blue eyes, she appeared both serene and otherworldly. However, as her essence departed, her body visibly aged, soon resembling a mere husk that collapsed to the ground. Huo Yuhao, witnessing this scene, inquired with a hint of trepidation, What is happening? The Ice Emperor chuckled softly and explained. You can understand the power of soul beast as comprising two parts, one derived from the physical body and the other from the spiritual essence. During our fusion with the soul bone, the strength of my body was integrated into that bone, while the essence became the foundation for your second martial soul. After a brief pause, he continued, the Snow Empress, due to her transformation, compressed all her inner strength into her spiritual essence. Therefore, when her essence departed from her body, the absence of that power led to her swift decline. Huo Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, the figure of Ilex also stirred. His gray robe gradually transformed into a resplendent gold, intricate patterns revealing themselves upon its surface, while his white hair and beard exuded an air of antiquity and profundity. Ilex's gaze remained fixed upon the shimmering white light, sensing its restless agitation. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a faint golden glow illuminated the light, gradually soothing its turmoil. Looking at the Snow Empress, Ilex calmly remarked, You are the third most formidable being I have encountered in this world. Remarkably, your consciousness is exceptionally pure. You truly embody the essence of the Ice and Snow Maiden. Initially, Elder Yi intended to claim that the Snow Empress was the most powerful being he had ever seen, but upon reflection, he reconsidered. Acknowledging the strength of Gaoyuan and that formidable heavenly Tao, enough of this idle talk. What must we do? The Snow Empress's voice rang out, cool and ethereal. Your current situation is perilous. Your true form has long been lost, and this body cannot sustain your consciousness. Ilex pointed to the aged form on the ground and continued. Without the vast consciousness, your soul's power cannot maintain the sealing of your essence for an extended period. Huo Yuhao, at present, lacks the strength to bear your power. However, her current limitations do not dictate her future potential. Thus, I shall assist you. The goals of the little scorpion and the large fat worm will become more attainable, which, in turn, aids my own interests. Only when Huo Yuhao reaches that realm can she help me reconstruct my physical form. What form shall I exist in? Akin to Binger and Tianming, residing within Huo Yuhan's spiritual sea? The Snow Empress inquired. Ilex replied solemnly, Your situation is rather unique. You may exist in a different manner altogether. However, it will undoubtedly be preferable to that of Tianming and the Ice Emperor. For the spiritual prowess of that meat worm may be commendable, yet its fusion techniques are quite rudimentary. Then let us commence. The Snow Empress declared as her spiritual essence surged forth toward Ilex. With no retreat left, she was resolved to seize the moment. Ilex reached out with his right hand, and Huo Yuhao felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. The immense force of her consciousness surged forth from her spiritual sea like an ocean in tumult. Countless brilliant golden lights streaking toward Ilex like meteors. A slender golden form began to take shape, and as it did, Huo Yuhao experienced a profound sense of exhaustion. Gaoyuan supported the evidently faltering Huo Yuhao, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ilex. He sensed the coexistence of a deathly aura and a divine radiance emanating from Ilex, and could not help but marvel at his brilliance. Although Ilex possessed the ability to accomplish this process through his own divine consciousness, utilizing Huo Yuhan's power would render the fusion far more effortless and intuitive when she harnessed the abilities bestowed by the Snow Emperor. As the staff was grasped, Ilex's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from that of a somewhat disrespectful old man to a figure of sanctity and purity, akin to a deity. A deep chant resonated as a series of complex characters flowed from Ilex's lips. His authoritative voice imparted an overwhelming sense of grandeur. All present were captivated by this spectacle, save for Huo Yuhao, who despondently cradled her head in her hands. She felt her mental ocean deplete time and again, only to be replenished anew, a replenishment that coincided with the gradual unsealing of power by the heavenly dream. Although each cycle of mental exhaustion and replenishment expanded her mental ocean slightly, the accompanying agony was undeniably profound. Gaoyuan gazed at Huo Yuhao, who was cradling her head, and chose not to intervene excessively. The child had grown and needed to endure some storms, for the intensity of this suffering was, of course, incomparable to the process of merging with the Ice Emperor. Chapter 86. Return to Shrek, Great Worm. Little Scorpion, I shall borrow a fragment of your sealed power, proclaimed the unmistakable voice of Ilex. Without waiting for Tianming and the Ice Emperor to respond, the fifth seal of Tianming shattered with a resounding boom. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy filled Huo Yuhan's entire being, and simultaneously, a powerful wave of soul energy emanated from her waist, the very force sealed within her skeletal structure by the Ice Emperor. The golden staff in Ilex's hand waved incessantly, as a crystalline orb of translucent white energy merged and collided with the Ice Emperor's primordial power. Little girl, hold on. Endure this trial, and the rewards you shall reap are beyond measure. Ilex called out to the orb of energy belonging to the Snow Emperor. His actions did not cease. Strange runes were inscribed by his golden staff. Ribbons of runes floated towards the Snow Emperor, gradually enveloping her white primordial force with a delicate golden glow. The Snow Emperor could feel her restless energy becoming increasingly stable as the previously tumultuous soul power began to settle. This sensation was peculiar, akin to placing a lock upon the energy. Ah, it is finally concluded. Ilex's aged voice carried a hint of fatigue, having expended considerable mental energy in assisting the Snow Emperor to stabilize her energy. Fortunately, Gaoyuan had previously reinforced him, preventing total depletion. After uttering this, Ilex transformed into a gray-golden light and returned to Huo Yuhan's sea of consciousness, reconstituting himself as a gray pearl. The gray pearl floated serenely in the spring water conjured within Huo Yuhan's consciousness, radiating an aura of tranquility. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor's energy essence melded into Huo Yuhan's body through her forehead. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through Huo Yuhao, prompting an involuntary shiver. My power has been sealed by Ilex through a unique method, allowing it to transform into your soul rings. However, it appears that my existence differs from that of Tianming and the Ice Emperor. They reside within your sea of consciousness, while I seem to inhabit your martial soul. The Snow Emperor's frigid voice resonated within Huo Yuhan's awareness, though it was significantly softer than before. She now held genuine admiration for Ilex, unable to comprehend the method he employed to achieve such an effect. Yet, she felt no difference from before. She could exist independently from Huo Yuhao, with the only distinction being her consumption of soul power, which needed to be drawn from Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao nodded, as Tianming and the Ice Emperor returned to her sea of consciousness. Observing the exquisitely beautiful Snow Emperor before her, Huo Yuhao felt a sense of inadequacy. The humanoid form conjured by the Ice Emperor starkly contrasted with her character, resembling a playful little girl. The Ice Emperor suddenly dashed into the arms of the Snow Emperor, her form significantly smaller, landing perfectly in the softest embrace of the Snow Emperor. Unperturbed by this, the Ice Emperor nestled in closer and inquired, "Schwer, what is your current condition? I cannot quite explain. It feels as though I can both enter little Yuhan's sea of consciousness, as you do, and also exit from Huo Yuhan's body to engage in independent combat," the Snow Emperor replied, gently ruffling the Ice Emperor's hair. "I am weary and may need to enter a period of slumber. Oh, by the way, I have brought you 2 soul rings. Specifically the second and third rings of your Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. It seems that the release of the soul skills requires my cooperation. We shall explore that later when time permits. They appear to inherit some of my most formidable abilities, though regrettably, I was unable to bring a soul bone." The Snow Emperor shrugged and said to Huo Yuhan, before vanishing with a swift motion from her sea of consciousness. Gaoyuan gently laid Huo Yuhan on the bed, observing her still in a deep slumber. He tenderly covered her with a blanket before heading off to freshen up. Having journeyed relentlessly for 3 days and nights without rest, he was eager to return. Despite his formidable constitution as a mere soul master, the arduous trek had left him utterly exhausted. Upon returning to his room, Gaoyuan collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. "Oh, why didn't we stay in the small courtyard a bit longer?" Huo Yuhan pouted in complaint. Just the day after her integration with the Snow Empress, she had been pulled back to Shrek Academy by Gaoyuan. "Well, we will have opportunities to return in the future," Gaoyuan reassured her as they strolled along the path of Shrek Academy. "After all, we only took a month's leave, and that time is nearly up. But there are still 5 days left until the month ends," Huo Yuhan countered. In the distance, Wang Dong spotted Gaoyuan walking hand in hand with Huo Yuhan. He rushed over like the wind, delivering a hearty slap to Gaoyuan's back. "You rascal! You return without even informing your friends. We haven't had a story for a month. Be careful or I might dock your pay." Gaoyuan chuckled. "Knock, knock, my friend. I lack nothing these days, except for money." Wang Dong wrapped his arm around Gaoyuan and whispered, "Have you discovered a way to make money? Bring me along. I've been utterly broke lately." Gaoyuan glanced at Wang Dong and replied, "Am I, Wang the young master, short on funds? Enough of that. I need to go with Yuhan to handle some paperwork with Teacher Wang." "All right, go ahead. I shall see you at the cafeteria for lunch. My treat, of course." Wang Dong clapped Gaoyuan on the shoulder and hurried off to class. However, as he departed, a tear welled up in the corner of Wang Dong's eye. She could not fathom why she felt so anxious these past few days, her thoughts consumed by Gaoyuan, even dreaming of him encountering misfortune. Upon seeing his return, a sense of relief washed over her, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Yet, she could not express these feelings. What right did she have to be concerned for Gaoyuan's safety? At that moment, Huo Yuhan remarked with a smile, "I didn't realize Wang the young master had such a close relationship with you." Gaoyuan shrugged helplessly. After all, cohabiting under the same roof, how could their relationship be anything but amicable, especially since he did not possess any bothersome habits? When Huo Yuhan and Gaoyuan arrived at Wang Yan's office, they coincidentally encountered Gu Na, who was engaged in conversation with Wang Yan. Upon seeing Huo Yuhan and Gaoyuan return, Gu Na's tears streamed down her cheeks. Disregarding the surrounding teachers, she immediately threw herself into Gaoyuan's embrace. After meticulously inspecting Gaoyuan's well-being and confirming he was unharmed, she sighed in relief. Her delicate little fists pounded against Gaoyuan's body as she complained, "Did you encounter any dangers in your line of work? For some reason, I have been feeling restless these past few days. Hey, what are you thinking? What danger could I possibly face?" Gaoyuan gently wrapped his arms around Gu Na, offering her comfort. "Ahem, this is an office. You two should be mindful," Wang Yan interjected, observing the couple who seemed reluctant to part from each other. "Ah, my apologies." Gaoyuan awkwardly scratched his head, while Gu Na buried her face in Gaoyuan's embrace, her cheeks aflame, too shy to meet the gaze of the observing teacher. "Wang Yan, ahem, is everything going smoothly in your line of work?" Wang Yan inquired with concern. "Yes, overall it has been quite smooth," Gaoyuan replied. "However, we may need to trouble the school to assist Huo Yuhan in obtaining her soul ring in the near future." "What? Has Yuhan's soul power advanced again in less than a month?" Wang Yan exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Huo Yuhan. After all, it was only less than a month ago that Huo Yuhan had just reached the 30th level. How could she possibly have ascended to the 40th level so swiftly? Gaoyuan smiled at Huo Yuhan and said, "Why not demonstrate it for the teacher?" They had long decided before returning to Shrek that there was no need to conceal Huo Yuhan's second martial soul. After all, residing within her spiritual sea was a bona fide divine powerhouse. At least within the confines of Douluo Continent, as long as they remained unnoticed by the divine realm. There was indeed little danger. Huo Yuhao nodded, and an aura of extreme cold instantly enveloped the entire office. Fortunately, Wang Yan's office was independent, devoid of other teachers. Upon sensing this frigid atmosphere, Wang Yan shivered, and a thought emerged in his mind. The ultimate ice. Having previously taught higher grades, he was no stranger to the intense competition of Shrek Academy, where only the most exceptional could thrive. He had encountered numerous ice martial soul practitioners, yet none, even those at the Soul King or Soul Emperor level, exuded such formidable coldness as Huo Yuhao did at that moment, and the disparity was stark. What astonished Wang Yan even more were the 3 blood-red soul rings manifesting around Huo Yuhao. 3 soul rings, each 100,000 years old. Wang Yan felt as though his worldview was on the verge of collapse. If a titled Douluo or Soul Douluo with twin martial souls possessed 300,000-year soul rings for their second martial soul, he could perhaps accept it, albeit with difficulty. However, Huo Yuhao was merely a soul master. Why you? Wang Yan stammered in disbelief, while Gaoyuan simply smiled gently and said to Huo Yuhao, "Yuhao, you're being mischievous again. Don't tease Teacher Wang." Huo Yuhao chuckled, scratching her head, and transformed her soul rings into purple, and black. Instantly, Wang Yan felt a significant reduction in the pressure within the office. Yet, upon observing the purple and black soul ring composition, he still felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. What is the meaning of this? Wang Yan inquired, fixating on the changing soul rings. I discovered this by chance. I can simulate different soul ring compositions using my Lingmu martial soul, so I merely simulated 300,000-year soul rings earlier, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. In truth, the first display of the 3 red soul rings was Huo Yuhao's authentic soul ring composition. The reason she chose to reveal this ability was to demonstrate her capacity to alter the colors of her soul rings at will. As this skill might prove useful in the future, it was better to disclose it early than to expend unnecessary effort later. Who would have thought such a skill existed? Wang Yan exclaimed, only to follow up with, but how can you possibly utilize 2 martial souls simultaneously? This defies conventional research. Huo Yuhao explained. Perhaps it is due to my first martial soul being a primary martial soul. Ah, I see. It seems I must delve deeper into the study of primary martial souls. Our school lacks in this area, Wang Yan mused thoughtfully. Oh, by the way, I just focused on the soul ring composition issue. Could you explain how Huo Yuhao possesses a second martial soul? She has never revealed it before, Wang Yan inquired as he returned to his seat. Gaoyuan began to speak. This martial soul appears to be the hidden martial soul of Huo Yuhao. She once confided in me that there seemed to be an inexplicable force compelling her to journey northward. Thus, I resolved to escort her to the north to acquire a soul ring. Subsequently, we encountered a millennium-level ice blue scorpion. After vanquishing it, Yuhao remarked that there seemed to be a surge of power flowing within her. Gaoyuan briefly recounted the story he had compiled to Wang Yan. The notion of a second awakening of a martial soul struck Wang Yan as rather incredulous. Was it not the case that only the primary martial soul could undergo a second awakening? Could it be that her second martial soul bore some connection to the first? Gaoyuan shrugged and remarked, I'm not entirely certain about that. However, since Huo Yuhao has awakened her second martial soul, we made the arduous journey to the extreme north and managed to help her acquire 2 soul rings. Unfortunately, we have yet to find a suitable third soul ring for Lingmu. I recall that the new student assessment seemed to reward a soul ring with an optimal match. So I plan to wait until I reach level 40 before the school accompanies me and Huo Yuhao to obtain the soul rings. Wang Yan gazed at Huo Yuhao with a hint of regret and said, You are mistaken. The quality of Huo Yuhao's second martial soul is evidently the ultimate ice. The first soul ring is related to the awakened martial soul, which requires no further elaboration. The second and third soul rings should ideally be obtained when her level is higher, as this would yield a more favorable soul ring ratio. Nevertheless, since they have already been acquired, further discussion seems futile. Wang Yan waved his hand and continued, Prepare yourselves well. You are scheduled to begin formal classes tomorrow, and you will need to elect a class leader. You two should make the necessary preparations. Guna, please stay behind. Oh, I don't want to, Guna exclaimed, her large, watery eyes fixed on Gaoyuan. She turned to Wang Yan and said, Teacher, I truly do not understand why I can manipulate those elements. It must be due to a mutation of my martial soul. Please, do not compel me to study it any further. As she spoke, Guna clung to Gaoyuan, unwilling to let go, while Gaoyuan offered a wry smile toward Wang Yan. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your youthful revelries any longer, Wang Yan said, gesturing for them to depart. After a brief moment of warmth, The group returned to their respective dormitories. Wang Dong, upon seeing Gaoyuan's return, felt a surge of excitement and leaned over his bed, scrutinizing Gaoyuan closely. Did you encounter anything amusing during your journey? Or perhaps you faced any dangers? Gaoyuan felt somewhat unnerved by Wang Dong's gaze and quickly turned his head away, busily arranging his belongings as he spoke. I haven't encountered much in the way of amusement, but I have certainly faced my share of peril. What kind of dangers have you encountered? Wang Dong's heart tightened. It seemed his instincts were correct. Gaoyuan had indeed encountered danger on his journey. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a few titled Douluo-level evil spirit masters, Gaoyuan replied nonchalantly. Really? How did you manage to escape? Wang Dong asked, his face a picture of astonishment. Do you know about the gods? Gaoyuan said, looking at Wang Dong with an air of mystery. Are you referring to Tang San, who ascended to godhood a millennium ago? Wang Dong replied, somewhat bewildered by the question. Of course not. I mean gods far more powerful than him. In fact, I am a god, Gaoyuan stated with utmost seriousness. Wang Dong gazed at Gaoyuan in sheer disbelief. Gaoyuan recounted the entire process in meticulous detail, though he chose to obscure the part regarding the heavenly principles. Observing Wang Dong's astonished expression, Gaoyuan couldn't help but chuckle. You don't truly believe that, do you? Gaoyuan made a playful grimace and said, Who are you? Ha ha ha. Such a juvenile remark could never have come from my lips. Wang Dong, in a fit of exasperation, lunged at him, gripping his arm and biting down fiercely. Are you a dog? You think this is funny? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Worried about me? Yes, afraid that your storyteller might perish out there. Chapter 88. The incomplete Shintian skill? Still biting? Gaoyuan glared menacingly at Wang Dong, who he had pinned beneath him. Just look at you, a fine young man. And yet you choose to emulate others by resorting to biting. As he uttered these words, an epiphany seemed to dawn upon Gaoyuan. He loosened his grip slightly and softened his tone, saying, No more biting in the future. With tears welling in his eyes, Wang Dong glared fiercely at Gaoyuan. Why do you always resort to tears? Do you believe weeping will resolve your issues? Are you feeling wronged? What is there to feel wronged about? I have given you opportunities. It's not my fault you cannot best me. As he spoke, Gaoyuan handed Wang Dong a handkerchief, saying, Wipe your tears. No more crying from now on. Each time I see you cry, I shall strike you. With that, he rolled off Wang Dong and collapsed onto the nearby bed. As the fragrant scent enveloped him, Gaoyuan found himself momentarily taken aback. A glance at the bedding revealed, Oh, this is Wang Dong's bed. Gaoyuan cast a furtive glance at Wang Dong, who was furiously wiping away his tears, his gaze fixed on him with palpable resentment. Gaoyuan suddenly recalled Wang Dong's obsessive cleanliness, his aversion to others touching his belongings, let alone the audacity of lying on his bed. However, at that moment, Gaoyuan feigned composure, rising from the bed and striding towards the exit while remarking, You young man, why does your bed smell so fragrant? It's unbearable, truly unbearable. It's quite overwhelming. I'm off to have my meal. Do remember to fold my blanket neatly. Gaoyuan did not grant Wang Dong the opportunity to respond. Swiftly exiting the dormitory, contemplating the potential unrest that might ensue in the dormitory over the next few days, Gaoyuan felt a wave of headache wash over him. After all, if that fellow Wang Dong truly became enraged, it would indeed be quite challenging to handle. Gaoyuan did not seek out Huo Yuhao and the others, but instead made his way directly to the cafeteria, where he purchased a meal and savored it with delight. As he was leaving, he decided to bring a portion for Wang Dong as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gaoyuan was taken aback to find his bed neatly made, with Wang Dong's bedding also freshly arranged. He had not anticipated that Wang Dong would actually take the time to tidy up his bed. Since arriving at Shrek Academy, it had primarily been Wang Dong who maintained the dormitory's cleanliness, as this little fellow had a penchant for tidiness. Gaoyuan, unable to match his diligence, had resigned himself to the task of cleaning. Nevertheless, seeing the well-folded bedding brought a satisfied nod from Gaoyuan as he handed the meal to Wang Dong, saying, Well done, I brought you some food. With that, he settled cross-legged on his bed to begin his cultivation. For the essence of the evil soul masters purified by the golden tree still resided within his Pantheon. Having absorbed some of it previously, he had already reached the 37th level, and Gaoyuan felt that if he could fully absorb it, he might just touch the threshold of the 38th level. Meanwhile, Gu Na and Huo Yuhao, who had parted ways with Gaoyuan, returned to their dormitory. Gu Na grasped Huo Yuhan's hand and sat on the bed, inquiring, "Did you encounter any dangers along the way?" Although she had asked Gaoyuan the same question, she knew his character well enough to expect that he would not divulge any troubles. True to her intuition, Gaoyuan had assured her that their journey was smooth. However, Guna trusted her instincts, as the ominous feelings emanating from their martial souls in recent days had been impossible to ignore. Huo Yuhao, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "No. We had a smooth journey, and I even awakened my second martial soul, gaining several soul rings." "You're lying." Guna scrutinized Huo Yuhan's face, stating, "You always fidget with your clothes and avoid eye contact when you're not being truthful. Tell me what truly happened during your journey." Aware of her lack of talent for deceit, Huo Yuhao sighed and recounted everything she knew to Guna, albeit with a minor embellishment regarding Elder Yi, portraying him as merely a passerby of great strength. Guna appeared momentarily stunned, murmuring, "I can't believe you encountered evil soul masters." Regaining her composure, she clenched her fists tightly, her voice laced with anger as she declared, "Those evil soul masters truly deserve to be eradicated. They must be uprooted eventually." Huo Yuhao squeezed Guna's hand and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we must strive to grow stronger." Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on her bed and began practicing the Xiantian skill. Given the substantial gains from their journey, she needed to solidify her foundation to prevent any instability. As she engaged in her cultivation, Huo Yuhao felt a wave of refreshment coursing through her body and carefully assessed her soul power, which was approximately at the 34th level. This was partly due to Elder Alex's concern that the rapid absorption of the Snow Emperor's energy might be overwhelming for her body, resulting in a significant portion of that energy being redirected to enhance her physical form. When absorbing the Ice Emperor's soul bone, some energy was utilized to refine her body, significantly improving her physical qualities. During the absorption of the Snow Emperor's energy under Elder Yi's guidance, a portion was dedicated to the transformation of her meridians. If her meridians had previously resembled a trickling stream, they now flowed like a mighty river. The most crucial effect granted to her was immunity to toxins and resistance to various elements, a result that pleased Elder Yi immensely. Just as Huo Yuhao completed a cycle of her Xiantian skill, Elder Yi's curious voice resonated within her mental sea. "Ah, this technique of yours is quite intriguing. Yet why does it appear to be a fragmented version? While there are no significant drawbacks to practicing it, the speed of cultivation is severely hampered." "Huh? I've been practicing the complete version," Huo Yuhao replied, somewhat perplexed, as when Sister Xiaya had given it to her, it had contained only what she was currently using. Elder Yi shook his head slightly, stating, "As the intention moves with the Pantheon, retrieving energy from both acupoints to the beginning of Chapter 3 and append. How tedious. I'll directly transmit the revised technique into your consciousness. You can learn it yourself. Although it may differ slightly from the original, its efficacy will undoubtedly surpass it, as it is not considered a top-tier technique." Elder Yi's confident tone echoed in Huo Yuhao's mental sea. Shortly thereafter, Elder Yi's voice faded, and a superlative revised version of the Xiantian skill appeared in her mental realm. Upon seeing the title, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but smile, surprised by Elder Yi's intriguing nature. Quietly opening the revamped Xiantian skill, she was astounded by Elder Yi's capabilities, discovering that compared to the version given by Sister Xiaya, this new one included over 10 additional incantations and modifications to more than 30 passages, with nearly every line altered by Elder Yi. It was essentially a completely rewritten technique. Furthermore, it was highly compatible with her current practice, significantly enhancing her cultivation speed. Gratefully, Huo Yuhao cast a glance at the gray orb nestled within her mental sea and resumed her training in silence. Chapter 89, Class Monitor After a Day of Rest. Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao finally found themselves seated in the classroom, marking their first lesson since the reallocation of classes. Wang Yin stood at the podium, a slight smile on his face as he surveyed all the students present, announcing, "Today marks the first occasion since our experimental class commenced that all students are in attendance. Therefore, we shall proceed with the election for class monitor and deputy monitor. Given that our class is a mixed cohort, we will select one class monitor from the attack system, control system, and agility system soul masters, and one deputy monitor from the support system and food system soul masters." Despite the class restructuring, all the students were familiar with one another, at least to some extent, as they had all ranked among the top during the new student assessment. Wang Dong continued to sit beside Gaoyuan as before, much to the dismay of Huo Yuhao and Gu Na, who had intended to divide their seating. Consequently, Huo Yuhao and Gu Na had no choice but to join Li Zi. Wang Yin continued, Each student will select one nominee from the names I have listed for the class monitor and deputy monitor positions. He then turned to the blackboard, writing down the names for class monitor: Gaoyuan, Guna, Huo Yuhao, Dai Huabin, Wang Dong, and Mei Jin. In the second row, he listed the names for deputy monitor: Ning Tian, Chening, and Li Zi. A total of 9 names appeared on the blackboard, and the order suggested Wang Yan's preferences. However, when Wang Dong's name appeared, it sparked a flurry of whispers. Though Wang Dong was formidable, in all honesty, he could not compare to the others, as the rest were soul sovereigns, while he was merely a great soul master. Teacher Wang, I object. Why should Wang Dong be eligible for election? He is merely a great soul master. The one who spoke was Dai Huabin, whose eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Gaoyuan and his companions. During the freshman assessment match, he had discovered that Gaoyuan was the very person who had frequently bullied him in his childhood. To make matters worse, it was a mere illegitimate girl who had managed to overpower him, a son of a duke, and even threatened him, warning that if he dared to provoke that girl again, he would face dire consequences. Although he had long forgotten the name of that illegitimate girl, he was still a duke's son, bearing half of the royal bloodline. How dared Gaoyuan challenge him? Thus, upon seeing the names on the blackboard, he set his sights directly on Wang Dong, who appeared to be the weakest among them. He knew Wang Dong shared a close bond with Gaoyuan, Guna, and Huo Yuhao, and he felt he could only bully Wang Dong, who was merely a great soul master, as he could not afford to provoke the other 3. Oh, Gaoyuan, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao collectively claimed the championship in the freshman assessment, showcasing their exceptional qualities. Moreover, Gaoyuan was one of the main contributors, displaying remarkable strength, and previously held the position of class leader in the freshman class. Wang Yan explained, his brow furrowing slightly. Dai Huabin retorted, he is merely fortunate to have found a sufficiently strong teammate. Does anyone here not find it ridiculous to include a great soul master in the candidate list when many present are soul respecteds? Luck is also a form of strength. A leisurely voice interjected. It was Gaoyuan, who had been meditating with his eyes squinted. If you weren't fortunate enough to be born in the White Tiger Duke's estate, endowed with the White Tiger martial spirit, would you be sitting here? Is that not mere luck? A little kitten should refrain from making noise. You. Dai Huabin was taken aback by Gaoyuan's retort, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm offering you a chance. Do you dare to come? Gaoyuan opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Dai Huabin, and declared, Wang Dong, engage him in a soul battle. Enough. Wang Yan's voice resonated, accompanied by a wave of soul power. Actually, I could choose not to run for class leader. Wang Dong quietly remarked to Gaoyuan. Whether or not you run for class leader is secondary. When someone attempts to belittle you, you must retaliate. Besides, although your strength may be leagues behind mine, it should be quite easy to handle that little kitten, Gaoyuan reassured Wang Dong. He was well aware of Wang Dong's capabilities. His soul power level was already close to the threshold of level 28, while Dai Huabin was merely at level 31, indicating only a slight disparity. Furthermore, Wang Dong possessed the Haotian hammer, which had yet to be revealed. There was no reason to fear they would take him down. Initially, Wang Dong felt a surge of warmth at Gaoyuan's words, but he felt a hint of disappointment when Gaoyuan mentioned their vast difference in strength. Wang Dong, you must have confidence. I believe in you, Gaoyuan stated before returning to his meditative state. Believe in me. Wang Dong murmured, then raised his hand. Wang Dong, speak, Wang Yan prompted. Wang Dong stood up and proclaimed, Teacher Wang, I understand what Dai Huabin meant just now. He essentially believes that as a great soul master, I am unworthy of participating in the class leader election. Since both Dai Huabin and I are assault-type soul masters, I hereby challenge him. If I win, I ask him to withdraw from the class leader election. If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw. Humph. You were never qualified to participate in the class leader election. Dai Huabin's words were abruptly interrupted by Gaoyuan. If he loses, I will also voluntarily withdraw. Though Wang Dong knew that Gaoyuan was reluctant to assume the role of class leader, he felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing those words. However, Gaoyuan was not merely unwilling to be class leader. Upon returning, he had already deemed the Holy Spirit Church as an adversarial force. Yet, no matter how powerful an individual may be, it is impossible to eradicate every evil soul master across the land, thus necessitating the establishment of a personal faction. The students of the experimental class were ideal allies to recruit, and becoming class leader would greatly benefit him in building his authority. Therefore, he was resolute in securing this position, though it would be equally acceptable should Guna or Huo Yuhao be elected. However, His declaration was primarily a testament to his faith in Wang Dong. The ever-silent teacher Mu Jin finally spoke up. Why not let them try? As the assistant class leader, although Mu Jin held less power than teacher Wang Yin, her words still carried weight. Since teacher Mu Jin has given her consent, I shall make an exception today. Now, everyone, let us proceed to the soul-fighting arena, Wang Yin announced after a brief silence while looking at Wang Dong. The students of the experimental class arrived at the arena, each paying the requisite fees for engaging in soul battles. Gaoyuan, observing the somewhat anxious Wang Dong, offered reassurance. He is merely a little kitten. Unleash your full strength and give him a thorough thrashing. Wang Dong blinked and asked, if I win, will you agree to a condition of mine? What a ridiculous notion. Gaoyuan responded playfully. Ah, does the class leader wish for something ridiculous? Came Xiao Xiao's naive voice from the sidelines. Wang Dong shot a glance at the somewhat oblivious Xiao Xiao and stepped confidently onto the stage. Chapter 90. The Soul Battle with Soul Guidance Devices. Xiao Xiao, with a carefree demeanor, watched Wang Dong on stage and asked, Gaoyuan, do you think the class leader can win? Gaoyuan nodded slightly, holding a firm confidence in Wang Dong. Here we go, the game is on. I am the dealer, Wang Dong at odds of 1. 6 to 1, Dai Huabin at odds of 1. 2 to 1. Is there anyone willing to place a bet? No lower limit, capped at 1,000. Tang Wen called out, having learned this from a classmate named Zhou Xiqing in their freshman class. As soon as the shout rang out, a crowd of classmates gathered around. 100 gold soul coins from Dai Huabin. The disparity between a soul master and a great soul master is undeniable. I'll place 50 gold soul coins on Wang Dong. Beauty is justice. And with Wang Dong's striking looks, he is bound to win. Just as the classmates were bustling and placing their bets, a voice emerged. Is Gaoyuan not placing a few bets for your roommate? Gaoyuan turned around and beheld the handsome figure of Mei Jin and I, who, objectively speaking, possessed a striking appearance that exuded the charm of a friendly older brother. If only his name were more melodious, he would be even more perfect. Haha. It seems Gaoyuan is yet to make my acquaintance. I am Mei Jin and I. Regrettably, I was defeated by Gu Na's team during the freshman assessment, and it is unfortunate that I could not engage in a battle against Gaoyuan's team. Mei Jin and I spoke somewhat shyly. He is a person who yearns for strength and holds great respect for those who possess it. In his eyes, only Gu Na and Gaoyuan truly qualify as formidable individuals in this class. Hiki, you may also refer to him as young Master Mei. Xiao Xiao interjected with a smile. Over the past month, Mei Jin and I has become acquainted with most of his classmates, and Xiao Xiao is no exception. Haha. Compared to young Master Mei, I prefer the title of Boss Mei, he quipped, shrugging playfully. Let us not dwell on that. I wonder what Gaoyuan thinks of this upcoming duel. Gaoyuan glanced at Wang Dong, who was already standing on the stage, and remarked, I believe everyone present is less aware of Wang Dong's prowess than I am. Ah, indeed, the bond between Gaoyuan and the class leader is evident to all. Their affection is palpable, inseparable. You see, during Gaoyuan's absence, the class leader was so consumed with worry that she lost her appetite. Before Xiao Xiao could finish her sentence, Gaoyuan delivered a sharp reprimand, causing Xiao Xiao to clutch her head in pain. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. Gaoyuan glared at her fiercely and added, I am convinced Wang Dong is destined to win. With that, Gaoyuan waved at Tang Wen, instructing him to wager 1,000 gold soul coins on Wang Dong's victory. Very well. Tang Wen cheerfully accepted the 1,000 gold soul coin voucher and began jotting it down in his notebook. Let me also place a bet of 1,000 gold soul coins on Wang Dong's victory. Mo.E handed over a similar voucher. Me too. Xiao Xiao rummaged through her storage soul guide for a while before producing a 500 gold soul coin voucher, offering an awkward smile as she said, I'm a bit short on funds, so I'll just bet 500. All right. Tang Wen accepted their contributions with a grin, though the twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed his unease. If Dai Huabin won, he would make a considerable profit. If Wang Dong triumphed, he would suffer significant losses. Fortunately, it remained within his acceptable limits. While the audience engaged in animated discussions, Wang Dong and Dai Huabin had long been prepared atop the arena. However, Wang Yin seemed to be conversing with the referee, delaying the commencement of the match. As the students grew increasingly impatient, the referee finally appeared, stating, at the request of teacher Wang Yin, both parties may utilize soul guides for this duel. However, any soul guides must be reported in advance, and high damage or fixed configuration soul guides are prohibited. Each side has 5 minutes to select the soul guides they wish to employ in the competition. Upon hearing this announcement, Dai Huabin's eyes lit up. He had been acquainted with soul guides since childhood and understood their remarkable utility. Despite possessing a formidable martial spirit, he held a slight disdain for soul guides, yet recognized their effectiveness in enhancing combat capabilities. After a thorough search in his storage soul guide, Dai Huabin retrieved a soul-guided sleeve cannon, a flying soul guide, and a shoulder-mounted energy cannon. He registered these items with the referee, aware that Wang Dong's martial spirit possessed flight capabilities and some degree of long-range attack potential. These soul guides would aptly complement his shortcomings. Wang Yin nodded approvingly upon seeing Dai Huabin's selections, pleased that he could effectively compensate for his weaknesses. In contrast, Wang Dong remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. For reasons unknown, he felt a deep-seated aversion to soul guides. The few he had at his disposal were merely the storage soul guide and the illumination soul guide that Gaoyuan had gifted him. Observing Wang Dong's inactivity, Xiao expressed her frustration. What is the class leader doing? Why isn't he selecting any soul guides? Does he truly believe he can defeat Dai Huabin without them? Gaoyuan shrugged, suddenly recalling that, for reasons unknown, Wang Dong seemed to have scarcely utilized any soul-guiding devices aside from his storage soul-guiding tool. Could it be that he was incapable of operating them? With a hint of confusion, Gaoyuan gazed at Wang Dong standing on the platform, yet chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, the presence of soul-guiding devices infused a touch of suspense into the outcome of the match. 5 minutes later, the referee ascended the stage to announce, in this soul combat, classmate Dai Huabin has employed a flight soul-guiding device, a sleeve cannon soul-guiding device, and a shoulder-mounted energy-concentrating soul-guiding cannon. Upon my verification, all are categorized as Level 3 soul-guiding devices, neither fixed installations nor weapons of mass destruction, and therefore permissible for use in this contest. Classmate Wang Dong has not reported any devices and is thus prohibited from utilizing soul-guiding tools. Furthermore, given the presence of flight-type martial souls and flight soul-guiding devices in this match, the altitude of flight must not exceed 20 meters, and participants are forbidden from leaving the confines of the platform. Violations will result in disqualification. The referee paused momentarily before stating with a serious tone, I would like to remind both parties once more that this soul combat is a mutual exchange and sparring among classmates. You may give your all, but must not cause lasting harm. Should I observe one side gaining an absolute advantage, I will immediately terminate the match. As he spoke, the referee gestured for both competitors to step back. Once they retreated to the edges of the combat arena, the referee waved his hand and declared loudly, commence the soul combat. With that, he swiftly moved to the periphery of the arena. Chapter 91. Fighting at Will. The coal magnate, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Wang Dong on the stage and inquired, Gaoyuan, does Wang Dong not use soul-guiding devices? Gaoyuan expressed his helplessness, stating, I am not certain, but upon reflection, it seems he has never utilized a soul guide since arriving at Shrek. It appeared challenging. For at our current stage, the advantages of soul guides are evidently pronounced. The coal boss, feeling somewhat resigned, noted that he was not particularly distressed about the 1,000 gold soul coins recently wagered, but rather felt a sense of pity for Wang Dong. He harbored little fondness for Dai Huabin, as throughout the past month, Dai had consistently exuded an air of superiority during interactions with others. In contrast, Xiao, Guna, and the others exuded a sense of warmth, particularly towards the young girl, Liz. On stage, Wang Dong summoned his martial soul, the butterfly goddess, soaring through the air and gazing down upon Dai Huabin, who remained unperturbed. After all, the energy expenditure of a flying soul guide is significantly greater than that of a flight-type martial soul. 3 soul rings manifested around him, colored yellow, and purple. As the first and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously, his muscles swelled, and his physique expanded noticeably, while a faint white protective shield enveloped him. His first and third soul techniques. The White Tiger Shield and the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Wang Dong, no longer hesitating, activated his first and second soul rings, directing a magnificent beam of light straight towards Dai Huabin. Observing the beam, Dai Huabin smirked disdainfully, crossing his muscular arms before him and boldly advancing towards the light. The blinding radiance illuminated the entire battle arena, under which Wang Dong stealthily closed the distance, his wings slicing through the air as he approached Dai Huabin's side, aiming to strike with his wings like blades. Sensing an overwhelming sense of danger from his flank, Dai Mubai swiftly sidestepped to the left and retaliated with a kick aimed at Wang Dong. Feeling a sharp pain in his arms from the butterfly god's light, Dai Huabin could not help but marvel internally at the formidable nature of this millennium-old second soul technique. Nevertheless, he did not falter in his movements. Realizing that he had not expected much trouble from that kick, he slightly raised his right hand, and a surge of soul power emanated from beneath his arm, his equipped soul guide. A soul guide cannon swiftly discharged from his right arm. Wang Dong, witnessing the approaching cannonball, shielded himself with his wings, effortlessly deflecting the shot. However, Dai Huabin did not continue to engage Wang Dong in close combat. Instead, he leaped back, creating distance. Indeed, Wang Dong possesses some skill. That millennium-old second soul technique's damage is quite impressive, remarked the coal boss, observing the two engaged in a back-and-forth below. Yet, the consumption of soul power is substantial. Although it appears Dai Huabin has not gained much advantage, his soul power expenditure is considerably lower. After all, the White Tiger Diamond transformation is a sustained transformation skill, requiring minimal soul power once activated. It is conservatively estimated that he can maintain this form for at least 10 minutes. Gaoyuan nodded slightly, as he could naturally perceive that. Despite the apparent advantage Wang Dong seemed to hold in the ongoing situation, actively engaging in offense, the toll it took on him was considerably greater. On stage, Dai Huabin observed Wang Dong in the distance, and suddenly, the second yellow soul ring around him glowed brightly, signaling the activation of his second soul skill, the White Tiger's fiery light wave. Unlike the dazzling radiance of the butterfly god's light, this wave of energy, though not overwhelmingly brilliant, contained substantial power, rivaling the force of the third-level soul-guided artillery shell that had just been launched. Wang Dong maintained his wings defensively in front of him. However, as he executed this maneuver, a smug smile crept across Dai Huabin's face. Over the past month, during their occasional soul battles and exchanges with classmates, he had noted Wang Dong's combat tendencies, preferring to withstand attacks using the strength of his martial soul rather than evading skills through movement. While the wings shielded him from the White Tiger's fiery light wave, they also obstructed his line of sight. Dai Huabin activated the flight soul guide attached to him, propelling himself like a shooting star, soaring towards Wang Dong from above. With his fist clenched, the first yellow soul ring around him illuminated, enveloping him in a protective barrier. Harnessing the tremendous thrust from the flight soul guide, he descended upon Wang Dong like a comet. A profound sense of danger washed over Wang Dong, a chilling sensation creeping in. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Dai Huabin, who was hurtling down from the sky. In that fleeting moment, Wang Dong leapt to the side, instinctively raising his wings to shield the space between him and Dai Huabin. However, he was still a fraction too late, fortunately. The wings mitigated most of the impact, yet he was still sent flying several meters away. Even the once proud and radiant butterfly goddess dimmed considerably, struggling to rise. Bruised and battered, Wang Dong met the gaze of Dai Huabin, who had just created a massive crater where Wang Dong had stood. Dai Huabin, though not unscathed, benefited from the dual protection of the White Tiger's shield and the White Tiger's diamond transformation, sustaining far less damage than Wang Dong. Nevertheless, he now bore the weight of a colossal shoulder-mounted soul-guided energy cannon. The referee swiftly appeared, positioning himself between the two, prepared to declare the match's conclusion. To him, the outcome was obvious. Wang Dong's current condition made it arduous for him to even stand, let alone withstand the impending strike from the energy cannon. It was important to note that the power of a third-level energy cannon was scarcely weaker than a full-force strike from a soul master, with some superior quality cannons rivaling even a soul ancestor's attack. Wang Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "I have not yet lost." The referee's brow furrowed at Wang Dong's words, yet he took to the air, confident in his ability to intervene should Wang Dong find himself in peril. Enduring the pain, Wang Dong propelled himself upward, recalling a tale shared by Gaoyuan, the specifics of which had faded from his memory. Save for a striking phrase that lingered, "Unarmed triumphs over armed." He was not lacking in intelligence. During the previous conflict, he realized that his ingrained combat habits had led him into a disadvantageous position. Thus, he resolved to fight with abandon. In Chapter 92, Dai Huabin, shouldering the energy cannon, fired at the approaching Wang Dong. He scarcely glanced at the outcome, convinced that the referee would intervene to block the shot and proclaim his victory. However, the radiance enveloping Wang Dong abruptly vanished. The butterfly goddess retreated, replaced by a small hammer, entirely black, exuding a faint dark glow. The hammer's handle measured about half a foot, and its body shimmered with a unique luster, adorned with delicate patterns. Seated in the stands, Tangwen was taken aback by the sight of the hammer. He was a descendant of a direct lineage of the Haotian sect, though his martial soul had undergone a mutation. Upon recognizing the small hammer in Wang Dong's grasp, he immediately identified it as the Haotian hammer. Wang Dong exerted all his effort to hurl the Haotian hammer, using the force of the throw to propel himself an additional 2 meters. Once more, he radiated brilliance as the butterfly goddess martial soul enveloped him anew. Dai Huabin, witnessing the energy cannon soar past Wang Dong without striking him, felt a surge of panic. The previous shot had nearly depleted his remaining soul power, obscured by the light of the energy cannon's launch. Dai Huabin failed to notice how Wang Dong had evaded the attack. Left with no choice, he leapt into the air, taking advantage of the remaining duration of the White Tiger's diamond transformation to conclude the match through physical confrontation. Gazing at the oncoming Dai Huabin, Wang Dong summoned the small hammer once more, allowing all present to behold the extraordinary weapon. To their astonishment, Wang Dong was revealed to possess twin martial souls. The coal magnate expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't it said that twin martial souls are exceedingly rare? How is it that our class has gathered 3 individuals, yourself, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Dong, each with twin martial souls, and even more astonishing, you all participated in the same team during the new student assessments?" Gaoyuan shrugged and remarked, "Wang Dong has never showcased his twin martial souls before us. This is my first encounter with such knowledge." Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, "The class leader is truly excessive, possessing 2 martial souls and keeping it a secret from us." Gaoyuan once again cast his gaze upon the soul-fighting platform. Clutching the Haotian hammer, Wang Dong exuded a distinctly altered aura. He silently chanted within his heart, a seamless flow of energy, an accumulation of offensive momentum. Indeed, this was what he currently lacked, an indomitable spirit. Gripping the Haotian hammer tightly, he infused the last vestiges of his soul power into it and descended from above, swinging it down towards the leaping Dai Huabin. A dazzling brilliance erupted at the point of their collision, and as the onlookers regained their composure, they beheld a figure standing unsteadily, Wang Dong, while beside him lay the unconscious Dai Huabin. His face appeared exceedingly frail, and with a somewhat hoarse voice, he addressed the referee, "I have triumphed." Although Dai Huabin had not suffered any lethal injuries, he had already endured a beating from Gaoyuan during the freshman assessment competition. Despite the rigorous treatments at Shrek Academy facilitating an earlier-than-expected recovery, he still bore lingering internal wounds that had yet to mend. In this clash of fresh and old injuries, while not fatal, a period of rest in bed was undoubtedly unavoidable. The referee then declared the soul fight officially concluded, with Wang Dong emerging victorious. Just as Wang Dong was on the verge of collapsing, Xiao Xiao rushed onto the stage to support him. Following closely was Gaoyuan, who illuminated the scene with a golden glow directed at Wang Dong. Wang Dong, gazing at Gaoyuan with a hint of fatigue, murmured, "I have one." Before succumbing to unconsciousness, "Gaoyuan, quickly assist our class leader back to rest," Xiao Xiao urged as she placed the weakened Wang Dong into Gaoyuan's embrace. Sensing Wang Dong's current condition, Gaoyuan disregarded everything else and said to Xiao Xiao, "Please convey my regards to Yuhan and the others. I shall return first." With that, he helped Wang Dong make his way back to the dormitory. Under the potent healing abilities of the Golden Tree, Wang Dong's external injuries had mostly healed, yet his internal soul power remained in a state of utter disarray. Gaoyuan felt a slight headache. After all, it was merely a sparring session. Why exert oneself so fiercely? He helped Wang Dong onto his bed and, deciding to sit cross-legged beside him, placed his hands on Wang Dong's back, gradually channeling his soul power into him. This marked the first occasion Gaoyuan infused his soul energy into Wang Dong's body after discovering their ability to fuse their martial souls. Carefully controlling the flow of his energy, Gaoyuan began to assist Wang Dong in mending the chaotic meridians within him. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. Gaoyuan finally finished reorganizing Wang Dong's meridians, a process that had drained much of his mental energy. As he withdrew his soul power, a wave of profound fatigue washed over him. Gently laying Wang Dong down and tucking him in, Gaoyuan neglected his own meal and returned to his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Under the twinkling stars, Wang Dong gradually awoke, sensing a familiar wave of soul energy that had been diligently repairing his damaged meridians during his unconsciousness. Perhaps, without that soul energy, he wouldn't have awakened so soon. It felt as though a warm hand was soothing his entire being. A faint blush crept onto Wang Dong's face as he glanced at the blanket covering him and his intact clothes, relieved that Gaoyuan had not discovered his condition. Otherwise, he might have lost his roommate status. Stealthily rising, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. For he was covered in dust and stained with blood, some of it his own, some belonging to Dai Huabin. For someone with a penchant for cleanliness, such a state was utterly intolerable. After washing up and donning a fresh set of clothes, he looked at his dusty bedding with a sigh. Gaoyuan had complained about the odor of his bedding yesterday, prompting him to wash it, but it had yet to dry. Was he to sleep on filthy sheets tonight? Absolutely not. Wang Dong resolutely discarded the bedding into the bathroom, planning to wash it the following day. However, gazing at the empty bed, he turned his eyes to the peacefully slumbering Gaoyuan, a wicked smile curling at his lips. After all, the bedding had been a gift from him. Surely it wasn't too much to use it. The next morning, Gaoyuan was startled awake by the cold. Finding himself clad only in his undergarments and the blanket nowhere in sight, he exclaimed, "Where's my blanket?" Meanwhile, Wang Dong pulled the blanket tighter around himself, relishing its warmth. How comfortable. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of Gaoyuan wearing only his underwear. "You rascal. Why learn to steal from others instead of studying properly?" Gaoyuan scolded, now dressed and pointing an accusing finger at Wang Dong's head. "That blanket was mine to begin with," Wang Dong retorted, tears brimming in his eyes. Indeed, he had just faced another bout of punishment. Gaoyuan seemed unaware of his own strength as he pinched Wang Dong's sensitive spots. "Humph, the one you gifted me is now mine," Gaoyuan replied, noticing the tears in Wang Dong's eyes. "Cry. If you shed another tear, I'll smack you. You're a grown man, yet you cry so easily." Fuming, Wang Dong followed Gaoyuan to class. "Do you know where you lost yesterday?" Gaoyuan's voice rang out from the front. "I lost because I couldn't defeat you. Just wait until I have the strength to match you. Then you'll see," Wang Dong declared, but before he could finish, a sharp flick landed on his forehead. "I meant to ask if you realized where you lost yesterday," Gaoyuan said, exasperated. I didn't lose," Wang Dong protested, feeling wronged. Still denying it? It was obviously a spar. You fought with your life on the line to achieve that outcome, and you dare say you didn't lose? Gaoyuan glared at him. "If it weren't for teacher Wang Yin suddenly permitting the use of soul-guiding devices, I would have made Dai Huabin regret his actions," Wang Dong insisted, shaking his fist defiantly. "What? He can use soul-guiding devices, but you can't?" I haven't really used them before. For some reason, I feel averse to soul-guiding devices." Wang Dong's voice dwindled, revealing his discomfort with them despite having attempted to use them before. "Then let us practice with soul-guiding devices together after class," Gaoyuan suggested. "Oh," Wang Dong replied, lacking enthusiasm, standing at the front of the classroom. Wang Yin surveyed his students and began, "In light of the wager between classmates Dai Huabin and Wang Dong, we have 5 candidates for class leader: Gaoyuan, Guna, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Mei Jin and I. The candidates for vice class leader are Ning Tian, Li Zi, and Chening. Everyone, please take out a piece of paper and write down your preferred candidates for class leader and vice class leader. I will collect them after class." Having addressed the election, Wang Yin commenced the lesson. "Wang Dong, please reflect on yesterday's battle." He intended to use Wang Dong's experience to highlight the importance of soul-guiding devices. Although Wang Dong had one, without the devices, he would not have been pushed to such extremes. "Well, yesterday was primarily about the soul-guiding devices. Since I'm not adept at using them, I was suppressed by Dai Huabin, who utilized them effectively, and I only managed to win due to my dual martial souls," Wang Dong stated honestly. "Indeed, you all should have observed yesterday's battle," Wang Yin remarked, allowing Wang Dong to sit. "Dai Huabin is still recovering, so I will analyze his performance. He utilized a sleeve cannon, a shoulder-mounted energy cannon, and a flying soul-guiding device. These devices effectively complemented his shortcomings, compensating for the fact that his martial soul cannot fly and for his lack of long-range attack methods. Thus, even though Dai Huabin lost, his experience serves as a valuable lesson. When considering which soul-guiding devices to carry, one must take into account their own martial soul and physical capabilities," Wang Yin continued, aware that his goal was to cultivate all-encompassing soul masters. Therefore, the integration of soul-guiding devices was essential. For instance, the shoulder-mounted energy cannon that Dai Huabin carried is powerful but also notably heavy. Such devices are not suitable for agile or supportive roles. Furthermore, during Wang Dong's final assault, the shoulder-mounted cannon restricted Dai Huabin's movements, preventing him from dodging Wang Dong's attack, which ultimately led to his defeat. Wang Yin looked at the 18 students deep in thought and at Gaoyuan, who was lazily practicing, feeling satisfied. He understood that the students would grasp the utilization of soul-guiding devices far better than he could explain. Whether Gaoyuan listened or not was of little consequence. Now, let us reflect. What if Wang Dong had been equipped with a soul-guiding device? For instance, if he were to wield a defensive soul guide device, He would not need to rely on the wings of his martial soul to shield himself from harm when Dai Huabin launched his sleeve cannon. This would prevent any obstruction of his vision, thus eliminating the opportunity for Dai Huabin to inflict serious injury upon him. Wang Yin continued, stating that today he wished to convey a singular point to all his classmates. The mastery of soul guide devices is imperative. Even if one cannot create them, one must learn to utilize them. The ability to effectively employ a soul guide device can significantly alter the course of a battle, particularly for support-type soul masters. I have already applied for a minor in martial soul studies for all our support-type and food-type soul masters. Let us commence our training with the use of soul guide devices. Wang Yan's impassioned address invigorated the atmosphere of the entire class. Several students gathered around Guna and Huo Yuhao to inquire about soul guide devices, as the prominent figures in the class, Huo Yuhao and Guna, had commenced their studies in this area some time ago. Meanwhile, Gaoyuan, squinting his eyes in contemplation, was not approached by anyone seeking to interrupt his focus. Hey, what kind of soul guide device do you think would suit me? Wang Dong nudged Gaoyuan with a shoulder. You? Let me think. Gaoyuan mused for a moment before stating, I believe that hand warmer you gifted me would be quite fitting for you. Shall I return it? Get lost. Wang Dong retorted, pinching Gaoyuan at the waist, but found he could not exert any real force. Well, consider what your martial soul lacks. Strength? That seems adequate. Flight capability? You possess that as well. Long-range attack methods? You are not deficient there either. However, in close combat, you appear somewhat lacking, as your wings seem rather clumsy when flapping about. Gaoyuan assessed Wang Dong and continued, moreover, your defensive capabilities seem insufficient. While your wings do offer considerable protection, the drawbacks are glaring. They obstruct your line of sight and cover a limited area. Though Wang Dong was not entirely in agreement with Gaoyuan's assessment of his martial soul, after all, his wing blade was quite elegant. He nonetheless pondered Gaoyuan's suggestions. In fact, I believe you should explore defensive, flying, close combat, and small to medium-range soul guide devices, Gaoyuan advised. Flying devices? I can already fly on my own, Wang Dong replied. Gaoyuan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Dong, remarking, You are quite foolish, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Although your wings may allow you to take flight, do they truly enable you to soar swiftly? With just the last blast from Dai Huabin, I could effortlessly evade it with a level 3 soul guidance device. Unlike you, who relies on hurling a hammer, as if you were merely playing with the conservation of momentum. Wang Dong's face flushed with embarrassment. He had genuinely believed that his display of throwing the hammer and executing a forced displacement was rather impressive. All right then. Shall we head to the soul guidance department together after class? Wang Dong said, somewhat awkwardly, as he was not a student of that department. Indeed. I have my own small laboratory within the soul guidance department where you can learn how to use the devices, if you wish. But I must warn you beforehand, my soul guidance devices were meticulously crafted by Naer and Yuhan. If you happen to damage them, I shall hold you accountable. Oh. Chapter 94, The Bathroom War God after the day's class is concluded. Gaoyuan and Wang Dong made their way to his personal laboratory located within the martial soul department of Shrek Academy. Since Guna and Huo Yuhao were more inclined towards the crafting of soul guidance devices, their laboratory was not situated in the same area. Gaoyuan and Wang Dong spotted a middle-aged man approaching from a distance. It was none other than Duo, the vice dean of the soul guidance department. Since their arrival to study at the department, Duo had taken great care of Gaoyuan and Huo Yuhao, treating them as if they were his own cherished disciples. Ah, so you've decided to show up, he exclaimed, clapping Gaoyuan on the shoulder. I heard you returned the day before yesterday. Yet you didn't bother to drop by the soul guidance department. Wang Dong's face flushed slightly, a consequence of his fierce duel with Dai Huabin the previous day, which had left him severely injured. This unfortunate event compelled Gaoyuan to remain in the dormitory to tend to him, thus preventing his visit. Next time, I assure you. Gaoyuan joked, then turned to introduce Wang Dong. This is my roommate, who has a keen interest in soul tools, so I brought him along to take a look. Very well. Feel free to explore. Should you need anything, just seek out Teacher Fanyu, Duo replied, nodding in acknowledgement to Wang Dong. He continued. It seems you've made quite a few gains on your journey. I noticed that Huo Yuhao has awakened her second martial soul, the ultimate ice, and she wields it remarkably well. Although Gaoyuan had been occupied with healing Wang Dong the previous day, Huo Yuhao and Guna had diligently attended the soul guidance department for lessons on the creation of soul tools, and thus Duo was well aware of Huo Yuhan's recent achievement. Gaoyuan scratched his head and remarked, Indeed, Yuhan is truly fortunate. Well, you all may go now. Take your little classmate and explore thoroughly. Remember to check in at the Soul Guidance Department when you return, all right? Duo earnestly advised. Yes, absolutely, Gaoyuan assured, patting his chest. As they watched Duo walk away, Wang Dong whispered, I never anticipated that the esteemed dean of the Soul Guidance Department would be like this in private. Gaoyuan shrugged and led Wang Dong into a small room. Although he had not visited this place for a month, it remained impeccably clean, suggesting it was regularly maintained. The room was a rectangular space, measuring 10 meters in width and 20 meters in length. Along one wall stood several rows of cabinets, housing a variety of soul-guiding devices. Gaoyuan opened the cabinet and retrieved a moderately sized soul-guiding device, manipulating it for a moment. He then extended his hand towards Wang Dong and spoke. Oh. Wang Dong responded, extending his right hand in return. Gaoyuan, while fiddling with the soul-guiding device on Wang Dong's arm, remarked, This is a soul-guiding sleeve cannon. During your soul battle with Dai Huabin yesterday, he was equipped with one of these, although his is a third-level device, while this is merely a first level. This is the very first soul-guiding device crafted for me after Xiao Yuhan commenced her studies in the soul-guiding department at Shrek Academy. Please exercise utmost caution while using it, for it holds significant sentimental value. Do not let it fall into disrepair. Gaoyuan concluded his explanation as the process of equipping was completed. A first-tier soul-guided sleeve cannon was successfully affixed to Wang Dong's arm. However, despite his lengthy discourse, Wang Dong offered not a single word in response. Gaoyuan, perplexed, glanced up at Wang Dong, only to find his face pale and his left hand pressed tightly against his mouth, brow furrowed in evident distress. What is wrong with you? Gaoyuan inquired, bewildered by Wang Dong's sudden change in demeanor, for he had appeared quite well just moments ago. Could it be that some lingering ailment from yesterday's duel remained unaddressed? Gaoyuan, disregarding everything else, grasped Wang Dong's hand and began to channel his soul force into Wang Dong's body for exploration. However, he discovered that all the meridians within Wang Dong were functioning normally. I'm fine, Wang Dong stammered, waving his hand. Just then, he hurriedly rushed into the bathroom and began to vomit. Gaoyuan sat there, utterly at a loss, and could only exclaim, Please be careful when you vomit. Do not let it touch that soul guide device, for it holds immense significance for me. Understood, Wang Dong replied. But his words were soon interrupted by another wave of retching. After a considerable while, Wang Dong emerged from the restroom, pale and holding the soul guide device, and irritably remarked, Your roommate is on the verge of collapse, yet you are still concerned about your precious soul guide. You are mistaken, I just checked. And you are in perfect health, Gaoyuan retorted, taking the sleeve cannon from Wang Dong's hands and meticulously cleaning it. Rest assured, I have safeguarded that soul guide device well. There was a hint of bitterness in Wang Dong's tone. After sipping some water, he seemed to have regained some composure and sat in a chair, expressing, It seems to be an issue with that soul guide device. I cannot comprehend why. But wearing it fills me with a sense of revulsion, provoking an urge to retch. Are you suggesting that the problem lies with the soul guide device? Gaoyuan, somewhat skeptical, donned the device himself and felt no discomfort whatsoever. He even took aim at a small indoor shooting range, firing a shot and declaring, See, there is absolutely no issue. I cannot explain it either. Wang Dong was equally baffled by the strange sensation he had just experienced. Gaoyuan Jian, having gathered his foresight, retrieved a compact handheld soul-guiding cannon from his storage soul-guiding device. Although it is termed compact, it is by no means lightweight. It requires both hands for an ordinary soul master to wield, though it is somewhat smaller than its shoulder-mounted counterparts. Gaoyuan, holding the soul guide cannon, tested a few shots at the shooting range to ensure its functionality before handing it over to Wang Dong. This soul guide device is a secondary, compact handheld soul guide cannon. You should operate it like this. After thoroughly explaining the operational techniques to Wang Dong, he passed the small cannon to him. However, upon receiving the device, Wang Dong's expression remained grim. After stubbornly firing a few rounds, he tossed the cannon back to Gaoyuan and rushed into the bathroom once more. Sounds of retching emanated from within, and Gaoyuan, observing the soul guide cannon in his hand, pondered, It worked perfectly fine for me. Suddenly struck by a thought, he murmured, It seems I need to have a word with Ilix. Wang Dong emerged from the bathroom, pale and clutching his stomach, weakly waving his hand. It appears that fate does not wish for me to use the soul guide device. Perhaps this is what you once referred to as an allergy. Gaoyuan responded. Very well, I shall dub you the god of the bathroom. Since you cannot utilize it, you might as well peruse this book. With that, he retrieved a volume titled Comprehensive Classification of Soul Guides from the 5th Soul Guide device. At the very least, familiarize yourself with the types of soul guides, so that next time you encounter one, you won't be flustered. Oh, Wang Dong replied weakly, though a sense of guilt lingered in his heart, feeling as though he had let Gaoyuan's goodwill go to waste. Chapter 95. A condition after fiddling with the soul guide for a while. Gaoyuan greeted Wang Dong and then proceeded to seek out Huo Yuhao and her companions. Today, he harbored another objective, a transaction. His journey to the extreme northern lands had awakened him to the realization that this world is not devoid of threats. It seemed that during the past decade, he had lived in such comfort that his perception of danger had dulled. Now, with his sights set on the evil soul master, his motives were twofold: to exact vengeance and to thwart that individual's schemes. Although he was not particularly fond of Shrek's style, he recognized the necessity of consolidating all available forces. He believed that a degree of collaboration with Shrek was still feasible. Moreover, deep down, despite the past misunderstandings with Shrek Academy, he felt that Duo and Fan Yu had always treated him sincerely. Upon arriving at the entrance of Huo Yuhao's laboratory, Gaoyuan observed Huo Yuhao munching on lychees while meticulously sketching the core formation. Ever since she had sampled Liz's rational lychees, she had become utterly captivated. Thus, before coming to study the soul guide, she had specifically requested several from Liz, for who could resist such pure enhancements devoid of side effects? Gaoyuan quietly observed as Huo Yuhao meticulously crafted the core formation for her first attempt at sculpting a third-level soul guide. Having undergone a rigorous educational upbringing, Huo Yuhao had already mastered the creation of most first-level soul guides even before her arrival at Shrek Academy. Following a systematic course of study, she swiftly advanced to the fabrication of second-level soul guides. By the time she departed for the far north, she had become proficient in her favored second-level soul guide creations. Naturally, as a soul engineer, she had a general focus, particularly on the production of medium to long-range soul cannons, which allowed her to delve into the realm of third-level soul guides. As time passed, Huo Yuhao, deeply engrossed in her work, softly remarked, "Wipe your sweat, you silly brother." Oh. Gaoyuan hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief from his storage soul guide and gently dabbed her forehead. With a long sigh of relief, Huo Yuhao completed the engraving of her core formation and turned to Gaoyuan, asking, "What brings you here? Did you miss me?" I did miss you." Gaoyuan replied somewhat awkwardly. I don't believe you. Let us go find teacher Fan Yu," Huo Yuhao said, taking Gaoyuan's hand and leading him outside.